Fang He awoke from his slumber, astonished to discover that the timeline of the world had traversed a chasm of 2 centuries. Everything around him had undergone a profound transformation. The year was 2224 AD, the 200th year of the Qilin era, September 17th, a Friday. In the Xi'an Nation, Jiangling City, at Jiangling High School, Class 29. A melodious bell chimed as a middle-aged woman entered the classroom. Surveying the room, she noticed some students still dozing and, with a hint of sternness, remarked, "You are now in your second year of high school. Time is no longer on your side. The history and moral education classes are nearing their conclusion. Only by achieving AB will you have the opportunity to attend a martial arts university or a technological university. I trust you all understand the gravity of this matter." Noticing the teacher's gaze lingering upon him, Qianhao hastily nudged his drowsy desk mate. Fang He had a dream, wherein he became a wandering hero, championing justice. In this dream, he donned a white robe and wielded a sword, bravely confronting a bandit stronghold to rescue a noble maiden who had been abducted by marauders. Just as he anticipated her to utter, "I have nothing to repay you but my life in servitude," he felt someone nudging him. Fang He chose to ignore it. Under his hopeful gaze, the noble maiden gracefully bowed and softly declared, "I have no means to repay you, dear hero, save for dedicating my life to serve you in the next life." Then he awoke. Rubbing his eyes to dispel any residual confusion, he confirmed he was not hallucinating. The familiar faces of his classmates surrounded him, yet the classroom had transformed entirely. Twisting his neck, Fang He spotted Qianhao beside him and whispered, "Qianhao?" Unaware of Fang He's unusual demeanor, Qianhao merely gestured towards the front. Receiving the cue, Fang He then noticed the teacher at the podium, eyeing him intently. Wasn't that the history teacher? He thought they wouldn't have history class after the science and arts were divided. Suppressing a surge of bewilderment, he mimicked Qianhao's posture and sat up straight. Having just awakened, perhaps his mind was still foggy. Fang He took 10 seconds to ascertain he was not dreaming, then borrowed a mirror from a nearby classmate. His features were as handsome as ever, reassuringly unchanged. His extensive experience with online literature led him to conclude that he must have traversed through time, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. Setting aside the peculiar occurrence of a history teacher appearing, the classroom itself was utterly different. The most conspicuous change was the absence of a blackboard. Instead, there was a plain white wall. The overhead chandelier had been replaced with sleek, recessed lighting. The desks, while retaining their shape, were no longer wooden. Their material was unidentifiable. The center of each desk was dominated by a display screen occupying 2/3 of its surface, currently aglow with various icons. The floor was no longer made of cement, but rather a silvery metallic surface, pristine yet devoid of blinding reflections. All right, prepare for class. Let us first review what we have learned previously. With this, Jiang Qin's gaze shifted to a certain someone who had just been sleeping. Upon hearing this, Fang He made a concerted effort to lift his head and meet the teacher's eyes. He was aware that the teacher preferred to call upon students who avoided eye contact. Although he was uncertain why they were having a history lesson and his mind was a blank slate, he knew he must remain composed and bravely meet the teacher's gaze. Noticing Fang He's eager expression, Jiang Qin silently acknowledged him. Thus, under Fang He's expectant gaze, she inquired, "Fang He, can you tell us what year corresponds to 2040 in the Qilin era and what significant events transpired that year?" This teacher was certainly unpredictable. Fang He internally lamented as he stood up, yet his mind was flooded with questions. 2040? What era was Qilin? His thoughts were a jumble of confusion. Seeing Fang He silent, Jiang Qin refrained from reprimanding him and instead said, "Sit down and pay attention to others' responses." "Luo, it's your turn." Just as he sat down, Fang He noticed a girl with a bun and fair skin standing confidently to answer. In the year 2040 AD, it was the 16th year of the Qilin era. That year marked the official establishment of the Blue Star Alliance, unifying global currencies. His old classmates remained unchanged. But what was this Blue Star Alliance? Jiang Qin exhibited no surprise at Luoyi's response and called on the next student. "Please explain how the first year of the Qilin era was defined and when the spiritual energy was first discovered." A sturdy boy stood up and responded. "The revival of spiritual energy was first detected in 2022, with an increase in the concentration of spiritual energy on Blue Star. Some ancient martial practitioners began to sense the world's changes and commenced their training. Correspondingly, the creatures of nature also underwent transformations, growing larger and developing tougher skin and claws that could rival metal. At the time, existing light weapons were nearly ineffective against them. Consequently, conflicts between humans and evolved beings escalated, leading to widespread human casualties. The only entities capable of countering these evolved creatures were ancient martial masters and a few technological weapons. 2 years later, the Qilin Decree was officially announced worldwide, allowing everyone to practice martial arts, marking that year as the first year of the Qilin era. Still grappling with the implications of the year 2040, Fang He struggled to comprehend the sturdy boy's words. Each word was intelligible, yet the overall message eluded him. What year was it exactly? All right, next. When did our Xia nation establish its national development policy? And what did it entail? In 2034 AD, the 10th year of the Qilin era, the development goals were set advancing science and martial arts concurrently, fostering a technologically prosperous nation, and achieving mastery in martial arts. In the 20th year of Qilin, the first batch of technological universities and martial arts universities was officially established, opening enrollment nationwide. In the 35th year of Qilin, humanity first landed on the Red Planet. In the 51st year of Qilin, the virtual world was officially launched. In the 56th year of Qilin, the battle network was inaugurated, allowing individuals to engage in martial arts combat training. In the 62nd year of Qilin, a massive beast tide occurred in the western regions of our nation, resulting in millions of casualties, second only to the early years of Qilin. In the 195th year of Qilin, the population of Xia Nation reached 5 billion, with 612 cities nationwide, 2,917 technological universities, 1,206 martial arts universities, and 9,706 ordinary universities. After absorbing this extensive historical knowledge, Fang He finally understood that he had arrived in an era marked by the revival of spiritual energy, where technology and martial arts developed in tandem, placing him 2 centuries into the future. The greatest threat to humanity now stemmed from the various creatures evolving due to the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star. He briefly examined the display screen on his desk, which resembled a learning device. Upon activation, it revealed a plethora of course materials: history, moral education, science, language arts, biology, geography, introduction to martial arts, along with various books. As for the date, it was confirmed that it was indeed the year 2224 AD, September 17th, and he was in his second year of high school. Observing the eloquent Jiang Qin at the podium and the familiar faces of his classmates, the initial turmoil within his heart gradually subsided. Fang He, who had always been adaptable, quickly adjusted his mindset. Since resistance was futile, he would accept this new reality with grace. The world was undoubtedly perilous, teeming with evolved creatures and unknown dangers beyond the city walls. Thus, he must strengthen himself and aspire to enter a martial arts university, ultimately becoming a martial artist. Chapter 2 Loi Ding Ding. The class has finally ended. Fang He stood up to stretch his body and was pleasantly surprised to find that he was stronger than he had anticipated. Although he was mentally prepared for his physical condition to be decent, he was still somewhat taken aback. During the latter half of the lesson, he discovered that the learning device on his desk was not only capable of retrieving various educational materials at any moment, but also had internet access. Consequently, he took the opportunity to vigorously supplement his knowledge. For instance, he learned that the area of Blue Star was 10 times larger than he had remembered. Loi, how many victory points do you have in the battle network now? A girl with a round face and a ponytail, who was not particularly tall, approached Loi and inquired. 1965. Loi replied with a playful blink, clearly pleased with his achievement. As expected, the round-faced girl gasped upon hearing the number. Wow. You were only at 1900 when the semester just started, and now, just half a month later, you're at 1965. Recently, I've been quite lucky. My opponents have not been very strong, Loi modestly replied, suppressing his expression. Don't be so humble. You're the top in our class for battle network victory points and among the best in the grade, the round-faced girl said with a look of envy. Still, I can't compare to the top-tier players. I have no idea how they cultivate their skills, Loi sighed and shook his head, sounding somewhat resigned. Stop envying others. Since half a year ago, your cultivation speed has accelerated significantly. You now possess the strength of a seed class. The round-faced girl paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, which university do you plan to attend in the future? The most prestigious martial arts university is undoubtedly Kyoto Martial Arts University, but the competition there is incredibly fierce, admitting fewer than 3,000 students each year. The closest top university to Jiangling is Southern Martial Arts University, but my idol, Luo Huanin, is currently the principal of Eastern Martial Arts University, the only female principal among the 5 top universities. Upon hearing the name Luo Huanin, admiration and longing filled Luo's eyes. He listened to their conversation without interjecting. When Luo Huanin's name came up, he recalled the description he had just read about her, China's foremost female powerhouse. Some individuals are born geniuses, but many geniuses fall during their growth or face setbacks that leave them disheartened. However, Luo Huanin had shown her brilliance from a young age. Achieving remarkable success. At 18, she rejected a personal invitation from the vice principal of Jingwu after ranking first nationwide and chose to join Eastern University. The following year, she led Eastern University to victory at the National College Martial Arts Tournament before vanishing from the public eye. When she re-emerged 3 years later, she had slain 2 Lord-level monsters outside Binan City. 2 years after that, she became the principal of Eastern University. Indeed, even though Eastern University is over 4,000 kilometers away from us, attending there is not an insurmountable challenge, and it produces the most female powerhouses. Gazes possess a certain energy. Being stared at for too long can elicit a sensation. Especially now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy. Everyone's sensitivity has heightened. Fang He, what are you looking at? Loi turned her head and asked. Upon hearing the familiar tone, the strangeness brought on by his transmigration diminished slightly. At least this old classmate, who had been with him since middle school, remained unchanged. I was just listening to your conversation. I was curious about which universities you 2 academic prodigies plan to attend. Fang He replied with a shrug before turning to the round-faced girl. Li Xinyuan, what about you? Li Xinyuan's gaze shifted between the 2 before a smile graced her face. I am no prodigy. Loi is the true genius. My goal is quite simple. I aim for the martial arts university in Dingjiang City, preferably one of the top 100 universities. What about you? Cough, cough. Fang He noticed Li Xinyuan's gaze and cleared his throat, acknowledging his fondness for Loi but feeling slightly uneasy under her teasing gaze. Li Xinyuan was aware that Fang He and Loi were middle school classmates and that he likely harbored feelings for Loi. However, Fang He was typically reserved, and his behavior today seemed out of character. Loi was lively and extroverted, excelling academically with a high martial arts talent, and she had no airs about her. Countless boys in school were fond of her, even in Class 1, yet Loi had never shown interest, maintaining a closer relationship only with Fang He. Nevertheless, Fang He was still far from being able to pursue Loi, especially since he had yet to even begin practicing martial arts. I haven't decided yet. I need to think it over some more, Fang He responded, having just crossed over and lacking prior memories, still unclear about his own abilities. With your grades, getting into a martial arts university should be no problem. We still have 2 years until the college entrance examination, Loi noted, aware of some of the previous events but not delving deeper into the topic. All right, boss, Fang He instinctively replied, a term of endearment he had used since middle school. Loi paused momentarily, surprised to hear that address again after such a long time, but she soon smiled and responded, all right, little brother. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling everyone to return to their seats in preparation for the next class. Ding ding, the long-awaited end of class had arrived. This particular lesson was a science class, and Fang He felt his mind spinning. Despite his earnest efforts to pay attention, the content of the science class from 200 years later was overwhelming, leaving him in a state of confusion. Here, let's go eat. A somewhat androgynous voice rang out with a penetrating quality in Fang He's ear. He raised his eyes to see a handsome boy, around 1.7 meters tall, with medium-length hair, pale skin, and enchanting peach blossom eyes. Yarnyang. The person before him was none other than Fang He's good friend and roommate, whose real name was Fanny Yang. Upon arriving at high school, Fang He had almost thought the school had mistakenly assigned him to the wrong dormitory because of his ambiguous beauty. After realizing the situation, everyone affectionately referred to him as Yarnyang. Upon hearing the term Yarnyang, the boy's expression darkened, and he waved his fists, exclaiming, "Call me Yang Gu. I'm a pure man." However, his voice lacked the conviction to convince anyone. To be fair, Fanny Yang normally did not engage in any inappropriate behavior. But due to his inherent traits, there was little he could do. Fang He stood up, wrapped an arm around Fanny Yang's shoulder, and grinned. All right, Yang Gu. let's go eat now. With that, Fang He released his grip and began to push Fanny Yang toward the exit. Fanny Yang turned to look at the grinning Fang He, feeling somewhat puzzled about his friend's unusual demeanor today. Nevertheless, he deemed it a positive change and did not dwell on it as he allowed Fang He to guide him forward. As they stepped out of the classroom, Fang He realized that this campus was entirely different from his memories. It resembled a bustling commercial district. Towering buildings surrounded them, and directly across was a vast square, behind which stood a 9-story building marked with the character for cafeteria. It was mealtime, and clusters of people were making their way toward the cafeteria. To the right, for elevators were operating simultaneously. With a staircase alongside, to the left were 2 parallel slides, where students were descending like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Yanggu, how many students does our school have now? Fang He inquired. Over 10,000. Our grade alone has more than 3,000 students, Fanny Yang replied, clearly pleased with Fang He's question. Why do you ask? It's nothing. Which way should we go? Indeed, with a population of 5 billion in Xia country, the number of students in schools had significantly increased. Let's take the stairs. We're not in a hurry, Fanny Yang suggested. Ugh, those people aren't afraid of falling, Fang He remarked, glancing at the students sliding down the poles. That's why the school mandates that only those who have reached the bone-forging completion stage can use those things. They're tough enough to handle a few falls. If they get injured, they can just go to the infirmary for some treatment. Here, what do you want to eat? Fanny Yang asked as they entered the cafeteria. Fang He looked around. The cafeteria appeared quite similar to his memories, albeit with more serving windows. Above each window was an electronic screen displaying the names of the dishes, and there were no staff present. Students could simply take what they wanted without the need for a card. How about we check upstairs? I heard the school received some armored cows from the city patrol today. Let us go see on the 8th floor, Fanny Yang said, licking his lips. Why go to the 8th floor? Fang He asked, puzzled. We're going to the 8th floor for a meal, of course. We're not in the seed class, so we can't eat on the 7th floor. Upon hearing this, Fang He understood. The 6th floor offered free meals provided by the school. The 7th floor was exclusive to the seed class, and the 8th floor offered better food but required additional payment. As for the 9th floor. Hey, when are you going to take me up to the 9th floor for a meal? The 9th floor? When you complete your physical training, I doubt the old class will mind taking you up there every day. Fanny Yang replied with a hint of annoyance. Indeed, the 9th floor was the faculty area. All right, once I can go up there, I'll definitely take you with me. Why not drown in self-pity? Chapter 3 Dual Souls United. Wow. Today's meal is truly exceptional. No wonder it's made from the hunted game. It's undeniably tastier than farm-raised food. As soon as Fanny Yang returned to the dormitory, he flopped onto the sofa in a relaxed manner. Indeed, they were in a double room rather than the previous 8-person dormitory, and it even featured a small living area. While the food was delicious, it was somewhat pricey. Fang He smacked his lips, recalling the taste from earlier before speaking. The food is undoubtedly of high quality, but the price is rather steep. 200 blue star coins for a dish made from iron-armored beef. Based on the information I have gathered, the population of Xia country stands at 5 billion, with the national per capita income barely reaching 5,000 blue star coins. I said I would treat you. Yet you insisted on paying for yourself. Fanny Yang responded nonchalantly. How much can you eat at school? Let's wait until we are out to let you treat. Fang He was aware that Fanny Yang's family was quite well off, though he had not inquired about the specifics. The school was rather accommodating. When it came time to pay, students could choose to pay with either blue star coins or academic credits, with 1 credit equating to 10 blue star coins. There were numerous ways to earn credits, such as breakthroughs in martial arts, achieving top ranks in exams, significant progress, or climbing the battle network rankings. Alright, you pick the place. I'm off to sleep. I need to be well rested for martial arts class this afternoon. Fanny Yang, appearing indifferent, finished speaking and returned to his room. It was only then that Fang He, lying on his bed, felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. The events of the day had indeed been surreal. It felt as though the entire world had transformed upon awakening. After mumbling a few words, he drifted into a deep sleep once more. Fang He began to dream. At 3 years old, he heard, "Little he, come give me a kiss." This was his mother, looking much younger in his memories. At 6, she said, "Fang He, today is your first day of school. Do not bully your classmates and listen to your teachers." His father, usually easygoing, appeared solemn on this significant day. 88. His grandfather, a former soldier, Instructed, little he, stand properly. Today, we will begin some basic training. Can you persevere? Of course. At 13, he exclaimed, Grandma, I ranked first in our class. He hurried to share the good news with her after his initial exam in middle school. That's impressive. What do you wish for? Grandma will buy it for you. Eye in her eyes. Regardless of his ranking, he was the best. At 15. His cousin joyfully announced at the family reunion, brother, you've been accepted directly into Jiangling High School. Haha, not too shabby, he replied modestly, though his smile betrayed his delight. You're far more impressive than me. Just wait a few more years until you graduate high school. We'll go treasure hunting together. His older cousin, who had been accepted into university, chimed in, and me, don't forget me. At 16, their grade supervisor addressed the new students, classmates, it has been a month since your enrollment, and today we will conduct a monthly test. This test is crucial as it will determine your class placements. Please strive to showcase your abilities. Confident, Fang He stepped up for the first bout, only to be effortlessly knocked down, unable to even discern the opponent's moves. After dispatching Fang He, the opponent calmly exited the ring, not sparing him a glance. What's your name? Fang He shouted at the retreating figure. In no response came Liu Ningxi, I will challenge you again. Still no reply. Just a tall silhouette departing. Thud. He was sent flying once more. Lying on the soft mat, Fang He wished he could simply lose consciousness. The first month's test lasted 5 days. He won only 1 match out of the first 10 and a total of 10 out of 30 bouts. Fortunately, there were no more crushing defeats like the first. After the tests, 100 students would be selected for the elite class, divided into 2 groups, enjoying better resources. He had assumed securing a place among the top 100 would be a breeze. Yet reality delivered a sharp slap to his face, which was hard for someone who had excelled from elementary through middle school to accept. Here, what's wrong? Feeling discouraged? In the dormitory, Fanny Yang noticed Fang He sprawled on the sofa. A look of defeat on his face and asked. Fang He glanced up without responding. Unperturbed, Fanny Yang continued, don't overthink it. You're already quite remarkable. After a pause, noticing Fang He remained unresponsive, he added, but you must understand. This is Jiangling High School. Being outstanding is merely the threshold for entry. Fang He opened his eyes. He was still in the dormitory, so that was my memory in this world. I suppose I have been shaken. Fang He murmured. In truth, he had always been confident, but since the class divisions began in his first year of high school, he had started to doubt himself, leading to a slow advancement in martial arts and a growing reluctance to speak. Regardless of the past, a new Fang He was beginning now. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. After the merging of memories, Fang He finally grasped the essence of this world. The current society thrived on both technology and martial arts. With promising prospects in both realms, however, he had little interest in science. Instead, he exhibited a clear talent for martial arts from a young age. Over 2 centuries of evolution had led some creatures to develop considerable intelligence. Hiding in remote mountains and lakes, while cumbersome weaponry required the formidable strength of martial artists for hunting. Thus, martial artists held a revered status in society, earning the respect of the populace. The foundation of martial arts lies in body refinement, focusing on external conditioning and internal cultivation. Currently, he was at the bone-forging stage of body refinement, having only tempered 51 bones of the torso, still far from achieving perfection. The harsh blow from last year's entrance examination had significantly impacted him. His martial skills had stagnated, and his body refinement progress had also been disappointing. Sitting up, Fang He crossed his legs and closed his eyes, preparing to assess his physical condition. What used to take 5 minutes to survey now only required 2. How has my soul power increased so much? In Blue Star, the strength of one's soul power is innate, only enhancing with breakthroughs in martial arts. As far as he knew, there were no methods to cultivate soul power. The only variable was the recent merging of memories. Is this due to soul fusion? That seems to be the only explanation. Regardless, an increase in soul power is beneficial and will greatly aid my future cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. Time to get up. Don't be late for martial arts class, or Iron Fist 1T go easy on us. Fanny Yang's voice rang from outside the door. He Xingchen, the martial arts teacher from class 29, had a name as lovely as his physique, which resembled that of a titan, along with a fiery temperament. I'm up. I'll change quickly. Before long, Fang He donned a sleek, black martial arts uniform, which felt quite comfortable. He executed a few movements without feeling constrained. Hurry up, Fan Ying urged again from outside. Let us go. Fang He opened the door and stepped out. Suddenly, Fan Ying recalled something and said, By the way, today both classes will be attending together. Which class are we joining? Class 1. Glancing at Fang He, Fan Ying added, The martial arts teacher from Class 1 is absent today, so Iron Fist will be taking a class. Oh, Lu Ningxi is in that class, I think. Chapter 4. Introduction to Swordsmanship. The martial arts class was held in another teaching building, with each class having its dedicated classroom. The martial arts classroom was more akin to a dojo, spanning approximately 2,000 square meters, filled with various training equipment organized into distinct areas, each student having their personal locker. Fang He and his peers arrived not too late. Many students from Class 9 were already present, along with some unfamiliar faces, chatting in small groups. Approaching his locker, he entered the password and opened it. Before him lay a beautifully crafted long sword, 3 feet in length and 2 inches wide. Its blade adorned with regular black diamond-shaped patterns, yet unsharpened. This was a gift from his grandfather when he was accepted into Jiangling High School. The sword was named Lin Yuan. Gather round. He Xingqian's booming voice matched his imposing stature, resonating throughout the martial arts classroom. All students, from both Class 9 and Class 1, quickly lined up, the two classes clearly delineated. Fang He stood in the middle of the line, and a slight shift in his gaze brought him to the sight of a tall figure at the front of Class 1. Standing straight as a spear, quietly commanding attention. After surveying the room, He Xingqian, satisfied to see no one late, declared, Now, let us warm up. Everyone, move. At this command, students began to warm up according to their individual habits. A quarter hour later, seeing that everyone had sufficiently warmed up, He Xingqian called out, All right, stop. Now, take your weapons and practice the basics in your designated areas. Although the choice of weapon was up to each individual, most opted for swords, sabers, spears, and staffs. While unconventional weapons could catch opponents off guard, they often had fewer associated techniques, making future advancements more challenging. The foundation of swordsmanship lies in thrusting, cutting, hanging, dodging, crashing, intercepting, sweeping, drawing, striking, lifting, blocking, and swirling. The swordsmanship area was the most populated. And He Xingqian stood with his hands behind his back, guiding the students practicing basic sword forms. In front of Fang He was a humanoid metal pillar, marked by numerous sword scars. Closing his eyes, he visualized each fundamental sword technique in his mind, gripping the sword with his right hand, thrusting forward. Unlike the usual sense of stagnation, Fang He found his movements remarkably fluid, smoothly transitioning from one action to the next. Thrust, cut, hang. Gradually, Fang He's speed increased, flowing effortlessly as the radiant swordlight danced, leaving new marks on the pillar. Quite intriguing. It appears he has made some progress. He Xingqian noticed Fang He's movements at that moment. For beginners, mastering martial techniques begins with fundamental stances. Only after grasping the basics can one delve into the intricacies of martial arts. Moments later, Fang He sheathed his sword and stood still, savoring the sensations he had just experienced. The sword in his hand felt as if it were an extension of his own arm, each movement flowing seamlessly into the next. Is this the entry into swordsmanship? Fang He pondered. After a year of diligent study, he had finally achieved a breakthrough today. Remember that feeling and continue to practice to solidify it. Indeed. It was then that Fang He noticed He Xingqian had appeared beside him, clearly having observed the recent changes. Come find me next Monday to select martial techniques, He Xingqian said, nodding with satisfaction before moving on to inspect other areas. While entering the realm of swordsmanship was commendable, in Jiangling High School, it was merely average. Not only in the second year, but even among first-year students, some had already reached this level of proficiency. Blue Star martial arts are categorized by mastery levels: beginner, proficient, and perfect, with the attainment of perfection leading to an entirely different level of cultivation. Fang He continued to practice the basic sword moves, leaving deeper scars on the pillar than before. The exhilarating sensation of progress entranced him, albeit at the cost of his stamina. That's enough. Everyone take a break. Now, let us begin the Qi Ling Ju, He Xingqian announced, noticing that everyone's energy was nearly depleted. That moment, several holes appeared in the classroom walls. As the holes opened, Fang He took a deep breath, instantly feeling a wave of refreshment, as if every cell in his body had come alive. This was the spirit-conducting array constructed at great expense by the school, specifically designed to enhance everyone's training efficiency. During the developmental stage of the body, training must be balanced, particularly during the body refining phase. Daily practice should not exceed 2 hours. Each individual's body has its limits, and exceeding those limits can lead to hidden injuries, greatly hindering future progress. Of course, some individuals possess naturally exceptional physiques, while others from powerful factions have been nurtured with gentle herbs since childhood, which is another matter entirely. Setting aside distractions, Fang He began to channel the Qi Ling Ju, widely recognized as the best introductory cultivation technique globally. The human skeletal system consists of 3 parts: the cranial bones, trunk bones, and limb bones, totaling 206. Completing the refinement of all these bones signifies the perfection of bone forging. Fang He concentrated and observed his physical condition. As the refinement of the trunk bones had been completed, he now prepared to refine the bones of his right upper limb. Thanks to the enhancement of his spiritual power, the energy that had previously been difficult to control was now remarkably docile, even more so than the energy he was accustomed to managing. Uncertain of how long he had been practicing, he recognized a swelling pain in his meridians, signaling that he had reached his limit for the day. Further training would be counterproductive. Upon introspection, the results were gratifying. Although he knew his refining speed was generally quicker, he had not anticipated completing the refinement of 2 bones today, with even a portion of the 3rd completed. Young master, there's more after this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. Afterward, He Xingqian noted that everyone had mostly recovered. Now, let us have 2 people spar. Class 9, you're up first. With that, He Xingqian casually pointed to 2 individuals. One wielded a sword, while the other used a spear. Although neither had yet mastered their martial techniques, they engaged in a spirited exchange. From Fang He's perspective, the flaws in their techniques were glaringly obvious. The transitions between their moves lacked fluidity and were easily interrupted. His ability to discern these weaknesses stemmed from his own elevated realm and the strength of his spiritual power, allowing him to capture even the subtlest of movements and respond swiftly. As He Xingqian observed the sparring, he called for a halt after a few minutes, provided feedback, and then summoned the next pair to continue. Alternating between Class 1 and Class 9. Fang He, come up, attack me, He Xingqian instructed, this time opting to personally demonstrate rather than selecting another participant. Although surprised, Fang He did not dwell on it. Without further ado, Fang He stood firm and thrust his sword forward. He Xingqian did not use spiritual power, merely employing his sword to gently deflect Fang He's thrust. The deflected sword was anticipated. Fang He swiftly executed an upward flick. Seamlessly connecting his moves, He Xingqian countered with defensive maneuvers, opting not to attack but to guard. Realizing this, Fang He continued his onslaught. Who is this kid? Has he entered the realm of swordsmanship? I don't know. He just made a breakthrough, but his swordplay is still a bit rough, I seem to recall. I faced him once in my first year. Jiang Gang must have recognized his recent breakthrough and is sparring with him. Oh, when did this kid enter the realm? Fanny Yang, witnessing his good friend's breakthrough, felt a surge of joy, knowing Fang He's potential. However, during the initial placement competition upon entering school, Fang He's pride had been humbled. Seeing the lively spark in Fang He's eyes, Fanny Yang was reminded of the boy who had declared his intention to excel at Jingwu upon joining. Chapter 5. Wealthy dogs, do not bark, that's enough. Further practice would be counterproductive. He Xingqian glanced at Fang He's condition and halted his next move with a swift strike. Although his spiritual power had significantly increased and his dynamic perception had improved, he still could not discern how He Xingqian had executed his move, which had effectively subdued him. Well done. Keep up the effort, He Xingqian encouraged, then turned to the other students, stating, entering the realm of martial techniques is merely the beginning. I hope all of you continue to strive. A glimmer of envy flickered in the eyes of those in Class 9 who had yet to enter the realm of martial techniques. Fang He, you're doing great. Following the sound, Fang He turned to see Luo cupping her hands together, calling out to him. Fanny Yang, lacking any subtlety, joined in, impressive. Several familiar classmates also chimed in with cheers. In contrast, the atmosphere in Class 1 was considerably subdued. Entering the realm of martial techniques? Just an average level. What's there to celebrate? It's merely the entry into swordsmanship, a voice interrupted the jubilation. Fang He chose to ignore the comment and prepare to step down. However, Fan Ying could not restrain himself. Tang Liang, why are you so chatty? What is it to you? Tang Liang, encouraged by the response, smirked and said, he was flattened by me back then. Now he has just entered the realm of swordsmanship. I'm merely reminding him not to get too carried away. Hearing Fan Ying stand up for him, Fang He could no longer pretend not to hear. Besides, that guy had been quite boastful after winning the placement competition, and having felt numb back then, he had nothing to say. With his strength now vastly improved, he felt capable of using Tang Liang as a means to test his skills. With the support of spiritual power, Fang He did not believe he would lose. He first halted Fan Yang, who was about to retort, then turned to face Tang Liang in the crowd, enunciating each word. Tang Liang, have you ever heard the saying, wealthy dogs do not bark? As Fang He finished, a silence fell over the martial arts classroom. Suddenly, a suppressed laugh broke the stillness, filling the air with a sense of mirth. Tang Liang sprang up, pointing a finger at Fang He, his face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation. Resembling an irate fighting rooster, Fang He, you're asking for it, aren't you? I'll come up and practice with you. He glanced momentarily at He Xingchen, mindful that he was the martial arts teacher of Class 9. Fang He scrutinized Tang Liang closely. He was of average height, with a robust physique, presenting an image of a straightforward individual, yet his narrow, slanted eyes gave off an impression of cunning. But why did this fellow harbor such hostility? After some thought, Fang He recalled that Tang Liang seemed to have been pursuing Luo Yi, and due to their prior middle school connection, he had been resentful since the start of high school. This had led to Tang Liang's taunts after winning during the placement competition. Tang Liang, do you have no shame? Fang He retorted, feeling the exhaustion from his recent exertion. Just then, Luo Yi interjected. Exactly. Are you trying to take advantage of someone? Is this class 1? No way. Are you really going to bully someone? Although not everyone in the class shared a close bond, they possessed a sense of collective pride, naturally defending their own when someone from their class was targeted. Similarly, the students in Class 1 felt the same. Regardless of Tang Liang's usual demeanor, they would certainly rally to protect him, especially since Class 9 had brought him up. You guys think you need to bully us? We can handle it easily. Just as the students from Class 1 were about to continue their retort, someone discreetly gestured toward He Xingchen, who stood with his arms crossed in the arena, and no matter the situation, He Xingchen was the martial arts teacher for Class 9, and openly criticizing them would be disrespectful. They decided to wait for Fang He to recover before allowing him to face Tang Liang. There's still time. We'll wait. Liu Ningxi, uninterested in the drama, simply sat back and watched the exchange. He Xingchen remained unfazed by the unfolding events, believing it was merely a matter of sparring. If one lost, they would head to the infirmary. What was the point of practicing martial arts if one feared being hit? They might as well sell sweet potatoes at home. Observing the situation, Fang He seized the moment to speak, addressing Tang Liang. I've just exerted a lot of energy. Give me a few minutes to recover. After speaking, he abruptly sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing, disregarding how Tang Liang would respond. All right, I'll wait for you for a few minutes. Seeing Fang He preoccupied with his own meditation and ignoring him, Tang Liang could only sit down in frustration, waiting for him to recover. As both parties reached an understanding, the members from both classes gradually ceased their commotion. At that moment, Fan Ying felt a surge of anxiety, wishing he could step in and fight on behalf of Fang He. Although Tang Liang had already begun training with the staff since his first year, with his physical conditioning nearly perfected and on the verge of refining his internal organs, he still believed he could easily defeat Tang Liang with his full strength. However, at this juncture, retreat was not an option for Fang He. Losing would be trivial, but losing face would be monumental. To back down now would mean he would never be able to hold his head high at Jiangling High School. After a brief moment, Fang He, feeling nearly recovered, shouted towards the eager Tang Liang below. Tang Liang, step up. Seeing that Fang He was ready, Luo Yi said nothing more, merely gesturing cautiously. Fan Ying clenched his fists in encouragement, mouthing what seemed to be go for it. Meanwhile, the other members of Class 9 looked on with expressions filled with support. They did not harbor any illusions that Fang He could win, considering he had just begun learning swordplay. It was indeed a tall order to expect him to triumph over Tang Liang. As long as he didn't suffer a humiliating defeat, that would suffice. The onlookers from Class 1 were more curious, wondering how long Fang He could withstand the wrath of Tang Liang. Fang He took all this in, subtly nodding towards Class 9 to indicate he had received their support. Impatient, Tang Liang strode onto the stage, exclaiming, "I thought you would meditate until the end of class. You've got a bit of courage, I'll give you that." Fang He looked at Tang Liang with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you not aware that a dog that bites doesn't bark?" His demeanor seemed genuinely inquisitive. Laughter erupted from the direction of Class 9, as those familiar with Fang He were slightly taken aback by his sharp tongue today. This nearly caused Tang Liang to lose his composure. But he refrained from speaking further, suppressing his anger. After casting a glance at He Xingqian, he fixed his gaze firmly on Fang He, gripping his staff tightly, contemplating how to teach him a lesson that would leave him bedridden for days. Noticing that Tang Liang had not replied, Fang He chose not to provoke him further in combat. Aside from personal strength, intellect played a crucial role. It was best to strike when the opportunity arose. He Xingqian stepped forward, his expression impassive, stating, "No intentional maiming." Pausing for a moment, he declared, "Let the match begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang Liang lunged forward, gripping his staff with both hands. Raising it high before swiftly bringing it down towards Fang He, whoosh! The black staff sliced through the air, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. Fang He narrowed his eyes, his entire presence suddenly becoming sharp and fierce. Akin to a drawn sword, he sidestepped to the right, evading the blow while closing the distance, and with both hands grasping his sword, he swept it towards Tang Liang. Tang Liang was not surprised to see Fang He evade his first strike. It would have been rather dull if he could be dispatched so easily. As Fang He's sword swept towards him, Tang Liang instinctively moved his staff horizontally to block the attack. Having held back his strength, clang! The force was reciprocal. Utilizing the recoil, Fang He retreated and thrust once more, not allowing Tang Liang a moment to respond. Wow! He Xingqian's eyes widened in astonishment. While he was unfazed by Fang He's seamless transitions during practice with the sword. After all, the training dummy was lifeless. Tang Liang was very much alive. It is well known that many individuals struggle to execute even a single technique during real combat, let alone link them together. This kid possesses considerable talent for battle. He Xingqian nodded to himself, thinking, indeed, a worthy student. Meanwhile, in Class 1, a few individuals furrowed their brows, questioning Tang Liang's actions. Is he underestimating his opponent? He needs to adjust. Someone commented nearby. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in Class 9 was entirely different. Well done. Keep it up. Fanny Ying shouted from the sidelines. Here, take him down. Attack his weak points. They were unconcerned about how the situation would unfold. For now, since Fang He held the advantage, they had to shout it out loud. What if there was no opportunity to cheer later? With the advantage in hand, Fang He did not grant Tang Liang a moment's respite and executed another upward strike. Having reached the pinnacle of bone refinement and on the verge of internal organ training, Tang Liang possessed a significant advantage in strength, but he could not afford to clash directly. As time passed, under the relentless assault of Fang He's sword techniques, he found himself more fatigued than Fang He. The spectators began to realize that if Tang Liang did not make any changes, he would be worn down by Fang He. Who would have anticipated that once Fang He seized the upper hand, he would grant Tang Liang no chances, but instead continuously expand his advantage? Could he actually win? Tang Liang, change your strategy. Don't let him dictate the pace. Someone from Class 1 shouted. Fanny Yang shot a sidelong glance and urged. Here, don't give him an opening. Keep attacking. Take him down. Tang Liang, being from Class 1, understood that this approach was unsustainable. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to endure Fang He's next strike, intending to trade injuries with him. He surmised that he would only sustain a minor injury, while a successful hit would incapacitate Fang He entirely. With this thought in mind, Tang Liang did not flinch as he charged towards Fang He's descending sword, allowing it to strike his left shoulder. Then, with both hands gripping the staff, the veins on his exposed arm bulged as he swung down towards Fang He's left leg. Die! This strike was delivered with all his might. Watch out! The members of Class 9 shouted in alarm. This was the thousand-gene staff technique that Tang Liang had chosen when he first began his training with the staff. He Xingqian made no move. If this attack could not be blocked, it would merely result in a fracture, and with today's medical technology, recovery would take about a week. Fang He, sensing the surge of Tang Liang's spiritual energy, could detect the subtle changes in his opponent's body. Realizing that Tang Liang was not evading, he understood his intentions. Prepared, Fang He shifted from holding the sword with one hand to two, countering like a tennis player returning a serve, the blade striking towards Tang Liang's left cheek. Simultaneously, he slightly tilted his body. While he could not completely evade Tang Liang's strike, he could mitigate some of the impact. Crack! The sword connected solidly, and without holding back, Fang He sent Tang Liang flying like a kite severed from its string. Bang! Due to Fang He's quicker response, Tang Liang's final attack failed to fully land on him. And considering Fang He had already turned to disperse the force, Tang Liang lay on the ground, struggling to regain his breath. His left cheek visibly swollen, even with his perfected bone refinement, enduring that blow was no small feat. Fang He wins. The outcome was clear, and He Xingchen announced the result. Have two people assist him off the stage. Quickly, two individuals from Class 1 rushed over, one on either side to help Tang Liang down. Tang Liang actually lost to that Fang He? Someone from Class 1 remarked, bewildered, in contrast to the astonishment of Class 1. Lu Ningxi remained calm, betraying no emotion. Standing in place, Fang He smiled as he watched Tang Liang being helped off, then slowly walked towards Class 9, sword in hand. Wow, impressive. Here, you're a legend. As expected from my little brother, you're amazing, Luoyi exclaimed with a beaming smile. Fang He, with a grin, replied, I can't let my boss down. Chapter 6 Virtual World. Ouch, take it easy, Fang He grimaced in pain. TSK, you didn't cry out in front of all those people, and now you come back and start complaining. Fannying rolled his eyes. What do you know? This is called a reasonable emotional release. Enough nonsense, apply this medication yourself, twice a day, morning and night, don't forget. When Fang He had dawdled on his way off the stage, Fanny Yang had noticed something was off, but chose not to call him out publicly. Later, after taking Fang He to the infirmary for a checkup, it was confirmed to be merely a bone fracture. The doctor prescribed a bottle of medication, advising regular application for a few days. I won't be attending class tonight. Tell the class monitor that I've finished my homework and will submit it directly. Fang He lay back on the sofa, addressing Fanny Yang on Blue Star. Evening study sessions were also in place, but here, they were primarily dedicated to completing assignments and self-study, occurring from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Got it. Wait for me to come back tonight, and we'll duo in Battle Network. Fanny Yang said as he organized his belongings, not looking back. Sounds good, but I plan to play a couple of rounds by myself first. Sure. In the year 51 of the Qiling era, after the launch of the virtual world, scientists poured their efforts into developing a competitive platform, allowing individuals to enter Battle Network for combat after logging into the virtual world. With successive enhancements, the significance of Battle Network became increasingly apparent, providing a fully immersive combat simulation and meticulously crafted battle environments, greatly enhancing the quality of martial artists. Battle Network was divided into adult and minor categories, allowing for both solo and team battles. The victorious side gained victory points, while the defeated lost a corresponding number of points. Now, Battle Network had become part of the college entrance examination. Assessments of martial arts not only considered 1S level, but also combat prowess. The combat assessment was conducted within Battle Network, where higher victory points could exempt individuals from preliminary tests, allowing them to directly enter the retest. Glancing at the time, Fang He noted it was only 6 o'clock and decided to review some knowledge points. Although he possessed memories from the past, diligent study was still necessary. Zhu Jiechong, warm in nature, pungent in flavor. The rhizomes grow horizontally, adding a segment every 5 years, maturing into Zhu Jia. The leaves are numerous. With a broad ovate outline. It grows in shrubland at altitudes of 2,000 meters, primarily distributed in the western regions of Jiangling and the western foothills of the mountains. After picking, it is dried for preservation and can be used in medicine. Image: Fujun, neutral in nature, sweet in flavor. The fungus typically exhibits irregular shapes, with the best specimens being spherical, referred to as Fujun. Outside lies a thick and abundant wrinkled shell, brown in hue, deepening in color with age. While the interior remains white. It grows upon the roots of ancient trees and is found distributed throughout the nation, possessing medicinal properties. Image: star anise lotus. Image: Fang He exhaled deeply, simultaneously stretching and loosening his muscles, murmuring to himself, indeed, there is a plethora. I've been gazing for quite some time yet have scarcely made a dent. Just moments ago, Fang He had been engrossed in the botanical section of biology. And with the aid of his existing memory, his learning pace accelerated remarkably. Moreover, thanks to the enhancement of his spiritual strength, his efficiency in learning saw a notable improvement. Well then, it is time to enter the virtual world. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 8 o'clock. Fang He had no intention of prolonging his stay, opting instead to familiarize himself with the virtual world. The regulations for minors in the virtual world are stringent, permitting access only from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays, and for 5 hours each on weekends. The device used to enter the virtual world is referred to as a consciousness sensor, which is lightweight, silver white, and reminiscent of a motorcycle helmet. Once Fang He donned it, the front portion automatically lowered a half mask, snugly fitting against his eyes. Almost immediately, a voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Player login detected. Spiritual strength verification successful. Following this, a series of information materialized before his eyes. Name, Fang He. Nickname, tossing and turning, modifiable upon reaching adulthood. Gender, male. Birthday, September 30th, 2207. Age, 16. Minor. City, Jiangling School, Jiangling High School. Sophomore. Battle Network points, 902. Beside this text, a character bearing a resemblance to himself appeared. When creating his avatar, Fang He opted not to use his original appearance directly but made slight adjustments, making it recognizable only to those who know him well. Would you like to enter the virtual world? Yes. In a flash, Fang He found himself in a bustling city. At that moment, he stood on the street, surrounded by a diverse array of people, men, women, and children alike. Of course, this was merely an outward appearance, for character models are self-crafted. Numerous shops lined either side, and with the opening of the virtual world, businesses eagerly set up shop, allowing customers to try products online before placing an order. Naturally, there were various character costumes and decorations exclusively for use within the virtual world, often priced even higher than their physical counterparts. Fang He entered a pharmacy, where 2 staff members, seemingly youthful and with cheerful smiles, promptly approached him upon his entrance. Hello, how may I assist you? Fang He replied with a smile, I'm just browsing. Do you have any remedies useful for the body refinement stage? Upon hearing this, the girl remained composed and responded, we do have several options. Baohua ointment, for external application, is best used at the onset of body refinement. There is also bone strengthening powder, suitable for the bone refining phase. With each product introduced, she displayed the corresponding item. When she mentioned the bone strengthening powder, Fang He's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he needed. Upon glancing at the price, Blue Star coins, he mused. Excellent. My parents would need to toil for 2.5 months without food or drink to afford this remedy. A quick look at his account balance revealed 2128. Ahem. Do you have anything with similar effects to bone strengthening powder but at a slightly lower price? Fang He interjected. Indeed, we have bone growth powder, which is also quite effective and sells well, priced at Blue Star coins. The girl continued her introduction of the new product. Quite nice, quite nice. With the previous context, Fang He found this price somewhat acceptable. However, he understood that in terms of effectiveness, there would be a discernible difference between the two. He continued to listen to her explanations. All the items seemed splendid, and he yearned to acquire them all, though his finances were limited. Nevertheless, it was an enlightening experience today. Time was running short, so Fang He stated, thank you for the introduction. The items are quite impressive. I shall return to purchase them another time. Hearing that Fang He did not intend to buy immediately, she did not display disappointment but rather replied, very well, we look forward to your next visit. Exiting the store, Fang He glanced back at the shop's name, Beishan Pharmacy. The products are excellent, he would return. For now, he needed to head to the Battle Network. He issued the command, Battle Network matching. Solo. A prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. Solo matching initiated. Please wait. Match successful. Prepare for battle. Quite swift, Fang He murmured. Then, in a flash of white light, he vanished from his location, while the surrounding onlookers were already accustomed to such occurrences. Chapter 7. Matching. When Fang He opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a thicket of grass, nearly as tall as himself, surrounded by towering bushes that appeared to be about 20 meters high, their trunks entwined with vines. This was a jungle map. The battle scenes in the Battle Network are randomized, and as an accomplished warrior, one must adapt to combat in any environment. Regarding the opponent's matching, it is high school against high school. Once one advances to university, they will match with social warriors, ahead, about 30 meters away, his opponent emerged, tall and imposing, with a fierce countenance, sporting a circle of stubble and wielding a goose-feathered knife in his right hand. Subsequently, information about the opponent appeared before him. Nickname: Flame Tyrant. Gender: male. Battle points: 1121. A name befitting a formidable figure. His battle points surpassed Fang He's by over 200. Countdown 10 seconds. Please select your weapon. 10, 9. Hearing the prompt, Fang He quickly chose his most frequently used standard iron sword. 2, 1. Battle begins. As the announcement concluded, Fang He darted behind a tree, its trunk sufficiently concealing his figure. Observing his opponent's muscular build, it was evident he was a powerhouse. Thus, it was prudent to utilize the terrain to his advantage. Meanwhile, the Flame Tyrant let out a low growl and charged towards Fang He, the gust generated by his sprint parting the grass on either side. Upon noticing Fang He slip behind the tree, the Flame Tyrant refrained from recklessly rushing in. Instead, he approached cautiously, scrutinizing the surrounding environment for signs of Fang He's position. Tossing and turning, "Stop hiding. Come out if you're a man." His voice lacked the roughness one might expect. Fang He ignored him. In the battle network, both combatants possess equal physical qualities, thus the contest hinges more on the mastery of martial skills and battlefield awareness. However, these attributes cannot be discerned merely by appearances. They require probing, and with adept maneuvering, the weak can triumph over the strong. The sound of footsteps grew nearer. Fang He leaned against the massive tree, cautiously stepping forward with his left foot, confident that the Flame Tyrant would hear the sound. Indeed, the footsteps veered to the left, prompting Fang He to pivot and thrust rightward. What the? When Fang He lunged out, he was startled to find the Flame Tyrant nonchalantly watching him from a short distance, not having moved as he had anticipated. The moment Fang He revealed himself, a knife came slicing toward him. With no time for thought, his body instinctively reacted, sidestepping to avoid the strike. The wind generated by the blade grazed Fang He's cheek painfully. Had he been struck, it would have resulted in at least a severe injury. The battles within the battle network are accompanied by a sense of pain, which cannot be disabled. However, the sensation is significantly dulled compared to reality. Once steady, Fang He seized the opportunity while the Flame Tyrant was momentarily off balance. Thrusting his sword toward the wrist gripping the knife, a flicker of surprise crossed the Flame Tyrant's eyes, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward, using the momentum of his blade to close the distance, deftly evading Fang He's attack. After their brief exchange, both combatants retreated, eyeing each other warily. Fang He smirked and remarked, "Your name does not suit you at all. You've learned today. Never judge a book by its cover." The Flame Tyrant dismissed Fang He's comment, well aware he was neither the first nor the last to say such a thing to him. Through their brief encounter, both sensed the other had some level of martial skill. At that moment, a question lingered in both their minds. Why were his points so low? Logically, one with foundational martial skills should possess battle points ranging from 1,000 to 2,000, based on the display of strength just exhibited. The Flame Tyrant should be around 1,500 points. Perhaps he is in the same boat as me, the Flame Tyrant mused. Fang He glanced at the time. Nearly 3 minutes had elapsed. Battles are time-limited, and if neither party prevails within 10 minutes, the system will determine the winner based on their performances and conditions. Since they were already face-to-face, there was no need for ambushes. Fang He called out sharply, his sword shimmering as he aimed for the Flame Tyrant's throat. The Flame Tyrant, however, crouched low, using the back of his blade as a shield, skillfully deflecting the strike. He then countered with a slash aimed at Fang He's waist. The two exchanged blows, each making notable advances. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 30 strikes. As the situation reached a stalemate, Fang He's advantage in spiritual strength became increasingly apparent. In high-intensity combat, one must maintain sufficient focus. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to defeat. As they approached the 8th minute, Fang He finally found an opening, plunging his sword into the Flame Tyrant's heart. The system prompt resounded. Battle concluded. Congratulations on your hard-fought victory. Battle points 3. Upon hearing the sound, Fang He felt a slight relaxation. The recent battle had been far from simple for him. In terms of martial techniques, his opponent's mastery surpassed his own, yet he managed to seize victory by leveraging his advantage in spiritual energy, thereby dictating the pace of the fight. Exhaling deeply, The flame tyrant lay on the ground. Releasing a sigh of resignation, he bore no ill will. He acknowledged his inferiority in skill. Just moments ago, Fang He had struck him as a relentless robot, tireless and error-free. Had his martial skills been even more refined, the outcome might have been even swifter. How about we add each other as friends later? The flame tyrant suggested. Fang He, with no objections, nodded in agreement. Sounds good, dear master. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. A flash of white light enveloped Fang He, and he found himself once again on the street from earlier. Shortly thereafter, he received a notification. Flame Tyrant has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Accept? Which region are you from, brother? Jiangling. I'm from Shazhou, not far from here. Let us have another sparring session when the opportunity arises. All right, with that, Fang He concluded the conversation, lacking any desire to engage further with unfamiliar individuals. Fanny Yang had not yet returned, so Fang He left him a message, preparing for another match. Battle network matching? Solo. Matching successful, please prepare for combat. 2 minutes later, battle concluded. Congratulations on your victory. Victory points 2. This time, his opponent wielded a staff, but their skills were rudimentary, still at the entry level. After a brief exchange to gauge each other, Fang He emerged victorious with ease. Another flash of white light, and Fang He was back on the street. His victory points now totaled 907, though he still had a long way to go before reaching the Jiangling City leaderboard. The Battle Network had 3 leaderboards for high school divisions: city, regional, and national, with only 1,000 individuals listed on each. Currently, the top spots were predominantly occupied by third-year students. Very few second-year and first-year students made it onto the boards. And those who did were regarded as remarkable figures within their respective schools. For instance, Lu Ningxi, ranked 29th in Jiangling City, was the only non-third-year student in the top 100, with high expectations placed upon him by his school. Many believed he had a chance to contend for the title of the top student in the southern region in 22-26, or even the national top spot. As Fang He pondered over the leaderboard. A message from Fanny Yang arrived. He, hurry 1. Iron-blooded true man invites you for a duel match on the Battle Network. Do you accept? Accept. Chapter 8. Homeward bound. The randomly selected battleground this time was a desert. An endless expanse of arid wilderness, shimmering like a golden sea under the sun's rays. Fang He turned to see Fanny Yang appearing beside him. This fellow now resembled a muscular warrior, clad in black and red sports attire, with a broadsword slung over his shoulder, looking quite impressive. Wow, nice. 907 already? Upon meeting, Fanny Yang immediately noticed the change in Fang He's victory points. 2 consecutive wins. Fang He replied nonchalantly. Just as the two engaged in casual conversation, the countdown reached its end. Battle begins. Fanny Yang charged ahead with fervor, embodying the spirit of an iron-blooded true man. Fang He lingered behind, waiting for an opportunity. In desert combat, visibility was unobstructed, with no cover to impede one's line of sight. The only concern being the quicksand that could appear beneath their feet at any moment. Before them stood 2 opponents. One, a tall and robust figure wielding twin axes. The other, a slender individual armed with a sword. Faced with Fanny Yang's aggressive advance, the duo did not separate. The axe wielder confronted him directly while the slender figure flanked him, intent on neutralizing Fanny Yang first. Fang He knew well of Fanny Yang's capabilities. Despite his seemingly laid-back demeanor and infrequent participation in the Battle Network, his martial prowess was likely nearing mastery. The axe wielder used his weapon as a shield to block Fanny Yang's strike, who then leveraged the force of the blow to arc through the air towards the slender opponent. Fang He followed closely, exploiting the opening left by Fanny Yang to engage the axe wielder. Their teamwork was seamless, a sight that would earn admiration from any observer. Fang He did not concern himself with the opponent's thoughts. He swept his sword towards the axe wielder's face. The latter retreated repeatedly, narrowly avoiding the strike, yet sustaining a wound across his face. Before the axe wielder could catch his breath, Fang He advanced, bringing his sword down with both hands. The axe wielder had no choice but to cross his axes in defense. Anticipating the block, Fang He executed a swift kick, delivering a solid blow that sent the axe wielder tumbling backward. Just as Fang He was about to deliver a finishing blow, a broadsword flew in, narrowly grazing the axe wielder's neck before embedding itself in a nearby sand dune. Looking up, Fang He saw that Fannying had dispatched the slender opponent and was now free to assist. Meeting Fang He's gaze, Fannying raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Not bad, you're quite quick. You were just too slow, Fang He retorted. Shall we continue later? I have no plans for today. We can play a few more rounds. Battle concluded. Congratulations on your effortless victory. Victory points 2 for you, and 3 for Iron-Blooded True Man. At 10 o'clock, Fang He removed the sensory device and, upon entering the living room, found Fannying already sprawled on the sofa. Yang Gu, impressive. I didn't realize you were this formidable, Fang He exclaimed in admiration. Humph, your Yang Gu has always been quite strong. You're only realizing it now? Fannying rolled his eyes in mock annoyance. Your victory points should be around 1300 now. 1323, I'm at 936. The two had played about 10 matches together that day, winning every single one, and their progress was swift. Now that you've grasped the basics of swordplay, you should continue to practice, boost your victory points, and aim to exempt yourself from preliminary tests during the college entrance exams, Fannying advised earnestly. Yes, I'll make sure to practice more in the coming days. Fang He responded with sincerity. All right, that's enough for now. Go wash up and get some sleep, Fannying said, rising to prepare for his evening routine. Thanks, Fang He called out, watching Fannying's retreating figure. Whatever, Fannying replied nonchalantly, gesturing with a common hand sign. Fang He had seldom played duo matches with Fannying, not due to a strained relationship, but because he was aware of Fannying's exceptional prowess. Pairing with him felt akin to riding coattails to climb the rankings, and out of pride, Fang He had repeatedly declined. It was worth noting that Fannying had not played solo much either. Given his martial skills nearing mastery, he should logically be at a level of around 2,000 points. The next day, Saturday, there were no classes. Students could choose to remain at school or return home. Fang He first rose to have breakfast in the cafeteria, then packed a meal to bring back for Fannying, before heading to the training room for some exercise. Upon returning, he found Fannying had already finished eating, tidied up, and was preparing to head home. You're back. I thought you had already left. Shall I walk with you? Fannying inquired upon seeing Fang He. No need. You go ahead. I still have some training to do. Fang He replied, planning to finish his practice, take a shower, and head home before lunch, having just informed his family of his plans. Then I'm off. See you Monday. Fang He waved goodbye in his room. Sensing the ache in his meridians, Fang He paused the Qi awakening technique. The result of his recent training had honed 2 bones, though his efficiency had slightly declined compared to the previous day, making him nostalgic for the spirit awakening arrays at school. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 11 o'clock. He needed to set off. It is well known that the air inside the school feels distinct from that outside. Standing at the school gate, Fang He gazed up at the cerulean sky and took a deep breath, finding it to be undeniably true. Ding! A small flying vehicle descended gently beside the road, and Fang He stepped aboard. Since 2034, technological advancements on Blue Star had been rapid, with once idealistic airborne vehicles now commonplace in daily life. Make sure you're seated. We're ready to depart, the driver reminded Fang He as he secured the door. After a gentle push against his back, the vehicle entered its flight trajectory. Are you from Jiangling High School? The driver asked, noticing Fang He boarding from the school's entrance. Yes. Impressive. I've heard that everyone there is exceptionally talented. Not quite that exaggerated. Haha, my son just got admitted to Lingbei this year. That's quite commendable. By the way, my son mentioned that their school has a super genius this year named Zhou something Yu. Zhou Chuyu, Fang He interjected. Yes, that's the one. Do you know him? Not personally, but I've heard of him. Zhou Chuyu, a third-year student at Lingbei High School, was a prominent figure in his class, with great hopes of securing the top spot in Jiangling City for 22-25. The class head and Jin Gang had mentioned his name multiple times in front of everyone, urging their peers to strive for excellence in order to uphold the honor of Jiangling High School. In Jiangling, there are 3 major high schools, Jiangling, Lingbei, and Chengnan, ranked in that order. Each year, the resources allocated to each city are limited, and how they are distributed depends on the caliber of students each school produces. Jiangling is an established powerhouse, having nurtured numerous talents who went on to various martial arts and technological universities. Lingbei and Chengnan are also formidable contenders, always striving to surpass Jiangling and claim the title of the top high school in the city. Navigating by memory, Fang He found his home address and scanned his face for entry. Upon stepping inside, he called out, "Mom, I'm home." From the kitchen, his father's voice responded, and Fang Shengyuan emerged, apron-clad and holding a basin. It seemed he had been washing vegetables. Fang Shengyuan had not seen his son for a week, and upon their reunion, he was naturally elated. However, he couldn't help but chide. You've returned, and yet you don't even call out to your father. Oh, Dad, what about Mom? Fang He called out perfunctorily before inquiring further. Fang Shengyuan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Your mother has gone to buy you some meat. She should be back shortly. Why don't you take a rest for a while? Dinner will be served soon. With that, he turned and entered the kitchen. After a brief moment in his room, Fang He heard the sound of the door opening and stepped out to see his mother. Nan Shui, entering with a bag in hand. Xiao He, I've brought back some ribs from the Qi Lin beast. I'll make you a soup shortly. Nan Shui beamed with joy. The Qi Lin beast, a fire attribute creature, grows to an impressive length of 2 zhang in adulthood, is remarkably agile, and is clad in red scales, making it impervious to ordinary blades and challenging to capture or raise in captivity. The 3 pounds of ribs in his mother's hands were worth no less than 1,000 blue star coins. We are having such a feast today, Fang He chuckled in response. Since you only come back once a week, we ought to enjoy a good meal together. It's beneficial for your body refinement as well. Nan Shui understood that consuming these evolved creatures during the body refinement period would aid her son. So she made it a point to buy some every weekend. Fang He was well aware of his parents' intentions. Now that he had developed a talent for soul power, his future path would be considerably smoother, and he looked forward to surprising them with his achievements. Next week when you come back, let us visit your grandparents. Don't forget, Nan Shui reminded him. Rest assured, I won't forget. His parents, one an engineer and the other a designer, were often too busy to be seen. As for his grandparents, they resided in the old district of Jiangling City, over several dozen kilometers away, and Fang He typically visited them every 2 weeks. In Fang He's memory, his grandfather had been a soldier but was a kind old man in everyday life, only adopting a serious demeanor when urging him to train. He had promised to give Fang He a small gift once he had mastered the swordplay. Fang He was quite curious about what it might be. Fang He, come to dinner. His father's voice called out. Coming, Chapter 9. Selection of martial techniques. The days at home always seemed fleeting, and before he knew it, it was Monday again. Time to return to school. It was worth noting that Fang He's leg injury had completely healed, which made one marvel at the advanced medical standards of Blue Star. Furthermore, he shared the news of having entered the realm of swordplay and that he could select a martial technique upon returning to school with his parents, who were both overjoyed and urged him to diligently practice and study. They were aware that Fang He had made slow progress following his previous setback, and while they had just entered the spirit movement realm and barely nurtured their own spirit seeds, they had no means to guide him in martial techniques, only offering silent encouragement and support. Upon arriving at school, Fang He set down the new supplies he had brought from home and, with time to spare before classes commenced, hurried to find He Xingqian, eager to claim his martial technique following his initiation. Come in. Hello, Teacher He. Fang He greeted politely as he stepped inside. A flicker of amusement crossed He Xingqian's eyes. It seemed Fang He was quite eager. He. Fang He rubbed his hands together. All right, you may choose one entry-level sword technique from our school's offerings. If you wish to select another in the future, you can either exchange credits or come back once you have mastered your current technique. With a wave of his right hand, He Xingqian conjured a holographic display before Fang He. The options included Liuguang sword technique, Pejuan sword technique, Yuan Yu sword technique, and Lingbo sword technique, among others, totaling around 20 techniques, each accompanied by corresponding descriptions. The Liuguang sword technique pursues speed, akin to flowing light, requiring practitioners to possess an exceptionally high reaction speed, aiming for instantaneous strikes that incapacitate the enemy. The Pejuan sword technique demands an indomitable momentum, fostering a spirit of bravery and relentless advance in combat. The Yuan Yu sword technique emphasizes the cultivation of inner peace, maintaining composure during battle. The Lingbo sword technique focuses on agility and incorporates accompanying footwork, emphasizing the integration of movement and swordplay, making it more challenging to master. He Xingqian stood back, allowing Fang He the freedom to make his choice. As each technique's characteristics were clearly annotated, no further explanation was necessary. Teacher, I choose Lingbo sword technique. After careful consideration, Fang He made his selection. Though Liuguang sword technique suited his quick reflexes, it was limited to a single strike. The Pejuan sword technique evidently catered to military practitioners. Compared to the Yuan Yu sword technique, the Lingbo sword technique offered complementary footwork. Thus Fang He ultimately opted for the latter. The Lingbo sword technique is quite difficult to master. Are you certain you wish to select it? He Xingqian was not particularly surprised by Fang He's choice, as this technique was regarded as superior among first-tier martial techniques. Martial techniques and cultivation methods in Blue Star are categorized into 6 tiers, with first tier being the lowest and sixth tier the highest. Yes, teacher, I am certain, Fang He replied with resolute conviction. Many seniors before you have chosen this sword technique, yet only a few have successfully mastered it. You must contemplate your decision carefully, He Xingqian cautioned. Yes, I have thought it through. Fang He understood that He Xingqian meant well, but he had faith in his talent following the fusion of his soul and believed he could succeed in mastering it. Good. The sword technique manual has been sent to your school account, along with corresponding instructional videos. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. He Xingqian did not elaborate further, having already provided his guidance. Every individual has the right to make their own choices. Thank you, teacher, I shall head to class now. After expressing his gratitude, Fang He exited the office. After having lunch and returning to his dormitory, Fang He began to meticulously study the manual. The Lingbo sword technique comprised 5 forms: water waves rippling, clouds flowing, mirror flowers water moon, rowing against the current, and stones emerging from water, along with an accompanying footwork technique called Lingbo step. Once mastered, the martial technique combined with the footwork would give opponents the feeling of elusive clouds in the sky and endless flowing water. After spending over an hour watching the instructional videos, Fang He managed to execute the first move using his hand as a sword. However, the second move required the coordination of footwork, and as his room was insufficient for practice, he decided to wait until the afternoon martial arts class to test it out. That day, only Class 9 had martial arts lessons, making the already spacious dojo feel even more expansive. Fang He quite enjoyed this feeling of openness, occupying a space to begin practicing his martial technique. Swinging his sword and stepping, he practiced the movements. Unbeknownst to him, He Xingqian had wandered nearby and observed Fang He's techniques. To his surprise, Fang He had managed to imitate the Lingbo sword technique quite accurately. However, it was worth noting that the pursuit of martial techniques upon entry is not merely about resemblance, but also about embodying the essence of the technique. One must infuse their own spirit into it for mastery. Yet Fang He's progress exceeded He Xingqian's expectations. Having only acquired the technique half a day prior, displaying such proficiency was remarkable. Could it be that he truly was a genius? After observing Fang He for a while longer, He Xingqian noticed that Fang He was continuously correcting his form throughout his sword practice. Though his stamina was visibly waning, his grip on the sword remained steady. No need to watch any further. This kid has potential. Concluding this, He Xingqian slipped away to another area. After concluding his martial technique practice, Fang He proceeded as usual to cultivate the Qiling Ju to refine his bones. Under the influence of the spirit induction array, he felt as if every cell in his body was jubilantly rejoicing. By the end of his training, Fang He had refined 60 bones. From his shoulder blade to his forearm was completed. And he had finished 2 bones in his wrist. The remaining portions of his right upper limb would progress swiftly. Class dismissed. He Xingqian did not linger even a minute longer after the bell rang. Fang He did not participate in the sparring session that day, instead opting to observe attentively from the sidelines, gaining insights into various weapon utilizations. Among them were battles involving entry-level martial techniques, providing him with numerous new combat strategies. Let us go eat, Fanny Yang called to Fang He. Right away, as the two stepped out of the dojo, they soon encountered Tang Liang along with 2 others blocking the staircase. The classmates who had exited earlier had not left either, gathering around to witness what was unfolding. Fang He. Tang Liang paid no heed to the surrounding gazes as he spoke first, his eyes fixed intently on Fang He. After exchanging glances with Fanny Yang, Fang He wiped the smile from his face, stepping forward to meet Tang Liang's gaze. There's something you need. Fanny Yang had no intention of intervening from behind. As the school explicitly prohibited fighting outside of martial arts classrooms, you must be aware that there will be a seed class challenge next month. Tang Liang suppressed his impulse to imprint his fist on Fang He's handsome face and spoke in a low tone. Fang He pondered for a moment before recalling that such an event was indeed forthcoming. The school's resources were not to be squandered, and thus, every year, a challenge was held where a selection of students from the non-seed class would be chosen to challenge the seed class students. The victor ascends, while the loser descends. The rules are straightforward. Challengers have only one opportunity to challenge, and if a seed class student is defeated, they too have the chance to challenge again. A successful challenge allows them to remain in the seed class, while failure necessitates moving to another class. Challenge students cannot evade combat and can refuse challenges only after having faced 3 on the same day. Barring serious injuries, the eligibility for challenges in the second year is simple. Entry-level martial techniques grant one the right to challenge. It is important to note that the seed class students generally possess entry-level proficiency. And in realms of similar levels, the advantage in technique is substantial. So, upon recalling Tang Liang's statement, Fang He directly inquired, "Do you dare to challenge me at next month's competition?" Tang Liang deliberately chose their class break to issue a challenge, intending for Fang He to respond in front of everyone. Upon hearing Tang Liang's purpose, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Fang He immediately understood Tang Liang's intentions, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he asked, "Why should I agree to your challenge? Are you afraid?" Tang Liang attempted to provoke him. "Why would I fear someone I have already defeated?" With that, he sidestepped Tang Liang and walked away. Seeing this, Fanying followed suit, not sparing a glance at Tang Liang. "Last time, I was merely careless. You must be afraid." Tang Liang clenched his fists and turned to shout at Fang He's retreating figure. "You lost last time," came Fang He's light and airy voice. Tang Liang's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. "If you manage to defeat me in this challenge, I shall reward you with 1,000 credits. Credits can be transferred with the teacher's permission." "Deal," Fang He replied, turning to reveal a dazzling smile. Chapter 10. Tiger Bone Refining Pill. Are you aware that this fellow has already reached the perfection of bone forging and is about to begin refining his internal organs? Fanying sat across from Fang He, his tone somewhat exasperated. Fang He had agreed so quickly that he had not even had time to react. "Of course," Fang He responded while devouring his food. "He simply wishes to challenge me after his recent breakthrough to prevent me from entering the seed class." "Fine. As long as you know," Fanying said, deciding not to elaborate further. Yes, let us eat." "The food today is quite delicious." 4 days later. Huff! Fang He exhaled deeply, opening his eyes to reveal a glimmer of exhilaration. The forging of the bones in his right arm was finally complete. Since Monday, Fang He had encountered no distractions, focusing solely on his studies and training. Today marked the completion of the remaining 23 bones in his right arm. Typically, the speed of forging should not be this rapid, as although each bone in the hand is small, it demands greater control, and the speed would not surpass that of larger bones. However, Fang He's formidable spiritual power allowed him to forge the hand bones with remarkable ease, thus completing the remaining work in just 4 days. Fang He, Ran Xiongfei, step forward. As the duel time arrived, He Xingchen selected Fang He and another individual to compete. Understood, they both replied in unison. Standing on the stage, Fang He assessed his opponent. Though they had not previously interacted much, he possessed a certain understanding of him. Ran Xiongfei, the class leader of Class 9 in the second year, stood over 1.9 meters tall. A novice marksman, currently in the bone forging phase. As the duel commenced, Ran Xiongfei thrust his spear forward. Over the past few days, Fang He had nearly perfected the Lingbo sword technique. Although he was still a bit short of achieving the spiritual stage, it sufficed for the current situation. Employing the Lingbo steps, he deftly evaded the attack in a small radius. The water rippled. The gleam of the sword flickered, making it difficult for observers to discern the blade's position. If it cannot be distinguished, then let it be indistinct. The spear, inherently more powerful than the sword, swept horizontally. Wuji collapse. Fang He lightly tapped his toes and floated backward. "Fang He, your swordsmanship has improved significantly since you began practicing," Ran Xiongfei remarked after his sweeping strike met only air, not pursuing further. "It's merely a stroke of luck. I've only just started to grasp it. Oh, master, the Lingbo sword technique is no mere stroke of luck." With that, the two engaged once more. After several exchanges, Fang He had discerned Ran Xiongfei's capabilities and identified his weaknesses. He could disrupt his balance by blocking and then targeting 5 inches from the spearhead. However, Fang He refrained from doing so, choosing instead to hone his swordsmanship and give the class leader some face. After dozens of exchanges, Ran Xiongfei stepped back, exiting the ring and waving his hand. "I concede. I cannot win. You usually keep a low profile. I didn't anticipate your quick reflexes." The recent duel left Ran Xiongfei feeling utterly frustrated. Every strike he attempted seemed anticipated and countered, making it appear as though he was recklessly charging into Fang He's sword. "Wow, Upon hearing Ran Xiongfei admit defeat, the class erupted in a flurry of discussions. Wow, Ran Xiongfei actually lost. It was not entirely surprising, considering he had previously defeated Tang Liang. For Class 9, they had only heard of the prowess of the seed class, lacking a concrete understanding. However, given their familiarity with Ran Xiongfei, the impact of his defeat was far more palpable. His progress has been astonishing. I heard he was among the top in the 12th middle school and was directly recommended to our school. It seems he is finally living up to his innate talent. Then why didn't he enter the seed class? Who knows? The following morning, Fang He arose early to prepare, as it was Saturday, and he was to visit his grandfather. His mother had called the previous night, informing him that his father would pick him up from school. Let us go. Get in the car. Fang Shengyuan drove a flying vehicle, smoothly parking in front of Fang He, with Nan Shui seated in the passenger seat. All right. Fang He quickly opened the rear compartment door and plopped down inside. Nowadays, a flying vehicle is quite affordable, with cheaper models available for around 100,000 Blue Star coins. However, acquiring flight routes can be challenging. Of course, there are ground transportation options, though they are considerably slower. How has school been this week? Nan Shui turned her head, smiling as she inquired. Not bad, everything is normal. Fang He chose not to mention Tang Liang to avoid causing them concern and the need for lengthy explanations. By the way, isn't your school organizing some challenge tournament where the winners can enter the seed class? Fang Shengyuan suddenly turned his head again. Yes, something like that. How did you hear about it? Hey, Dad, focus on the road, Fang He replied, reminding his father to keep his attention on driving. Autopilot, it's quite stable, Fang Shengyuan retorted, a colleague at my unit. His daughter also got into your school this year. He mentioned that there are competitions in every grade, and it seems the second year has a challenge tournament, right? Yes, it's just a regular competition, nothing too serious. Well, be careful and don't get hurt. Nan Shui cautioned from the side. Fang He responded cooperatively. After half an hour of flying, the vehicle safely landed in an old residential complex, said to house retired soldiers from the battlefield. Grandma, Grandpa, I'm here. Fang He shouted as he entered, scanning the surroundings. Little he has arrived. His grandmother emerged from the kitchen, her face beaming with a kind smile, her wrinkles smoothing out upon seeing him. Here I am. Where's Grandpa? Fang He smiled in return. He's in the study. Go find him. I'll start cooking your favorite dishes. All right. Fang He approached the study door, which was slightly ajar, and pushed it open. Rather than a study, it resembled a sculpting studio, with wooden and stone carvings outnumbering the books. On the wall directly opposite the door hung a calligraphy piece that read "Defend the Home and Nation." At that moment, Grandpa Fang Xinwu was deeply engrossed in his carving, and Fang He chose not to disturb him, quietly observing from the side. The wood had already begun to take on a human form, and with each stroke of the chisel, the figure became increasingly distinct. It depicted a middle-aged man clad in combat attire, wielding a battle blade, gazing resolutely into the distance, with the final few cuts. The carving was complete. Fang Xinwu placed the wooden sculpture on a rack behind him, where a row of uniquely shaped figurines already stood. Little he, I heard from your father that your swordsmanship has made considerable progress, Fang Xinwu said, turning to look at Fang He with a pleased expression. Just a stroke of luck. I grasped it all at once, Fang He replied with a cheeky grin. Fang Xinwu smiled subtly, saying nothing further, and instead took out a beautifully crafted porcelain bottle from a drawer, stating, This is the small gift I mentioned, meant for you once your swordsmanship reached a certain level. Fang He accepted the porcelain bottle, opening it to discover 3 pills inside, which emitted a slightly bitter aroma. What is this? This is the tiger bone refining pill, a genuine medicinal pill specifically designed for the bone forging stage. Fang Xinwu explained. While Fang He had his suspicions, he was still taken aback by his grandfather's confirmation. He had previously seen ointments, potions, and medicinal baths, all of which were quite expensive, but he had never encountered a medicinal pill. It was said that the efficacy of pills surpassed the former by several folds, and that they were much easier to absorb. Take one every 3 days, but do not overdo it. It will accelerate your bone forging process, Fang Xinwu said, clearly pleased by his grandson's astonishment, his tone filled with pride. How did you acquire this? Well, your grandfather has served in the military for many years. He has some connections, and how much does this cost? Since Grandpa had access to such a valuable item, Fang He was curious about the price. hoping to purchase some when he had the means. This cannot simply be bought with money. Noticing the confusion on Fang He's face, Fang Xinwu clarified, "Little he, you know that ointments and baths on the market often cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. This is merely for the bone forging stage. How much would be needed for resources thereafter? And so, resources for cultivation beyond the bone forging stage are not available on the market, or rather, they cannot be exchanged simply for blue star coins. Instead, they are obtained through a barter system, such as military merits or the credits you will earn at the martial arts university. These can all be exchanged for resources." Fang Xinwu elaborated. "Are there alternative means to acquire cultivation resources? Indeed, slaying monstrous beasts in the wild, what your textbooks refer to as evolutionary beasts, or discovering precious medicinal herbs can yield official exchanges for spiritual points, which can then be utilized to procure the resources you require." Chapter 11. The momentum of martial arts. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Fang He finally grasped why higher-grade resources were scarce in the market. It turned out that martial artists possessed their own exclusive trading circles. This revelation sparked an awareness in Fang He regarding a particular question. What level of power did his grandfather possess? "So what is your current strength?" Fang Xinwu's eyes flickered with reminiscence as he opened his right hand, revealing a flickering flame within his palm. "What do you think my strength is?" "Spiritual motion." Fang He ventured, aware that in the realm of martial cultivation, following the refinement of the body, the next stage is the realm of spiritual motion, wherein one can cultivate a sea of qi in their dantian to nurture a seed of spiritual energy. When the seed blossoms, one can then embark on the next phase of cultivation. Naturally, each individual's constitution varies, and thus the attributes of the condensed spiritual energy seeds differ as well. The primary attributes encompass metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other rare attributes like light, darkness, wind, and thunder. About that, Fang Xinwu replied ambiguously, the flame in his palm dancing under his command, and Fang He felt no heat emanating from it. His grandfather was surely not as simple as he appeared. Even that mastery of fire control was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner in the realm of spiritual motion. "Are all of these your comrades?" Fang He inquired as he surveyed the statues around him. Previously, he only knew that his grandfather had served in the military, but the specifics had remained a mystery. He had never spoken of it, and today seemed an opportune moment to ask. Fang Xinwu's gaze swept over the statues with a calmness that belied a hint of melancholy. "Indeed, they are all my comrades." His tone was somewhat subdued, tinged with a trace of loss. "Where did you serve in the military? And where are your comrades now?" He posed these two questions in quick succession. "Those are matters you are not yet privy to. Die in time. You'll come to know." Fang Xinwu refrained from disclosing his past, pausing before adding, "Some of my comrades have sacrificed themselves, others still fight on the front lines. While some, like me, have returned." His voice softened as he spoke the last sentence, as if reminiscing about the past. "Enough of that. Let us eat. Your grandmother has prepared plenty of your favorite dishes. With that." Fang Xinwu turned towards the dining hall, and Fang He nodded, following closely behind. After their meal, Fang Shengyuan and Nan Shui departed, leaving Fang He behind as Fang Xinwu expressed a desire to guide him in his cultivation, to which Fang He readily agreed. Given that the residence primarily housed retired soldiers, the exercise equipment downstairs was plentiful and well-maintained. "What martial technique are you currently practicing?" Fang Xinwu inquired as he led Fang He to a spacious area. "The Lingbo sword technique, Dado? To what extent have you mastered it?" Fang Xinwu asked, a hint of surprise in his voice, for he had heard of this martial art. "I have grasped the basic forms. Yet I feel something is still lacking. Allow me to see." Though he wielded no sword, Fang He picked up a twig from the nearby greenery and began to practice. With his feet dancing the Lingbo steps, he executed the sword moves, rippling water waves, flowing clouds, mirrored flowers, navigating upstream, stones revealed as the water recedes. In terms of technique and force application, he was nearly on par with the instructional videos. Fang Xinwu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and when Fang He finally ceased, he exclaimed, "Excellent, grandfather. Did you notice anything?" Fang He asked eagerly. "Yes, it possesses form, but it lacks spirit. Once you enter the realm of martial arts, it is not merely about the moves. It is about comprehending the spirit or momentum of the technique. As you know, the journey through martial arts consists of 3 levels: entry, mastery, and perfection. Beyond that lies the cultivation of your momentum. Achieving this level signifies a certain standing in the martial world. Now, allow me to share my momentum with you. As he spoke, the old man seemed to transform, a sharp and piercing aura emanating from him. He felt an overwhelming and fierce energy wash over him, as if pricked by 1,000 needles, rendering him momentarily immobile. This momentum appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Once it dissipated, he regained his composure, excitement illuminating his face. "Grandfather, teach me," Xinwu, concerned for his grandson's well-being amidst the intensity of his aura, did not maintain it for long, merely allowing He a fleeting experience before retracting it. To his surprise, He recovered swiftly, suggesting that his spiritual strength might surpass that of the average person. Do not aim too high just yet. The momentum of martial arts is still a distant goal for you. Focus on grasping the sword technique first, infusing it with your own spirit. Each person's understanding is unique. Contemplate what the essence of this sword technique truly is. With that, Xinwu ambled upstairs, leaving He in deep thought. Lingbo? The ebb and flow of waves? Water? The principle of yielding to overcome strength? He began to glean an understanding. Time slipped away like grains of sand, unnoticed, as several days passed since his visit to his grandfather's home. During this time, upon returning to school, He found himself most often in the swimming pool, immersed in water as he practiced his sword techniques, savoring the sensations of the waves. After mastering his moves in still water, he requested to simulate ocean waves for a new round of training. In addition to his martial technique training, He made significant progress in body refinement. The tiger bone refining pill, indeed a rare treasure, had allowed him to refine the bones of his left upper limb entirely after consuming just 2. He had even made considerable progress on his right lower limb, with the remaining toe bones expected to be completed within 2 days. The rapid pace of his refinement was attributed not only to the pills, but also to his exceptional absorption of their medicinal properties. If the efficacy of a single pill were quantified, the average person might absorb only 60 to 70%, with the remainder dissipating. However, thanks to his potent spiritual strength, He could absorb up to 90%. These two factors combined facilitated He's swift advancement in body refinement, yet the use of medicinal pills inevitably led to a degree of drug resistance. Upon consuming the second pill, he distinctly felt its effects were not as pronounced as the first. He decided to reserve the final pill for the daunting task of refining his skull. "Hey, isn't today your birthday? Aren't you going to take a break?" Fanny Yang, hands in his pockets, stood by the pool, grinning at He, who had just surfaced. "That's enough for today. I can call it a day." He shook his hair, wiped his face, and climbed out of the water. His soaked training attire clung tightly to him, accentuating his muscular physique. "Then let us go. I've got everything arranged." Fanny Yang handed him a towel, still smiling. "All right, I'll take a shower and be right there." Grabbing the towel, He made his way to the bathroom. Although it was Thursday, the school would grant a 3-day break starting tomorrow, allowing students to leave after morning classes. Moreover, today also marked He's birthday. Uncertain of what gift to present, Fanny Yang simply asked He what he desired. He casually replied that a membership to the martial arts hall would suffice. Thus, Fanny Yang had made arrangements to take He to the martial arts hall today. Chapter 12. Le Qingying Wao. It's truly grand, He marveled as he stood before the entrance of the Pinnacle Martial Arts Hall. He had long heard of its renown, but had never visited. It was said to be the foremost martial arts hall in Jiangling, with branches in many southern cities. "Let us go inside." Fanny Yang patted He and led him directly to the 5th floor. "2 gentlemen, this way please. Manager Liu has been awaiting your arrival." At the elevator, a welcoming girl who had received prior instructions approached to guide them as they stepped off. Arriving at the door marked with the manager's nameplate, the girl knocked lightly, announcing, "Manager Liu, the guests have arrived. Please enter," came a steady male voice from within. As they entered, the girl gently closed the door behind them. Inside, a spacious office awaited, with a large desk and 2 rows of bookshelves. A tall, burly man in a short-sleeved shirt, sporting black hair, stood up with a smile, greeting them. "Xiao Yang, you're looking increasingly handsome. And this must be your classmate. Come, have a seat." "Uncle Lo, why are you personally attending to us?" Fanny Yang, seemingly familiar with the middle-aged man, casually sat down on a nearby sofa. He followed suit, politely greeting, "Hello, Manager Liu." Manager Liu, whose full name was Lu Zhuaran, despite being middle-aged, retained a fit physique due to years of martial arts practice. He nodded, a warm smile on his face. Today just happened to be free, and I haven't seen you in a while, so I thought I'd host you myself. Thank you, Uncle Lu. That's very kind of you. This is my brother Fang He. Today is his birthday, and I thought to gift him a membership to the Pinnacle Martial Arts Hall. Fanny Yang briefly acknowledged the gesture before revealing their purpose. Not a problem at all. I'll have someone register Xiao He's information shortly. Though Manager Lu had a rugged demeanor, he exuded a friendly aura. Thank you, Manager Lu. Fang He expressed his gratitude. We're all family here. No need for such formality. Just call me Uncle Lu like Xiao Yang does. He waved his hand dismissively, cheerfully. After some idle chatter, Fanny Yang announced it was time to leave. Instead of taking the elevator, the two opted for the stairs, intending to explore as they descended. You certainly hold a prestigious position, receiving a personal welcome from a manager, Fang He remarked to Fanny Yang while surveying the layout of the Pinnacle Martial Arts Hall. What prestige do I possess? It's merely due to my family's connections. They wish to expand their influence, and my family can offer assistance. Fanny Yang replied nonchalantly. That's so. It is young Master Yang. My apologies for the oversight. The two explored the 5-story martial arts hall, familiarizing themselves with its structure. The first 3 floors were largely uniform, equipped with various training apparatus, albeit differing in intensity according to the user's strength. The 4th floor served as a lounge and dining area, while the 5th housed the management's offices. As an old saying in Xia country goes, now that we are here, we might as well make the most of it. Thus, they decided to practice on the 3rd floor. 806 kg, 612 kg, 823 kg, 603 kg. Fang He delivered a series of punches to the punching bag, a stream of numbers flashing across the screen. He felt a sense of satisfaction with these results. Considering he was not a strength-based martial artist, such figures were quite normal. However, the disparity in power between his left and right hands was notable, indicating a need for focused training on his left. 1030 kg, 868 kg, 1100 kg, 923 kg. Fanny Yang appeared to execute his punches with greater ease, yet his results surpassed Fang He's by a significant margin. Sister, you are quite formidable. I see you have ceased your theatrics, Fang He noted, eyeing the numbers on the screen. Fanny Yang rolled his eyes in response, retorting, shall we engage in a friendly match on the nearby stage? Today, I'm not feeling well. We shall battle another day, Fang He scoffed. At that moment, a young woman appeared at the entrance, capturing the attention of numerous trainees in the vicinity. She seemed to be searching for someone and, upon spotting Fang He, her eyes brightened as she approached him. Who is this girl? He wondered, not recognizing her as the young heiress of the Pinnacle Martial Arts Hall. This is my first time seeing her. Those legs look incredibly powerful. Focus and merely observe, he reminded himself. Unbeknownst to Fang He, the girl was indeed seeking Fanny Yang. With her long, jet-black hair tied in a ponytail, sun-kissed skin, bright eyes, and a radiant smile, her loose martial arts attire did little to conceal her graceful silhouette. As she stood before Fanny Yang, Fang He realized she was quite tall, nearly matching his friend's height. Lu Qingying, what brings you here? Fanny Yang inquired, clearly recognizing her. My father mentioned you were on the 3rd floor. So I came to find you. Let us head to the ring for a match. Fang He nudged Fanny Yang, raising an eyebrow in unspoken understanding. Fanny Yang, aware of Fang He's implication, clarified, this is Uncle Li's daughter. We have known each other since childhood. She is passionate about martial arts, and we often spar together. You must be Fang He, right? My father has spoken of you. I hear you will frequently train here, so we can exchange insights. Let us at each other on the virtual network, Lu Qingying generously offered. Fang He found her demeanor quite appealing, radiant, unpretentious, and a perfect match beside his brother. Sounds good, he agreed. Fanny Yang, let us head to the ring, Lu Qingying exclaimed, pulling Fanny Yang along. Having grown accustomed to such dynamics over the years, Fanny Yang resigned himself to her enthusiasm. Fang He, intrigued by their abilities, was eager to witness the spectacle on the stage. The two figures danced in a flurry of movement, engaging in a lively exchange of unarmed combat. Though Lu Qingying wielded no weapons, Fang He discerned her style suggested proficiency with instruments akin to guns or staffs. Her martial prowess was well developed, characterized by an assertive style that leveraged sheer strength, likely having reached an advanced stage of physical refinement. In contrast, Fanny Yang demonstrated an impeccable defense against her onslaught, exhibiting composure and skill. After a sweeping kick from Lu Qingying, She paused, allowing Fanny Yang to create distance. That was refreshing. Sparring with you is truly enjoyable, she remarked. Fanny Yang, ever the gracious sparring partner, had refrained from finishing the match on several occasions, displaying remarkable etiquette. Yet, he couldn't resist teasing. Next time, let us not jump straight into a match upon meeting. Lu Qingying chose not to respond, and Fanny Yang added, well, we shall take our leave now. They descended from the stage, bidding farewell to Lu Qingying, who waved, come again soon. On the 5th floor, in the manager's office, Lu Zhuoran inquired about his daughter's day. It was exhilarating, she replied, sipping water. A hint of exasperation crossed Lu Zhuoran's face as he sighed. I meant to ask how things are progressing with young Yang. His strength is impressive. I still have some catching up to do, she answered. Lu Zhuoran's forehead creased with frustration. I was inquiring about your relationship with young Yang. You've known each other for so long and sparred countless times. Haven't there been any sparks? Rest assured, you need not worry. We are merely friends. Lu Qingying was well aware of her father's intentions to matchmake her with Fanny Yang. However, perhaps due to their long-standing familiarity, there was little romantic inclination. Watching her depart, Lu Zhuoran felt a sense of helplessness. Despite Fanny Yang's exceptional talent, appearance, and background, the chemistry simply wasn't there, leaving him anxious and impatient. Chapter 13. The Challenge Match. Mom, I'm back. Fang Xingyuan's voice echoed from the study. Your mother is working late today. She'll return later, came the reply. Oh, on your desk is your birthday gift for this year. Fang He had returned to his room and immediately noticed a beautifully wrapped box on the table. Bone refinement powder, he exclaimed upon getting closer and reading the label. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Xingyuan had stealthily positioned himself at the door, clearly enjoying Fang He's astonishment. How do you like the gift? Fang Xingyuan leaned against the doorframe, hands crossed in front of him, grinning mischievously. I am pleased. But where did you acquire such funds? Fang He queried, skepticism evident in his expression. Well, I am the head of the household, after all. Seeing Fang He's doubtful gaze, Fang Xingyuan dropped the pretense and explained, your school is organizing a challenge match, and your mother and I thought, given your birthday coincides with it, we would prepare a medicinal bath for you to enhance your strength. Fang He understood immediately. As his father turned to return to the study, he called out, Dad. Thank you. Hey, you better do well. If you make it into the seed class, I'll have something to brag about. That night, Fang He immersed himself in a wooden tub, with only his head above water. Eyes closed as he diligently practiced the Qi Ling Ju to absorb the medicinal properties. The steam rising from the bathroom indicated he had been at it for quite some time. Typically, prolonged training sessions were ill-advised, but the gentle nature of the medicinal bath allowed for extended absorption. After a while, Fang He opened his eyes, a spark of excitement illuminating his gaze. The entire right leg has been thoroughly refined. Though he still had a way to go before reaching complete mastery of the bone refinement technique, he had made significant progress compared to only having completed the torso previously, and no matter how far Tang Liang advanced to the next stage, the gap in physical refinement was not insurmountable. On October 14th, Monday, the weather was clear. After a 3-day break, the campus buzzed with life again, students in various uniforms heading towards the martial arts classroom. It was the day of the challenge match, which would run for 3 days. Each grade would compete separately, the second-year students in the multifunctional classroom on the 8th floor, while the other 2 grades were assigned to the 7th and 9th floors. Respectively, Fang He and the other eligible participants were already warming up, and a quick glance revealed around 500 students present for the challenge match. Martial arts training relied not only on talent but also on resources. With a chance to vie for a spot in the elite seed class, all qualified individuals were eager to participate. Tang Liang has already advanced to the next stage, Fanny Yang remarked, stretching beside Fang He. Indeed, Fang He was not surprised. This had been anticipated. Seeing this, Fanny Yang opted for silence, allowing Fang He to focus on his preparations. Nearby, students from Class 9 who were also eligible for the challenge match included Luo Yi, Li Xinyuan, and Ran Xiongfeng, along with several others. Who should I challenge? Li Xinyuan asked, having completed her warm-up. Naturally, you should target someone lower in the rankings. Don't tell me you haven't decided yet, Luo Yi replied. As if it were the most obvious course of action, I have an idea, but I wanted to confirm with you first. By the way, who do you think has a higher probability of winning today? Fang He or Tang Liang? Fang He. But Tang Liang has already reached the next stage, she noted. aware that Tang Liang had openly declared his intention to teach Fang He a lesson this time. Li Xinyuan was puzzled by Luo Yi's confidence in Fang He. "Do you know what my rank was in middle school?" Luo Yi countered with a question rather than responding. "Wasn't it third?" Li Xinyuan replied uncertainly, "Correct. Fang He ranked first in the entire grade." Luo Yi had refrained from mentioning this matter previously because Fang He was making slow progress at that time. Bringing it up would have been detrimental for him. Jiangling City boasts nearly 100 middle schools, and each year before the high school entrance examination, the most outstanding students from each school are already reserved by the 3 major high schools. The top students from each middle school typically secure places in seed classes upon entering high school. What Li Xinyuan fails to comprehend is why Fang He, once so formidable, performed so unremarkably during the class division. At 10 o'clock sharp, that slightly plump, balding head of the grade director ascended the central platform of the classroom. Below him stood over 600 students clad in martial arts uniforms, with the first and second seed classes distinctly separated from the other challengers. In the distance, students from various classes gathered to watch the proceedings. Today is the challenge match. The rules are well known, so I shall not elaborate further. There are now 10 arenas, and those wishing to challenge may take the stage. I reiterate, no malicious harm is permitted. Violators will face severe punishment. The grade director was remarkably straightforward, stepping down from the platform without a hint of hesitation. Subsequently, 10 martial arts instructors appeared on the arena to act as judges for the challenge match. Below, the non-seed class students did not rush to challenge. Instead, they scrutinized the seed class students, hesitating over whether to be the first to take the plunge. They understood that the first challenger would inevitably face a fierce counterattack, becoming a target for establishing dominance. Although serious injury was prohibited, it was normal for martial artists to lose control during combat. Most of the seed class students remained remarkably composed. Having been stronger from the start, coupled with a year of training in the seed class, they were confident of easily defeating challengers. A small number appeared grave. They were the lower-ranked students, the ones most likely to be singled out. Despite their inherent advantages, a string of continuous challenges could prove perilous. If injured, it would be challenging to defend themselves in the subsequent days. They were mentally preparing to unleash their full strength should they be challenged. Aiming to establish their momentum, Liu Ningxi stood in the front row, his expression indifferent, his tall figure standing elegantly, exuding an air of tranquility as he remained unfazed by the glances cast his way. He indeed possessed the credentials. As the recognized top student of the second year, not a single one of the over 500 students participating in the challenge dared to set their sights on him. The judges on the arena did not rush him. Their role was solely to ensure fairness during the match and to intervene swiftly to protect the students from serious injury. Fang He chuckled softly, intending to take the lead, parting the crowd as he moved forward. He was not a particularly renowned figure. Aside from those in Class 9 and Class 1, few recognized him, however, as he made his move. He instantly attracted considerable attention. Seeing Fang He step forward, Tang Liang from the seed class could barely contain a smirk, already envisioning the scene of Fang He falling to defeat. Who was this person? Some began inquiring among those nearby. Fang He, from Class 9. This name sounds somewhat familiar. He is the one whom Tang Liang from Class 1 claimed he would teach a lesson to not long ago. Oh, so it's him. Although many had heard of Fang He due to Tang Liang's boast, this was their first encounter with him. At first glance, he seemed rather ordinary, leaving them wondering what abilities he possessed. How did he end up facing Tang Liang? Upon piecing together the background, a glimmer of anticipation crept into the eyes of the onlookers as they turned to Fang He. Challenges born of enmity are always the most thrilling. Fang He ascended the platform with poise, his figure tall, his gaze serene, a smile gracing his lips as he advanced deliberately. Upon reaching the arena, he turned, wielding a 3-foot azure sword, the tip tracing an arc in the air as it pointed at Tang Liang. Tang Liang, come forth! This echoed the scene from their martial arts class. Chapter 14. Sword against Tang Liang, boom. The spectators erupted into chatter from afar. Fang He is truly audacious. He would never go back on a promise made. While that may be true, being the first to challenge in front of thousands of peers, if he were to falter, he would undoubtedly become infamous throughout the school. Tang Liang was already honing his internal organs. While Fang He must still be refining his bones. Victory would be a formidable challenge. Few placed their bets on Fang He, with only scattered murmurs acknowledging his courage. Provoked by Fang He, Tang Liang's breath grew heavier. Anger flickered in his narrow eyes, as if he intended to devour Fang He alive, his expression distorted by rage. He pushed through the crowd, swiftly stepping onto the stage, his staff striking the ground with a dull thud. Fang He paid no heed to the furious Tang Liang, turning to the judge and stating, "Sir, this time we have a wager. If Tang Liang loses, he must transfer 1,000 credits to me." The judge glanced at Tang Liang. Tang Liang grumbled. Yes, he was eager to commence the match, hastily confirming the wager's legitimacy with the judge. He transferred the 1,000 credits to the judge for safekeeping. The judge verified the transaction, stepped back and announced, "The match begins." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang Liang, having waited impatiently, lunged forward, delivering a mighty strike, a blow of tremendous force. Tang Liang showed no sign of underestimating Fang He, launching into his martial technique right from the start, aiming for a decisive victory in the face of Tang Liang's strike. Fang He's eyes narrowed slightly. This martial technique had indeed been mastered by him, possessing both form and spirit. It appeared that the rumors of his refining the internal organs were merely a facade to divert attention, while he had secretly honed his martial skills. Evidently, the previous encounter had greatly stimulated him. The ripple step, Fang He glided aside with the grace of ripples on a lake, effortlessly evading the blow. Tang Liang, having learned from his past mistake, offered no chances to Fang He, continuing his onslaught. Tang Liang's staff technique had been perfected. The outcome seemed inevitable. Those near the arena recognized the move. Indeed, it was compounded by the fact that Tang Liang's physical conditioning was a level ahead. Had there been any initial supporters of Fang He, they were now merely speculating how many strikes he could endure. Fang He faced a daunting challenge. Li Xinyuan whispered, "Don't you see?" Loi, fixated on the arena, replied without turning, "See what?" Li Xinyuan was taken aback. Currently, Tang Liang dominated the stage, leaving Fang He with no means to retaliate, relying solely on his footwork to evade. However, Tang Liang's superior stamina meant that if Fang He slowed, it would spell his defeat. Yet, Fang He's movements seemed to grow increasingly fluid. Indeed, his footwork had become remarkably smoother compared to the beginning. As time passed, some spectators began to notice this change. Tang Liang sensed it too. Despite his fierce demeanor, he was gaining ground without any tangible advantage against Fang He, inflicting no significant damage. Dodging all you can do? Tang Liang bellowed. Another strike was unleashed. Fang He remained silent, his eyes brimming with mockery. He had already discerned Tang Liang's techniques during their earlier exchanges. Now was the time to counterattack. Flowing clouds and water, Tang Liang hurriedly blocked the first strike. His astonishment barely contained. "You two have mastered martial techniques? Wow. He has indeed mastered the ripple sword technique? How long has it been since he acquired that skill?" This match was bound to be exhilarating. Indeed, Loi understood, scanning the crowd and noting the expressions of surprise around him, except for Fanny Yang, who remained unfazed, before turning his gaze back to the arena. The tide of battle had shifted. Each of Fang He's strikes found the balance point of Tang Liang's power, preemptively dismantling his techniques. This frustrating feeling pushed Tang Liang to the brink of explosion. The tiger descends the mountain, Tang Liang roared, unleashing a new martial technique. This was a technique he had asked his family to help him find. It was not fully mastered yet, but with his previous techniques countered, this was his only option. Fang He's pupils constricted. A new technique, albeit not fully developed, was still less powerful than the preceding techniques. It seemed Tang Liang intended to rely solely on brute force. Without hesitation, Fang He gripped his sword with both hands, countering the strike while the recoil surged through his body. Without delay, he lightly tapped his toes and advanced. Rowing against the current, water reveals the stone. A reverse slash followed by a vertical cut. Tang Liang barely managed to block the first strike, but faced with the descending second strike, he could only awkwardly grip the staff with one hand. Attempting to shield himself, the blade met the staff with a shower of sparks. Bang! The sound of the other end of the staff hitting the ground reverberated as Tang Liang was forced to kneel on one knee. The blade now rested against his neck. "Tang Liang, you are defeated." Fang He turned his gaze to the judge, who nodded in acknowledgement before retracting the sword. Tang Liang silently rose, turning to exit the stage, eager to evade becoming a mere backdrop for Fang He and uninterested in the opinions of others. This time, he had not taken Fang He lightly, giving it his all without excuses. He refrained from denigrating Fang He further. Knowing such actions would only diminish his own worth in this challenge, Fang He emerges victorious. The judge announced the outcome, transferring the credits to Fang He's account. Phew! At last, victory was his, while it could not be deemed effortless. It was far superior to the previous exchange of injuries. Meanwhile, an elderly man in the corner observed everything with keen interest, accompanied by the grade director, who was a step behind. Fang He performed admirably this time. The elder remarked, nodding in approval, his tone laced with relief. He was indeed a promising talent, but after facing setbacks in his first year, he struggled to recover. It now appears that he has finally broken free from his shackles. The grade director responded from the side at it. Seems that Zhou Chuyu from Lingbei is on the verge of claiming the title of champion for the year 2025. We cannot afford any losses this time around. So let us afford these children more attention. Yes, principal, he replied, and with that, the elder turned to leave, while the grade director shifted his focus back to the arena. Fang He's victory this time sounded like a clarion call for offense, and the challengers in the audience finally began to take action. Feng Yuqin from Class 3 challenges Yang Shi, Dong Lei from Class 5 challenges Zhang Zhan, Luo Yi from Class 9 challenges Du Zheng. Luo Yi leaped onto the stage, initiating her challenge to the seed class. She practiced boxing and had already donned her iron gauntlets. Her target was one of the two individuals who accompanied Tang Liang when he issued his challenge. Du Zheng's expression darkened. His strength paled in comparison to Tang Liang, and he had heard whispers of Luo Yi's reputation within the seed class. This battle would not be an easy one. Though the match would be tough, one must engage in the fight to ascertain the outcome. Thus, he stepped onto the stage, ready to face her. Fanny Yang from Class 9 challenges Wang Yanghao. Following closely behind was Fanny Yang, naturally challenging the lone remaining opponent. Wang Yanghao felt considerably more at ease. After all, Fanny Yang typically kept a low profile and had no notable achievements, hence he did not attract much attention. However, Wang Yanghao did not let his guard down, as the example of Tang Liang loomed large. There were indeed formidable individuals outside the seed class. The referee announced the commencement of the matches. Fierce battles erupted across the various arenas. Overall, the seed class maintained a clear advantage, with Luo Yi and Fanny Yang being the notable exceptions. Luo Yi advanced confidently, her fists striking like agile serpents emerging from their lairs, swift and incisive, leaving her opponents at a loss. The sound of her iron gauntlets slicing through the air was palpable. Observing her prowess, Du Zheng silently lamented. Where did these challengers come from? He wielded a blade, where one would expect boldness and audacity, yet faced with Luo Yi's dazzling boxing techniques, he could only resort to passive defense. Break? Luo Yi exclaimed sharply. Under the pressure, Du Zheng was struck squarely on his right shoulder, a faint crack echoing as he was sent sprawling. Fortunately, the referee was nearby to catch him. Otherwise, he would have fallen off the stage. The referee decisively proclaimed, Luo Yi wins. She enters the seed class and is open for challenges. As Luo Yi descended from the stage, she discovered that Fanny Yang had already completed his bout. It took merely 2 strikes from him, one to deflect Wang Yanghao's sword and the other to fell him. Concluding the match swiftly, Fanny Yang's prowess was evident, showcasing his skills at the late stage of his internal refinement, on the verge of entering the marrow-washing phase, which drew admiration from the onlookers. Sister, you truly are my good brother, Feng He remarked, gazing at the descending Fanny Yang. Fanny Yang rolled his eyes. I merely found him displeasing. What does that have to do with you? Feng He dismissed his words and turned with a grin to the freshly descended Luo Yi, saying, of course, I must also thank you, Sister Yi, for coming to my aid. Luo Yi huffed lightly, striking a pose of authority, and replied in a melodious tone, you are my little brother. How could I allow others to bully you? During their early middle school days, Luo Yi had already shown remarkable talent, ranking among the top in her grade. Feng He, being frail at that time and often bullied by classmates, was aided by Luo Yi, leading him to regard her as his big sister. To avoid the awkwardness of calling her big sister, Luo Yi insisted that Feng He refer to her as boss. This title remained unchanged even as Feng He began to showcase his own talents. Surpassing her. Chapter 15. Winter Break. The seed class lived up to its name. By the end of the challenge competition, fewer than 10% of its original members were displaced. Class 9 made a significant impression this time, with all 3 of Feng He's group entering the seed class. Due to their formidable performances in the arena, they faced no challengers until the very end. Ran Shengfeng succeeded in his challenge but could not retain his position, being ousted on the final day after a series of exhausting battles. The others fared even worse, with the closest contender, Li Xinyuan, narrowly missing out and regrettably falling short. After ascending to the seed class, Fang He experienced the privilege of resource allocation. Firstly, the cafeteria now allowed access to the 7th floor, and martial arts training included dietary supplements alongside elixirs and herbal baths, albeit with slower results than the latter. Secondly, the exclusive spirit guidance array of the seed class proved to be more effective, enhancing the conversion efficiency each time they activated the spirit awakening technique. Additionally, the rewards and credits increased, allowing for the exchange of various training resources. The ensuing days were tranquil, with no one seeking trouble. Fang He diligently engaged in his studies and training. To gain admission to a martial arts university, one must not only excel in martial arts but also possess a solid foundation in cultural subjects. Otherwise, one risks becoming merely a brute in the end. The subjects of history and Tao cultivation would conclude at the end of the second year's second semester, followed by assessments graded from A to D. With a minimum requirement of B to enter a martial arts university, thankfully, Fang He's learning efficiency had significantly improved, ensuring he would pass these courses without issue. Next were the 4 core subjects: Chinese, Science, Biology, and Geography. Each subject had a maximum score of 200 points, and to qualify for a martial arts university, the total score across these subjects must not fall below 500 points. The final score would be calculated as 40 of the cultural subject scores combined with 60 of the martial arts scores, which are assessed through the battle network, with a total of 800 points available, 300 points for martial arts realm assessment, and 500 for combat techniques. Historically, a total score above 500 points would suffice for admission into a martial arts university, while the top 5 universities would require at least 730 points. After a semester of study, Fang He finally welcomed the 20-day winter break. The first semester exams for the second year focused solely on cultural subjects, and the results were quite satisfactory, with B grades in history and Tao cultivation, and scores around 600 in the 4 core subjects. In the dormitory, Fannying emerged after packing his belongings and inquired of Fang He, "What are your plans for the winter break?" "Just staying at home. What else could I do? What about you?" Fang He had already readied his things, preparing to head downstairs together. "I'm also going home. But my family might take me out for a bit." "That sounds nice." A hint of envy flickered in Fang He's eyes. When Fannying spoke of going out, it did not refer to a vacation but rather an excursion beyond the city. Presently, the wilderness outside the city was rife with demon beasts, and without adequate strength, safety could not be guaranteed. Ordinary individuals might not leave the city even once in years. Of course, there was traffic between cities, but the transportation costs were not inexpensive. What's so great about that? I don't want to move at all. Fannying felt indifferent towards this. He was inherently a laid-back individual, content to let things unfold naturally. Fang He scoffed lightly. See you next year. See you next year. The essence of the new year lies in reunion, with families gathering to share meals and converse. On Fang He's father's side, apart from his grandparents, there were hardly any other relatives. For them, the new year was merely a family meal for 5. This was no different from usual, except that during the new year, both his father and mother would stay overnight at his grandparents' home. Fang He recalled hearing his father mention, almost in passing during his childhood, that he had an elder uncle. However, this uncle was significantly older than his father and had unfortunately passed away young, leaving his father with little memory, only a vague recollection of his existence. On Nan Shui's side, there were more relatives. She had 3 sisters. They lived in various locations and only reunited during the new year. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Fang He's family purchased 3 tickets to the neighboring city to visit their maternal grandparents. This was not Fang He's first time leaving the city, but each time, he could not help but gaze outward, despite the desolate wilderness beyond. Within a 50-kilometer radius of the city, demon beasts were seldom spotted, as the patrol teams would regularly clear the areas surrounding the city. The cunning demon beasts had long since vacated the vicinity, understanding the dangers. Beyond 50 kilometers, traces of demon beasts began to appear sporadically. However, upon noticing the fully armed escort surrounding the bus, they quickly vanished from sight. As the demon beasts, accustomed to surviving in the wild, possessed a keen sense of danger, Yunhua City. The elderly couple, eagerly anticipating this day, began bustling about early, preparing various ingredients. Their eldest daughter was married locally and could be seen often. But both the second and youngest daughters had married out of town, only reuniting in person during the new year. While they usually kept in touch through the virtual world, "Brother, you're here." Lindsay, having learned of her second aunt's family's arrival in Yunhua City, estimated the time and waited at the door. They had arrived the previous day. "Did you miss me?" Fang He was equally delighted to see his sister. "Of course," Lindsay replied emphatically before changing the subject. "Where's my gift? Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exciting. Rest assured, I haven't forgotten." Fang He produced a bracelet crafted from icy silkworm silk that he had purchased earlier, which had a calming effect. It had cost him quite a bit from his savings. "Hee, thank you, brother," Lindsay exclaimed joyfully as she received the gift and dashed into the house, leaving Fang He with only her departing figure. Fang He chuckled and shook his head, preparing to follow her inside when a hand reached out from the side and pulled him into an embrace. Before he could struggle, the owner of that hand spoke up. "Fang He, long time no see, Han Ge." At that moment, Fang He recognized the voice. The person was none other than his cousin, Yang Zhihan, currently a sophomore at Beihai Martial Arts University in Dingjiang City. "It seems we've grown distant after just a few days apart." Yang Zhihan feigned dissatisfaction. "Not at all," Fang He denied, curiosity piqued. "What level of strength have you attained now?" "Late stage of Lingdong, and my spiritual seed is about to bloom," Yang Zhihan said with a hint of pride, gathering a ball of spiritual energy in his palm, from which Fang He sensed a sharp aura. "Your spiritual power is of the metal attribute?" Though phrased as a question, his tone was quite assertive. "Indeed, I only entered the Lingdong realm after starting university and began to condense my spiritual seed." After Yang Zhihan confirmed, he inquired, "What about you?" "I am nearing the end of my organ refinement and about to commence marrow washing." "Yes, I am indeed close to finishing my organ refinement." Over the past 4 months, Fang He had used his last tiger bone refining pill to assist in the tempering of his skull, and had since begun refining his organs, now on the cusp of entering the marrow washing stage. "So fast. Truly deserving of our family's genius," Yang Zhihan exclaimed in astonishment. It's worth noting that some students at various martial arts universities are still in the blood-quenching stage by their first year, while his own cousin, still in the second year of high school, is already preparing for marrow washing. Simply terrifying. Yang Zhihan seemed to ponder for a moment, his eyes glinting as he said, "Would you be interested in joining me outside the city?" Fang He's eyes brightened at once, but then hesitated, thinking of the many dangers in the wild. They might not get permission from their families to venture out alone. No worries. This year our school's mentor is leading a winter break wilderness training expedition. A master in the Mingxiao realm, so safety is assured. I'm the captain, guiding the freshmen to hone their skills. We'll depart on the 6th morning and return on the 10th. What do you say? Are you interested? Fang He's eyes shone even brighter, and he immediately replied, "Absolutely. With a teacher from a martial arts university ensuring safety, and with you as captain, my family will surely be at ease." This plan is settled. Chapter 16. The Wild. As expected, after Fang He discussed this with his family, his parents readily agreed. They believed that with a teacher from a martial arts university leading the group, safety was guaranteed. Therefore, it was beneficial for their child to broaden his horizons. A minor incident occurred when Lindsay expressed a desire to join the expedition upon hearing about her cousin's plans for the wild, but was sternly refused by her family. It was deemed too dangerous for her to venture into the wilderness without first refining her body. "Fang He, this is Teacher Tian from our school." Early on the 6th day of the new year, after bidding farewell to his family, Yang Zhihan brought Fang He to the assembly point. Teacher Tian appeared quite youthful, always wearing a friendly smile. With a head of vibrant short hair, neatly styled bangs framed a pair of lively eyes. If not mentioned, one might mistake him for a senior of Yang Zhihan. "Hello, Teacher Tian." Teacher Tian looked at Fang He with approval and nodded. "You must be the cousin Zhihan spoke of, already nearing marrow washing while still in the second year of high school. Impressive. Would you be interested in attending our school in the future?" Although it was a delightful moment to receive praise for his cousin, Yang Zhihan shot a glance at Fang He. His cousin aimed to challenge the 5 great universities, and while their school was good, it still fell short of the 5 great universities. "Thank you for the compliment, teacher, but it's still too early to decide as the college entrance examination is far away. I believe I should wait until after the exams to make a decision." Fang He was aware that he could not simply agree, even verbally, and thus politely declined. "All right," Teacher Tian responded nonchalantly, as he was merely scouting out a promising talent, and a refusal was not an issue. Once all participants had gathered, he continued, "Now that everyone is here, let us set off." This marked Fang He's first true venture outside the city. Previously, when leaving the city, he would board a vehicle within the city's confines, guarded by a security team, and be taken directly to another city. Including Fang He and Yang Zhehan, there were 10 participants in this winter training expedition, 7 males and 3 females. Thus, this small team rented 2 large trucks. As some demon beasts were quite sizable and could be exchanged for blue star coins upon being hunted, or even for spiritual points if they were of a higher level. This city wall is truly high and thick. A boy sharing the same vehicle remarked as they passed through the city gates. Indeed, this wall serves as the sturdiest line of defense against demon beast attacks. During its construction, it was reinforced not only by earth attribute experts, but also supported from the outside by metal attribute experts. With patrol teams on duty 24/7, Yang Zhehan educated the younger students on the survival knowledge of the wild. The novices in the vehicle listened with bated breath, eager to enhance their martial prowess, imagining themselves vanquishing ancient demons in the mountains and kicking sea dragons in the depths. The areas near the city generally harbored no formidable demon beasts. Hence, the range for their training was designated between 100 to 150 kilometers, which was considered a relatively safe distance. As the captain, Yang Zhehan patiently explained. "Senior, have you been to Yunming's?" a girl asked. "Yunming's? I visited once last semester with my mentor. It was exceedingly dangerous. Just the outskirts are already teeming with Lingdong-level demon beasts. If I were to go alone, my current strength would barely suffice." "Wow, senior, tell us more." The girl, Kong Qingshuang, was boisterous and easily memorable. Yang Zhehan cleared his throat. "Then I shall share my experience." Using her question as a segue, the group in the vehicle began to discuss Yunming's animatedly. Fang He chose not to participate in the discussion, instead listening quietly. After all, his theoretical knowledge stemmed solely from textbooks and the internet. Lacking personal insights, as the conversation unfolded, he gained greater understanding of Yunming's. Spanning nearly 100,000 square kilometers, Yunming's is the largest inland lake in the southern region. It teems with water attribute demon beasts, and it is said that even dragons have been spotted there. The abundant water resources nourish the surrounding dense forests, attracting a multitude of birds and beasts. Yet, corresponding with the dangers are the treasures of resources. Various rare herbs for potion crafting can be found in the mountains, and ores can be used to forge weapons or exchanged in the city for cultivation supplies. As for the high-quality pearls produced in Yunming's, wearing them is said to aid in cultivation, with reports suggesting that they are even used in the construction of spirit-gathering formations. All right, let's stop, prepare to set up camp. Just as the group was engrossed in discussion, they arrived at the predetermined destination, and the ever-watchful teacher Tian called out. Upon hearing the command, everyone quickly disembarked. They sought a spot sheltered from the wind to establish their camp. Everyone busied themselves, some carried supplies, while others cleared the accumulated snow. Lacking experience and prior learning, Fang He helped out wherever needed. With everyone contributing, a simple camp was erected in less than half an hour. Teacher Tian glanced at the time and said, "Now, Yang Zhehan will lead the team to conduct activities in the surrounding area while hunting some demon beasts for today's meal. That I will stay at the camp. Should any danger arise, immediately signal with a flare, and I will rush to your aid." After giving some additional safety instructions, Teacher Tian gestured for Yang Zhehan to lead the group. "Let us go." By this time, the sun had risen, and the winter sunlight cast a tranquil and harmonious glow upon the snowy ground. The 12 members, led by Yang Zhehan, ventured forth, leaving a trail of footprints behind. Moo! The low growl of a demon beast shattered the serene atmosphere, causing Yang Zhehan to relax while the others tensed up instantly. Despite having watched numerous videos of battles against demon beasts and having trained in the battle network, encountering one in the wild made everyone instinctively tighten their nerves. It's a giant horned bull. Not very high in level at the organ refinement stage. Who wants to practice? Yang Zhehan leaped onto a tree and spotted a lone giant horned bull nearby, addressing the group below. Hearing this, everyone hesitated. Their strengths were all at the blood-quenching stage. While they might be comparable in strength to the demon beast, the beast's wild nature could elevate its combat prowess. A moment of carelessness could lead to serious injury. Since the training had just begun, they all wished to observe for a while. "I'll go." Fang He stepped forward decisively, heading in the direction pointed out by his cousin. with Yang Zhahan watching from behind. What was there to fear? Be careful. Fang He, don't be reckless. Good luck, and stay safe. Seeing Fang He take the initiative, the others hurriedly offered their encouragement. Fang He nodded, appreciating their goodwill. As he walked, he recalled the information about the giant horned bull. The giant horned bull, upon reaching adulthood, typically measures 3 to 4 meters in length and weighs around 2,500 kg, corresponding to the strength of the organ refinement stage. It possesses immense strength, is prone to rage, and has tough skin, making direct confrontation unwise. Its weaknesses lie in its eyes and nostrils. The most formidable among them could rival martial artists at the blood-quenching stage, while the king bull could reach the Lingdong realm in strength. The larger the horns, the stronger the beast. The horns can be used medicinally, ground into powder, and combined with other herbs to repel pests, making them essential items for wilderness survival. Since this training expedition was a last-minute decision, his weapon, Lin Yuan, remained at school. Fang He had purchased a high-quality standard long sword in Yunhua City. While not as comfortable as Lin Yuan, it was still adequate. As for heavy weaponry, everyone had opted not to bring it, carrying only some lightweight firearms, as this training was primarily focused on honing their martial skills. Taking a deep breath, Fang He gripped his sword tightly and swiftly approached the front. Chapter 17. The First Hunt in the Wild Qing. Do you think Fang He can handle that giant horned bull? A boy inquired. I'm not sure, but the senior mentioned that his cousin is a genius, so he must possess some unique qualities. Even if he struggles, the senior will be watching from the sidelines, so nothing will go awry, Qing Shuang remarked, observing Fang He's silhouette. Let us follow him. If Fang He needs support, we can arrive in time, suggested another girl. Yes, let us keep our distance to give him enough space, Qing Shuang replied, leading the group forward. Her carefree personality naturally positioned her as a leader among the crowd. Before long, Fang He spotted the giant horned bull, which appeared to be leisurely strolling like an old man taking a walk. He hid behind a large tree, watching intently. The bull was enormous. From a distance, it seemed manageable, but as he approached, it resembled a hefty hill. Its body was a bluish-gray, with a glossy coat, and its massive horns arched like crescent moons, each at least a meter long. Calm down. Fang He attempted to steady his breathing, recalling the lessons and instructional videos about dealing with demon beasts. Suddenly, a stone struck the bull, not causing it pain but provoking it. Raising its head, it caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent emanating from behind the tree. The bull pawed the ground, gathering momentum before charging forward. Upon hearing the thunderous sound akin to a heavy drumbeat, Fang He sensed impending danger and promptly dove forward, rolling away from his original position. Sure enough, just as he moved, the giant bull crashed into the tree, splintering it as if it were a mere twig. A sharp intake of breath echoed from the onlookers. This was indeed different from what was seen in the videos. The force was overwhelming. If I were to attempt to chop that tree down, it would take at least a dozen strikes. Everyone, quiet down. Qing Shuang fixed her gaze ahead, eager to see how Fang He would respond. After rolling, Fang He quickly regained his footing, covered in snow and dead leaves, appearing somewhat disheveled. Leaning slightly forward, he remained ready to evade. The bull did not keep him waiting. Upon locking onto Fang He, it lowered its head and charged directly at him. Damn, it's fast. Fang He couldn't help but mutter. Despite its massive size, the bull moved swiftly, barreling toward him like a heavy-duty truck, complete with navigation. Utilizing the light wave step, Fang He dodged among the surrounding trees, while the armored bull continued to demolish them one after another. I cannot afford to engage in a battle of attrition. This time, Fang He leaned against a sturdy tree, waiting until the bull was so close that he could feel the sharpness of its horns before pushing off the ground with his foot. Using the reaction force to leap into the air while simultaneously thrusting his sword downward. The water reveals the stone. The blade struck true, piercing the bull's eye. The agonizing roar of pain rang out. After hitting the target, Fang He leveraged the momentum of his flip to withdraw his sword. It would not do to leave his weapon embedded. Attempting to slay this creature without it would be sheer folly. Of course, such a maneuver could only be employed against less agile demon beasts. Attempting it against a martial artist would be tantamount to courting death, as leaping into the air without the ability to fly would merely present oneself as a target. Witnessing this scene from a distance, the students from Beihai University could not help but express their admiration. Impressive. Remarkable. Can you do that, Kang Yuan? Someone asked a nearby classmate. Kang Yuan shot him a glance, but remained silent. The senior's cousin is indeed formidable. Executing such a feat requires keen eyesight, quick reflexes, and unyielding courage, Qing Shuang whispered. Subsequently, Fang He replicated his previous success, blinding the other eye of the bull and then targeting its nose. The severely wounded armored bull became increasingly frenzied, yet it was evident to all that it was merely a cornered beast fighting for survival. Eye in the face of the rampaging bull, Fang He remained vigilant and composed. The books warn that the most frequent failures occur just a step away from victory. Boom! The bull, resembling a small mountain, finally collapsed, and the struggle had lasted nearly an hour. Spectacular! The crowd erupted in cheers. Truly worthy of being the senior's cousin. Those who previously harbored reservations about Yang Zhihan bringing his cousin for the training now shifted their perspectives. Well done. This bull's horns are worth something. Let us keep them for sale later, Yang Zhihan remarked as he approached Fang He, patting him on the back. Fang He tapped the bull's horn with his sword, producing a resonant sound. It seems impossible to break them. We'll have to take them whole and carry them back. As lunch approached, Yang Zhihan decided to lead the team back to camp for a meal before returning for the afternoon session. The giant horned bull Fang he had slain would serve as today's provisions, prompting several boys to retrieve ropes to secure it before they collectively dragged it back to the camp. At the campsite, Teacher Tian sat on a wooden stump. Upon seeing everyone return with a catch, he smiled and remarked, "A giant horned bull, very nice." "Who was the hunter?" "Teacher Tian." "It was Fang He," Qing Shuang responded. Teacher Tian regarded Fang He with keen interest. "Oh," Fang He humbly replied, "it was just luck. I happened to find its weak points and ultimately wore it down." Teacher Tian remained non-committal, noting that being able to hunt a giant horned bull one-on-one was no mere stroke of luck. He then refrained from further commentary, beckoning everyone to begin butchering the bull. Fang He had consumed plenty of demon beast meat before, whether from school or home, but nothing compared to the taste of something he had personally hunted. As Fang He savored a piece of steak, Qing Shuang approached with her lunchbox and inquired, "What were you thinking at that moment?" "What?" Fang He replied, momentarily taken aback, "when you faced the giant horned bull. I thought its eyes and nose were weak points, so I aimed to attack them." Fang He answered matter-of-factly. Qing Shuang gazed deeply at him, pondering, "You just acted on impulse?" "Yes." Qing Shuang recalled her own experiences during high school when she had been taken out into the wilderness for training with her peers, only to falter in the face of a demon beast and ultimately be rescued by the elders. Afternoon arrived, and after a hearty meal, the group set out once more, with Fang He's earlier example in mind. Everyone was more cautious in selecting their prey. Yet, when faced with the actual situation, aside from Qing Shuang, who had prior experience in the wild, the others found themselves in disarray, with several sustaining injuries. Fortunately, their wounds were not severe, and they retained some fighting capability. By 6 in the evening, darkness had begun to descend, prompting Yang Zhihan to lead the group back to the camp. Since the giant horned bull had not been fully consumed, they collected only the more valuable parts for ease of transport. "Tonight, Kang Yuan and I will keep watch. The rest of you should rest early," Yang Zhihan arranged, leaving Teacher Tian unconcerned with these matters. Yang Zhihan then scattered a circle of powder around the camp. Curious about Fang He's gaze, Yang Zhihan explained, "This is processed feces from high-level demon beasts. Using it tonight will help avoid disturbances from lower-level creatures." Fang He nodded. "Let us head back and rest. We've all had a long day." Chapter 18. The howl of the wolf king. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow upon the earth as if draping it in a delicate veil. Within the tent, everyone remained awake, their excitement palpable as they discussed the day's events during their first night in the wilderness. Fang He did not partake in the conversation. Instead, he reflected on the day's battle. Contemplating areas for improvement, a distant howl of a wolf echoed, gradually drawing nearer. Fang He sprang up, dashing toward the tent entrance. The others, caught off guard, quickly followed suit. Teacher Tian's expression had turned serious. His gaze fixed on the direction of the howl. "Teacher?" Yang Zhihan inquired, standing nearby. "It's the Wolf King from Crescent Moon Ridge," Teacher Tian replied slowly. "The Wolf King? Why has it come here?" Yang Zhihan exclaimed in shock. The revelation sent ripples of alarm through the group. Since they were undertaking wilderness training, everyone had done their homework. Crescent Moon Ridge was approximately 2,500 kilometers from Yunhua City. named for its crescent-like shape. The ridge was home to a pack of unicorn snow wolves, and the strength of the Wolf King was said to rival that of a lifting air realm expert, capable of flight. Moreover, wolves were pack animals. The presence of the Wolf King signified that a multitude of unicorn snow wolves would be close behind. Despite Teacher Tian being at the Bright Aperture realm, he would stand no chance against the Wolf King and its numerous pack members. What should we do now, teacher? No need to panic. The Wolf King is still quite far, at least 200 kilometers away. Besides, our side's experts should be arriving shortly. Teacher Tian's gaze shifted toward the horizon. Sure enough, after a brief moment, Fang He saw a shadow soaring through the air, swiftly disappearing toward the sound of the wolf howl. All right, everything is fine. Let us get some rest. Teacher Tian finally relaxed. Who was that who just flew by? Fang He whispered. Likely someone from the military. There are numerous military outposts in the wilderness specifically to monitor these powerful demon beasts, and they will respond immediately if any disturbances occur, Yang Zhahan replied quietly. The following morning, due to the previous night's wolf howl incident, the group unanimously decided to relocate the camp, aiming to distance themselves from that area. Teacher Tian had no objections. As long as their lives were not at risk, he would not intervene. During the move, Kong Yuan, feeling bored, glanced around and exclaimed, "Hey, what's that?" In the sky, two dark figures were rapidly approaching, and as they drew nearer, it became evident that they were two individuals. Yang Zhahan silently exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a blessing that there were no monstrous beasts present. The two individuals in the sky stabilized their forms and gracefully descended before the vehicle. Yang Zhahan gestured for everyone to remain calm and avoid any rash actions. Among the two, one was a man with a head full of white hair, yet his face bore no wrinkles, resembling that of a youthful figure. However, his eyes were imbued with a profound sense of experience, and his demeanor was gentle. The other was a young woman, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back. With a delicate oval face and willow-like brows, her bright eyes exuded an air of aloofness that accentuated her exquisite features. It turned out to be Commander Han and Senior Sister Yi. "I am Tian Jihong." The teacher Tian recognized them and stepped forward to speak. "Oh, it's little Tian. What brings you here?" Commander Han inquired, while Senior Sister Yi stood quietly at his side. "Our school has organized an outdoor training session for the winter break, and I happen to lead a team," Tian Jihong replied. Commander Han nodded. "We received news that the Unicorn Snow Wolf King appeared nearby last night, so we came to investigate. This place may not be very safe. It would be best to find another location for your training." "We were just planning to relocate," Tian Jihong responded. Without further ado, Commander Han signaled to Senior Sister Yi, and the two soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. "Teacher Tian, who are these two?" Kong Qingshuang voiced the collective curiosity of the group. Tian Jihong smiled. "They are now teachers at the Southern Martial Arts University." He cast a sidelong glance at Fang He, who gazed longingly at the departing figures, pondering when he might soar through the air like them. "Jian, you should smile more often. If you continue like this, your cultivation will become increasingly difficult," Commander Han advised Senior Sister Yi. She pursed her lips, remaining silent. Han Yi furrowed his brow, seemingly wanting to say something but ultimately refrained. After reorganizing his thoughts, he remarked, "The higher-ups have instructed you to return this time for reflection. You may bring a few students along to alleviate the pent-up frustration in your heart." Senior Sister Yi's eyelashes fluttered as she hesitantly nodded, then asked, "When can I return to the starry battlefield?" Her eyes glimmered with hope. Han Yi rubbed his temples, exhaling in resignation. "Let's do this. You first nurture a few students. If you can cultivate one as exceptional as yourself, I will communicate with the higher-ups to approve your return to the starry battlefield." A flicker of determination ignited in Senior Sister Yi's eyes. She feared not the challenges, only the absence of hope. "It's a deal. I only mention communication. Whether it succeeds is still uncertain." Senior Sister Yi paid no heed to his words. Han Yi felt an increasing headache. Why had the principal entrusted him with the task of guiding Senior Sister Yi? For the next 3 days, everything proceeded normally, with calm and tranquility prevailing. Yang Zhahan led the group in their training as originally planned, while Tian Jihong remained unobtrusive, not interfering with their decisions. Over these days, the once inexperienced novices underwent a transformation. If their previous gazes had hinted at naivety, now they emanated a newfound resilience and sophistication. Fang He had made significant progress during these 3 days. In terms of martial arts, practical combat proved to be the best form of training. Each exhausting encounter with the monstrous beasts allowed him to absorb more spiritual energy when channeling the Qi Ling Ju than usual. Originally, he had anticipated needing over a month to begin cleansing his marrow, but now it seemed he could commence in about half a month. Regarding martial skills, the fluidity of his movements had improved, becoming more polished and concise, even brushing against the threshold of mastery. Lastly, concerning his quarry, aside from the giant horned bull captured on the first day, Fang He had hunted 7 low-level monstrous beasts and gathered several medicinal herbs, which Yang Zhahan estimated could be worth over 50,000 blue star coins. Fang He, Yang Zhahan called out. What is it? How about an adventure in a cave? Yang Zhahan replied mysteriously. A cave adventure? While scouting around earlier, I discovered a rather deep cave. I retreated without lighting equipment, intending to return with gear. What do you say? It wouldn't happen to be a monstrous beast's lair, would it? What if we enter just as they return home? Trapping us like fish in a barrel? Of course not. I checked. Aside from a bit of dampness, there was no trace of monstrous beasts, so, shall we go? Let us. Both were decisive in spirit. After informing Tian Jihong, they set off towards the cave. Chapter 19. Fishing. Is this the cave you mentioned? Fang He inquired, gazing at the uniquely shaped entrance. Indeed, Yang Zhahan responded nonchalantly. This is a limestone cave. It's all the same. Come on. Not at all. A limestone cave results from the long-term erosion of underground water in limestone regions, leading to intricate and varied formations. Fang He took the opportunity to enlighten his cousin on geography. What shall we do then? We've come this far. I have rope, one end tied to me and the other to the stalactite at the entrance. Inside the limestone cave, the two navigated their way forward with the aid of their illumination devices. As they progressed, they indeed found no signs of life, only some moss, which could easily cause a slip if one was not careful. I hear water. Yang Zhahan, possessing superior hearing, detected the faint sound of water. Fang He's eyes lit up. Water sounds. We might find an underground river. This way. All right. Following the sound of water, they wound their way until they arrived at a lake, its surface appearing tranquil. When Fang He shone the light upon it, he noticed ripples spreading across the surface, revealing several small fish, each barely 30 centimeters long and almost entirely transparent. Indeed, there are fish. This was precisely the reason Fang He had wished to explore the cave after seeing it. Crystal fish are transparent, with red fins growing to a maximum of 50 centimeters. They grow slowly, are timid, light-averse, and possess no offensive capabilities. Most importantly, they are rich in nutrients, with tender flesh, making them ideal for body-refining martial artists. Best enjoyed steamed. Such delicacies are quite rare in the market. Fang He licked his lips and whispered, Zhahan, turn off the light and pour a bit of the stalactite liquid we collected along the way into the water. Fang He had no intention of entering the water to catch the fish. Not only was it uncertain whether he could catch any, but the underground river might be labyrinthine with hidden currents. If swept away, even if he survived the immediate danger, he could be taken far from the entrance. These crystal fish fed on moss and preferred to lick stalactite liquid. Fang He planned to attract the crystal fish before attempting to catch them. He removed his coat, tore it into strips, and fashioned a makeshift net by tying the corners together with rope. After submerging it in the water, all that remained was to wait for the crystal fish to bite. This was Fang He's first experience fishing. Following the guidelines he'd read about, he was uncertain if it would work, but he had heard of a newbie protection period, so he hoped for some success today. Suddenly, Yang Zhahan yanked the rope, and the makeshift net emerged from the water. Fang He stepped forward, delight illuminating his face. Indeed, the newbie protection period was real. Within the tattered coat were 2 crystal fish, each about 25 centimeters long, flapping energetically. Wow! Yang Zhahan exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his tone. Continue, Fang He urged in a hushed voice. They buried the 2 crystal fish in a nearby pit, filling it with water from the underground river to keep them alive. Subsequently, they replicated their earlier success and caught several more crystal fish, greatly enhancing their spirits. However, as they checked their latest haul, they failed to notice a dark shadow lurking not far away. The shadow silently approached, gradually drawing closer. Splash! The shadow leaped from the water towards Fang He. Due to the lack of light, he could not discern what it was in a split second. Fang He instinctively raised his hand to block. What immense strength, was his first thought, but then he was suddenly splashed into the water. Yang Zhihan reacted swiftly, immediately turning on the light. Only then could they see that the shadow was a fish-like creature about 3 meters long. Due to the lighting conditions, they could only discern its massive tail but could not identify the monstrous beast. At that moment, the fish opened its large mouth, aiming to swallow Fang He whole. Fang He had no intention of engaging in a struggle with a fish-like monster underwater. That would be courting death. He was only about 10 meters from the shore, which typically would be a simple leap. But in the water, it felt like a distant goal. Fortunately, he carried his sword with him. He drew it to deflect the impending strike. Thanks to his water simulation training at school, his movements appeared fluid and practiced. The fish scales were exceedingly slippery. His sword strike barely made an impact, and the creature retaliated with a sweeping tail that propelled Fang He farther from the shore. At that moment, Yang Zhihan also swam over, wielding a spear. While he was not particularly adept at underwater combat, having entered the spirit movement realm allowed him to infuse his spear with golden spiritual energy and thrust it forward. Though the fish monster had scale protection, the spear's strike was still painful. In response, it flicked its tail and retreated from the battle. Seemingly sensing that these two were not easy prey, the fish monster decided against further attacks and swam deeper into the waters. Seeing this, the two hurriedly made their way toward the shore, wary of whether the fish monster would call for reinforcements. Once on land, they quickly collected the crystal fish from the pit using the boxes they had initially intended for herbs and hurriedly followed the rope back towards the cave's entrance. Phew! Upon seeing the long-awaited light, they finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Fang He experienced a surge of apprehension. Fortunate was he that the fish monster had not yet reached the spirit movement level. Otherwise, even with his cousin's assistance, they might have faced dire consequences. The previous 3 days of hunting had been devoid of mishaps, and the successful capture of crystal fish had momentarily made him forget the inherent dangers of the wild. One must always remain vigilant. Otherwise, next time, fortune may not be on your side. Fang He silently reminded himself. Upon returning to the camp, everyone, seeing the two drenched like drowned rats, curiously inquired about what had transpired. The two merely stated they had gone to the river to catch fish, revealing little else, before opening the box. The crystal fish, known for their delicate nature, had endured a bumpy journey back in the cramped box, leaving only 8 of the 12 alive. The onlookers, well versed in such matters, exclaimed, "Crystal fish, Senior, your luck is truly remarkable. I saw online that each one can fetch several tens of thousands of blue star coins." Fang He wished to bring a few live crystal fish home for his family to savor, and also as New Year gifts for Fanny Yang and Luo Yi, aware that live crystal fish hold greater value than their deceased counterparts. He stated that 5 would suffice. "That won't do. 12 means 1 for each of us, so you should take 6 live ones back," insisted Yang Zhihan. Fang He, however, remained steadfast in his resolve. Unable to sway Fang He, Yang Zhihan conceded, "All right then, I will take some back for my grandparents as well." Only then was Fang He satisfied. That evening, Yang Zhihan prepared a large pot of soup with 2 crystal fish, delighting everyone present and earning a chorus of cheers from the juniors. Fang He took a sip and found it undeniably tender. The essence of the crystal fish required no additional seasoning, as its natural flavor sufficed. After finishing, he felt a warm sensation coursing through him, invigorating his blood flow. Standing up to stretch, he gazed up at the bright, suspended moon. Time truly flies. The 4-day outdoor training had swiftly come to an end, and tomorrow he would be heading home. Chapter 20. Return to school in the early morning. After entering the city, the vehicle followed Tian Jihong's guidance to the officially established martial artist trading post, conveniently located not far from the city gate for martial artists to trade upon their return. The trading post generally offers prices slightly lower than the outside market, but the convenience is worth it. You can decide whether to sell your gains, Tian Jihong explained. Naturally, Fang He wished to sell his loot here. Despite only collecting the valuable parts of the demon beasts, the sheer size of the creatures made the weight considerable. Moreover, lacking connections made finding buyers troublesome, so selling directly to the trading post was the simpler option. Herbs to the left, demon beast materials to the right. Once you complete your transactions, wait for me outside, Tian Jihong instructed before heading directly upstairs. The trading post had 5 floors, and those selling materials of the body refinement realm level only needed to be on the first floor. Subsequently, everyone approached the counters with their respective items. Fang He presented his haul, the horn of a giant horned bull and feathers from a phoenix-tailed pheasant. The staff member, a middle-aged man, confirmed the items and quoted a price of 31,000 blue star coins. This price was similar to his cousin's previous estimate, and upon Fang He's agreement, the man promptly transferred the funds to his account. After receiving the money, Fang He did not leave immediately but inquired, "What is the purchase price for crystal fish here?" The man perked up at the question. "You have crystal fish?" "I don't have any. It's just that my senior caught one during this trip and made soup with it." "The flavor was amazing," Fang He replied, smacking his lips. "I heard them say crystal fish are quite valuable, so I wanted to inquire." "Your senior is quite generous. We currently buy crystal fish for at least 30,000 blue star coins each. And the larger they are, the more valuable they become. If they reach 50 centimeters, they can fetch 100,000 blue star coins." Fang He understood and, after expressing his gratitude, proceeded to the herbs section, selling the 5 herbs he had collected for 17,000 blue star coins. This was Fang He's current account balance, the largest sum he'd ever had, prompting him to marvel at how quickly martial artists could earn money. However, he soon realized it was due to his good fortune in having a martial arts university instructor present. Otherwise, typical hunting teams would be exceedingly cautious when venturing out, yielding far fewer gains. After resting, his cousin returned directly to the university, which was located in Dingjiang City, not along Fang He's route. Fang He bid his cousin farewell and purchased a ticket back to Jiangling in Jiangling City. Fang He arrived home in the afternoon, anticipating that his parents had not yet returned. Thus, he stopped by a nearby supermarket to buy some ingredients, intending to prepare a meal, with the main dish being steamed crystal fish. "How fragrant!" Fang Shengyuan exclaimed upon entering the house. "Xiao He told me he was back. He must be showing off his skills. Why didn't he tell me?" Fang Shengyuan looked puzzled. Nanshu ignored him and headed straight for the kitchen. "Xiao He, Mom, you're back? The dishes will be ready soon. I'm just steaming the fish now." Since crystal fish are delicate and should not be overcooked, Fang He waited until everyone had returned before placing it in the steamer. "Good, good." Nanshu beamed with joy, watching her son busily at work in the kitchen. Her smile unwavering. 5 minutes later, Fang He presented the steamed fish on the table, accompanied by twice-cooked beef made from the giant horned bull, fried phoenix-tailed pheasant legs, and a pot of seaweed soup. "Though, your skills have certainly improved after just a few days," Fang Shengyuan remarked, inhaling the enticing aroma and admiring the appealing dishes on the table. "In the wild, we had to fend for ourselves," Fang He replied. "Xiao He must have had a tough time out there." "You've lost weight?" Nanshu expressed concern for her son. "Not at all. Come and taste it." Fang He urged. "It tastes great," Fang Shengyuan said after tasting. "Delicious." Nanshu was very pleased. "Of course, these ingredients were all caught by me personally. I also sold some materials to the trading post and earned a bit of money," Fang He said, beaming with pride, though he omitted the dangers encountered during the hunt. By the way, bring a fish from the water tank in the kitchen to Grandpa next time. It's good for his health. February 23, 2225, the 16th day of the first month, a suitable time to start school. Fang He awoke early, beginning to pack his belongings. As he tidied up, he hummed a tune, clearly in high spirits. Just yesterday, during his regular training, he had broken through to the cleansing marrow stage, a week ahead of schedule. Once finished, Fang He took 2 black water tanks containing crystal fish and hailed a taxi to school. In the dormitory, Ernyang, "Can you guess what this is?" Fang He waved the black water tanks in front of Fanny Yang. "The box. I'm asking you to guess what's inside the box." "Water." Fang He fell silent and opened the box. Crystal fish? Where did you get them?" Fanny Yang recognized them immediately, curiosity evident in his voice. "I went to the wild with my cousin's school during the winter break and, by chance, caught some. A New Year gift for you," Fang He said nonchalantly. A hint of a smile crept onto Fanny Yang's lips. "What a coincidence. I also found a little something during my trip to the wild, and I have a gift for you." Saying this, he pulled out a jade-like object from his pocket and tossed it to Fang He. Fang He caught it, feeling its coolness. Despite its small size, it was surprisingly heavy. Upon closer inspection, he asked uncertainly, "Ice lotus jade?" Fanny Yang nodded slightly in affirmation. Ice lotus jade, despite its name, is actually a solidified extract from the ice lotus leaf, and adding it during forging can better balance the properties of various materials, making it a rare auxiliary material. With confirmation, Fang He playfully punched Fanny Yang on the chest. Your luck isn't too shabby either. You found ice lotus. Ice lotus primarily grows on the eastern snow mountain, completely white and odorless, blending seamlessly with the snow, making it quite challenging to locate a single flower. By the way, are you preparing to give the other one to Luo Yi? Fanny Yang inquired, noticing another box on the table. Yes. Fanny Yang's brows subtly furrowed as he recalled a piece of news he had heard during the winter break. When do you plan to give it to her? Right now. After all, today is a half-day adjustment period, and I'll ask her where she is. The school is quite accommodating. On the first day back from a long break, students are given a half-day to adjust, with only the afternoon martial arts class and no evening study. Fang He then messaged Luo Yi, Sister Yi, where are you? In the office building. Great, wait for me. I'm coming right over to I've prepared a small gift for you. Okay. Though their chat tone was slightly different from usual, Fang He thought little of it. Wait, I'll go with you, Fanny Yang said, following Fang He as he set off with the items. Sure. Chapter 21. Departure on the desolate snowy mountain. A group was resting in a sheltered spot. Among them, a fair-skinned boy with beautiful peach blossom eyes was poking at the campfire with a stick. Just then, a broad-shouldered, handsome boy, resembling the fair-skinned boy, sat down beside him. The fair-skinned boy subtly shifted his position, creating some distance. The handsome boy, unfazed, said, Yang, I recently received some news regarding your school. Would you like to know? Fanny Yang's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, Fan Longxiao, have I ever told you not to meddle in my affairs? Seemingly accustomed to Fanny Yang's reaction, Fan Longxiao continued, as an older brother, it's only natural to care about my younger brother's life. Fanny Yang remained silent, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Fan Longxiao spoke to herself, mentioning that the Luo family had recently produced a prodigy. It was said that during their family's bi-decade ancestral ritual, her bloodline was detected to be gradually reviving. Once her abilities stabilized, she would reach a truly terrifying level. The branches poking at the fire had come to a halt. She was not a member of the main branch of the Luo family from Fengquan City, but hails from Jiangling City. At this point, Fan Longxiao paused momentarily, then continued, her name is Luo Yi, so? Fanny Yang finally interjected. This means she will be brought back to Fengquan for training, and it is rumored that she is exceptionally beautiful. A meaningful smile played on Fan Longxiao's lips. The office building was not far from the boys' dormitory, and soon the two arrived, with Fanny Yang snapping back to reality from his earlier thoughts. Fang He had already spotted Luo Yi standing downstairs, draped in black, which perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her glossy, jet-black hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her snow-white neck, further elongating her silhouette, resembling a graceful black swan. Fang He was momentarily taken aback by Luo Yi's striking appearance, but quickly regained his composure. Ijia. Luo Yi turned at the sound of her name, a smile gracing her lips. Fang He hurried towards her, exclaiming, long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while, Luo Yi replied somewhat distractedly. Here's a New Year gift. This is a crystal fish I caught in the wild during my winter break. Fang He raised the box, giving it a little shake, and the sound of water sloshed inside. Thank you. At this moment, Fang He noticed that Luo Yi's mood seemed somewhat subdued. Fanny Yang silently observed nearby. Saying nothing, just as Fang He was about to say something to lighten the atmosphere, Luo Yi suddenly spoke softly. I have to go. Fang He chuckled awkwardly, adopting a teasing tone. Where to? Skipping school? I'm going back to Fengquan. My grandfather is from there, and now my whole family is moving back. Luo Yi gazed into the distance, her eyes somewhat unfocused. Oh, how sudden. You never mentioned it before. This winter break, we returned to pay respects to our ancestors. And the family discovered my talent. They want to bring me back. My grandfather and father are also eager for me to join the clan, as I would receive better training there, Luo Yi explained slowly. After listening to her, Fang He grinned widely. I see, that's wonderful. If you have time in the future, come back to visit. I can proudly say, this is my elder sister. She has got my back? Sure. Luo Yi glanced at Fang He, her response crisp and decisive. Take this fish. It tastes best when steamed. Fang He offered the water tank. Luo Yi accepted it, then pondered for a moment before pulling a pendant from her pocket and holding it out before Fang He, saying, here, a belated birthday gift, though it's not yet finished. Fang He took the pendant, which was shaped like a wolf's fang, made of a milky white metal. and the connection to the black cord was adorned with 9 carved phoenix heads. Though the last one was yet to be completed, only a silhouette remaining. I really like it. Thank you. Ijia. Fang He beamed, immediately putting it around his neck. It's he that moment. A capable-looking middle-aged woman with short hair emerged from the office building. Upon reaching Luo Yi's side, she said, "Miss, the paperwork is complete. We can leave now." "Thank you, Aunt Peng." Luo Yi nodded. Aunt Peng assessed Fang He and Fanny Yang, ultimately fixing her gaze on Fang He, where she noticed the pendant around his neck. Her expression momentarily softened, and she smiled, saying, "You two must be Miss S classmates. Thank you for your support to her during her studies." "No, it is Luo Yi who has helped me immensely," Fang He replied, also looking at Aunt Peng before turning back to Luo Yi. "Then we shall take our leave, wishing you a bright future. Goodbye," Luo Yi replied softly. Fang He nodded and turned to leave with Fanny Yang. Just then, Aunt Peng noticed the water tank Luo Yi was carrying. "What is this?" "A crystal fish," Luo Yi replied curtly. "I'll take it." Aunt Peng reached out to take the water tank, and no need. Luo Yi sidestepped Aunt Peng's hand, carrying it herself as she turned to walk toward the school gate. Aunt Peng smiled and followed at a distance, glancing back at Fang He and Fanny Yang's departing figures. Remarking, "Miss S classmates are quite impressive." "Indeed, they are both exceptional," Luo Yi responded. "The family places great importance on Mississippi. If there is nothing urgent for you to handle here, you may depart now. I will take care of the rest," Aunt Peng stated. "Aunt Peng, you don't need to call me Miss. Just call me Xiao Yi." Luo Yi still felt somewhat uncomfortable with the title. Aunt Peng gazed gently at Luo Yi, replying, "Miss, decorum must be observed. Not to mention, now you are feeling melancholic?" Fanny Yang quipped, noticing Fang He remained silent all the way. "What should I say?" Fang He retorted. "That you like her." Fanny Yang pressed, "I do not like her." Fanny Yang quickly stepped ahead, turning around to fix Fang He with a scrutinizing stare, saying nothing. Fang He, feeling uneasy under the glare, finally confessed, "Fine. I do have some feelings for her." "What are you thinking now?" Fanny Yang probed, genuinely concerned that Fang He might fall back into silence over this matter. Fang He did not answer directly, instead stating, "You saw Aunt Peng beside Luo Yi, right? She clearly isn't ordinary. Her aura is formidable. Her family in Fengquan must be quite powerful." Fanny Yang, fully aware of the Luo family's prowess in Fengquan, nodded for Fang He to continue. "Therefore, if I were to express my feelings now, regardless of her response, it would only lead to unnecessary troubles for both of us. I certainly cannot hinder her from pursuing a better path. In that case, it might be better not to say anything at all." Fang He was evidently serious in his contemplation. "Are you not afraid of regretting it later? Efforts on both sides will yield the same wind for 1,000 miles. Fang He replied resolutely, exuding confidence. Seeing that Fang He did not appear to be on the verge of retreating, Fanny Yang felt relieved, sneeringly countering, "Humph, quoting poetry now? Aren't you afraid that when the wind eventually reaches her, she may have already lost interest? Then I shall summon the southern winds again and see if they can stir her heart in Dongzhou." Fang He's signature smile returned, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Chapter 22. The banquet after the afternoon martial arts class concluded, and with no evening study session, Fanny Yang left the school for personal matters. Fang He was contemplating a visit to the swimming pool when he spotted a familiar figure ahead. Upon looking up, he recognized Aunt Peng, who had been by Luo Yi's side earlier that morning. Fang He remained silent. Aunt Peng initiated the conversation. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the personal assistant assigned to Miss Luo Yi by her family." Fang He nodded, indicating his understanding. "Thus, Fang He, in recognition of your assistance to Miss Luo Yi over the past years, I would like to invite you to a meal, if you have the time." Aunt Peng stated directly. Fang He was not surprised that she knew his name. Rather than immediately accepting, he inquired, "Where is Luo Yi?" "Miss was urged by her family and has already set off. I remain to wrap up the loose ends," Aunt Peng answered, addressing Fang He's question before extending her invitation again. "So, do you have time now?" Fang He hesitated briefly, considering the opportunity to learn more about the family behind Luo Yi, and then agreed, "I have time. You can just call me Fang He." "Very well, you may call me Aunt Peng as well." With Fang He's agreement, Aunt Peng smiled, bridging the distance between them. The two walked side by side toward the school gate. "I heard you were classmates with Miss Luo Yi in middle school?" Aunt Peng asked. Fang He nodded, "Yes. Miss mentioned to me that you provided her with much assistance in middle school. It was she who helped me more. At the beginning, I knew nothing, and she was the one protecting me. Aunt Peng nodded, not dwelling on this point, as she was merely seeking a pretext to engage with Fang He at the school gate. A newly released flying vehicle from Xinghe Corporation was parked, attracting the attention of passers-by who eagerly snapped photos. It is worth noting that Xinghe Corporation had only showcased this model once at an exhibition in Kyoto and had yet to make it publicly available. Xinghe Corporation is one of the leading enterprises in the realm of aerial vehicles, and their series is particularly well regarded, favored by martial artists for urban transport. Due to regulations prohibiting martial artists from flying within the city unless necessary, owning a flying vehicle is essential for urban travel. However, in the wilderness, ground transportation remains the only option, as lacking sufficient strength to fly leaves one vulnerable to beasts. Fang He recognized the latest product from Xinghe Corporation, as their advertising had been pervasive, making it hard not to be aware. When Aunt Peng and Fang He exited the school gate, the door of the vehicle opened automatically. Aunt Peng led Fang He inside the vehicle. Once they were seated and the door closed, the vehicle powered up, smoothly ascending to the highest flight path allowed within the city. The entire process remarkably steady and comfortable, devoid of any pushback sensation. As it was Fang He's first experience riding such a high-end flying vehicle, he scrutinized the interior of the yet-to-be-released craft. His knowledge was limited, and he was unfamiliar with many of the features. But the impression it left him was one of sheer opulence. For instance, the seat and backrest were adorned with soft fur, providing a sense of relaxation that washed away the fatigue of the day, leaving his mind refreshingly clear. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy within the aircraft is notably higher than that outside, with each inhalation and exhalation seemingly invigorating the cells within the body. Please take a moment to rest. We shall arrive shortly, said Aunt Peng, who noticed Fang He examining the interior of the aircraft but chose not to comment, merely allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. Very well. Approximately 10 minutes later, the aircraft landed smoothly atop a building. At this moment, only a handful of aircraft were stationed on the rooftop, merely 3 or 5, but each was a model of opulence. A welcoming attendant, upon noticing the arrival of guests, promptly approached and, with a warm smile, guided Aunt Peng and Fang He after they disembarked. This is Shuiyun Pavilion, a rather splendid establishment. The ingredients here are sourced daily by a hunting team employed by the owner. Freshly hunted from the wild, Aunt Peng briefly introduced the venue. Fang He nodded, realizing that despite having resided in Jiangling for 16 years, he had never even heard of Shuiyun Pavilion. The attendant led them to a private room, opened the door for the two, and then departed, leaving the service to those within the room. The private room was spacious and exquisitely adorned with an antique charm. The tables and chairs were evidently crafted from high-quality timber. There was even a patch of grass hosting 2 fruit trees, beside which lay a pond where several koi swam gracefully. The dishes are ready to be served, Aunt Peng instructed a nearby waiter. Then turned to Fang He. The menu changes daily based on the hunting conditions, so we cannot place specific orders. However, rest assured that all the dishes here are delectable. Then I shall express my gratitude for your hospitality. Aunt Peng do not mention it. It is only proper that the young lady should host her friends personally, but time is of the essence, so I am here to extend her courtesy. At this moment, Aunt Peng exuded a gentle demeanor rather than her usual assertive air. Aunt Peng, will Luo receive considerable attention upon returning to Fengquan? Despite inferring from Aunt Peng's demeanor and the lavish reception he received that Luo must hold a significant position within the Luo family, he still yearned for her verbal confirmation. Certainly. The Luo family's clan ceremony occurs once every 20 years, during which the talents of the new generation are assessed. This time, the young lady's aptitude has even caught the attention of the clan's elders, leading to the directive to bring her back and offer her the finest cultivation. Aunt Peng replied without hesitation, elaborating on the Luo family's clan ceremony. That is reassuring. Coincidentally, Fengquan City is situated in the Eastern District, quite close to the Eastern Martial Arts University, where Luo admires Principal Luo the most. With this affirmation, Fang He felt a sense of relief. Given the young lady's talents, not only could she easily gain admission to the Eastern Martial Arts University, but she could also secure a place at the Kyoto Martial Arts University without difficulty. Aunt Peng's tone carried a hint of pride. Previously, Fang He had only known that Luo must be of considerable talent to attract the Luo family's attention, yet he lacked a concrete understanding of her potential. Now, with Aunt Peng stating that Luo could effortlessly enter Kyoto University, The concept became crystal clear. With a population exceeding 5 billion in Xia country, there are approximately 50 to 60 million candidates for the college entrance examination each year, while Kyoto Martial Arts University admits around 3,000 students annually. On average, fewer than 5 students are accepted from each city, underscoring the institution's prestigious nature. Moreover, Luoi had been recognized as a certain candidate for Kyoto Martial Arts University even before finishing her second year of high school, highlighting the extraordinary nature of her talent. At this moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes in succession, providing descriptions along with each course. This is grilled three-tailed electric eel, which, upon reaching adulthood, can rival practitioners at the Mingxiao realm. The IT resides in deep waters, making it exceedingly difficult to catch. The charcoal used is Wuyang charcoal, which enhances the nutritional absorption of the eel meat, offering benefits for the spleen and lungs. This is braised thorny pork chop. The thorny pig, once matured, can compare to practitioners at the Lingdong realm, often found in forested areas. Its meat is firm, marinated with sweet cabbage before being braised, providing benefits for kidney nourishment and blood replenishment. This is braised golden-armored bear paw. This is a pot of purple-patterned bird soup. The waiter's professionalism shone through as he detailed the ingredients and benefits of each dish, ensuring customers felt their expenditure was justified. Fang He, feeling no need for restraint, relished the high-quality cuisine with gusto, and the meal culminated in a delightful atmosphere for both hosts and guests alike. After the meal, Aunt Peng transported Fang He to the school gate aboard the Zhuzhou-type aircraft. After bidding farewell to Aunt Peng, Fang He headed straight back to his dormitory. Chapter 23. Breakthrough. After watching Fang He enter the school gates, Aunt Peng settled back into the aircraft, where the front panel had already been retracted, revealing a robust man with a composed expression at the controls. "Are you not afraid that the young lady will blame you for this?" the man inquired, his voice reverberating within the cabin. "I merely extended hospitality to her classmate. What could the young lady possibly reproach me for?" Aunt Peng countered. The man fell silent. Chung, the individuals and matters the young lady engages with in the future will differ greatly from the present. I merely allowed Fang He a glimpse of the young lady's prospective life. If he possesses any intelligence, he should recognize the disparity between them and relinquish any unwarranted aspirations. Aunt Peng mused. Then added, "What if he perceives this as an opportunity to ascend to greatness?" the Cheng questioned. Aunt Peng's gaze flickered. "If he is unwilling to maintain his dignity, we shall assist him in doing so. What if his achievements align with the young lady's future? Although such a possibility is nearly non-existent, it must still be considered." With a playful smile, Aunt Peng continued, "Then today's meal serves as my sincere effort to befriend this promising young man, fostering a connection between the young lady and the Luo family with him." "Back already? Where did you go?" Fanny Yang, having returned to the dormitory, inquired upon seeing Fang He walk in. "I went out for a meal." Fang He plopped down onto the sofa. "Where did you eat?" "At Shuiyun Pavilion." Who invited you?" Fanny Yang, familiar with Shuiyun Pavilion, couldn't help but ask curiously. "Aunt Peng, the woman beside Luo Yi today." There was no need for concealment, as many had witnessed him boarding the aircraft. Fanny Yang's expression sharpened. "Oh? What was said?" "Nothing of significance. I was treated to a sumptuous meal as a token of gratitude for my previous assistance to Luo Yi." There were no harsh words or threats, Fang He clarified, understanding Fanny Yang's underlying curiosity. By the way, how much do you know about the Luo family?" "Some, but not much." Intrigued, Fang He prompted, "Do share." After organizing his thoughts, Fanny Yang began. The Luo family rose to prominence during the early Enlightenment period. In those days, the family produced an extraordinary talent named Luo Duyo, a natural water spirit body whose cultivation progressed rapidly. The most formidable threat during the early Enlightenment period was not the land-dwelling beasts, but rather the creatures of the sea. He leveraged his water spirit body's advantages to repeatedly venture into the deep ocean, slaying powerful beasts, thus making significant contributions to the stability of Xia country's early days, ultimately earning the title of King Yu. Fang He had encountered the name Luo Duyo in historical texts, but had not anticipated that he was an ancestor of Luo Yi. Though scant records exist about Luo Duyo, those who have left their mark in history are invariably the luminaries of their respective eras. After a brief pause, Fanny Yang continued, "King Yu then established his stronghold in the east, securing the safety of the eastern coastline. In the 119th year of Enlightenment, King Yu succumbed to injuries sustained in his youth, sensing his time was short. With his final words, I only wish to repay the nation with my life. He ventured deep into the sea, confronting two great beast kings, sacrificing himself in the process. One fell, while the other was gravely wounded. This battle ensured a century of peace along the eastern coastline, and King Yu's last words have since been enshrined as the family motto of the Luo clan. Fanyang spoke with reverence. Upon hearing this, Fang He felt a profound respect. Here was a true hero of humanity who had given everything for Xia country. Although King Yu had departed, the Luo family did not falter. The current head of the family is a formidable martial artist at the Dragon Gate realm. While the Luo family has yet to produce another paragon like King Yu, it remains a bastion of talent, maintaining the family's prosperity to this day, standing as one of the foremost families in the Eastern District. Fanyang continued his exposition. Fang He, no longer the novice he once was in martial arts, grasped the implications of Fanyang's recounting. Although he had anticipated the Luo family's significance, he had not expected such a formidable legacy. Martial arts cultivation begins with body refinement, followed by the sensing of spiritual energy, forming a seed of spiritual energy within the body, which constitutes the Lingdong realm. Following this is the Mingxiao realm, where spiritual energy integrates and the mind is cultivated. Upon achieving harmony of body and mind, one ascends to the Lingkong realm, wherein one can soar through the skies. Subsequently, one reaches the Dragon Gate realm, symbolizing the leap of a fish into the Dragon's Gate. Finally, there is the Tongtian realm, where martial prowess transcends the heavens, and one's might becomes an intrinsic part of oneself. To earn a title, one must make extraordinary contributions to humanity, and attaining the Tongtian realm is merely one of the requirements. After a moment's hesitation, Fanyang added, moreover, there are whispers that the current president of the Eastern Martial Arts University, Luo Wanin, seems to have connections with the Luo family, though neither side has publicly acknowledged this. Fang He nodded in acknowledgement, then stood to return to his room. What are you up to? Fanyang asked. I'm going to practice on the battle network. I'll join you. No need. I prefer to practice solo for a bit and find my rhythm. Verification of soul power past, name, Fang He nickname, tossing and turning, can be changed after adulthood, gender, male date of birth, September 30th, 2207 age, 17, minor, city, Zhongling School, Zhongling High School, second year, BattleNet victory points, 1712, would you like to enter the virtual world? Yes. After returning from the wilderness, Fang He had not logged into the BattleNet for some time. The victory points he possessed were still from previous matches. Having honed his skills in the wild, his current power should be nearing 2,000 points. Glancing at the friend list, he noticed the name in the water was grayed out, and Fang He promptly entered the BattleNet. BattleNet matching, solo. Ding. Match successful. Please prepare for battle. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Fang He found himself once again on the city streets. 10 consecutive victories. BattleNet victory points. 1748. Each of Fang He's battles concluded swiftly, resulting in an increase of victory points of at least 3 after each match. Not enough, just a little more, just a little more. Fang He could now almost touch the threshold of mastery. What he needed now was combat, relentless combat, matching solo, in the snowy terrain, flowing like clouds and flowing water. A sword swept across, sending his opponent flying, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes. Finished, on to the next on the island. Illusions of flowers and waters, the truth revealed. 2 swords severing heads. Fang He's thoughts became increasingly clear. He understood precisely how much force to exert with each sword, when to strike, and when to retract the blade. His swordplay grew faster. Finally, mastery achieved. Tomorrow, he could claim a new martial technique. Fang He refrained from entering further battles, exhaling softly. The breakthrough in his martial skills alleviated some of the pressure he had been feeling. Though he had felt ambitious earlier that morning, it was a confidence born from ignorance of the Luo family's capabilities. After the evening's experience at Shuiyun Pavilion and with Fanyang's introduction, Fang He had gained a rough understanding of the Luo family. This inevitably brought a weight of pressure upon him, heavy and palpable. Thus, Fang He chose to engage in battle on the BattleNet. Having refined himself in the wilderness and taken a moment to reflect, he was already on the verge of a breakthrough in his martial skills. Under the influence of pressure, Fang He's martial prowess successfully ascended to mastery. While some may be crushed by pressure, Fang He only grew more resolute. Kings and nobles are not born but made, are they? Chapter 24. The exchange competition 3 months later, as the college entrance examination approached, The atmosphere in the school became palpably tense. Naturally, the third-year students were eager to make the most of their remaining time for a final push, while the first and second-year students were unconsciously caught up in this fervor, also intensifying their studies and training. However, today, everyone was heading towards the playground instead of training. Hurry up, if we're late, we'll have to sit at the back. Oh, you think our school will win today? Of course, our school is the best in Jiangling. But Zhou Chuyu from Lingbei is very strong. We won't know until we fight. So let us hurry. Watching the younger students rush past him, Fang He couldn't help but smile. Who do you think will win in today's exchange competition? Definitely Lingbei. Who can stop Zhou Chuyu? Fanny Yang replied matter-faculty.no1. Then that settles it.at this moment. Fang He and Fanny Yang were also making their way toward the playground, where everyone was gathering for the exchange match between Lingbei High School and Chengnan High School. The so-called exchange competition was essentially a contest among the three major high schools in Jiangling, showcasing their best students. Since this was not an official competition, there were no substantial rewards. However, all three schools tacitly agreed that the victors would have priority access to the incoming new first-year students. It is well known that the funding for schools each year is based on the previous year's enrollment rates. The more exceptional students they cultivate, the more resources they receive. Thus, this priority access is crucial for schools to gain an edge in annual recruitment. The exchange competition alternates between the three schools, with Jiangling High School hosting this year. The rules of the challenge are similar to those of the National University Martial Arts Tournament. Each pair of schools competes in two 1v1 matches. 1 2v2, in 1 5v5. A win in 1v1 earns 1 point, in 2v2 2 points, and in 5v5 3 points. The team with the highest total score wins. The previous year's champion sits out and competes against the winners of the other two schools to determine this year's champion. This year, it seems that the victor of the exchange competition will not involve Jiangling High School, largely due to Zhou Chuyu from Lingbei, who has consistently dominated the preliminary assessments, securing the top position in Jiangling without contest. Jiangling would have to wait until next year to try again, with Lu Ningxi looking quite promising. Reflecting on Lu Ningxi, Fang He couldn't help but recall the battle from 3 months ago. At that time, Fang He had just achieved mastery in his swordsmanship and challenged Lu Ningxi. The outcome was as he had anticipated. Lu Ningxi had already reached mastery in martial skills during his first year. Fang He had merely wanted to gauge the extent of their difference. However, after their encounter, he realized that Lu Ningxi's martial skills had already attained perfection, just a step away from comprehending his own force. It is worth noting that his cousin Yang Zhahan, now in his second year, had only reached perfection in martial skills. During their initial confrontation, Fang He had barely managed to hold his ground, relying on his formidable soul power and mastery-level martial skills. However, once Lu Ningxi became serious and unleashed his perfect spear technique, Fang He was swiftly defeated. Perfection, Fang He murmured, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. After 3 months of diligent training, his martial skills were approaching perfection as well. As for Luo Yi, aside from a brief message confirming her safety upon arriving in Fengquan City, stating that her family elders were arranging for her to enter seclusion, she had not logged in since. Lingbei is going to win. Fanny Yang's voice jolted Fang He from his reverie. Fang He returned his gaze to the field, where a university student clad in Lingbei High School's martial attire was wielding a long spear, sending the last Chengnan High School contestant tumbling off the stage. Lingbei High School emerged victorious in the team competition. The final score was 5-2, Lingbei High School triumphs. After a half-hour break, they prepared to face Jiangling High School. The referee announced the results in a timely manner. Lingbei had clearly held back during their match against Chengnan, strategically forfeiting the first 2 solo matches, while Zhou Chuyu only participated in the doubles and team matches, effortlessly securing victory for Lingbei. As time elapsed, both teams entered the arena. Jiangling and Lingbei, each with 10 members, entered under the guidance of their coaches. The rules stipulated that each side could have a maximum of 10 participants, with no replacements allowed even if injuries reduced their numbers. Leading Lingbei was naturally Zhou Chuyu, standing nearly 2 meters tall, brandishing a long spear, his imposing presence suggesting that the previous battle had not affected him in the slightest. On Jiangling's side, Tang Zheng took the lead, bearing a resemblance to his cousin Tang Liang. Though he appeared considerably more mature and composed, he was indeed Tang Liang's cousin, and like his younger relative, he wielded a staff, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. After the conclusion of the second-year challenge, Fang He had heard that Tang Liang sought his cousin's assistance to teach Fang He a lesson. However, Tang Zheng had firmly declined, stating, "If you wish to find someone to help you after losing, rather than training to reclaim your honor, you might as well drop out and return home." Shortly thereafter, the formations were set, and interestingly, Lingbei had positioned Zhou Chuyu for both the solo and team matches. Skipping the doubles entirely. In the solo matches, neither team captain faced off against each other, each securing victory over their respective opponents. In the absence of Zhou Chuyu in the doubles, Lingbei High School ultimately fell slightly short. Currently, the score stood at 3-1, with Lingbei High School in the lead. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zheng exhaled slowly, stepping forward with a steady pace to lead the team into the arena. He understood that his chances of defeating Zhou Chuyu alone were nearly non-existent, but this was a team competition, and since it was hosted at Jiangling High School, he believed they had a fighting chance. Zhou Chuyu's resolute face displayed a hint of gravity. This battle was significant. Before coming, the principal had mentioned that if he could secure the championship in the exchange competition, he would personally assist Zhou in grasping spear techniques more swiftly after the college entrance exams. He had never doubted his ability to break through to perfection, but that required time. For geniuses in a rapid growth phase, time was of the utmost importance. While a perfect martial skill may be considered exceptional in ordinary contexts, among the 5 major universities, it was merely average. Who among them was not a genius? To stand out, one had to be superior to others. Zhou Chuyu's expression grew solemn as he awaited the referee's signal to start. Charging forward with a singular goal, to eliminate Tang Zheng's teammates, ensuring that his own teammates could handle the remaining opponents. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng intended to stall Zhou Chuyu while his teammates dealt with the others. Planning to confront Zhou at the end, Zhou Chuyu swept his spear, unleashing a fierce momentum, showing no mercy. Clang! The staff and spear clashed. Tang Zheng arrived just in time, the immense force from the spear nearly causing him to lose grip. Facing Zhou Chuyu's late-stage prowess, he felt woefully outmatched, yet he managed to block the strike. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Zheng held off Zhou Chuyu, the other 4 surged toward the 4 members of Lingbei High School. 3 at the mid-stage and 1 at the early stage of blood refinement battling against a mid-stage opponent and 3 early-stage ones, holding a clear advantage. Chapter 25. The Second Wilderness Training Hemph. Zhou Chuyu snorted coldly, instantly perceiving Tang Zheng's intentions. At this point, he would resolve Tang Zheng first before dealing with the rest. The long spear swung with great vigor, its seemingly unadorned techniques rendering Tang Zheng unable to defend himself effectively. Although his martial skills had reached perfection, facing Zhou Chuyu, who possessed innate strength and a deeper comprehension of martial arts, left him feeling utterly powerless. Tang Zheng was on the verge of defeat. Fang He sighed softly, as this was an anticipated outcome. Fanny Ying nodded in agreement, surveying the surroundings filled with cheers for Jiangling. The roar of support surged like a tide towards the arena. And under this encouragement, Tang Zheng surprisingly summoned a bit more strength, managing to withstand several waves of assault. However, this could not last indefinitely. He could only hope that the other 4 would resolve their opponents and come to his aid. Clang! The Chimei staff flew forth in response. After Zhou Chuyu deflected the Chimei staff, he aimed to sweep Tang Zheng out of the arena. Tang Zheng, dodge. Not far away, Jiangling High School had dealt with the remaining 4 from Lingbei and were now hastening toward this side. Tang Zheng suddenly leaned back, rolling to evade the spear thrust, and seized the opportunity to retrieve the Chimei staff. Thud, thud, thud. The 2 remaining students from Jiangling High School, one wielding a long spear and the other wielding dual blades, were still being pushed back despite their combined efforts. At this moment, Tang Zheng had risen, forming an inverted triangle formation with the 2 others against Zhou Chuyu. Noticing the trio's formation, Zhou Chuyu did not rush to attack, but rather took his time and remarked, "Very well, it seems we must get serious now." With that, his aura surged dramatically, pressing down upon the 3 opponents. "The martial arts aura!" Tang Zheng exclaimed in astonishment. "Still lacking a touch, but it suffices to deal with you." Zhou Chuyu strode forward boldly, his long spear casting a formidable presence over the trio. 1 against 3. Tang Zheng and his companions braced themselves, finding it increasingly challenging to wield their weapons under this overwhelming aura. Zhou Chuyu had already grasped the essence of martial arts aura, however, it was merely a preliminary understanding. His spear technique had yet to fully take shape. This was merely a matter of time. As students of Jiangling High School, many recognized Zhou Chuyu's current state. Fang He, having felt his grandfather's martial arts aura firsthand, understood the immense pressure Tang Zheng and the others were under, making it a struggle just to launch an attack. "It's over," Fanny Yang stated, a serious glint in his eyes. Indeed, it was over. Once Zhou Chuyu showcased the embryonic form of his martial arts aura, the battle had already reached its conclusion, as expected, with Fanny Yang's words. The outcome was decided, leaving Zhou Chuyu standing triumphantly in the arena. Lingbei High School emerged victorious in the team competition. The final score was 4-3, and the victor of this exchange match was Lingbei High School. After the referee announced the results, a hush fell over the crowd, only to be broken by jubilant cheers from the front row. The supporters from Lingbei High School. Each time there was an exchange match, the other two schools would bring along some first and second-year students, either to cheer or to broaden their horizons. Below the stage, Tang Zheng displayed no signs of resentment. In the realm of martial arts, skill was paramount. What could he possibly say? "You are quite strong," Tang Zheng remarked to Zhou Chuyu, who was descending from the stage. "I will await you at Jingwu." Zhou Chuyu acknowledged Tang Zheng's prowess with a nod. "Very well, Fong." He lifted his gaze ahead, where the principal, a figure usually seen only during the annual opening ceremony, stood tall, with the grade director respectfully standing beside him. At this moment, their martial arts class teacher was no longer Iron Fist, but rather the renowned gentle blade, Zhuang Wenchang. Compared to He Xingchen's robust physique, Zhuang appeared somewhat slender, yet his face always bore a gentle smile. However, he stood behind the principal alongside other martial arts teachers, his usual smile absent. The principal stood within the spacious martial arts classroom, facing the top 10 students from the seed class. His gaze swept across the room, pausing slightly on Fong He's face before he spoke. "You have all witnessed the results of this exchange match. Lingbei has triumphed. The hope for next year rests upon your shoulders." This was Fong He's first close encounter with the principal, who was not particularly tall, with graying temples and the passage of time etched upon his face. Yet his voice resonated with vigor. It was said that the principal had once served in the military, and after retiring, he could have pursued a better path, yet he chose to teach at Jiangling for 40 years. Thus, after discussions with our school, I have decided to personally lead an outdoor training expedition. This training may delve deep, and I urge each of you to discuss it with your families and inform me of your decisions by tomorrow. We depart 3 days hence. As the principal's words concluded, the martial arts teachers behind him maintained their usual expressions, clearly having been informed beforehand. The students before him, however, suddenly appeared animated, as the notion of returning to discuss it with their families was not in their minds. The pursuit of martial arts demanded unwavering resolve. Opportunities for outdoor training during high school were exceedingly rare, especially with the principal himself leading the expedition. "Principal, I wish to participate." "Principal, so do I." "Principal, count me in." The principal was pleased with their enthusiasm but maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "No, this matter must be discussed with your parents before it can be confirmed. Those wishing to participate should come to sign tomorrow." Faced with the principal's resolute stance, the students had no choice but to temper their excitement, although the glimmer of anticipation in their eyes remained unmistakable. "All right, you may all return. Come back tomorrow to sign, and prepare well." After discussing some precautions, the principal dismissed them to gather their provisions. Fong He and the others bowed to the principal and the teachers before gradually exiting the classroom. "Principal, this year's Lu Ningxi, Fanny Yang, and Fong He are all promising talents. Next year's exchange match, Jiangling will surely claim the championship," the grade director remarked, stepping forward to speak quietly beside the principal. "Indeed, keep a close watch on them. During this outdoor training, we must prioritize safety, and the accompanying teachers should also ensure they are adequately prepared." "Understood." "Will we go again?" Fanny Yang asked, hands clasped behind his head. "Of course, look at that group." Fong He casually replied, tilting his head towards the front. The students who had just exited were buzzing with excitement, discussing what items to bring for the outdoor training, while Lu Ningxi walked ahead alone, leaving only a straightened silhouette. Fanny Yang shrugged, choosing not to engage. "What about your family? Will they allow you, the young master, to participate in the school's outdoor training?" Fong He knew that his family had a tradition of outdoor training, ensuring safety, and was uncertain whether Fanny Yang would participate in the school's expedition. They can't wait for me to go out and train more. Besides, our principal Wu is quite the expert. Our safety is guaranteed." "Expert? Just how skilled?" "Probably as formidable as Shui Yunxian." "How do you know?" "My family informed me before I came to Jiangling for school." Chapter 26. beast roar. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously as torrential rain fell. Fang He wiped the rainwater from his face, raising his hand to shield his forehead as he strained to peer into the distance. This area was close to Yunmeng's, where moisture typically hung in the air, reducing visibility, and the current deluge only exacerbated the situation. They had been out for a week, surpassing the duration of their previous training expedition. Alongside the principal, 5 martial arts teachers accompanied them. Both Gentle Blade and Iron Fist were among them, while the remaining 3 were teachers from the senior class. Among the 10 students participating in the training, aside from Lu Ningxi, Fang He, and Fanny Yang, the rest were experiencing the wilderness for the first time. After a week of rigorous training, the other 7 had shed their initial naivety, moving with a newfound confidence. That moment, 2 boys and a girl braved the downpour to confront a spotted leopard, while the others were strategically positioned nearby, ready to provide assistance. The accompanying teachers stood at a distance, monitoring the situation. Yin Jindong, aim for the leopard's nose, someone shouted. The voice pierced through the curtain of rain, reaching Yin Jindong's ears. He did not look back. Instead, he nodded slightly, his eyes fixed intently on the leopard. Roar, the leopard, seemingly losing its usual patience under the relentless rain, let out a low growl and lunged at Yin Jindong. Ha! Yin Jindong gripped his broad-backed sword tightly and swung it towards the leopard's attacking claws. In a one-on-one scenario, he might have chosen to evade and wait for an opportunity, but he had 2 teammates with him now. Withstanding the sharp claws, Yin Jindong gritted his teeth and called out, "Zhuolin, Rinyun, now!" The 2 had already coordinated with Yin Jindong multiple times over the past few days. Without waiting for his command, they sprang into action, launching a blade and sword at the leopard. In pain, the leopard's ferocity was ignited, and it swung its tail while snapping its jaws at Rinyun. Yet, everything unfolded as the trio had anticipated. The leopard's counterattack felt more like the last desperate struggle of a cornered beast. And soon it lay defeated at their feet. A smile broke through Yin Jindong's previously tense expression as he addressed his companions. "The rain is getting heavier. Let's pack up and head back." The others quickly gathered around, without hesitation starting to deal with the leopard. "Excellent, your coordination has become increasingly proficient," remarked one of the accompanying teachers, who had approached after a few agile movements. Fang He was not very familiar with this teacher, only knowing that his surname was Wu and that he appeared to be a rather formidable middle-aged man. As teacher Wu approached through the rain, he remained completely dry. A careful observer would notice a layer of earthy yellow aura surrounding him. When raindrops touched this aura, they simply slid off. Fang He recognized this as a hallmark of a Mingxiao realm expert, whose spiritual energy could shield them from attacks and easily repel rainwater. "Hasten back, for this torrential downpour has arrived quite unexpectedly, and there are scarcely any demonic beasts stirring about." Teacher Wu observed that the gathering was nearly complete, and thus he spoke. Upon returning to the campsite, everyone swiftly changed into dry garments before settling down to rest. Unlike the outdoor training during the winter break, this campsite was situated within a cavern. When they initially discovered this cave, they found a fire lizard inside, which they dispatched. Owing to the cave's advantageous and dry location, it was designated as the campsite by the group. The sky grew increasingly dim, yet the rain showed no signs of abating. The group sat together, roasting the meat of the crimson-scaled beast they had hunted the day before. Fang He watched as the ribs sizzled and oozed fat, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. Although the crimson-scaled beast lacked great strength, it was exceedingly swift, and it had taken both him and Fanny Yang considerable effort to capture it. These little fellows were demonstrating remarkable progress. Teacher Wu, accompanying the students today, shared their performances with the other teachers nearby. Indeed, their progress has been rapid. "They are truly the most outstanding cohort in recent years," remarked the only female teacher among the accompanying staff. "This year, our school may not be performing well, but next year, we might very well be among the top 3 in Jiangling City," Teacher Wu said, casting a glance at the group focused on roasting meat. If only Luoyi had not departed. This teacher, appearing relatively youthful, seemed to have heard of Luoyi and was aware of the resurgence of his bloodline, expressing a note of nostalgia in her tone. The female teacher's surname was Miao, and upon hearing this, she couldn't help but express a hint of envy. "It is indeed due to Lao Zhuang's excellent teaching," the young teacher interjected, affirming that it is indeed Teacher Zhuang who excels in educating students. Zhuang Wenchang, having listened to their discussion about his students without interjecting, chuckled softly. Upon hearing his name mentioned, he spoke. Teachers Zhang and Miao do not place too high a regard upon me. These two have battled their way up from parallel classes. And if anyone is to be credited with their education, it is teacher He Xingchen, known for his fiery temperament and lack of communication skills, remarked, well, it is their own talents that brought them this far. Which has little to do with me. This statement held truth, for Fang He and Fanny Yang had notably advanced in their cultivation and martial arts training over the past 6 months. And one of them seemed akin to a frog, constantly on the move, leaving one to wonder how much more he had hidden. He felt he had not done anything particularly special, if anything. He had merely given them extra attention and offered some insights into their training, leaving the rest to their own efforts. The young teacher Zhang chuckled, stating, Teacher, he is truly humble. He Xingchen smiled, providing no further explanation. After several days of training, the initial excitement had waned, and following their meal, everyone sought a place to recuperate from the day's exertions. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following content is even more thrilling. The teachers rested in another area, while the principal was not within the cave. Zhuolin and Ren Yun were responsible for the night watch, having already scattered beast-repellent powder around the area. Given the stormy weather and the presence of alarms and surveillance devices, the night watch was not overly arduous. Roars echoed from afar. Fang He suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright, and noticed that his classmates had also awakened, exchanging bewildered glances over the unfolding events. The 5 teachers within the cave had already rushed out, leaping to higher ground, their expressions grave as they gazed into the distance. Zhuang Wenchang was simultaneously adjusting his communicator to contact the principal while signaling for Fang He and the others to remain inside. Standing at the cave's entrance, Fang He strained to listen. The beast roars were less than 20 kilometers away. Amidst the cacophony, he faintly recognized one of the roars, reminiscent of the wolf howls he had heard during the winter training. Prior to this expedition, Fang He had tested his speed, averaging around 32.3 ms. If he were to run at full capacity, he could reach the source of the sound in under 10 minutes, at some point. The principal had taken to the air, exuding no discernible aura, perfectly blending into the night. He glanced downwards, his lips moving silently. Once Zhuang Wenchang nodded, he soared towards the source of the noise. Everyone remained vigilant, prepared for any eventuality. Zhuang Wenchang returned to the cave and, with a serious expression, addressed the students standing at the entrance. Yes, Chapter 27. Chaos and Battle. Teacher Zhuang, what is happening? Someone inquired after donning their gear. It is unclear. The principal has reported the situation and is now personally investigating. We are prepared to retreat at any moment, Zhuang Wenchang replied, gripping his long knife and speaking in hushed tones. With the principal's speed, 20 kilometers could be traversed in merely a minute. However, out of caution, he chose not to fly directly, instead running close to the ground as he approached 10 kilometers. His movements were as silent as a shadow. His form barely discernible. A resounding crash echoed, quickly followed by a series of combat sounds. Beast roars, the clash of weapons and claws, and the explosive bursts of spiritual energy. As he drew closer, the principal discovered that the battlefield was situated within a basin, at the center of which lay a pool. That moment, a crystal-clear lotus was on the verge of blooming. Though distant, its faint fragrance wafted through the air, clearing his mind and invigorating his spirit. The principal's pupils constricted. The Chinya Bodhi lotus had properties that could solidify one's foundation and enhance spiritual power. For those in the Sky Ascension realm, obtaining a Chinya Bodhi lotus could significantly increase the likelihood of advancing to the Dragon Gate realm. Engaged in battle above were 4 individuals and 4 beasts. A majestic white tiger, exuding an imposing presence. A white crane with wings spanning 8 feet, shimmering like silver under the lightning's illumination. A lone horned snow wolf howling skyward, its horn emitting frigid blue rays. And finally, a gigantic green-eyed toad, its chest swelling and contracting, producing thunderous sounds. Among the 4 combatants facing the demonic beasts, 2 were clad in military uniforms, clearly men, while the other 2 wore custom combat attire. 1 male and 1 female. Below, a group of well-trained soldiers, exhibiting seamless coordination, was valiantly resisting the relentless onslaught of the wolf pack. Those at the forefront wielded large shields to withstand the assault, while those behind unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the intelligence of demonic beasts had also risen. Greater demons were now akin to humans, able to comprehend human speech, with the highest among them even capable of speaking. The classification of demonic beasts in Blue Star is not overly detailed, encompassing minor demons, major demons, lords, and beast kings. Those below the Sky Ascension realm are considered minor demons, while major demons correspond to the Sky Ascension realm, lords to the Dragon Gate realm, and beast kings are comparable to humanity's transcendent realm. EGN. Focus on the white crane. Han E suddenly advanced, his saber slicing through the air to form a web of blades, forcibly restricting the white crane's flight. Yejian offered no reply. A brilliant golden glint flashed in her beautiful eyes, and then an overwhelming will, surpassing the martial arts realm, erupted from her being, directly targeting the white crane. The long sword in her hand gleamed with golden radiance, sharp and unparalleled. Slash! Yejian exclaimed softly. The sword, imbued with an intent to shred all, descended upon the white crane. The anthropomorphized eyes of the white crane filled with panic as it sensed the sword's formidable power. Impossible to withstand. Yet with no means of evasion, it could only struggle. With a cry, the white crane's feathers bristled, silver light swirling around it, and then its feathers shot forth like arrows toward Han E and Yejian. The two military personnel, aware of the duo's intentions, unleashed their own blood energy, their iron fists swinging as they valiantly restrained the rampaging three beasts. Demonic beasts that have reached the status of major demons possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. They realize that they are part of a collective. If the white crane were to fall, the others would not fare well either, prompting each to unleash their unique abilities in an attempt to break free and provide support. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the heavens, its sound waves converging upon the taller of the two, as a paw as large as a door came crashing down. Howl! The Snow Wolf King's horn radiated a piercing chill, seemingly intent on freezing the very air around them, causing even the unfallen raindrops to transform into icy shards that altered their trajectory toward the two. Gulp! The green-eyed toad, brimming with thunderous energy, opened its massive mouth, unleashing torrents of lightning. Among the four beasts, it was the strongest, and in this stormy weather, it fought like a fish in water. Faced with the overwhelming assault, the two military personnel exchanged a resolute glance. Determination flashing in their eyes, they stood firm in midair. Already having unleashed their energy, they forcibly surged their blood energy once more, vowing to withstand this wave of attacks. The principal, concealed behind a tree, observed everything unfold. Initially, he had planned to wait for the right moment to deliver a decisive strike, but it seemed he would have to act sooner than anticipated. The dilemma of whether to assist Yejian in delivering a lethal blow to the white crane, or to aid the military personnel in halting the incoming assault had never been a matter of choice for him. On the battlefield, rescuing allies was far more crucial than inflicting harm upon enemies. Utilizing the cover of night, the principal transformed into a shadow, darting toward the green-eyed toad. His spiritual energy was a rare form of dark spiritual energy, exceptional in its ability to conceal, and it was not until he was near the green-eyed toad that he sensed it. The toad's bumpy skin recoiled at the sight of the cold gleam. But it was too late. Dark erosion? The principal wielded a short knife in each hand, slicing through the green-eyed toad's skin with ease, as the surging dark spiritual energy surged into its body, wreaking havoc upon its organs. Gulp! The agonized wail of the green-eyed toad echoed deafeningly, and the ensuing wave of lightning was abruptly stifled. Observing this, the principal swiftly withdrew, evading the toad's long, lashing tongue. The two military personnel, who had barely withstood the initial wave of assaults, felt a surge of joy at the sight of assistance. With no time to ponder, they took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil of energy within them, and charged forward. They are acutely aware that the formidable powers lurking in the shadows can undoubtedly seize fleeting opportunities. Just moments ago, the Wolf King and the White Tiger, who had yet to be attacked, were filled with astonishment and suspicion and found themselves hesitating in the face of the military duo's proactive assault. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. With a fierce cry, another battlefield had already revealed its victor. The white crane hung its head low, its body powerless and plummeting downward. Han E and Yejian, Undeterred by the falling white crane, charged straight towards this direction, their presence heralded by the imminent arrival of their sword intent. Howl! The Snow Wolf King, sensing the impending threat of the sword intent, realized the futility of the situation and let out a cry to the heavens, issuing a retreat command. The attacking wolf pack, upon receiving the order, unhesitatingly disengaged from the fray and began their withdrawal. Roar! The white tiger's roar was filled with resentment, but with the snow wolf retreating and the white crane dead, it too had no choice but to turn and depart. Goor! The emerald-eyed toad was filled with malice. Having lost one eye, it felt tormented by the incessant buzzing of that detestable creature, akin to a fly that persistently inflicted wounds upon it now. With comrades either dead or fleeing, it was utterly powerless, merely glaring fiercely into the darkness with its lone eye before leaping away from the basin. One pursued. Being near Yunmeng's, who could predict what dangers lay in wait should they chase further. Moreover, apart from the principal, who had joined the fray late, everyone else bore injuries. Han Yi, having ensnared the white crane, had taken a direct hit from its dying attack, and his combat suit was torn to shreds, revealing ghastly wounds beneath. Yi Jian, shielded by Han Yi from the brunt of the onslaught, sustained only minor injuries, feeling slightly fatigued but still capable of fighting. As for the military brothers, their condition was even graver. Upon removing their masks, one could see their faces as pale as paper, their breaths labored. Had it not been for the principal's timely intervention, they might have met a bitter end that day. Chapter 28. The sudden turn of events. Thank you, Principal Liu, for your assistance. At this moment, the military duo recognized who had come to their AID.AS station forces in Jiangling City. Who wouldn't know the illustrious Principal Lu Shiren? Lu Shiren waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling matter. We must support one another as fellow humans when we encounter such situations in the wild. Han Yi and his companion, though unfamiliar with Principal Liu, had heard tales of his exploits from the elders at school, and now, seeing him in person, they couldn't help but observe him with renewed interest. Principal Liu, are you here in the wild seeking some materials? Han Yi inquired, seeking a conversation starter as the battle had drawn to a close and it was time to discuss the division of spoils. Ordinarily, the two parties would split the rewards equally, but with Principal Liu's assistance, it was only fitting that he receive his share. I came to lead the school students on a training expedition and happened upon this incident. There should still be some accompanying spiritual plants in this pool. Might I allow the students to gather them? Lu Shiren responded before posing his own question. The military duo had no objections, and Han Yi readily agreed. Of course, that is no problem. Today, you have assisted us, and this Chinya Bodhi lotus belongs to the 5 of us. After we tally it up, we can divide it evenly. What do you think? Lu Shiren was no inflexible individual, having lent his assistance and reaped rewards. He felt entitled to his share as well. In that case, I shall forego the lotus petals and only take the lotus seeds, as the children will be arriving shortly to gather the accompanying spiritual plants. Han Yi nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, with large droplets crashing against the leaves, creating a cacophony of sound. Fang He leaned against the cave entrance, his gaze drifting toward the night sky. He had just heard the distant roars of beasts and felt the surge of potent spiritual energy, accompanied by a dazzling flash of golden light. Starkly visible in the darkness, Zhuang Wenchong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed nearby, suddenly opened them, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Boys, prepare to set out. The principal has resolved matters. We shall rendezvous with him. Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of the group. The principal was their school's pillar and the strongest here, and news of his safety filled them with joy. 15 minutes later, gazing at the ravaged basin, everyone stood in stunned silence. Trees snapped at waist height, their cuts remarkably clean. Stones lay shattered into granules, and the ground resembled that of a dragon's upheaval. On the adjacent clearing lay a white crane, comparable in size to a medium-sized aircraft, while not far away, a mound of wolf corpses was heaped up, being diligently cleared by a squad of well-trained soldiers. Although they had seen footage of high-level warriors in combat, the visual impact of witnessing it firsthand was still staggering. They have arrived, Lu Shiren noted, spotting Fang He and his companions. Yes, 10 students and 5 teachers, not a single one missing, Zhuang Wenchong reported. The central pool should still contain some spiritual plants. Have the children gather them and whatever they collect will be theirs, Lu Shiren nodded and instructed. After Zhuang Wenchang relayed the principal's words, predictable cheers erupted among the students. They were not foolish upon arrival. They had noticed the pool. That area was the heart of the basin, rich in spiritual energy and bound to harbor extraordinary treasures. However, it was clear that such treasures had likely already been claimed. Shaking his head, casting aside distractions, the group readied their gear and prepared to enter the water. The extraordinary treasures were now beyond their reach, seizing the opportunity to gather their own spiritual items. Thanks to the principal, was the true path to follow. Stay within close proximity. Signal immediately if you encounter danger. Zhuang Wenchang cautioned from the shore. Although termed a pool, its area spanned nearly 10 square kilometers. And with 10 individuals diving in, they quickly vanished from sight. Under the stormy night with the moon concealed by dark clouds, diving into the water was no simple task, yet each person was filled with fervor. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. As they descended, the water pressure intensified. Fortunately, their combat suits could withstand some of the pressure, allowing Fang He to remain relatively comfortable. Finally, in the darkness, Fang He, aided by a light source, glimpsed the bottom of the pool. His feet touched down, and he felt a reassuring solidity beneath him. Checking the sensor, he noted the depth was 109 meters. After a brief acclimatization, Fang He began to search. Fragrant flower grass? Before long, he stumbled upon a cluster of deep green plants growing in the crevices of rocks. The fragrant flower grass, entirely dark green, typically thrived at depths of around 100 meters. Possessing a delightful aroma and medicinal properties, a good find, Fang He exclaimed, carefully harvesting it with a small spade and placing it in his pocket. With this auspicious start, Fang He felt increasingly confident and continued to seek out new spiritual items. During this time, he encountered some classmates, but after exchanging nods, they dispersed to continue their searches. Beep, beep, the earpiece chimed. Everyone, prepare to return, Zhuang Wenchang announced as he checked the time. Phew. Removing his mask, Fang He took a deep breath, peering at his classmates as they emerged one by one from the water. Their faces were adorned with smiles, clearly indicating a bountiful harvest. What did you all find? Fanny Yang inquired. Fragrant flower grass, colorful spirit fruit, water jade pearls, and I even caught a few fish for soup in the morning, Fang He replied, shaking out his pocket to showcase his haul. Not bad. That should fetch around 100,000. Fanny Yang assessed the value with a glance. And you? He asked. Oh, just some trinkets, Fanny Yang responded, showing Fang He his own findings. What do you think the spiritual items nurtured in this basin could be? After tallying their gains, Fang He raised an eyebrow toward the center of the pool. How would I know? However, this battle was likely instigated by that thing. Its worth can't be low, Fanny Yang pondered. Stroking his chin, indeed, Fang He sighed. Upon arriving, he had recognized the Ajian and Han A, the very teachers from Southern Martial Arts University he had encountered in the wild during the winter break. It seemed they had been patrolling the wilderness ever since their earlier reconnaissance. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. Everyone, find cover! Principal Lu suddenly soared into the air. Bellowing. With little time for thought, Fang He and Fanny Yang quickly retreated, searching for shelter. Alongside Principal Lu, the military duo and Yi Jian and Han Yi rapidly ascended as well. Goor! The emerald-eyed toad returned. Swirling with lightning, its massive mouth opening wide to unleash a torrent of thunder. Beast! You dare return? Han Yi swung his broadsword toward the oncoming storm. Despite their injuries, the military brothers retaliated with a fierce punch. Yi Jian prepared to engage but found a shadow darting toward her at lightning speed. In a moment of panic, she had to prioritize dealing with the approaching figure. Meanwhile, Fang He and Fanny Yang had barely settled into their hiding spots when they noticed the raindrops falling around them seemed to freeze in midair. No, not freeze, merge. The spiritual energy fluctuations from the confrontation between the powerful beings illuminated the night. Only then could Fang He see that the rain droplets had coalesced into a massive water sphere. Hurtling toward them at alarming speed, he attempted to evade, but a looming pressure nearby immobilized him, leaving him helpless to watch the water sphere grow larger in his sight. Humph! The principal's figure, though not imposing, shielded everyone in front of him. Then, with both hands raised to the sky, a thick, inky spiritual energy surged forth, expanding rapidly and enveloping the water sphere entirely. Chapter 29. The Emerald-Eyed Toad Zhuang Wenchang. Get them out of here, Lu Shiren gritted out through clenched teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Wenchang summoned his spiritual energy, grabbing Fang He and Fanny Yang by one hand each and sprinting towards the perimeter of the battlefield. Several other teachers, like Zhuang Wenchang, were each carrying 2 students as they raced forward. Even under the immense pressure of the Mingxiao realm, they swiftly reached the edge of the basin. You stay here? Don't run around aimlessly, Zhuang Wenchang instructed as he set Fang He down, before leading the 4 other teachers back to the battlefield. Everyone understood the urgency of the situation and refrained from excessive conversation. Simply watching as the teachers rushed toward the conflict, from their elevated vantage point, they finally grasped the current predicament. They beheld Yi Aijian, radiating a golden glow, exerting an invisible sword intent that suppressed a colossal beast. It was a giant crocodile, its body encased in thick, earthy-toned scales, with eyes that gleamed like precious gems, flashing with a chilling light. Despite the stark size difference, Yi Aijian maintained complete dominance. Had it not been for the giant crocodile's formidable defenses, it would have likely been subdued long ago. Meanwhile, the principal faced an equally daunting foe, a giant tortoise with a menacing, tooth-filled maw and spikes jutting from its shell. The principal, not adept at direct combat, found himself momentarily at a stalemate against the tortoise's onslaught. The bi-eyed toad, the only injured beast among the formidable attackers, was also the most frenzied, its remaining eye filled with madness, exuding a desperate aura. Despite 3 individuals confronting it, all were wounded, and their efforts to withstand the assault proved exceedingly strenuous. Simultaneously, swarms of crocodiles engaged in fierce combat with the military personnel on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were released in unison, their shafts shimmering as they penetrated the crocodile horde. Boom! An explosion reverberated, momentarily alleviating the pressure on the military's warriors. Following the trajectory of the arrows, they saw that the archer was Teacher Miao. Other teachers surged forward. The gentle swordsman Zhuang Wenchang lived up to his reputation, his movements soft yet capable of swiftly dispatching one beast after another. The indomitable He Xingqian, surrounded by flames, bulldozed through, encountering no beast of equal rank that could withstand his defenses. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang and Teacher Wu refused to lag behind, showcasing their unique skills. In no time, the situation on the ground had shifted in their favor. Yet everyone understood that the ultimate outcome of the battle would hinge on the aerial conflict. What should we do now? Someone murmured. We stay put. Not adding chaos for the teachers is the greatest assistance we can provide. Yin Jindong replied. Everyone concurred, recognizing that this battle was clearly beyond their capacity to influence, and safeguarding themselves was already a contribution. They did not choose to retreat. The basin was in disarray, an uproar of combat, with the beasts residing there scattering in panic. Since the basin's edge was not far from the battlefield, no beasts dared to intrude. However, who could tell what high-level beasts lurked in the surrounding jungles? A chance encounter with one could spell doom for their small group of Tien. Lu Ningxi occupied the best vantage point, fixated on the battlefield, gripping his gun so tightly that his knuckles turned pale from exertion. What level had he reached after 3 months? Fang He glanced at him, contemplating. Had I known, I wouldn't have followed the principal out, a girl complained. What do you mean? Tao Yi, Zhuolin, known for his fiery temperament, immediately challenged. Perhaps out of fear, Tao Yi's voice turned shrill. It is precisely that. If the school hadn't organized this operation, we wouldn't be in such a perilous situation. Just moments earlier, when she was treasure hunting in the pool, she had not expressed such sentiments. Moreover, we all signed agreements before coming out. Who are you blaming now? Zhuolin, who held Principal Lu in the highest regard, naturally took offense at anyone blaming him. The school has a duty to ensure our safety. Tao Yi retorted, her voice no longer subdued. If you're afraid to die, why practice martial arts? Zhuolin shot back. Enough. A commanding voice rang out. The two, previously embroiled in argument, fell silent, recognizing Lu Ningxi as the speaker. Do you think this is a game? Your noise might attract beasts and endanger not just yourselves but others. Lu Ningxi turned to face them, speaking in a low tone. Tao Yi, unable to meet Lu Ningxi's gaze, lowered her head, remaining silent. That moment, Ren Yun stepped forward. We're all classmates. We should unite in this situation and refrain from arguing. She gently pulled Taoyi aside, offering her a way out. Zhuolin believed he had done nothing wrong. Yet he chose not to argue further. Fang He also diverted his gaze, initially intending to intervene. But seeing Lu Ningxi step in first, he held his tongue. Internal conflict was the last thing they needed now. However, he scoffed internally at Taoyi's words, seeing her as a worthless individual who merely shifted blame onto others. Choices are made by oneself. Everyone must take responsibility for their decisions. Redirecting his attention to the battlefield, he observed Yi Aijian, her long hair flowing, her released spiritual energy casting a golden hue around her. With a concentrated sword intent, she lunged at the giant crocodile. The crocodile's robust scales had already been split. Facing this strike, it lost all confidence in defense. With a furious roar, it swung its tail and fled, not daring to look back. Yi Yijian had no intention of pursuing it. Given the current state of the battle, its retreat was, in fact, a relief. However, she redirected her attack toward the bi-eyed toad. At that moment, the three confronting the toad found themselves in dire straits. The two military personnel, already gravely injured, were now on the brink of exhaustion, relying solely on sheer willpower to continue. Han Yi, well aware of his junior sister's prowess, felt reassured seeing her take action. Swish, sword energy erupted, sending forth a spray of blue blood. Gurgle, the bi-eyed toad cried out in pain. Having recognized that its situation was dire, it reluctantly chose to retreat, despite its unwillingness. Any creature instinctively values its life, especially a beast of its kind. The thousand-leaf Bodhi lotus had initially been its discovery, intended to elevate its status to a lord. Yet, it had attracted the attention of powerful predators from miles away. The snow wolf king, the white tiger, the white crane, and ultimately drawn humans to its location. Today, with the thousand-leaf Bodhi lotus blooming, a fierce battle ensued, resulting in its defeat. After such a conflict, it had not only failed to secure any lotus seeds but had also lost an eye. It returned to Yunming's, seeking allies to exact revenge on the humans. However, the resilience of these humans had exceeded its expectations. This assault would likely end in failure once more, but it yearned for vengeance. Its deepest hatred was not for the formidable Yi Yijian, but for the sudden appearance of Lu Shiren. Had it not been for his intervention, today it would have surely claimed the thousand-leaf Bodhi lotus. Gurgle! Its gaze fell upon the location where Fang He and the others were hiding. It had just witnessed Lu Shiren desperately protecting those ants. Given the current state, the likelihood of successfully ambushing Lu Shiren was low, and it might even risk its own life. Since those ants were so important to him, then it would simply annihilate them. Chapter 30. A moment between life and death. Is that bi-eyed toad looking at us? A voice trembled with anxiety. The great beasts, corresponding to the human realm's transcendent warriors, towered over them by two entire realms. Even the strongest among them, Lu Ningxi, was but an insignificant insect in the eyes of the bi-eyed toad. We must flee. That bi-eyed toad is vengeful and may indeed seek trouble with us, Fanny Yang warned, recalling tales from his elders about the high intelligence of these great beasts in the face of their inability to contend with the strong. It might truly decide to target them. Upon hearing this, the group grew momentarily flustered, instinctively casting their eyes toward Luning 11. In times of danger, there is always a sense of security in following someone of greater strength. Fang He absolutely trusted Fanny Yang and quickly said, "We should retreat. It's better to err on the side of caution. We cannot gamble our lives on its indifference toward us." With that, Fang He began to survey the terrain for a suitable escape route. Follow Fanny Yang's lead. Lu Ningxi agreed without hesitation. In a battlefield of this caliber, being targeted would spell disaster. At that moment, the bi-eyed toad in the fray flicked its long tongue, pushing several individuals back. A glint of cunning flashing in its eyes. The toad feigned an attempt to break through to another location before suddenly propelling itself toward Fang He and the others' hiding place. "It's coming straight for us." The group, having closely monitored the bi-eyed toad, quickly recognized its intentions. "Beast!" Lu Shiren, consumed by rage, shouted. He had been locked in a stalemate with the giant tortoise. Though he could not overcome it, he was still able to observe other skirmishes. Ignoring the tortoise, Lu Shiren summoned his spiritual power, aiming to intercept the bi-eyed toad. The giant tortoise, sensing Lu Shiren's departure from the battlefield, also began retreating at an unexpectedly swift pace for its size. Currently, apart from Lu Shiren, Only Yi Jian remained capable of fighting back. However, her distance rendered her somewhat unable to assist. Thus, she unleashed a wave of sword light, hoping to protect a few students, as the Bai Toad's massive body bore down upon them like a mountain. Despair gripped the students' eye in a critical moment. The sword light arrived first, creating a fragile barrier above them. Scatter! Run as far as you can, Lu Ningxi bellowed. There was no time for thought. Faced with the specter of death, each individual surpassed their usual limits in speed. Second sister, this time, it's truly a matter of luck, Fang He managed to say to Fanny Yang before darting away like an arrow released from a bowstring. Without waiting for a response, Fanny Yang silently wished him good fortune and similarly propelled himself in another direction. Gurgle! A tempest surged forth. A clash occurred with the radiant sword light. Boom! The brilliance dissipated, and thunderous waves scattered. The sounds of wind and thunder echoed in his ears, leaving Fang He with no time to concern himself with his surroundings. He could only flail about like a headless fly. A shriek pierced the air from a short distance away, abruptly silencing thereafter. He did not raise his head. It was only at that moment that he gained a clear understanding of the dangers lurking in the wild. During his first outdoor training, everything had gone smoothly, which had lulled him into a false sense of security. In his second outdoor training, the formidable protection from the principal and numerous teachers had further eased his mind. Even when ambushed by the emerald-eyed toad, he had remained unperturbed, knowing the principal would ensure their safety. But now, faced with a formidable demon equivalent to a human at the Void Realm, he could not help but feel a surge of fear. The wild was not merely an excursion. It was a place where one could truly perish. Crash! A massive boulder plummeted beside him, nearly crushing him. Without daring to pause even for a moment, he continued to sprint frantically. Boom! 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 Thunder struck incessantly, 3 bolts of lightning crashing down near Fang He, but fortune favored him as he narrowly evaded them. Retreat! A long howl resounded. Immediately, a fierce wind surged forth, reversing the descending thunderous waves. The tempest, mingled with lightning, unleashed upon the spiny hide of the emerald-eyed toad, igniting sparks and forcing it to retreat. Then, a portly man clad in a blue combat uniform emerged, suspended in the air. Confronting the emerald-eyed toad, without unnecessary words, the portly man formed hand seals, launching a direct assault on the emerald-eyed toad. The wind's spiritual energy in this space surged dramatically, weaving an invisible net that ensnared the emerald-eyed toad. After battling for so long, the toad could no longer evade this wind net, helplessly watching it envelop its body. At that moment, Lu Shiren had also arrived, his eyes locking onto the target, a fierce inferno of anger burning within him. He dared not contemplate how many of his students might have survived beneath that deluge of thunder. Dark saber. A flash of crimson flickered on the dagger, soon overshadowed by a black, spiritual power. Seizing the moment the emerald-eyed toad was ensnared, Lu Shiren drove his twin daggers deep into its flesh. This time, he did not withdraw after the first strike. Instead, he pressed on with his assault. Dark break. He resolved to leave no chance for escape. Gulp. The emerald-eyed toad emitted a harrowing wail, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Annihilate. Even before his arrival, the intent of the sword had already manifested. Yi Jian descended. Trailing golden light behind him, gulp, the abdomen of the emerald-eyed toad swelled, thunder rumbling. Its eyes filled with malice. It had not anticipated the emergence of another human powerhouse, one that had sealed off its escape. There was no way out. These humans would not afford it another opportunity. If that were the case, then let them perish together. The swelling abdomen grew ever larger. An endless thunder brewing within it was preparing to self-destruct. They had to flee. The portly man was the first to notice, and he continued forming seals with his hands, striving to diminish the explosion's impact. Lu Shiren and Yi Jian, both seasoned warriors, immediately retreated upon realizing the emerald-eyed toad's intention to self-destruct. Boom! A thunderous roar, 100 times more ferocious than before, reverberated in Fang He's ears, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He staggered to his feet, his face covered in dirt, glancing back to find the emerald-eyed toad had vanished, leaving only the tumultuous thunderclouds and a flickering flash of lightning in the sky. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped disaster. At that moment, Fang He finally felt a sense of relief, leaning against a large tree. Gasping for breath, During that brief explosion of under 10 seconds, he had truly pushed his speed to the limit, likely reaching 70 ms. Now that he had come to a halt, he felt a tearing sensation in his muscles. However, the three individuals who had been propelled by the shockwave bore grave expressions, scanning their surroundings with concern rather than relief. The great demon sought to evolve into a lord-level being, pursuing a transcendence of the soul akin to humans. As a top-tier demon, the emerald-eyed toad had begun its journey toward the transformation of its soul, which is why it was so fixated on the Chinya Bodhi lotus. Such apex demons, even upon self-destruction, could not be easily eradicated. Remnants of their souls might escape. Although the lingering soul would pose little threat, they were determined not to leave behind even the slightest potential for future troubles. The emerald-eyed toad, inherently cunning, had prepared for mutual destruction while still leaving a contingency. Its soul, undergoing transformation, could persist for a time even after its corporeal form had dissipated. During this interval, if it could find a suitable vessel, it might achieve a form of rebirth. Unbeknownst to Fang He, as he rested, a somewhat ethereal shadow floated above him. Had he glanced upward, he would have seen this transparent figure, remarkably similar to the emerald-eyed toad, albeit significantly smaller and with a vacant gaze. The emerald-eyed toad had not yet reached the lord level, and the soul that barely survived its self-destruction lacked significant intelligence, instinctively seeking a suitable vessel. Fang He, with his surging soul power far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, appeared to the transformed soul of the emerald-eyed toad like a firefly in the night, thus drawing its attention. The soul of the emerald-eyed toad descended slowly, and upon contact with Fang He's body, it dissolved like ice and snow, merging into him as a stream of transparent essence. Just as Fang He felt fortunate to have survived, a sudden tingling sensation coursed through him, as though struck by an electric current, rendering him instantly paralyzed. Before he could utter a sound, he slumped against the large tree, collapsing into the hollow at its base, faintly emitting a blue glow. Chapter 31. Soul Invasion. After a fruitless search in the air, the three descended to assess the casualties. Zhuang Wenchang and Teacher Miao approached Lu Shiren. Though all five of them had directly engaged in battle and sustained injuries, they remained able to move since they had not been attacked by the great demon. "How is it? Did you find everyone?" Lu Shiren asked, his tone heavy with a hint of hope. The two exchanged glances, and it was Zhuang Wenchang who spoke softly. "Two children were lost on the spot, struck by the lightning." Lu Shiren had anticipated this, but could not suppress his sorrow upon hearing the outcome. "What about the remaining children?" Zhuang Wenchang licked his lips, his voice hoarse. "One child is severely injured, with an arm lost, and another is in a coma. The others have only minor injuries and will recover in a few days." "Who is the severely injured child? Zhuolin? And the one in a coma?" Zhuang Wenchang hesitated for a moment before replying. "It's Fang He. He remains unconscious, but his body shows no injuries, surrounded by electrical sparks. Though he appear to have been struck." Upon hearing Fang He's name, Lu Shiren suddenly became alert. "Take me to see him." Before long, Lu Shiren found himself in a makeshift tent, where Fang He lay on a simple support frame, being attended to by He Xingqian and Fanny Yang. "Principal," the two called out, their faces etched with worry, feeling somewhat relieved at his arrival. Moments ago, Fang He had suddenly curled up, convulsing violently as if enduring immense torment. His expression contorted in agony, yet he had not awakened. They dared not move. Lu Shiren nodded. With just a glance, he discerned something amiss. "When did he become like this?" "I was the first to notice. He collapsed in a tree hollow, yet there were no signs of an electric strike around him. Initially, he was merely unconscious, his breathing steady, but about 10 minutes ago, he began to curl up and convulse." He Xingqian recounted rapidly. Hearing this, Lu Shiren's expression darkened. He channeled his spiritual energy, lightly tapping on Fang He's body to assess the situation. Then, he activated his communicator, sending a few messages while observing Fang He's condition. Shortly after, someone lifted the curtain and entered the tent. "Principal Lu, have you located the soul of the emerald-eyed toad?" Pani rushed in, his tone urgent, followed closely by Yi Jian. The newcomers included a portly young man with a grim expression and a tall, sturdy man with a dark complexion and pale lips. Lu Shiren said nothing, merely stepping aside to allow them to see the curled-up Fang He. The group, having heard rumors, could roughly guess the situation but tacitly remained silent. The atmosphere in the tent grew heavy. Fanny Yang, unaware of the specifics, sensed that Fang He's condition was troubling enough to concern even the Void Realm experts. Principal, what has happened to Fang He? He broke the silence. The soul of the emerald-eyed toad has invaded Fang He's sea of consciousness, Lu Shiren replied slowly. What? Fanny Yang's eyes widened. Due to family circumstances, he had heard his elders mention soul power. In martial arts cultivation, one first refines the body, then cultivates spiritual energy, which resides in the dantian. While soul power is stored in the sea of consciousness, lower-level martial artists are entirely unaware of the existence of soul power and cannot cultivate it. One only encounters soul power upon reaching the Void Realm. The thought that the soul of the emerald-eyed toad had invaded Fang He's consciousness was astonishing. How could a second-year student's soul power possibly withstand the invasion of a great demon? The situation has not yet reached its lowest point. I observe that he is still resisting fiercely and has not completely succumbed, Han Yi stated gravely. Such situations have occurred before, but almost no one has managed to endure. Principal Lu, we must prepare for the worst. The portly young man was less optimistic, dousing the hope with cold water and subtly advising Lu Shiren. Lu Shiren understood the implications. For the past 200 years, the conflict between humans and demon beasts had never ceased, and similar situations had arisen before. The possibility of being invaded by the souls of demonic beasts while still retaining consciousness is a rarity, with only one such instance recorded in their memories. Furthermore, that individual had already attained the realm of clarity and was accompanied by a master of the Dragon Gate realm providing protection, which enabled him to endure. However, now, with Fang He merely at the body refinement stage, what means does he possess to resist? The dire consequence of failure is total descent into darkness, culminating in his body being overtaken by a demonic beast, thus transforming into a creature of beastly soul encased in human form. Such a beast, having gained an alternative chance at rebirth, would prove far more formidable than ordinary demonic beasts. Should it escape, it would become a grave threat to humanity. Hence, the plump young man cautioned Principal Lu against being overly merciful. If Fang He succumbs and his body is seized by the demonic beast, there would be but one inevitable outcome: extermination without mercy. Lu Shiren was not unaware that once Fang He fell, he would cease to be human, becoming a demonic beast clad in human skin. A green-eyed toad. Yet, having devoted the better part of his life to teaching, how could he bring himself to harm his own student? Moreover, this was the only grandson of his old subordinate. The plump young man discerned Principal Lu's inner turmoil and reluctance, prompting him to say, Principal Lu, if you are weary, feel free to take a rest. I shall take responsibility here. The others remained silent, yet their stance was clear in the face of demonic beasts. There was no room for negotiation, my lord. This chapter has more. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Although Fanny Yang had not heard of certain secrets, he too sensed that the situation was amiss and pleaded, Principal, please take action to save Fang He. He can surely pull through. Yet, upon uttering these words, he himself felt a lack of conviction. The soul, a universally acknowledged conundrum, and with no masters of the Dragon Gate present, how could anyone assist? Lu Shiren closed his eyes, exhaling softly before opening them again, stating, in my official capacity, I am the principal of this school. On a personal level, he is the grandson of an old friend. Regardless, I must save him. The plump young man frowned, preparing to speak, but Lu Shiren continued without pause, everyone, I ask for some time. If he truly succumbs, I shall take action. With that, he retrieved a portion of the 1,000-leaf Bodhi lotus seeds he had previously obtained. This particular lotus bore 30 seeds, of which he had divided 6. Now, he presented all of them to He Xingqian beside him. Xingqian, you wield fire spirit energy. Control the temperature, melt these seeds, and have Fang He consume them. Upon witnessing Lu Shiren produce the 1,000-leaf Bodhi lotus seeds, everyone gasped in astonishment. This was an opportunity to ascend to the Dragon Gate realm. It was not that they were unaware of the seeds' efficacy in enhancing the soul, which could indeed aid Fang He at this critical juncture. Rather, it was the preciousness of the seeds. If it could be assured that using them would save a genius youth, they would certainly acquiesce. However, utilizing these seeds did not guarantee success. Especially given that this youth appeared to be on the brink of collapse, it was uncertain how many would be willing to wager the known for a chance at the uncertain. At least, had they found themselves in Principal Lu's position, they would have found it exceedingly difficult to make such a decision. Fanny Yang was filled with excitement. Though hope was faint, it existed nonetheless. The rest now rested upon Fang He himself. Having remained silent since entering, Yi Aijian finally lifted her head, first glancing at Principal Lu and then directing her gaze towards the curled-up Fang He. Lost in thought. Chapter 32. The soul duel. What are you still hesitating for? Lu Shiren urged when he noticed He Xingqian's lack of movement. Yes. He Xingqian snapped back to attention, responding promptly as he carefully picked up a lotus seed and began the delicate process of refining it. He understood the preciousness of the seeds and was now fully focused, controlling the temperature of the flames. Melting the seed was not particularly difficult. In no time, one seed transformed into a small pool of emerald green liquid. Once completed, He Xingqian turned to Lu Shiren, who nodded calmly in approval. He Xingqian then carefully guided the melted liquid to Fang He's lips. The onlookers inside the tent fell silent, eagerly anticipating a miracle. Fang He felt as though he had been struck by lightning. In his last fleeting thought before losing consciousness, he resolved never to seek refuge beneath a tree during thunderstorms again. When he regained awareness, he found himself enveloped in an expansive void. Everything around him was shrouded in gray, akin to a thick fog, and his body felt weightless. Is this my soul body? But where is this place? With a slight shift of thought, he began to drift forth in this boundless realm. Even the concept of distance seemed to blur. How do I get out? Is anyone there? His voice traveled far, yet there was no echo in return. He felt as though he were trapped in a silent prison, calling out to the heavens with no response, and to the earth, receiving none in turn. After aimlessly wandering for what felt like an eternity, a sense of panic began to engulf him. Fear arises from the unknown. In this unfamiliar place, he had no clear direction to strive towards. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of light in this desolate space. Witnessing a splash of color was indeed exhilarating. As he approached, however, he realized there was nothing there, only a flickering bolt of lightning without a sound. What on earth is this? While he was momentarily taken aback, several more light orbs flickered to life nearby, identical to the lightning before him. These glowing orbs seemed to form a circle, enclosing him within. Realizing something was amiss, he attempted to flee, but it was already too late. The lightning orbs erupted with a fierce blaze, and chains of lightning converged in the air. Resembling a birdcage that ensnared him within, he was but a bird trapped in a cage. Faced with the unknown, he chose to remain steadfast. Time passed, and a distorted, somewhat ethereal figure appeared before Fang He. The green-eyed toad? Didn't it self-destruct? But there was no time to ponder such thoughts, for the green-eyed toad lunged at him the moment it materialized, forcing him to dodge in a panicked frenzy. I dodged it. Fang He was astonished by his own agility. It seemed the disparity was not as vast as he had feared. If only I had a sword. Suddenly, a sword materialized in his hand, just like the one by the abyss. With the sword in hand, his confidence surged. He stood resolute, sword raised. In that moment, he noticed the green-eyed toad appeared somewhat dim-witted. Compared to his previous encounters, its gaze was distinctly vacant, and its attacks were rather simplistic, relying solely on instinct. As he contemplated this, the green-eyed toad opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of lightning while the lightning cage continued to constrict. With no retreat left, he swung his sword, yet it could not shatter the lightning tide. He had no choice but to endure. Fang He could not suppress a scream, his body convulsing, his face contorted in agony. As the cage tightened, transforming into chains that bound him, he felt a searing pain upon contact, causing him to tremble, yet he uttered not a sound. The sensation was indescribable, an anguish with no outlet. He felt as though a colossal stone were grinding him down, from head to toe, nearly causing him to faint. I wish I could crush that foul toad. As this thought flickered into existence, a colossal hand suddenly emerged above in this space, grasping the green-eyed toad. However, the hand did not crush it. Fang He's eyes brightened. Is this my domain? Could this be my sea of consciousness? Wasn't it said that only those who reached the Dragon Gate realm could access their sea of consciousness and witness their own soul? Yet, there was no time to ponder such matters. The immediate priority was to deal with the green-eyed toad. Increase the pressure. The hand tightened its grip. Gulp. The green-eyed toad struggled fiercely, its body swelling as it nearly broke free from the grip. It fought with all its might. Boom! The hand dissipated. A flicker of confusion passed through the vacant eyes of the green-eyed toad. How could this seemingly insignificant human possess such formidable soul power? Logically, he should not have been able to evade even the initial strike. As the hand vanished, Fang He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his body feeling as though it had lightened by a couple of ounces. Gulp! Before Fang He could catch his breath, the green-eyed toad opened its gaping maw, and an overwhelming sense of being devoured washed over him. Freeze! Fang He summoned all his strength, barely managing to maintain his position. Yet he was still being inexorably drawn towards the gaping mouth. Subsequently, he tried various methods, but all he achieved was to slow his approach, watching helplessly as he drew nearer to the maw. Ah, you foul toad! I swear that even if my soul dissipates today, I will not let you have it easy. Fang He bellowed, determination blazing in his eyes. This world is mine to manipulate, though my power is limited and I cannot directly oppose the green-eyed toad. I can still free myself at a critical moment. Why, Lord, this chapter has more. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Just then, a splash of emerald green light appeared above in this space. Fang He was uncertain whether this was yet another ploy of the green-eyed toad, but he was powerless to resist. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After the emergence of the emerald green light, the green-eyed toad noticeably grew agitated, intensifying its efforts to swallow Fang He whole. Splash, splash, splash. The light transformed into droplets that fell upon Fang He. Huh? Am I regaining strength? It seems I am even growing stronger. Fang He felt a surge of vitality. With the energy from the droplets replenishing him, his previously advancing body came to a halt. With the infusion of the droplets' energy, the situation reached a stalemate. That moment, Fang He noticed that the green-eyed toad's soul body had also grown somewhat shallower. There's a chance. Now it's a contest of endurance. Let us see who will falter first. If only more of that emerald light would appear. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed yet another emerald green orb materializing above, which then transformed into droplets that cascaded down upon him. As this real, he could feel that this light did not belong to this realm nor to himself, and he had no means of controlling it, but at present, he could not afford to be choosy. Any assistance was welcome. Crack! Fang He's body began to swell, and the lightning chains that bound him shattered inch by inch. 6 luminous orbs coalesced into droplets that cascaded down, granting him the strength to break free from his constraints. With newfound mastery over his body, Fang He felt a surge of confidence. After refining 6 lotus seeds in succession, he ingested them, and those within the tent observed as his previously curled form began to unfurl, his body no longer trembling. A flicker of joy crossed Fanny Yang's eyes. Was this a sign of control? He turned his gaze to the principal. Seeing Fang He's condition stabilize, Lu Shiren visibly exhaled in relief, yet a new concern arose. Would these 6 lotus seeds suffice? As he pondered this, Yi Yijian suddenly spoke up. I have 6 more lotus seeds here that he can utilize. Han Yi turned his head, regarding the usually taciturn junior. Noticing Lu Shiren's hesitation, Yi Yijian continued, I believe his potential is remarkable. It would be a shame for him to fall now. Should he overcome this tribulation? I hope he can apply to Southern Martial Arts University after next year's college entrance examination. Excellent. Lu Shiren immediately agreed, signaling He Xingqian to continue refining the lotus seeds. Principal Lu, I also possess 6 lotus seeds. Please take them for safekeeping. A robust man produced a small box from his pocket and handed it over. He added, were it not for your timely assistance, I might not have survived alongside Qibusheng. If these prove insufficient, I will seek out Qibusheng for more. Observing Fang He stabilize and encouraged by Yi Yijian's words, Tang Xinhua no longer hesitated. Principal Lu, I too have 6 lotus seeds as a backup. Han Yi spoke up at this moment. Thank you, everyone. Lu Shiren solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. It is the least we can do. This child is a talent of our Xia nation. We cannot stand idly by as he falters. After a brief pause, Han Yi added with a smile, moreover, you have committed to the fact that this child will one day be part of our Southern University. As educators, it is our duty to safeguard our students. Lu Shiren nodded, turning his attention back to Fang He. Young man, whether you can endure this trial rests entirely upon you. Chapter 33. The return journey. Fang He was unsure how many luminous orbs he had absorbed. He only felt an extraordinary strength coursing through him. In stark contrast, the emerald-eyed toad had become increasingly ethereal during this drawn-out struggle. Moonlight flow. This technique was derived from the bright moon sword classic he received upon mastering his martial skills. The swordplay flowed like moonlight, radiating brilliance and executing rapid strikes. Gulp. Ultimately, the master of this realm was Fang He. It belonged to the outsider. Even though it temporarily confined this space with its formidable soul power, it could not alter this fundamental truth. Once Fang He's assault commenced, the toad had no recourse but to endure. Now, having been nourished, the balance of power had shifted, rendering it incapable of suppressing Fang He any longer. Full moon / crescent moon break, bright moon in the sky. Fang He held nothing back. If not now, when? The tides of offense and defense had shifted. After such a prolonged stalemate, Fang He appeared invigorated, almost as if charged with adrenaline. While the emerald-eyed toad had no means of replenishment, the beast's ferocity was fully unleashed. Gulp. The emerald-eyed toad let out a furious roar, its body emanating blinding light as it rapidly expanded. The radiance intensified, causing its soul form to contort under extreme pressure. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the maximally expanded soul form detonated, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy that surged outward. By the heavens! Upon witnessing the torrent of soul energy approaching, Fang He could only utter two words. With a thought, he commanded, "Protect!" Layer upon layer of soul power enveloped him, shielding against the explosion's impact. When everything settled, Fang He dispelled his defenses. The space before him was no longer shrouded in the initial grayness, but was now illuminated. Finally, it was over. With a whoosh, Fang He opened his eyes, feeling slightly dazed, as the unmistakable voice of Fanny Ying reached his ears. "You're awake? You're awake, Principal. Fang He has awakened." His voice even cracked with excitement. Following the sound, Fang He beheld Fanny Yang's flushed face, which was particularly noticeable against his already fair complexion. However, he was too elated to care about his composure. "It's good that you're awake." A smile finally broke across Lu Shiren's face. Then, his expression turned serious as he gazed at the slightly plump youth. The youth nodded and stepped forward, stating gravely, "Fang He, correct. We need your cooperation for a simple examination." "Ah? All right." Although unsure of what was happening, Fang He complied obediently. Fanny Yang looked perplexed, glancing at the principal. Fang He was just invaded by the toad's soul. "We cannot be certain that the one who has awakened is indeed him," Lu Shiren quietly explained, his eyes fixed on the examining Fang He. The joy on Fanny Yang's face faded, replaced by a layer of concern as he followed the principal's gaze. The examination did not last long. The youth merely placed his palm atop Fang He's head, closing his eyes for a few minutes before withdrawing his hand. "The examination is complete," the youth said with a faint smile. "Congratulations, Fang He." Only then did Fang He feel a sense of relief, having worried about any lingering issues. Han Yi was overjoyed, realizing they had secured a treasure for the school ahead of time. This was the second known individual capable of withstanding a beast's soul invasion. Yi Yijian, however, held no other thoughts. She was simply pleased. Her earlier willingness to be the first to offer assistance was not due to Fang He's exceptional talent, but rather from compassion, having observed his unwavering hope and struggle even in unconsciousness. "All right, Fang He, make sure to rest well. Fanny Yang, please look after him," Lu Shiren instructed before departing the tent with He Xingchen, as they had other matters to attend to. The military personnel did not linger either and left promptly, while Han Yi smiled at Fang He before exiting. Even the typically aloof Yi Yijian nodded in his direction. The tent was soon left with only Fanny Yang and Fang He. As silence enveloped them, Fang He felt a wave of trepidation and gratitude for having escaped death. Fanny Yang, no longer tense, plopped down next to Fang He. "You truly have a remarkable fate. You pulled through. I am the child of fortune, destined to turn misfortune into blessings," Fang He replied cheerfully, omitting any mention of the peril he faced in his consciousness. Fanny Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes, tempted to reprimand Fang He but ultimately refraining. Considering he had just awakened, by the way, what transpired after I fell unconscious? Upon discovering you were unconscious, you were placed in a tent for care, and then? Fanny Yang succinctly recounted the events that had unfolded after Fang He lost consciousness. "Zhang Ning and Yin Jindong are dead?" Zhuo Lin lost his left hand. Fang He's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, neither had the heart to engage in banter any longer, falling into a solemn silence. As former classmates, having spent these days together in the wilderness, they had shared their experiences. The sudden loss of two vibrant lives was an unspeakable weight pressing down on Fang He. What about Zhuolin? He hasn't spoken a word since he was discovered. Fang He could empathize with Zhuolin. Had he lost a hand, he too would struggle to accept it. In truth, on Blue Star, severed limbs could be reformed. It was said that by cultivating to the celestial realm, one could reconstruct their body. Alternatively, one could seek rare treasures capable of reviving the dead. However, both methods were exceedingly difficult for Zhuolin. What will Principal Lu do now? Fang He suddenly realized that such a significant incident would likely lead to severe repercussions for the principal. Unscrupulous media could easily manipulate public opinion, resulting in terrifying consequences. Yes, Fanny Yang nodded slowly, clearly having considered this as well. After the rain, the air was imbued with freshness, a blend of earthy aromas and the fragrance of vegetation lingering in the damp environment. During his unconsciousness, Fang He had learned of the various parties who had extended their support and had made his gratitude known at the earliest opportunity. The military personnel were straightforward, expressing it was nothing, only wishing for his future success in cultivation and the extermination of more beasts. Meanwhile, Han Yi cheerfully discussed plans for him to apply to Southern Martial Arts University following next year's college entrance exams. Fang He had no objections. Southern University was a world-renowned institution, second only to Jingwu within Xia Nation. With the military having a guarding duty, they parted ways, while Han Yi and Yi Yijian offered to escort Lu Shiren and his party back to Jiangling City. Thus, Fang He and the others embarked on their return journey, accompanied by three formidable experts of the celestial realm. However, unlike their spirited arrival, they now resembled a group of defeated soldiers. As they traveled, Fang He silently familiarized himself with his newfound strength. During his morning training, he had already sensed significant progress in his abilities. While in school, he had completed most of the marrow cleansing process, and several days of wilderness training had propelled him further. Facing the emerald-eyed toad's soul invasion, the principal and others had provided him with treasures that even the celestial realm envied. Although the thousand-leaf Bodhi lotus seeds primarily affected soul power, their gentle medicinal properties also nourished his body. This was inconsequential for those in the celestial realm, yet for Fang He, who was in the body refinement realm, it was sufficient to facilitate a breakthrough. Under the influence of the lotus seed's medicinal properties, Fang He seamlessly transitioned from the marrow cleansing stage into the blood refinement stage. The standard for completing the body refinement realm entails one's vital energy, blood, and marrow achieving the state of mercury-like vitality. Each drop of blood and marrow would weigh over 10 times more than before. The elite among them could even surpass 20 times, achieving a density akin to liquid mercury. Only upon reaching this stage could one truly be considered a martial artist. As for his soul power, without a clear standard, Fang He remained uncertain about the current strength of his soul. A rough estimation suggests that it has likely increased by at least 50% compared to before. Regrettably, the medicinal potency of the Chinya Bodhi lotus seeds was significantly depleted during his confrontation with the soul entity of the green-eyed toad, preventing him from converting it into his own soul power. Moreover, the soul entity of the green-eyed toad ultimately self-destructed, and Fang He lacked a dedicated technique to absorb soul energy, leaving him with no choice but to reluctantly consume a portion of the soul fragments while helplessly watching the remaining soul energy dissipate. "Luo family, I shall come," he declared, embodying the identity of the top scholar from Jiangling City. Fang He cast a glance at a certain upright figure ahead, then turned his gaze toward the east, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Chapter 34. Resignation due to the injuries sustained by the students. The journey back to the city was filled with pauses, taking 3 days in total. Upon entering the city, Fang He and the others were sent to the hospital for treatment, with all expenses covered by the school. Meanwhile, Lu Shiren led the teachers to the Education Administration Office to report on the events of this operation. Any school-organized activities require prior notification to the Education Administration Office, and a report must follow after completion. Given the severity of this incident, it remains uncertain how they will be penalized. After ensuring his family's well-being, Fang He informed them he had returned to the city and would be home shortly. Although they received daily reports of their son's safety, their concern lingered during his time in the wilderness. Upon hearing of their son's return, Fang Shengyuan and his wife finally felt at ease. Don't forget to come home for dinner tonight. Nanue reminded him. All right, in a bright room, over a long conference table. About 10 individuals were engaged in a heated debate. This incident is entirely Lu Shuren's responsibility. It should be handed over to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Such occurrences are undesirable for everyone. There's no need for such agitation. The parents of the students have already caused a scene at the entrance of the Education Administration Office, and we must handle this matter with the utmost seriousness. Principal Lu has achieved many commendable feats over the years. Achievements are one thing, but faults are another. They must not be conflated. I believe Principal Lu's actions were justified. It's high time the children comprehend the harsh realities of the outside world. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot become talents. The two opposing factions argued back and forth for an extended period, with neither side able to persuade the other. Only Lu Shuren, who sat at the end, hunched and silent, remained quiet. After some time, Director Su Hui, seated at the head of the table, rapped on the surface, instantly silencing the previously charged atmosphere. Enough, everyone. Please cease your discussions. Su Hui's expression was calm, his gaze deep and piercing, exuding a sense of gravitas that commanded respect. The events have already been made clear to everyone. Lu Shuren's failure to protect has resulted in the deaths of 2 students and the injury of another. Consequently, he is to be dismissed from his position as principal of Jiangling High School and is to remain stationed outside Jiangling City for 3 years, without permission to return. Upon hearing this, those who had previously advocated for Lu Shuren's transfer to the Law Enforcement Bureau appeared anxious. They opened their mouths to speak, but the imposing authority of Su Hui kept them silent. I understand everyone's sentiments, but in recent years, the pressures of the Starry Sky battlefield have been mounting, and it may soon be disclosed to the public, as the future pillars of our nation. This is an experience they must inevitably undergo. Su Hui spoke slowly. His words struck the audience like a thunderclap, even drawing the attention of the previously silent Lu Shuren toward the director. Director, has the situation in the Starry Sky battlefield deteriorated to such an extent? Someone asked urgently. Not to that degree yet, but the higher-ups intend to gradually reveal this information to the public. What we require now are martial artists, and true strength is forged through blood and fire. Do you understand? Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Now, let us conclude here. Please attend to the aftermath, and you are dismissed. Upon hearing this, everyone departed. Lu Shuren remained seated, aware that Su Hui had further words intended for him. Principal, you need not be overly self-reproachful. Given the circumstances, you did your utmost well. Su Hui sat beside Lu Shuren. Speaking softly, is what you just said true? Lu Shuren inquired, locking eyes with Su Hui. Yes, a flicker of resentment crossed Lu Shuren's gaze, sending a chill through Su Hui. After all these years, the principal remained the same as ever. Su Hui mused inwardly. Is there anything else? No. Lu Shuren rose to leave, with Su Hui following behind. No need to see me off. It would be unseemly if someone saw us. Just return. Take care on your way. Su Hui understood that although the principal appeared calm on the surface, he was undoubtedly troubled within. For 40 years, he had devoted himself to education, viewing each student as a prodigy. This incident was indeed a tremendous blow to him. In the past few days, Fang He had only visited the school once to take the final examinations for history and Dao cultivation. The results were released on the same day, with both subjects receiving an A. Although not an A, it was satisfactory nonetheless. As for the final exams, he had received special permission to abstain. During this period, Fang He dedicated his remaining time to cultivation. The experience in the wilderness had illuminated the inadequacies of his own strength, revealing the brutal struggle between humans and demonic beasts, as well as the dangers lurking beyond the city walls. Ordinary individuals living in the city might never fathom the nature of the outside world, naively believing that after the initial chaos following the resurgence of spiritual energy, everything had transformed for the better. Even seemingly safe intercity transport routes were the result of repeated sweeps by the city hunting team. They were not living in a peaceful and idyllic era. They were merely born in a tranquil and beautiful Xia nation. Fang He aspired to become a powerful individual, one capable of protecting himself and his loved ones. He no longer wished to be a mere spectator in the face of great monsters, waiting for others to rescue him. In addition to his cultivation, Fang He kept himself informed about external news. Yet he had not come across any reports regarding Jiangling High School. Perhaps he should inquire with Fanny Yang, who was well informed. With this thought in mind, Fang He picked up his communicator to contact Fanny Yang. Are you there? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be around for the next 100 years, Fannying replied promptly. Any recent news? The principal has resigned, and the head of the teaching department will take over. Fannying did not keep him in suspense on the other end. This was anticipated. With such an incident, Principal Liu could not possibly continue in his role. What comes next? The principal will be stationed in the wilderness for 3 years to safeguard Jiangling City. Ah, but this should be the outcome the principal desires, indeed. How about we visit Zhuolin together this afternoon? Sounds good. What time? Let us meet at our usual spot at 3 o'clock, then buy something to bring along. All right, 3 o'clock. Fang He and Fannying met at the entrance of a shopping mall. This mall was a frequent haunt during their weekend breaks, not primarily for shopping, but rather to indulge their appetites. Have you decided what to buy? Not yet. Let us just browse for now. The mall was vast, filled with a plethora of goods. Let us get some fruit. Fang He spotted a shop selling fruit, with an array of enticing produce displayed at the entrance. Sure, sounds good. Lingjing fruit, Bihai lemon, purple fire durian. There's quite a selection. Let us buy a bit of everything. The two selected various fruits, packed them up, and proceeded to the checkout point. 6012 blue star coins, the cashier said with a radiant smile. Fang He winced at the amount deducted from his account. The over 50,000 earned during his winter break training had long been spent, and, thankfully, the spoils from his last outing had fetched him 150,000 blue star coins. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have enough to buy gifts this time. So expensive, he muttered to Fannying upon exiting the store. What can we do? These spiritual fruits are beneficial for martial artists, so they naturally come at a premium. Fang He acknowledged the truth in Fannying's words. In this era, anything related to martial artists was bound to be costly. There's a pharmacy over there. Let us take a look. Fannying pointed out a pharmacy. Where? To the left. Look ahead. Oh, I see it now. Beishan Pharmacy. Following Fannying's direction, Fang He recognized the pharmacy as the one he had frequented in the virtual world. And now he encountered its physical store. Let us go. Although the physical store's offerings were not as extensive as those online, there was still a considerable variety. Concerned about purchasing the wrong medicine due to his lack of knowledge regarding the properties, Fang He directly inquired, which medicines can replenish qi and blood deficiency? The sales assistant patiently explained, blood jade dew, primarily made from blood lingji, and recovery spirit liquid, primarily made from yuanling grass. Can these two be taken simultaneously? Fannying interjected. Yes, taking them together will yield better results. The two exchanged glances and decided that each would purchase one. Fang He held a small bottle no taller than 10 cm, turning it over in his hands. Realizing he had spent 2,000 blue star coins on this item. Sister, perhaps you should consider taking a course in alchemy in college. It appears to be quite profitable, he joked. Fannying rolled his eyes in response, choosing to ignore him. Chapter 35. Visit. Is this the right room? F323. Fang He arrived at a hospital room door, following the directions. Fannying checked the address sent via communication and affirmed. Yes, that's correct. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. The voice sounded somewhat weak. The two entered the room. This is a single-person ward, and the table beside it is piled high with various nutritional supplements. Zhuolin sits on the bed, a smile gracing his face as he gazes at the two visitors. What brings you here? There is no hint of the despondency one might expect. Fang He lets out a sigh of relief as he places his belongings down, chuckling as he says, just came to see you. This medicine is quite beneficial, so remember to take it on time. All right, I shall accept it without hesitation, Zhuolin replies, forgoing any formalities. Once seated, the two engage in casual conversation with Zhuolin, deliberately avoiding any mention of martial arts. Zhuolin notices this and remarks, you needn't be so cautious. In fact, the principal visited me a couple of days ago. Fang He exchanges a curious glance with Fannying. The principal? What did he have to say? Zhuolin leans back, reminiscing about that encounter 2 days prior. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupts Zhuolin as he lies on the hospital bed, staring at the stark white ceiling, devoid of any desire to speak. Silence ensues from within. The person outside seems unhurried, continuing to knock at a leisurely pace. Knock, knock, knock. Did I not say I wanted some peace and quiet? Zhuolin finally bellows in frustration. It's me, a gentle voice replies. Principal? Zhuolin recognizes the owner of the voice outside. May I come in? Lu Shuren inquires softly. Yes, please do. As he speaks, Zhuolin struggles to sit up. Upon entering, Lu Shiren immediately notices Zhuo Lin's pale complexion and emaciated form. Still unaccustomed to the absence of his left arm, Zhuo Lin loses his balance and collapses back onto the bed. Lu Shiren remains still, watching as Zhuo Lin painstakingly adjusts himself. "Principal, what brings you here?" Zhuo Lin asks. "Just came to see you." "How are your parents?" "My father is at work, and my mother would only cry here, so I sent her home," Zhuo Lin responds with an awkward smile. "Can you manage on your own?" "Of course." Zhuo Lin is determined not to reveal his vulnerabilities in front of someone he respects so deeply. "Do you have any plans for the future?" Lu Shiren continues. Zhuo Lin falls silent. Had this been before, he would have confidently articulated his aspirations, aiming to enroll in prestigious martial arts universities such as Xingyun Martial Arts University or Jiuquan Martial Arts University. Then joining the military to hunt down beasts and cultivate martial skills, ultimately becoming a formidable protector. But that was in the past. I recall you mentioning your desire to pursue martial arts steadfastly. Lu Shiren notes, seeing Zhuo Lin's reluctance to speak. "Do you not wish to anymore?" "I do. But, no buts," Lu Shiren interrupts, producing an old photograph. The image depicts a group of vibrant young individuals, evidently freshly returned from battle, clad in combat attire stained with blood, set against a backdrop of dense jungle. "Is this you in your youth?" Zhuo Lin recognizes one of the figures as the principal. Lu Shiren's eyes reflect nostalgia. "Indeed, this was taken when I first joined the combat unit." Gently caressing the photograph, he points to a youthful figure who appears rather innocent, saying, "This is Xiao Lu, the most gifted among us." He lost his right hand in battle but refused to retire, dedicating himself to mastering swordplay with his left hand, eventually becoming General Jinyuan. Zhuo Lin has heard tales of General Jinyuan, single-handedly battling two lord-level beasts, buying time for his unit's retreat, and ultimately rising to the rank of general, safeguarding a region. It dawns on him that such a figure once fought alongside the principal. This is a who sustained grave injuries while covering for us, unable to progress further in his career. And this is Feng Zi, who fought recklessly and perished alongside three major beasts in his final battle. As Lu Shiren recounts the stories of each individual in the photograph, Zhuo Lin listens, captivated. Some of these figures are familiar to him, while others are entirely new, yet their greatness remains undiminished. They are all heroes of Xia country. Heroes of Blue Star. "Principal, I understand now." Zhuo Lin's eyes rekindle with determination. Lu Shiren smiles relieved. "Rest assured, I will not bring shame to our school in next year's tri-school exchange competition. I look forward to witnessing that moment." Lu Shiren nods, not disclosing his impending deployment to the wilderness. "The principal has shared so many past stories with you." Fang He interjects, displaying a hint of envy. "Haha, it just shows the principal holds me in high regard." Zhuo Lin beams with pride. "Once you've fully recovered, let us see who is stronger," Fang He declares challengingly. "It's a promise." Zhuo Lin responds without hesitation. "Well then, Zhuo Lin, you should rest. Fang He and I will take our leave." Fannying states at this moment, "Yes, take care, Zhuo Lin. We will see you when you return to school." Fang He adds, Yes, they exit the hospital. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows of the two figures. Little master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Zhuo Lin appears to have regained his fighting spirit. Fang He cradles his head with both hands, swaying left and right, clearly in high spirits. It seems the principal's visit has greatly motivated him. Fanny Yang, with his hands in his pockets, feels the summer breeze tousling his hair. After all, he is a loyal fan of the principal. Fang He is aware of how much Zhuo Lin admires him. Then, he shifts the topic. That fool Towie hasn't he been spreading nonsense outside? Has he? He was making a ruckus for the first couple of days, and then suddenly went quiet, not showing his face at all. Hemph. Fang He expresses disdain for Tao Yi, who is all smiles when benefiting but quick to shirk responsibility when facing consequences. Understanding Fang He's character, Fanny Yang shifts the subject. By the way, the written exam results for this year's college entrance examination are about to be released. Fang He tilts his head, pondering for a moment, then recalls, tomorrow is the day the results come out. With technology advancing rapidly, the results are now available almost instantly, typically released within 3 days post-examination, accompanied by city, regional, and national rankings. This period also marks one of the busiest times at schools, as colleges from across the nation set up recruitment booths, attracting not only graduating students but also inquiries from first and second-year students. Zhou Chuyu should have a solid chance of becoming the top student in our city this time. It's almost a certainty. Aside from facing a few prodigies from other cities, he has virtually no competition. All right, let us not dwell on him. We'll just wait for tomorrow's news. However, there is something more pressing, Fang He states with a serious expression as he gazes at Fanny Yang. Fanny Yang, caught off guard by the intensity of his gaze, instinctively asks, "What is it?" "I'm hungry. Treat me to a meal." Fanny Yang rolls his eyes exasperatedly. "I asked that not important." Fang He, noticing Fanny Yang's dismissal, rushes ahead. "Hey, where are you going? Looking for a place to eat?" Fanny Yang replies curtly, "I know a place. I saw it recommended online. Let us go." Fang He leads the way, with Fanny Yang following behind. Chapter 36. The Truth. The next day, after indulging in a leisurely sleep, Fang He finds his communicator inundated with local news notifications. 2225. Jiangling City College entrance examination top student unveiled. Congratulations. Zhou Chuyu ranks within the top 30 of the southern region. Zhou Chuyu claims the top student title in Jiangling. Will Lingbei Middle School surpass Jiangling Middle School? Principal Liu steps down. What lies ahead for Jiangling? Fang He scans a few headlines, noting that most either praise Zhou Chuyu and Lingbei Middle School or disparage Jiangling Middle School. Some media outlets even speculate on the principal's departure, linking it to the college entrance examination results. Humph. Fang He snorts disdainfully, closing all notifications. After all, that is how the media operates. They latch onto whoever is in power, seeking to capture public attention with little regard for the rest. Fang He then opens the class group chat, and unsurprisingly, it is in an uproar. Leading the charge is the hot-tempered Zhuo Lin, whose rekindled fighting spirit has reignited his fiery temperament. Damn, what do those media outlets mean? Just because we lost the top student title once, they claim Jiangling is failing. Others chime in, exactly. We were champions for 2 consecutive years. 1-2 Genie adds, the media is always like this. When we were champions, didn't they say we would completely fall behind Lingbei and Qingnan? Ren Yun advises, don't stoop to their level. We'll work hard next year to restore our school's reputation. Zhuo Lin passionately asserts, next year's exchange competition championship and the top student title will surely belong to Jiangling. Yes. Thankfully, he had set the class group chat to mute. Otherwise, he would have likely been jolted awake by the commotion. Fang He scrolls through the chat history, filled with complaints about the media. Aside from Lu Ningxi, who seldom speaks, and a few others, nearly everyone has chimed in. Moreover, everyone seems to have a tacit understanding not to mention the recent outdoor training organized by the school. Regarding the principal's resignation, the school has provided an explanation, stating that after 40 years of dedicated service, he is taking a much-deserved break. Those privy to the details remained reticent, while those unaware, though astonished by the news, accepted this narrative without protest. Regarding the tragic fate of the 2 students and Zhuo Lin's severed arm, the school is actively engaged in providing comfort and compensation. Fang He, along with his 10 companions, had signed a confidentiality agreement concerning their outdoor training experience, leaving the others unaware of the specifics. Glancing at the still gray profile of In the Water's Embrace, Fang He prepared to turn off his communicator. Opting out of the class group discussions, beep, a message notification chimed. Come by my place this afternoon. I have something to discuss with you. Upon seeing the message from his grandfather, Fang He felt a twinge of curiosity, as the old man seldom reached out. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, sure, what time? Should I bring my parents along? 2:00. No need. Just come by yourself. All right, what is it about? You'll find out when you arrive. Okay. His grandfather, a former soldier, was known for his decisive and efficient manner. Just as Fang He finished replying, he noticed his grandfather's profile dimmed. What could it be? He pondered. Yet, thoughts aside, Fang He was not idle. Having risen later than usual today, he needed to complete his assignments and prepare to head out, prompting him to hasten his pace. In the afternoon, Fang He arrived 10 minutes early at his grandfather's residence. Upon reaching the door, before he could even scan his face for entry, it swung open. His grandmother greeted him with a warm smile, saying, You are here. Your grandfather is waiting for you in the study. Dinner will be here tonight. All right, I'll go find Grandpa. After exchanging pleasantries with his grandmother, Fang He proceeded to the study, where he noticed the door was ajar, revealing 2 figures inside. Were there others present? Without further thought, he pushed the door open. Principal? Upon entering the study, Fang He first spotted his grandfather, with the other figure being none other than his principal. Oh, it must be the former principal. The current head of Jiangling High School is the previous director of studies, and the appointment has already been made. Fang He, Lu Shiren remarked, observing Fang He's astonished expression with a smile. This version of the old principal seemed quite different from his previous image. He now resembled a kindly neighbor, exuding warmth. "Ha, didn't he expect this, did you? Your principal and I were comrades in arms back in the day." Fang He's grandfather chuckled heartily. This revelation truly took Fang He by surprise, causing him to scratch his head in bewilderment. While he was aware of his grandfather's military background and that the principal was also a veteran, he had never imagined that among the many veterans in Jiangling City, his grandfather and the old principal were actually war buddies. "Your grandfather and I crawled out from the midst of the dead together. I knew about you the moment you entered school," Lu Shiren said nonchalantly. "You were barely through the school gate when I had already asked your grandpa Lu to look after you," Fang Xinwu interjected, motioning for Fang He to take a seat as he continued. Lu Shiren's eyes twinkled with amusement as he added, "Indeed, your grandfather specifically asked me to take care of you." Fang He noted the emphasis on the word care. "Otherwise, do you think someone of your initial caliber would suffer consecutive defeats in the first month of tests?" Lu Shiren stated directly, "Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the story gets even more exciting." "What?" Fang He's eyes widened in disbelief. "Humph, back then, you were so arrogant, having been recommended for admission before even graduating from middle school. If I hadn't brought you down a notch, you would have been completely out of touch with reality." Fang Xinwu huffed, expressing his irritation. Now, Fang He finally understood why he had faced such overwhelming challenges upon entering the school, particularly with his first encounter being against Lu Ningxi, a prodigious talent touted to be a potential top scorer in the 2026 Southern Region College entrance examination. "So, the opponents I faced earlier were all," Fang He stammered. "Yes, indeed," Lu Shiren confirmed. "The 10 opponents you faced first were all selected by our school as the top 10 contenders in your cohort." No wonder. It all made sense now why he had felt the intensity was so overwhelming. Not only was he crushed in the first match, but the subsequent battles were also exceedingly grueling. In retrospect, he realized that some of his opponents were actually on par with him, but the impact of the first match had thrown him off balance, leading to subpar performances and ultimately resulting in only one victory among those initial 10 encounters. And afterward, Fang He glanced at the old principal. The subsequent matches were normal duels without any deliberate arrangements. Lu Shiren replied, in truth, Fang He had sensed this himself. Aside from the initial 10 matches, the intensity had notably decreased. However, after the crushing defeat in the first 10 matches, self-doubt had crept in, hindering his performance and resulting in only 9 victories in the subsequent 20 matches. It was only now that Fang He grasped the reality. His struggles were not due to a lack of ability, but rather a predetermined arrangement. The very first duel in high school had pitted him against Lu Ningxi. Who could withstand that? Chapter 37. A struggle for martial arts. Initially, I merely intended to temper your spirit. Yet I never anticipated that you would become utterly dispirited thereafter. Fang Xinwu's voice grew somber. Hearing this, Fang He lowered his head. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had indeed been quite despondent. Allowing a single test to instill doubt, causing him to spiral into despair and subsequently lag behind in his martial arts progress. I had actually asked your grandfather whether to explain the circumstances to you, but he stopped me. Yes, that was my decision. If you couldn't even endure such a minor setback, then why pursue martial arts at all? It would be better to abandon the notion entirely and settle for a mundane university life. Living quietly thereafter. To this point, Fang Xinwu's demeanor turned serious. Just as he had said, if Fang He truly could not find his own way out, then he would never reveal the truth to him, allowing him to lead an ordinary life. Thankfully, you had a breakthrough last year, entering the realm of martial arts. Otherwise, I would have been left to ponder whether my actions were right or wrong. Lu Shiren interjected. Upon hearing this, Fang Xinwu's demeanor brightened, as he expressed his relief. Fortunately, you emerged from it. You have successfully entered the realm of martial arts. Yes, I've been closely watching your progress, including your battle against Tang Liang on Challenge Day. I was present, and it was quite impressive. Lu Shiren commended Fang He's performance. Lift your head, Fang Xinwu commanded, noticing Fang He's continued gaze at the floor. Instinctively, Fang He raised his head, meeting his grandfather's gaze. The struggle for martial arts is paramount. The path of martial cultivation is a journey of contention, against others, against beasts, and even against cough. Lu Shiren coughed lightly, interrupting Feng Xinwu's words. Realizing his error, Feng Xinwu continued, in any case, if you wish to pursue martial arts, you must be prepared to face a multitude of challenges. Do you understand? I understand, Feng He replied with conviction. He recognized that the old principal's sudden interruption of his grandfather's remarks was indicative of certain matters that were not yet appropriate for him to know. When the time was right, he would naturally be informed. Good, you have ambition. Feng He, my visit today is not solely to discuss the past, but also to convey another matter. Feng He turned his attention to the old principal. As you know, I have stepped down and will soon be stationed in the wilderness, likely for an extended period away from home. Before I leave, this summer, your grandfather and I will provide you with specialized training. We hope you will shine brilliantly in next year's exchange competition and achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination. A wave of immense happiness crashed over Feng He, leaving him slightly dizzy. This was a rare opportunity for one-on-one instruction from a master at the pinnacle of martial arts. You better thank Grandpa Lu promptly, Feng Xinwu reminded from the side. Feng He readily complied. Expressing his gratitude, thank you, Grandpa Liu. In the ensuing days, Feng He found himself in a peculiar limbo of not attending school yet still feeling as though he were in an academic setting. The training venue was not in his grandfather's neighborhood nor at the school, but rather at a training ground owned by Lu Shiren, equipped with an array of training facilities. Each morning began with a weighted run of 50 kilometers for warm-up, followed by strength training targeting his weaknesses. Lunchtime featured nutritionally balanced meals curated by a dedicated nutritionist, filled with various beast meats to ensure ample sustenance. Afternoons included lessons on outdoor survival skills and martial arts training, culminating in exhaustive sessions before engaging in the Qi Ling Ju to refine his blood essence. His daily schedule was remarkably structured, ending with him collapsing into bed each night, having not logged into his communicator even once, causing Fanny Yang to nearly believe he had gone missing. Under such rigorous training, Feng He could distinctly feel his strength progressing. The ephemeral sensation from his abrupt breakthrough to blood refinement during the wilds had vanished entirely. His foundation had solidified immensely, bringing him closer to the pinnacle of blood refinement. In terms of martial arts, he felt he was on the brink of perfection, with a breakthrough within arm's reach. This period of training made Feng He reflect on the substantial advantages of having a formidable mentor. It was almost unfathomable to consider the wealth of resources available to those from clans with Dragon Gate or even Tungten-level descendants. However, compared to the average person, he felt incredibly fortunate. All that remained was to tread steadily forward, step by step. Beep. The communicator chimed. As the new semester approached, Feng He's training reached a conclusion. Reclining on the sofa, he casually activated the communicator. Iron-blooded true man. Come watch the show. Tossing and turning, he replied. Iron-blooded true man. Virtual world Lu Ningxi faces off against Lingbei High School in an open challenge. Tossing and turning. After sending a message, Feng He sprang into action, darting toward the bedroom to don the consciousness sensor and connect to the virtual world. Upon entering, he immediately began searching for Fanny Yang's location, and then proceeded to teleport. Teleport? Yes. In a flash of white light, he reappeared beside Fanny Yang. The virtual world possesses a friend teleportation feature, but it requires a certain level of intimacy to access. What on earth is happening? Fanny Yang glanced around and noticed a throng of onlookers gathering. As time passed, more people, responding to their friends' calls, were making their way over. It seemed that Lu Ningxi was shopping nearby and had encountered a few individuals from Lingbei, which led to a confrontation. Lu Ningxi boldly declared, "No one from Lingbei can stand against me," prompting the others to call for reinforcements. Fanny Yang succinctly relayed his understanding of the situation. At this juncture, through the chatter of the surrounding crowd, Feng He pieced together the events. Lu Ningxi had been browsing in a store when she encountered several students from Lingbei High School. Lingbei had recently garnered significant attention due to this year's college entrance examination, causing these individuals to become somewhat arrogant. Upon recognizing Lu Ningxi, hailed as the top genius of Jiangling, they began to mock her. Initially, Lu Ningxi had no intention of engaging with them, but one of them provoked her by mentioning the previous principal. Igniting her ire, she then challenged all Lingbei students to a duel, asserting that no one from Lingbei could match her in battle. As a result, those from Lingbei who considered themselves capable flocked to the scene. while some bystanders also gathered, and the news spread like wildfire. At this moment, Lu Ningxi stood in black attire, her figure tall and imposing, her expression icy. Her appearance was identical to that in the real world, unmistakably recognizable, and her online moniker read Dark Night Campfire. The Lingbei students had also arrived, led by one who approached Lu Ningxi with a few companions in tow. Fang He and Fanny Yang exchanged knowing glances, skillfully maneuvering through the crowd to stand behind Lu Ningxi in silence. When outside, they represented Jiangling High School, and at this moment, there was nothing left to say in opposition to Lingbei. A few others mirrored Fang He and Fanny Yang's actions, positioning themselves behind Lu Ningxi to show their support. However, Fang He did not recognize these few individuals, unsure if they had altered their appearances or if he simply did not know them. Lu Ningxi noticed the movement behind her but refrained from comment, instead standing tall like a rock amidst the sea, her gaze fixed on the Lingbei crowd. Chapter 38. Lu Ningxi versus Lingbei. A name carries weight, just as a shadow does. How many high school students in Jiangling City have not heard of Lu Ningxi's name? Yet, at this moment, stepping forward meant there was no retreat. Wu Tong took the initiative, saying, "Lu Ningxi, you are being overly arrogant. What do you intend to do?" Wu Tong made the first move, entirely disregarding that it was Lingbei who had initiated the provocation. Lu Ningxi was not one to indulge in arguments. Matters of martial arts ought to be settled through martial prowess. Thus, she replied directly, "Did I not say that no one from Lingbei can withstand a fight? Do you dispute that?" A stir rippled through the crowd. How impressive! Is this the confidence of Jiangling's finest? How audacious! They possess the strength to be arrogant. Why should it concern you? As the situation escalated, the onlookers were no longer limited to the two rival high schools. Students from South City High and some local university students had also arrived. Wu Tong realized that things had reached a point of no return. They represented Lingbei High School and could not allow Lu Ningxi to dominate the confrontation alone. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Did you not say there is no one from Lingbei? Let us take this to the battle network, shall we?" Wu Tong's plan was clear. He understood that Lu Ningxi's martial prowess was superior, and that in terms of overall strength, they would likely be crushed. However, if they fought in the battle network, where everyone shared the same physical attributes and only combat skills mattered, perhaps they could still stand a chance. Lu Ningxi cast a sidelong glance, fully aware of his intentions, and simply replied, "I will fight you 5 matches. If you win even one, it counts as your victory." How does that sound? Lu Ningxi's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. It appeared she intended to decisively subdue Lingbei in a single sweep. The question now was how Wu Tong would respond. What else was there to say but to accept the challenge? Fang He and Fanny Yang exchanged surprised glances, both taken aback by Lu Ningxi's unexpected ferocity. It seemed she was truly determined to rub Lingbei's face into the ground, although winning just one match would suffice. Achieving that against Lu Ningxi would not be an easy feat. Wu Tong's face flushed red upon hearing her words, hoping that Lu Ningxi could maintain her bravado until the end. With that, he turned to organize their strategy. Lu Ningxi remained composed, standing still as she awaited Wu Tong's tactical discussions. Shortly thereafter, they finalized their order of battle, and Wu Tong proclaimed, "We are ready. Let us begin." The battle network allows for scheduled matches, and once both parties agree, they can broadcast live. A lean boy stepped forward from behind Wu Tong, declaring, "Lu Ningxi, I will be your first opponent." Lu Ningxi did not respond but accepted the invitation sent from across the arena. With a flash of white light, the two vanished from view. As the duel commenced, those surrounding quickly connected to the public channel of the battle network, eager to witness the public showdown. Fang He swiftly located the newly appeared match and shared the screen with Fanny Yang. The scene revealed Lu Ningxi and the lean boy standing in a vast meadow, approximately 30 meters apart, with a small stream nearby. Lu Ningxi, do not be too arrogant. Remember, there are always greater forces beyond. The lean boy incessantly chattered during the countdown to battle, hoping to disrupt Lu Ningxi's focus. He was fully aware that he was merely cannon fodder. Wu Tong had chosen him as the first combatant due to his speed, hoping he could prolong the match and perhaps expose some flaws in Lu Ningxi's technique for the others to learn from, while also wearing her down. It's essential to remember that even in the battle network, combat consumes energy, and one cannot fight indefinitely simply because they are in a virtual realm. Ignoring his chatter, Lu Ningxi stepped forward as the countdown reached 0, her spear already thrusting forth. The lean boy, possessing proficient martial skills, believed that given their similar physical attributes, even if Lu Ningxi's skills were perfected, he could at least evade her. However, confronted by her spear, he soon recognized the folly of his assumptions. Though she had only thrust once, the attack manifested countless phantoms, sealing off all his escape routes, rendering him unable to evade. Choosing a direction at random to break through, he resolved to create distance. Reasoning that among all the spear images, only one was real. Sensing his movement, Lu Ningxi flicked her wrist, altering the spear's trajectory to intercept the lean boy to the spectators. It appeared as though the boy had willingly charged into the spear's tip. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced through his body without resistance. Lu Ningxi swiftly pulled the spear back, leaving a gaping wound in the boy's chest. The lean boy grasped the weapon embedded in his chest. Attempting to utter something, Lu Ningxi did not grant him the opportunity to speak, forcefully withdrawing her spear without even glancing back. As she did, he spat blood and collapsed, lifelessly falling to the ground. The battle concluded. As the two figures gradually faded from view, Lu Ningxi reappeared. Checking the time, it became evident that from start to finish, including the countdown, the entire encounter lasted less than 20 seconds. "So cool!" cheered a girl from the crowd, clearly an admirer of Lu Ningxi. As applause erupted, in stark contrast, the Lingbei crowd fell into silence. While they had anticipated a loss in the first match, they never expected it to be so utterly decisive. Not only had they failed to exhaust Lu Ningxi, but they hadn't even managed to provoke her into a serious fight. Just how advanced was Lu Ningxi's martial prowess? This question lingered in the minds of all Lingbei students as the two reappeared. Mocking glances fell upon Wu Tong. The weight of those gazes was palpable, and Wu Tong felt every one of them. Suppressing the urge to curse, forcing a smile as he patted the downcast lean boy's shoulder, he then called out to another boy behind him, "Yang Liang, you're up." A stout boy stepped forward without the lean boy's chatter. Directly issuing his challenge, Lu Ningxi, ever efficient, vanished in a flash, ready for the next bout. Fang He entered the public channel while conversing with Fanny Yang. "Did you notice anything from that match?" "Very strong. Comparable to Zhou Chuyu from 2 months ago," Fanny Yang replied as he located the match and shared it with Fang He. Fang He nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Although he had not faced that spear directly, he could feel its unmatched power even through the screen. Lu Ningxi had executed a mere single thrust. No, it hardly even counted as a complete move, and effortlessly dispatched an elite with proficient martial skills. Everyone is progressing. Fang He recalled a battle from 5 months prior, a glimmer of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. "It's about to begin," Fanny Yang remarked, intently watching Lu Ningxi's every action. A rare seriousness etched onto his face. Fang He too focused his attention on Lu Ningxi. The next random map selected was a snow-capped mountain, where the biting cold wind howled in such an environment. It is a challenge for an ordinary person to maintain a stable posture, let alone engage in combat. Yet, Lu Ningxi and Yang Liang were akin to ancient trees firmly rooted in the ground. Remaining silent as they awaited the countdown to conclude. Chapter 39. A challenge to Threed. Yang Liang could no longer endure. Fanny Yang observed the situation on screen and remarked to Fang He. Indeed, no sooner had the two spoken than they witnessed Yang Liang's figure being hurled backward, crashing against the mountainside before plummeting again. The battle had come to a close from the outset. Yang Liang chose not to evade. He understood that he was not adept at agility, and rather than prolong the inevitable, it was better to confront directly. Even in defeat, he hoped to extract some true prowess from Lu Ningxi, contributing something for the others to build upon. Yet, while the aspiration was noble, reality proved harsh. His direct approach yielded little effect. If anything, it merely compelled Lu Ningxi to employ 2 additional moves. The duration of the battle was extended only slightly. With no other discernible difference, Wu Tong's expression had transformed from trouble to something beyond description, as this outcome deviated completely from his plans. The onlookers were beginning to realize that if the subsequent opponents were of this caliber, the so-called wheel battle was merely a farce. Lingbei had only recently produced Zhou Chuyu, and now it seemed that the next Zhongling would unveil an even more formidable Lu Ning 11. It appeared that next year's exchange competition and the title of champion held little suspense. The reputation Zhou Chuyu had earned for Lingbei had been entirely squandered. Who could argue otherwise? It was disheartening. When would our Chengnin rise again? The discussions around him were not overly muted, and Wu Tong heard every word. He understood that this could not continue. He needed to restrain the next contender. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he forced a smile and proclaimed, truly worthy of being hailed as the foremost genius of the southern region. Lu Ningxi, their martial skills have yet to reach perfection. They are no match for you. I propose that they forego the contest and allow me to face you in this final battle. Upon uttering these words, a brief silence enveloped the venue, while several teachers from Lingbei High School nodded in tacit agreement. Wu Tong had effectively elevated Lu Ningxi's status. If they were to lose to the top genius, it was only to be expected. Moreover, in this age group where youth thrives on bravado, once Wu Tong's words spread, those who fancied themselves capable would view Lu Ningxi as a rival, consequently inviting considerable trouble for him. Lastly, by stepping forth to acknowledge the inadequacy of his comrades, he appeared more magnanimous, a far better scenario than being defeated in mere moments. He also demonstrated his own sense of responsibility, willing to engage Lu Ningxi in battle despite the evident disparity in strength. Though Lingbei High School would undoubtedly suffer some embarrassment as a result, his actions had minimized the damage. Very well, Lu Ningxi replied impassively, leaving his thoughts a mystery. Wu Tong's smile became noticeably sincere. Aware of Lu Ningxi's aversion to conversation, and refrained from making himself a target for ridicule, promptly sending a battle request. Wu Tong's martial skills were likely perfected as well. After the two vanished from sight, Fannyang remarked to Fang He, indeed, otherwise he wouldn't need to participate in the final round. He seems quite astute. Fang He acknowledged. Once the challenge was established, both men ceased their chatter and focused intently on the ensuing duel. Given that Wu Tong's martial skills had also reached perfection, it was expected that he would compel Lu Ningxi to reveal more of his capabilities. The battleground was set in a marsh, where combat demanded vigilance not only towards the opponent, but also regarding the ground beneath one's feet. A moment's carelessness could lead to stepping onto a leaf-strewn swamp, resulting in a loss of balance and a potential reversal by the adversary. The countdown concluded. Lu Ningxi seized the initiative, for in his combat philosophy, there was no notion of passive defense. Although he did not believe Wu Tong would pose a significant challenge, he unleashed his full strength from the outset. Wu Tong, wielding a spear himself, opted for the same strategy as Yang Liang. He braced himself to endure Lu Ningxi's fierce thrust. However, unlike Yang Liang, he was capable of withstanding the strike. His martial skills had also reached perfection during the summer break, and this marked his first public exhibition of such prowess. The clash of spear tips resonated, a sharp and clear sound. Wu Tong sidestepped, gripping his spear horizontally to intercept the blow. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. There was a chance. In the combat arena, both combatants possessed comparable physical attributes, and while there was a disparity in their martial skills, the advantage of terrain could lend him a fighting chance. Since entering high school, he had heard incessantly about Lu Ningxi, tales of his prowess that had nearly worn his ears raw. Today, he intended to assess Lu Ningxi's true caliber. He, too, aspired to claim the title of Jiangling's top student of the 2226 cohort. Ha! Wu Tong bellowed, bending his knees and shifting his stance, forcefully deflecting Lu Ningxi's spear. Unfazed, Lu Ningxi did not retract his weapon. Instead, he twisted his body, flicking his wrist and wielding the spear like a club. Bringing it crashing down, Wu Tong shifted his form, simultaneously thrusting his spear towards Lu Ningxi's chest. The spear descended with a rush of wind, and as it did, Lu Ningxi perceived the incoming stab. Seizing the moment, he allowed his body to be carried forward, the spear's tip grazing the ground as he maneuvered past Wu Tong, the two exchanging positions. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed another strike. Wu Tong's thrust missed its mark, and as he lunged forward, he recognized the impending danger. Swiftly, he bent his knees, lowering himself and executing a somersault to evade the attack. Lu Ningxi pressed on, thrusting forward with renewed vigor. His spear's length granted him an advantage, denying Wu Tong any respite. Just then, Fang He, watching from the sidelines, observed the duel with narrowed eyes, recognizing a familiar essence in Lu Ningxi's approach. Lu Ningxi's combat style has evolved. Fannyang suddenly noted. Indeed, it differs from before, Fang He replied. Although Lu Ningxi had not displayed many opportunities to strike, their previous encounters had revealed enough to draw comparisons. His focus lay solely on his opponent. Devoid of distractions, his combat style had indeed transformed, influenced by Fang He. 5 months prior, Fang He had managed to contend with him using merely proficient martial skills, leaving a lasting impression. Through refinement and contemplation, Lu Ningxi had integrated these insights into his own fighting style. Thus far, the results appeared promising. With an onslaught of spear strikes, impenetrable and relentless, Wu Tong found himself relegated to a defensive position. Appearing increasingly beleaguered, it was only a matter of time before defeat befell him. Wu Tong had long since abandoned his initial intentions. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He sought to shift the battleground, buying time in the process. Utilizing a sturdy tree for leverage, he exerted force against the trunk, creating distance between himself and Lu Ning 11. Lu Ningxi pursued relentlessly. Each step sent fallen leaves scattering. Suddenly, Lu Ningxi halted, standing firm. Although Wu Tong had been running, he remained attentive to the movements behind him. Upon witnessing Lu Ningxi's sudden pause, a wave of elation surged within him, prompting him to swiftly turn back. This was an opportunity not to be squandered. In a marshy battleground, one must remain vigilant against concealed dangers lurking beneath the surface. Wu Tong gripped his spear, swinging it down with lethal intent, eager to land a decisive blow. The prospect of defeating Lu Ningxi filled him with an almost uncontrollable exhilaration, his movements betraying his excitement. Observing Wu Tong charging back, Lu Ningxi's eyes flashed with derision. Before Wu Tong's strike could descend, Lu Ningxi deftly evaded the spear, effortlessly sidestepping as though he were not ensnared in the marsh at all. Wu Tong felt as though a bucket of cold water had been doused over him. The realization dawning, he had been outmaneuvered. Chapter 40. The conclusion? There was little surprise. The outcome had been sealed the moment Wu Tong chose to turn back. With an inherent disparity in strength, he had willingly closed the gap, leaving him without a viable chance of reversal against the unassuming Lu Ningxi. Unwilling to accept defeat, Wu Tong lay on the ground, seizing the moment of battle resolution to exclaim, "I never imagined you would resort to such tactics." He genuinely had not anticipated that the seemingly cold Lu Ningxi would employ such cunning. Unfazed, Lu Ningxi replied, "You were simply too foolish." He had more to say, yet the resolution had concluded, and both were transported away. A middle-aged onlooker shook his head upon witnessing Wu Tong's retreat. Carelessness, this is the gravest sin in combat. The outcome was as he had foreseen. Lu Ningxi had awaited the opportunity, catching Wu Tong unawares. Who could have predicted such an ending? Wu Tong's desire to win clouded his judgment, leaving him blind to the possibility of deception. In that moment, there had been no time to ponder. A missed opportunity could very well be the last. Indeed, Fang He mused, a smile gracing his lips as he overheard the discussions around him. These recent bouts had proven fruitful for him. He was nearing the pinnacle of perfection as the battle concluded. The atmosphere became lively once more. Jiangling High School was buoyed by high spirits, while Lingbei High School resembled wilted eggplants. Their vitality diminished. Lu Ningxi, you have won this match. However, the road ahead remains long. We shall meet again. Wu Tong stepped forward, intending to wrap things up. Lu Ningxi, unfazed, nonchalantly replied, "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me all at once. I have no objections." He had no intention of granting Wu Tong any leniency. It was hardly fitting for a defeated challenger to deliver platitudes and seek closure. Regardless, Lingbei has always aspired to be the best. The conflicts between the two schools have been considerable, and this one is no exception. Upon hearing Lu Ningxi's words, the onlooker's eyes sparkled with interest. It seems that Jiangling Middle School is not inclined to let this matter conclude so easily. Since the conclusion of the last exchange competition, several students from Lingbei Middle School have been quite active on forums and in public spaces, seeking to assert their presence. This has even led to online confrontations with students from Jiangling Middle School, a fact that many are aware of. Wu Tong's expression darkened, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Jiangling Middle School truly lives up to its reputation as a prestigious institution, capable of nurturing such exceptional talents like Lu Ningxi. Amidst a burst of hearty laughter, a middle-aged man parted the crowd and stepped into the arena. Upon seeing him, Wu Tong breathed a sigh of relief, called out to him his teacher, and then stepped aside. With the teacher intervening, everyone understood that the excitement for the day was likely over. Lixian. Let the students settle their own disputes. Why are you trying to contribute to the commotion? A familiar, robust figure emerged in the arena, facing the middle-aged man. It was He Xingchen. After the teacher from Lingbei Middle School appeared, He followed suit. Teacher, the students from Jiangling Middle School chorused. He Xingqian nodded slightly. Directing his gaze toward Lu Ningxi, his eyes filled with approval. He patted Lu Ningxi's shoulder with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Well done. You are one of us from Jiangling Middle School." He paid no heed to the students from Lingbei Middle School. Teacher you haven't lost your charm after a few days, Li Xian remarked, seemingly oblivious to He Xingqian's earlier words, maintaining his friendly demeanor. The adage suggests one should not strike a smiling face. Especially in a public setting. Out there, he represents Jiangling Middle School and cannot afford to project an image of rudeness. However, he is not one who excels in communication, so he could only manage a few polite exchanges. Teacher today's interaction with your esteemed students has been immensely beneficial for us. We need time to digest these insights, so shall we conclude for today and reconvene another time for further discussions? Li Xian sought to conclude matters with a modest demeanor. Haha, Teacher Li speaks wisely. The advancement of martial arts indeed thrives on mutual exchanges, and I am certain that next year's tri-school exchange will be even more splendid. Spoke Zhuang Wenchang, donning a scholar's robe and a standard smile. He had arrived almost simultaneously with He Xingqian, having observed all the battles from the sidelines, but only now did he make his entrance. Upon seeing Zhuang Wenchang, Li Xian's smile faltered. The gentle blade, as Zhuang Wenchang is known in Jiangling, carries a formidable reputation, and he would rather confront the fiery He Xingqian than engage with the seemingly affable Zhuang Wenchang. Indeed, the evolution of martial arts is driven by the strength of each generation surpassing the last, Li Xian replied, inadvertently overlooking the upcoming exchange competition. What a jest, with Lu Ningxi in the mix. Next year's exchange competition holds no suspense whatsoever. Did you hear that? The teachers from Lingbei Middle School encourage us to train diligently. Do you have the confidence to showcase your best performance in next year's exchange competition? Zhuang Wenchang turned to address the students of Jiangling Middle School with a smile. We have confidence, came a thunderous response. Why are we still discussing the exchange competition? At this moment, Li Xian could only engage in a few more idle exchanges with Zhuang Wenchang before hastily leading the students from Lingbei Middle School away. Unsure of what further words might be uttered by Zhuang Wenchang, as Lingbei Middle School departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, it is foreseeable that various versions of this event will circulate throughout the city tomorrow. All right, everyone, go about your business. Why linger here? He Xingqian addressed the remaining crowd. Everyone performed admirably today, not just Lu Ningxi. Zhuang Wenchang offered words of encouragement, pleased with the unity displayed by everyone in public. Lu Ningxi nodded and then entered a nearby department store to procure some necessities. For him, the recent skirmish was merely a fleeting episode, hardly warranting much thought. Fang He, Fanny Yang, you two must not hold back in next year's exchange competition. Give them a thorough thrashing. He Xingqian instructed the duo, harboring lingering regrets over this year's exchange competition defeat. Rest assured, we will, they replied earnestly. He Xingqian nodded in satisfaction before vanishing alongside Zhuang Wenchang. Teachers from prestigious schools are perpetually busy. After addressing these matters, they must log off. Shall we go for a stroll? Fang He suggested, let's go. Since we are here, why not? Fanny Yang replied nonchalantly. With the new school year upon us, we need to purchase some supplies to be by the way. I heard you were training alongside the old principal for a while. How was it? Fanny Yang inquired, curious about Fang He's experiences. Fang He did not withhold any details. Briefly recounting the training content, it was a somewhat forced experience of the training conditions you privileged family members enjoy, he continued. Such conditions are only beneficial in the early stages of martial arts training. Ultimately, it still depends on the individual. You speak as if you were unscathed. After all, this also saved a lot of time in the early stages. Obtaining things too easily is not necessarily a good thing. One must strive and fight to truly appreciate their worth. The two engaged in conversation as they walked, their figures fading into the street. Chapter 41. Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Competition in the blink of an eye. Several days passed, ushering in a new academic year, and Fang He officially became a senior. Unsurprisingly, the events surrounding Lu Ningxi's battle against Lingbei spread widely, delivering a significant blow to the ascending Lingbei Middle School. Reminding everyone that Jiangling Middle School remains the foremost institution in Jiangling City. Lingbei Middle School, however, refrained from making any public statements and continued its enrollment process in an orderly fashion. Study diligently at school and heed your teachers. Nan Shui advised. With the new school year, Fang Shengyuan and Nan Shui ceremoniously accompanied Fang He to school. Standing at the school gate, Fang He bid farewell to them, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you in next year's college entrance examination." He did not elaborate on his experiences from the second wilderness training, not wanting to cause concern at home, so they remained unaware that he had already caught the attention of Nan Wu. Satisfied with Fang He's progress, they noted that time was of the essence and departed for work after exchanging pleasantries. "Hey, you're here. Did you know that a competition is being held by various martial arts schools in Jiangling City?" Upon entering the dormitory, Fanny Yang, who had already arrived and was organizing his belongings, remarked, "I had no idea. What's going on?" Fang He, having spent the summer training with the old principal and not frequenting the Pinnacle Martial Arts School, was entirely uninformed about the matter. This competition is hosted by Jiangling City, named the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Competition, open to all martial arts schools, aimed at promoting the development of martial arts. Fanny Yang briefly explained, and then Fang He inquired, "Uncle Lu asked me to invite you to represent Pinnacle Martial Arts School in the competition." Fang He recalled Manager Lu, a robust figure who could rival a brawny man, and asked, "With so many experts at Pinnacle Martial Arts School, would it really be my turn? Besides, there's you, an expert yourself." He was aware of Fanny Yang's capabilities. Although he had made significant progress recently, he was not confident of defeating Fanny Yang. The competition requires participants to be under 18 years of age. "I believe they are not as skilled as you. Hence I recommended you to Uncle Lu." Fanny Yang clarified, then added with a twinkle in his eye, "As for me, I have my reasons for not participating, and besides, I genuinely think you are stronger than I am." Only then did Fang He understand. There was indeed an age restriction, and under 18, the most outstanding students would undoubtedly be from the three major high schools in Jiangling City. Initially, Lu Zhuoran intended to invite Fanny Yang to compete, but he declined and instead recommended Fang He, assuring him that Fang He would not disappoint. "Oh, please, spare me the flattery. Are you participating or not?" "I will," Fang He replied decisively. Even disregarding Uncle Li's favor, he would agree to participate for Fanny Yang's sake. Moreover, with a breakthrough in his martial skills on the horizon, battling these young experts would likely be beneficial for him. "I knew I didn't misjudge you." Fanny Yang smiled charmingly, causing a shiver to run down Fang He's spine. Despite their long time together, he still couldn't fully acclimate to it. Fanny Yang continued, "Your assistance is not in vain. Uncle Lu mentioned that regardless of the outcome, there will be generous rewards for this competition." Upon hearing this, Fang He became quite intrigued. Although he had no intention of seeking benefits, he certainly wouldn't refuse a windfall. "When do we sign up?" Fang He inquired. "After class this afternoon, we will head to Pinnacle Martial Arts School." Fanny Yang replied, "All right, by the way, there might be some challenges ahead." Fanny Yang cautioned in advance, "That's normal." Fang He nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that as an external participant, he would likely face some tests, which was to be expected. Fortunately, the first day of school was relatively light. Aside from the martial arts class in the afternoon, there were no other obligations. After dinner, just as Fang He picked up his belongings, Fanny Yang dragged him onto a flying vehicle dispatched by Pinnacle Martial Arts School, heading toward their destination. A Function 3 flying vehicle. Fang He recognized it at a glance. Though he couldn't afford one, that did not hinder his knowledge. The Function series of flying vehicles is renowned for its speed, ranking among the fastest in its price range. "It appears Manager Lu holds us in high regard," Fang He remarked as he settled in. "Of course," Fanny Yang replied. The young butler, resembling a house steward, smiled as he interjected, "The esteemed Master Lu has specifically instructed us that both of you are distinguished guests of the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy." Subsequently, the three engaged in casual conversation. Fang He soon grasped the significance of this competition. For the Martial Arts Academy, should the competitors representing it clinch the championship, not only would they be awarded a plaque inscribed with Jiangling's premier martial arts academy, but the academy itself would also become a focal point for official support from Jiangling City. As an outsider, the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy particularly valued this endorsement. Additionally, the champion would receive substantial rewards from Jiangling City, all of which would belong solely to the competitor, with the academy taking nothing. The competition format was straightforward. Each academy was allotted 4 participants. The finals would feature 16 slots, fiercely contested among nearly 400 students from over 100 academies. Each of Jiangling City's 4 major academies had 1 slot reserved for direct entry into the finals, exempt from preliminary rounds, while the remaining 12 slots would be contested among the others. The Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy was one of the 4 major institutions, possessing a direct entry slot, which Lu Zhuaran intended to offer to Fang He. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more captivating. With that, the young butler refrained from elaborating further. Fang He understood his implication. Whether he could secure that coveted slot ultimately depended on his own prowess. 10 minutes later, the Function 3 model halted at the entrance of the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy. The waiting reception promptly welcomed the two inside. "Ha, Xiaoyang, Xiaoka. It's been a while since you last visited." Upon entering, Fang He heard Lu Zhuaran's jovial laughter. Following him were about 10 students clad in training attire, the word Pinnacle emblazoned on the right chest, exuding an air of elite confidence. A few gazes were not particularly amiable, openly scrutinizing Fang He and his companion, while others appeared more curious, eager to discern the talents of the youth favored by the academy's master. Among them was a tall figure, familiar to Fanny Yang, none other than Lu Qingying, who had crossed paths with Fang He before. "Hello, Uncle Lo," the two greeted in unison. "Ah, indeed. Xiaoyang, Xiaoka, it seems you've been quite busy," Fanny Yang explained. "Fang He has been occupied with intensive training. As for me, haha, I understand you both have your own methods of training. Come, you young ones, introduce yourselves to one another." Lu Zhuaran gestured for the students behind him to step forward for self-introductions. Hao Yiming, from Lingbei High School, Senior 3. The first to introduce himself was a tall, muscular student, but his gaze held a fierce intensity as he fixed it upon Fang He. Zhang Jun, from Chengnan High School, Senior 3. He had a dark complexion, and when he smiled, his pearly whites shone. Hu Yanhang, from Jiangling No. 2 High School, Senior 3. This student, of average height, completed his introduction promptly and then quickly retreated, appearing rather inconspicuous. Cui Yuan, from Lingyao High School, Senior 3. Of medium stature, his fingers were thick with calluses, and he seemed to harbor significant grievances against Fang He, having scrutinized him since his arrival, his voice heavy as he spoke. Lu Qingying, from Chengnan High School, Junior 2. The last to introduce herself was Lu Qingying, who winked playfully at the two after her introduction. Upon hearing the introductions, Fang He gained insight into their backgrounds. Most were Senior 3 students from various schools in Jiangling City, except for Lu Qingying. Interestingly, among these students were representatives from Lingbei and Chengnan High Schools, yet none from Jiangling High School, and they were not particularly renowned. However, this was quite understandable, as those with notable reputations were usually favored by their teachers or guided by esteemed mentors, thus unlikely to seek training at a martial arts academy. Furthermore, the seed classes of the 3 major high schools undoubtedly possess superior teaching resources compared to the academy, rendering it unnecessary for them to enroll as disciples. They would typically utilize the academy's facilities for training instead. Generally, those who registered as disciples at the martial arts academy were students from ordinary classes of key high schools or from other institutions. Of course, to become a formal disciple of the academy, one must not only exhibit a certain level of talent, but also pay a substantial registration fee. Fang He, Fanny Yang, Jiangling High School, Senior 3. The two also presented their self-introductions. "Now that we are acquainted, shall we proceed to the 3rd floor?" Lu Zhuaran turned and led everyone upstairs. The decor of the 3rd floor remained unchanged. Yet today it was eerily empty, devoid of other trainees. "I have cleared this floor for you. Fang He, Hao Yiming, Zhang Jun, Hu Yanhang. You are the selected representatives for our academy in this competition. Please engage with one another. And the rest of you should offer your utmost cooperation," Lu Zhuaran stated as he turned back. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Cui Yuan could no longer contain himself. "Fang He, since you are to represent our Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy, you must surely demonstrate your prowess." Fang He's spirits lifted. Realizing this was the moment to showcase his skills. "Oh? And how shall I prove myself?" "Quite simply, let us engage in a duel. That I am currently ranked 4th among this cohort of students at the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy. Should you best me, you will undoubtedly earn the right to represent us," Cui Yuan declared, his gaze fixed intently on Fang He. He hailed from Lingyao High School, which ranked as the 2nd tier among all high schools in Jiangling City, trailing only the 3 major institutions. After the middle school entrance examinations, he could have chosen to enter one of the 3 major schools, but opted for Lingyao High School instead, unwilling to settle for mediocrity among the elite. When the admissions officer from Lingyao promised him preferential treatment and the best training resources, he made his choice without hesitation. In truth, he had indeed received significant attention at Lingyao, being groomed for excellence. He had subsequently joined the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy for rigorous training and was currently ranked among the top 3 at Lingyao, with only the extraordinarily defensive Hu Jimin capable of outmatching him. His martial skills had reached a proficient level, rivaling those of students in the seed classes of the 3 major high schools, and he held great confidence in his abilities. When the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Competition was announced, he had anticipated representing the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy to secure an admirable position and gain further recognition from his school, only to find himself displaced by the sudden emergence of Fang He. Very well, Fang He was prepared for this challenge and would not shy away from combat. Then I shall serve as the referee. Lu Zhuoran, having witnessed the unfolding scene, did not feign intervention but rather readily offered to oversee the match. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Lu. With that, Fang He leapt onto the sparring platform. Cui Yuan narrowed his eyes, giving a cold snort as he also ascended the stage, locking gazes with Fang He. As an outstanding student from Jiangling High School seed class, he was eager to discern the true extent of Fang He's capabilities. If you are ready, let us commence, Lu Zhuoran announced as both competitors readied their weapons. Cui Yuan, a practitioner of boxing, could be identified by the calluses on his hands. Donning his boxing gloves, he launched a powerful punch, the wind whistling around him. Fang He met the strike, the blade of his weapon clashing against the protective gear of Cui Yuan, producing a sharp, resounding impact. The two exchanged blows, sword and fist intertwining. Although Cui Yuan trained at Lingyao, his current strength was formidable even among the 3 major high schools. Would Fang He be able to hold his own? Lu Qingying inquired of Fanny Yang, uncertain of Fang He's prowess. His combat style is such that Cui Yuan cannot contend with him. Just watch, Fanny Yang replied confidently. After a few exchanges, Fang He began to gauge Cui Yuan's strength. He seemed to have recently entered the blood refinement stage in martial arts, yet his techniques were solid, indicating a considerable time spent at the proficient level. Cui Yuan's punches were fierce, delivered with the urgency of a storm, aiming to conclude the fight in the shortest time possible. This reminded Fang He of a similarly punch-oriented female combatant. He wondered how she was faring now. Lost in thought, his actions remained fluid. Moonlight flow, crescent moon break. Cui Yuan began to sense the widening gap between them. Despite his relentless assaults, Fang He appeared unfazed, while Cui Yuan grew slightly breathless from the unyielding onslaught. Cui Yuan preferred to focus on his opponent's eyes during combat. All he could discern from Fang He's gaze was a single word, calm, as if everything was under his control. As time passed, the subtle pressure became increasingly palpable, inducing a sensation of suffocation, as if he were entirely engulfed in Fang He's rhythm of battle. Despite recognizing the disparity, Cui Yuan refused to concede. He remained fully concentrated as he faced the sword's brilliance emanating from Fang He. The sword light cascaded like moonlight, each strike fluid and seamless. The first strike shattered his guard, while the second connected squarely with his chest. Yet Fang He did not press further. He stepped back, sheathing his sword with grace, embodying the essence of control in both advance and retreat. Lu Qingying's eyes sparkled with admiration. So effortless. Indeed, the process through which Fang He overcame Cui Yuan could be described as effortless, as if he had scarcely exerted himself before concluding the bout. Indeed, Fan Ying raised an eyebrow in approval. Well done. Xiaoke truly embodies the excellence of Jiangling High School. Your reputation is well-deserved, Lu Zhuoran exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He then turned to the somewhat dazed Cui Yuan and encouraged, your strength has also improved significantly. Your boxing techniques are more formidable. However, do remember to balance hardness with softness. Only then can you achieve perfection. Cui Yuan, upon hearing Lu Zhuoran's words, regained her composure and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Lu, for your guidance. Lu Zhuoran nodded and then turned to Fanny Yang with a smile, saying, of course, we must also extend our thanks to Xiaoyang for recommending such a prodigy to our Peak Martial Arts Academy. Haha, this is my good brother. Uncle Lu will have to prepare some gifts. Fanny Yang, grinning, advocated for Fang He to receive rewards. That's only fitting. Everyone has witnessed that Zioa's strength can undoubtedly represent our peak in the elite competition. The spot in the final should be awarded to him. No objections, right? Although the news had already circulated that the master intended to directly grant the final spot to Fang He, Lu Zhuoran's public announcement caused a shift in the expressions of the qualified participants. Master, I wish to contend for that spot as well. Hao Yiming stepped forward, exclaiming loudly. His tall stature and booming voice echoed like thunder. Lu Wuran glanced at Fang He, refraining from giving an immediate response. Fang He had no objections. Whether herding a single sheep or a flock, once one accepted a task, one must embrace the accompanying challenges. All right, Hao Yiming, eschewing any pleasantries regarding Fang He's recent bout, surged onto the stage with his weapon drawn. Charge! Fang He raised an eyebrow, discerning his intentions, gathering power in advance to strike decisively. Yet, this tactic proved nearly futile in actual combat. The outcome between martial artists was often determined in the blink of an eye, leaving little room for preemptive accumulation of strength. Only in arena battles might there be some opportunities, albeit fraught with disadvantages. Hao Yiming, brimming with confidence, had solidified his foundational skills by advancing to the seed class in Lingbei High School. Fang He, on the other hand, was of comparable caliber to the seed class of Jiangling High School. By gathering strength beforehand and capitalizing on his opponent's fatigue, he believed victory was within reach. Last week, the news of Lu Ningxi single-handedly challenging Lingbei had spread like wildfire, leaving the students of Lingbei High School feeling humiliated, and Hao Yiming was no exception. He could not surpass Lu Ningxi. But now he faced Fang He, who hailed from the same Jiangling High School. Aside from vying for the final spot, he also sought to triumph over someone from Jiangling High School, hoping to dampen their spirit. Lu Wuran, dismissing Hao Yiming's ulterior motives, declared, "Commence." Chapter 43, Victory, Void Cleave. Hao Yiming bellowed, delivering a powerful strike. His prowess indeed surpassed Cui Yuan's, and with the accumulated energy, his momentum was formidable. However, no matter how impressive the technique, it must land on the target, wave step. Although Fang He had received the Moonlight Sword manual upon mastering his martial skills, he had not abandoned the wave sword technique. His form rippled backward like gentle waves, effortlessly evading the blow. From the outset, he had no intention of clashing head-on. Given Hao Yiming's robust physique and the bulging muscles that hinted at immense power, especially under the influence of accumulated strength, a direct confrontation would be unwise. As Hao Yiming swung and missed, he remained unfazed, lunging forward to counterattack, determined to conclude the fight swiftly. He knew that after charging his power, his combat effectiveness would significantly diminish, making him no match for Fang He. Dodging and weaving, Fang He continuously shifted positions, leaving Hao Yiming unable to even graze the edge of his clothing. "I didn't expect his agility to be so remarkable," Lu Qingying remarked in astonishment. This was the footwork from his first martial technique, which, when combined with swordplay, proved even more potent. Fanny Yang was well acquainted with Fang He's martial skills. Cui Yuan, her expression impassive, observed Fang He on the stage, aware that Fang He had not exerted his full strength to defeat her, yet she could not reconcile the fact that even his evasive maneuvers had eluded her. "Is dodging all you can do? Did Jiangling High School only teach you how to run away?" After 3 exchanges without landing a hit, Hao Yiming grew impatient and taunted. Fang He maintained his distance, unperturbed by the provocations, as it was not he who was anxious. Buying time worked to his advantage. "You are correct," Fang He replied, leaving Hao Yiming momentarily speechless. Logically, upon hearing his taunt, he should have rushed in for a direct confrontation, or at the very least, offered a retort. What was this situation? How could he simply concede? The delay of mere seconds began to show signs of diminishing his strength. "I can't delay any longer." Air slash. Hao Yiming advanced, gripping his weapon with both hands, and struck down fiercely. This was his most powerful technique among those he had mastered. Fang He closely monitored Hao Yiming's arm, noticing that the muscle definition was not as pronounced as during his earlier attacks. He could not retreat any further or risk stepping off the stage. Shifting 3 steps to the right, he evaded another strike. Sweep. Hao Yiming had long realized Fang He's position was perilously close to the edge. Knowing he could not retreat any further, thus intending to strike first and then sweep. While a last-minute change of technique would reduce the strike's power, as long as he could hit Fang He, it would be deemed a success. "You really are lacking." Fang He seemed to anticipate this, swiftly thrusting his sword. Clang! The tip of his sword collided with the blade of Hao Yiming's weapon, landing precisely on the weakest point of his attack. Hao Yiming's expression shifted dramatically. The force transmitted from the blade nearly caused him to lose grip, causing his technique to falter. How did he predict that? This was not only Hao Yiming's question, but also a point of confusion for the spectators below. With a mere 4 ounces, he had neutralized 1,000 pounds. Hao Yiming's change of tactics was akin to a duck caught by the throat, unable to move. Fang He had not overlooked Hao Yiming's weaknesses. However, even if he had identified them, Hao Yiming, in his charged state, exuded an overwhelming aura and boundless strength. Even if he struck at the weak point, he might not break through Hao Yiming's technique. Combat among martial artists is not merely about spotting flaws. Technique must be accompanied by strength. It is akin to wielding a powerful energy cannon. If one cannot hit the target, it is futile. Now that Hao Yiming had passed his initial peak, with a change in tactics and diminishing power, it was the perfect moment for Fang He to strike decisively. Without hesitation, Fang He made his move. Executing a flawless technique, he did not pause but swung his sword again, leaving Hao Yiming immobilized. Unable to see, it was not that he lacked the desire to move. Rather, Fang He's sword tip had already found its mark on his throat. Though it had not drawn blood, the threat of its sharpness was palpable. If you refrain from your little schemes, you may fare better. Once you act, your defeat will be swifter. This. Hao Yiming's face fluctuated in color. Resembling a clown on stage, exerting himself in performance, yet completely under Fang He's control. Indeed, now you realize that the students of Jiangling High School possess skills beyond mere evasion, Fang He remarked. Tilting his head toward Hao Yiming, bravo! Lu Zhuoran's eyes sparkled with admiration. He had encountered prodigies who had mastered martial skills to the level of proficiency or perfection at a young age. Yet those with combat talents akin to Fang He's were rare. The calmness displayed in battle and acute perception of the situation were traits that typically required years of experience to cultivate. With a swift motion, Fang He sheathed his sword and descended from the stage, disregarding the still-dazed Hao Yiming. The onlookers continued to reflect on Fang He's earlier strike, puzzled by how he had instantaneously dismantled Hao Yiming's offense. Fang He, after this, let us have a match, Lu Qingying exclaimed with excitement, akin to a hunter who had just discovered prey. I'm too fatigued. Perhaps let Fannyang accompany you instead. I in the public eye. Fang He refrained from addressing her as Aaron Yang. Fannyang, observing the unfolding drama, found himself unexpectedly drawn into the fray, hastily adding, my techniques are all too familiar to Qingying. You can spar with her after. You're joking. You appear so at ease. After battling him so many times, I'm tired of it. I haven't fought you yet. Lu Qingying insisted. While they conversed, not far away, Zhang Jun intermittently glanced in their direction. Lost in thought. At this moment, Lu Zhuoran interjected to alleviate the tension, saying, all right, Qingying, Zio must return to school shortly. We'll have to postpone your match for another time. Though Lu Qingying often disregarded her father's authority in private, she felt compelled to comply in front of others, conceding, then you must ensure to spar with me next time. Absolutely, absolutely. Now that everyone had witnessed Zio's strength, he would represent our peak in the competition and secure the spot in the finals. Lu Zhuoran declared with conviction. The students of the Peak Martial Arts Academy remained silent. Strength was always the simplest proof. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, Zhang Jun stepped forward and called out. Master, Zhang Jun, what are your thoughts? I greatly admire Fang He's strength and wish to learn from him. However, given his recent battles, it would be unwise for him to fight again, so I propose a friendly exchange with Fannyang. To mutually benefit from our skills. As he spoke, Zhang Jun slightly turned to face Fannyang. Hearing Zhang Jun's request, Fang He nearly burst into laughter, knowing well that Fannyang detested complications. That depends on Xiaoyang's willingness. Lu Zhuoran remarked, pleased with his disciple's initiative, yet it ultimately hinged on Fannyang's desire. Zhang Jun gazed hopefully at Fannyang, eager to engage with the elite from Jiangling High School. Fannyang, hand on his forehead, felt somewhat exasperated, realizing Lu Zhuoran hoped he would take on the challenge. Thus, he simply stated, very well, let us have a match. Zhang Jun's expression brightened. His motivation for wanting to duel Fannyang stemmed primarily from Lu Qingying's influence. He was infatuated with her and had enrolled in the Peak Martial Arts Academy to be closer to her. Initially, he believed that proximity would grant him a chance to win her affection. Yet he had not anticipated her indifference. While he could have reassured himself that Lu Qingying treated everyone equally, witnessing her amiable demeanor towards Fannyang today had left him feeling off-kilter, causing him to steal glances in their direction. Furthermore, Fannyang possessed a fair complexion and striking features, making his appearance akin to that of a delicate youth, which he found rather displeasing. He had always concealed his feelings well, and no one was aware of his affection for Lu Qingying. Thus, he deliberately adopted an image of enthusiasm and ambition, eager for battle. adjusting his demeanor in hopes of using the guise of sparring to teach Fan Ying a lesson in front of Lu Qingying. This mindset was rather naive, and indeed quite foolish. Lu Qingying vaguely sensed that Zhang Jun might harbor some enthusiasm for her, yet her usual carefree nature led her not to dwell on it. For those around her treated her with great kindness. She would not naively assume that if someone was good to her, it meant they had romantic feelings. It was only when Zhang Jun unexpectedly challenged Fanny Yang that she began to feel something was amiss. However, having grown up with Fanny Yang, engaging in countless scuffles, she was well aware of his capabilities and had no fear of his defeat. As the competition was about to commence, her gaze turned towards the stage. Chapter 44. Reunion. Fanny Yang was averse to trouble and exhibited little patience for anyone outside his close circle, even if Zhang Jun appeared to have a commendable attitude. Are you ready? Fanny Yang had not brought a weapon this time, so he casually selected a training broadsword. Please enlighten me. Zhang Jun wielded a saber, albeit a ring-handled one. Fanny Yang nodded nonchalantly. Zhang Jun gripped the sword with both hands, a fierce glint flashing across his dark face as he charged towards Fanny Yang. The fundamentals of swordplay consisted of 13 basic moves: chopping, slicing, flicking, dicing, and thrusting, all of which evolved into various martial techniques. Zhang Jun's skill was evidently at a proficient level. With a swift flick, he aimed directly at Fanny Yang's face. Clang. Fanny Yang, who had been slower to initiate, preemptively intercepted the strike. Unlike Fang He's calm demeanor, Fanny Yang's approach to combat was far more aggressive, contrasting sharply with his appearance. Shattered Mountain Slash. This was a technique mastered by Fanny Yang. Zhang Jun. It appeared that after intercepting his assault, Fanny Yang immediately executed a single-handed downward slash, seemingly unremarkable, yet impossible to evade. The glimmer of the blade flashed by, their figures intertwined. Fanny Yang sheathed his sword and placed the broadsword on a nearby weapon rack. Addressing the somewhat dazed Fang He, "Let's go. It's time to head back to school." With a soft sound, a tear appeared in the fabric of Zhang Jun's shirt at the chest, while he still maintained his stance with the sword raised. "Oh, all right," Fang He responded. "Uncle Lu, we shall take our leave." Fanny Yang also bid farewell to Lu Zhuoran. "All right, you there, accompany Xiao Yang and Xiao He." Lu Zhuoran called to the young man who had previously escorted them. "Fanny Yang, Fang He, do come again for a proper match?" Lu Qingying shouted after them as she watched their retreating figures. "Sure." They waved back. Lu Zhuoran sighed inwardly at the sight of his daughter. So engrossed in martial arts, as they walked back to the dormitory, the two strolled side by side across the playground, where they could still see others engaged in exercise. "So, when will you break through to perfection?" Fang He nudged Fanny Yang's shoulder. Fanny Yang stumbled slightly, creating distance from Fang He. "I broke through after returning from the wilderness." "Darn, why didn't you tell me? You never asked. How about a few matches when we get back?" Sure. It had been some time since they last played, and Fang He suspected his ranking had dropped significantly. Now in their senior year, they needed to seize the opportunity to climb the ranks. "Ah, that felt great." Following a string of exhilarating victories, Fang He remarked to Fanny Yang beside him. Fang He's victory points had surged to 2150, an increase of over 100 points in this session alone. The ranking system in Battle Network employed a distinct algorithm. Consecutive wins awarded additional victory points, and the scoring based on the performance of each match fluctuated, allowing for rapid point accumulation. The ranking in Jiangling City stood at 2230. Fang He was somewhat satisfied with this placement. According to the 22-26 college entrance examination guidelines released by Jiangling City, as of May 30, 22-26, students ranked in the top 2,000 within Battle Network would be exempt from preliminary exams. Once in the re-examination, they could achieve at least 300 points in combat skills, out of a total of 500. What's your score? Fanny Yang inquired. Point 2150. And you? 2210. What's your ranking? Just made it into the top 2,000. Want to play a couple more? Fang He was about to agree when he suddenly noticed a previously dimmed avatar light up, prompting him to change his response. "I have something to attend to. You go ahead and play." Fanny Yang paid him no mind, initiating a match alone, vanishing in a flash of white light. Fang He casually settled at a nearby milk tea shop, a cup of multi-fruit grape. "Please." After payment, a cup of fruit tea mysteriously appeared on Fang He's table. Indeed, one could purchase beverages in the virtual world, and they could simulate real flavors, albeit at a lower cost than in reality. Fang He glanced at the latest message in the chat box, which he had sent on June 12th. "Happy birthday." He had intended to send a gift, but lacking a mailing address, he could only extend a happy birthday wish. Zhuan, you finally logged on, Zai Shui Fong. After nearly half a year of closed training, I can finally access the virtual world. Zhuan, it seems your skills have progressed significantly. Zai Shui Fong. Of course, I am your boss. I must be formidable. Upon seeing the familiar tone, Fong He sighed with relief. Zhuan, yes, Sister E is the greatest. Can I teleport over? Zai Shui Fong sends a teleport request. Do you agree? I agree. With a whoosh, Zai Shui Fong appeared before him. Like Fong He, Luo Yi had also undergone minor adjustments to her appearance, yet familiar faces could still recognize her. Sister E, Fong He called softly, a broad smile adorning his face. Luo Yi's lips curled upward, her eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, enjoying some milk tea, are we? I've already ordered for you. Here, Fong He gestured to the cup that had just materialized on the table. Pineapple yogurt, your favorite. Not bad. I see you still have some discernment. Luo Yi was quite pleased with Fong He's thoughtfulness. He certainly remembered her preferences, having run errands for her countless times in middle school. Luo Yi's long hair flowed freely, framing her bright eyes and radiant smile, revealing two charming dimples. How is it in Fengquan City? After some playful banter, Fong He inquired. Quite well. I arranged jobs for my parents. And the clan leader personally crafted my training plan. That's wonderful. How are your skills now? Luo Yi's lips curved into a smile. I have reached the perfection stage in blood refining, and my martial arts are flawless. Impressive. Fong He did not express much surprise. Having undergone special training from the old principal, he had gained a glimpse into the training methods of the elite, so Luo Yi's progress was not unexpected. You are rather dismissive, Luo Yi pouted. No, not at all. Sister Yi's substantial improvement is indeed praiseworthy. Fong He exaggerated his expression. Humph, I was in seclusion for so long without a word from you. Tell me, what has transpired during this time? Thus, Fong He began recounting events that had occurred since Luo Yi's departure. Naturally, due to confidentiality, he did not elaborate on the wilderness training, merely mentioning it in passing. And Luo Yi did not press for details. Luo Yi slammed the table, causing the two cups to tremble slightly. The Lingbei clan is truly arrogant. It's just luck that they produced a Zhou Chuyu. If I were there, I would have beaten them so badly their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Fong He firmly believed this, recalling when Luo Yi had stood up for him on stage. The scene of her effortlessly sending Du Zheng flying still etched in his memory. I hadn't realized you had such a connection with the principal to receive his personal training. Luo Yi continued, it's all thanks to my family's patriarch. I'm just riding on the coattails. Fong He replied with pride, by the way, you've entered the blood refining stage as well. The principal should have informed you. He did. Fong He understood what she meant. During his special training, the old principal had specifically mentioned that after completing blood refining, one could prepare to break through to the spirit movement realm. However, many chose not to break through immediately but continued to refine. The final stage of physical refinement is marrow cleansing and blood refining. And there's a term among martial artists called mercury blood and silver marrow. Generally, once a martial artist reaches perfection in blood refining, every drop of blood and marrow can achieve 10 times its original weight. However, this is not the limit. It can continue to be refined until reaching 20 times, with some exceptionally gifted individuals attaining 30 times or even more. Those who reach 30 times in blood refining, upon breaking through, are naturally much stronger than those who break through at 10 times. Chapter 45. The Luo family. After chatting for a while longer, Luo Yi suddenly said, the clan elder has summoned me. I must log off. All right, you go ahead. When will you log on next? I'm not sure, but I will leave you a message. Okay, Dado. I received your birthday wishes. Don't forget to make up for the gift when we meet next. Without waiting for Fong He's response, Luo Yi's figure vanished from sight. Hey, you were here all along. I've been looking for you. Fanny Ying entered the milk tea shop and immediately spotted the dazed Fong He. He slapped Fong He on the shoulder. What are you daydreaming about? I've already played several matches, and when I came out, you were nowhere to be found. I messaged you, but you didn't reply. Fanny Ying complained. Noticing the two empty cups on the table, he teased. Ah, so you came here on a date. Out with it. Who is it? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Luo Yi? Fong He snapped back to attention. Shaking off Fanny Ying's hand on his shoulder, what are you talking about? Luo Yi just logged on. I was chatting with her here for a bit. Fanny Ying was taken aback, not expecting that Fong He was together with Luo Yi just moments ago. He recalled the rumors circulating at home, which suggested that some prominent families in the eastern region were aware of the genius emerging from the Luo family and had dispatched their younger members to interact with Luo Yi in hopes of winning her favor. However, Luo Yi had remained in seclusion, and no one had yet had the opportunity to meet her. Oh? What did you discuss? Nothing much, just talked about recent events at school. Aunt Pong, what did the clan elder want with me? Luo Yi hummed a tune as she removed the sensory device, inquiring. Aunt Pong, who had been standing nearby, replied, I'm not quite sure. It might be to provide guidance on your cultivation. Just finished my seclusion. And now I have to cultivate again, Luo Yi remarked in a tone of mild exasperation. Miss, this indicates that you are highly regarded by the clan elders. Many within the family envy your treatment. Aunt Pong smiled. I know. Aunt Pong, I'll head over now. All right, miss, your enrollment procedures have been completed. You can report to school tomorrow. Which school? Yinfeng High School. As Luo Yi's figure receded into the distance, Aunt Pong retracted her smile and stepped out of the room. The Luo family estate sprawled over a vast expanse, with various buildings arranged harmoniously, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and intricate designs. From the early stages of awakening to the present, the Luo family had weathered over a century of trials. And the passage of time had imbued the architecture with an added charm. With a large population, not every clan member could reside within the estate. Only those with cultivation talent were permitted to live there long term. Those without such gifts tended to disperse to develop their own paths, returning only during clan festivals to pay homage to their ancestors. Besides ancestor worship, the clan festival also served to assess the bloodlines of the new generation. And Luo Yi was the recently discovered genius of this generation. Aunt Peng arrived at a courtyard deep within the estate, stepped forward, and gently knocked on the door knocker. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came a voice. Tinged with age, Aunt Peng opened the door, lowered her head, and entered the courtyard. Night had fallen, with the sky adorned with countless stars, and two individuals were seated in the courtyard, enjoying drinks. Aunt Peng halted 5 meters away from them. Awaiting inquiries, she had heard much about this courtyard but was stepping inside for the first time, acutely aware of why she was allowed entry. Is that you, Peng Ro? One of the men turned around. Appearing middle-aged, yet his eyes bore the depth of someone who had weathered many storms. Yes. How is Miss today? She seems to be in good spirits. Oh, is it due to that lad named Fang He? Aunt Peng felt a bead of sweat form on her forehead, swallowing hard. She was uncertain about this. When she first interacted with Fang He, she had already compiled and reported all the relevant information about him, and she was puzzled as to why the ancestor suddenly brought him up. It's nothing. You may return now and take good care of Miss E. Understood. Aunt Peng retreated from the courtyard. Elder brother, should we take action to prevent potential issues? The previously silent figure spoke, addressing the man as elder brother. No, let's observe for now. In truth, even before Aunt Peng's report, the Luo family had already thoroughly investigated Luo Yi's past and obtained Fang He's information, which was not a challenge for them. The clan elders had initially advocated for nipping this potential issue in the bud, not out of a desire to harm Fang He, but merely to issue a friendly reminder that he should not overreach. However, this elder brother had quelled those sentiments. After reviewing Aunt Peng's report and her handling of the matter, he was quite satisfied, and the issue was thus suppressed. Elder brother, our father has passed for many years, and our family has yet to produce a new transcendent being. This time, we finally have a genius, and we cannot afford any mistakes, another individual urged anxiously. Luo, do you had 2 sons, the elder Luo Haiping and the younger Luo Xisheng? Who were the very individuals present? Our Luo family has not reached the point of relying on a girl to save us. Luo Haiping rose, fixing his gaze on Luo Xisheng. But that is how it has been decided. You should return now. Luo Haiping's tone left no room for dissent. Yes, elder brother. Luo Xisheng relinquished his attempt to persuade his elder sibling. Luo Haiping, being the eldest son, was nearly 20 years older than Luo Xisheng, and as the elder brother, he held a fatherly stature. With Luo, do you often away at war? Luo Xisheng had been raised primarily by Luo Haiping, and he feared his elder brother even more than he did their father. At this moment, with his elder brother having made a decision, he dared not voice further objections. However, as he turned to leave, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Luo Haiping watched his brother's departing figure with a sigh. He understood that Luo Xisheng was not easily swayed, for he knew this brother all too well. Issue the order. No coercive measures against Fang He. Understood. A response echoed from the distant woods. Luo Haiping rubbed his temples and gradually sat back down. The current strength of the world was built upon martial prowess. When their father was alive, those petty individuals dared not act recklessly. But after his departure, those insidious figures began to emerge. Although Luo Haiping's strength at the Dragon Gate level seemed formidable to the average person, it was still insufficient to safeguard such a vast estate. If it were not for the protection of King Yu, their estate would have long been divided among others. Thus, the Luo family urgently needed someone to step forward, yet their impatience had led to complications. Luo Wanyin, the foremost female warrior of the Xia Kingdom, was indeed connected to the Luo family, as some rumors suggested. She had originally belonged to the Luo family but had severed ties over 40 years ago, even changing her surname. This incident had caused quite a stir, turning the Luo family into a laughingstock among other clans. Eventually, as Luo Wanyin rose in prominence, the Luo family sought to downplay the incident, allowing it to gradually fade from public consciousness. Over the years, the Luo family had made concerted efforts to repair their relationship with Luo Wanyin, yet with little success. Now, a similar situation had arisen once more. Luo Haiping suddenly recalled a phrase from ancient texts: future generations lament but do not learn from the past, thus causing them to mourn for their predecessors. Chapter 46. The Blood Refinement Theory. Ah! What splendid weather today! Fang He exclaimed as he awoke early, stepping into the living room to bask in the bright sunlight outside. It was likely not the weather that was pleasant, but rather his good mood. Fanny Yang had also risen and was tidying up, joining him in the living room. Today marked the first day of classes for their senior year, and both had risen early. After hastily grabbing a couple of bites in the cafeteria, they made their way to the classroom. Upon their arrival, Fang He noticed that Lu Ningxi had yet to appear, having also been absent from martial arts class yesterday. Where could that fellow have gone? Lu Ningxi was usually a lone wolf with no friends, making it difficult to find someone to inquire about his whereabouts. Now that you're in your senior year, put away those restless thoughts. Focus on your studies and martial arts training. Our class is a seed class for martial arts, and my expectation is simple. Everyone must qualify for the top 100 martial arts universities. Any objections? Zhou's piercing gaze scanned the students below. None, they shouted in unison. Zhou was Fang He's new homeroom teacher and the geography instructor for the seed class. All right, today we'll review the geographical environment of the southern region. By the time they reached senior year, the curriculum was nearly complete, leaving only revisions. Occasionally, the teacher might expand on certain topics, but not by much. Finally, when the bell rang, the classroom erupted into chatter. Have you heard? Our city will be hosting the martial arts elite competition. I've heard. The major martial arts schools in the city are frantically seeking participants. If they want competitors, they should just approach Lu Ningxi. What do they need anyone else for? Do you think they don't want Lu Ningxi? The issue is they can't find him. No one knows where he has been. Do you know who has accepted invitations so far? It seems the top 3 from Lingbei have all been invited. I'm not sure about the Southern District, but it seems Jin Yi and Ren Yuan from our class have also received invitations. Upon hearing this, Fang He glanced at Jin Yi and Ren Yuan seated in front of him. They were among the 2 who participated in the wilderness training, both possessing considerable strength. Fang He, come with me to the school gate later to pick up a package. Fanny Yang approached, patting Fang He on the shoulder. What's in it? A goodie. Fanny Yang teased, grinning. Stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me. Uncle Lu said he would advance you a portion of your reward, hoping for even better performance later on. Fanny Yang divulged. Fang He's eyes lit up. Such generosity came from a wealthy family. Let us go now. We still have some time before class starts. All right. The 2 headed to the gatekeeper's office to retrieve the package, opting to return to their dorm with the items rather than bringing them into the classroom. This is a body refining pill. This is a chi blood pill. This is a strengthening pill. And here's a basic body refining essence. Fanny Yang laid out each item on the desk. Fang He recognized some of these from the apothecary, noting that some were not even for sale. If they were to be purchased with Blue Star currency, it would likely exceed $1 million. Please convey my thanks to Uncle Lu, Fang He said excitedly. Uncle Lu mentioned that this is just a portion. If you secure the championship, even more rewards await. I won't let you down. The elite competition is set to commence this weekend. However, it holds little significance for Fang He, as he has secured a direct entry into the top 16 and only needs to participate in the finals a month later. As night falls, Fang He consumes a blood vitality pill and settles into a wooden tub filled with a medicinal bath, prepared by diluting a foundational body-refining elixir with water. The gentle medicinal power unfurls within his abdomen as he channels the Qi awakening technique to absorb the essence, while the potion steadily diminishes. Everything proceeds smoothly, and as time slips away, the liquid in the tub transitions from a verdant hue to a clear state. With a long exhale, Fang He slowly opens his eyes and muses to himself. Indeed, the elixir is remarkable. Its efficacy is undeniable. He can now perceive the fullness of his vitality and the augmentation of his strength. With 2 fingers from his right hand, he glides across his arm, leaving behind a white mark. It is worth noting that his nails are now sharper than ordinary blades, a testament to his nearing completion of the body-refining stage, with the next phase being the Qi movement realm. However, before entering the Qi movement realm, it is imperative to solidify his foundation as much as possible. Fang He's gaze flickers as he dresses and makes his way to the living room. Discovering Fanny Yang awaiting him. It seems the effects of that batch of pills are quite impressive. Fanny Yang remarks upon seeing Fang He's radiant demeanor. Indeed, they are, Fang He replies, then approaches the body measurement machine, stepping onto it. After deftly pressing a few buttons, a synthesized electronic voice announces, height, 178 cm, weight, 562 kilograms, health, excellent. This little device is present in every dormitory, facilitating students' understanding of their physical condition. Wow, you're nearing completion of the blood refining process. Fanny Yang states upon hearing the announcement. His method for quickly assessing Fang He's prowess is straightforward. He simply listens for the weight report. Prior to entering the Qi movement realm, a martial artist's weight typically increases, especially during the final stage of blood washing and refining, where the growth is particularly rapid. Fang He's current weight is approximately 8 times the normal level, allowing for an approximate estimation of his strength. Once he enters the Qi movement realm, the internal energy will be concealed, and everything will revert to normal. It won't be long before you achieve complete blood refinement, Fang He acknowledges, clearly pleased with his progress. After reaching completion, he plans to train extensively, ideally breaking through during his university years. Fang He understands the benefits of continuing to refine after achieving complete blood refinement, yet he is unsure why a university breakthrough is preferable. Why is that? In university, there will be mentors to guide your breakthrough, helping you stabilize your realm and select the most suitable cultivation methods. You might even leap past the initial stage and directly enter the intermediate stage. Fanny Yang explains. Fang He realizes that having knowledgeable individuals around is advantageous, as it can save him from many detours. In a bright room, Lu Ningxi stands with a gun in hand, exuding an imposing aura. Opposite her are 5 lifelike robots arranged in formation, brandishing various weapons. Lu Ningxi twirls her gun and charges forward. The robots spring into action, devoid of any evident aura, yet they display combat skills that, upon closer inspection, have reached perfection. Lu Ningxi essentially faces 5 opponents, each at the pinnacle of martial arts. The clanging of weapons reverberates. The strength exhibited by the robots corresponds to the body refining stage, yet they are relentless, lacking fatigue or pain, making them far more challenging than typical martial artists. Lu Ningxi feels exhilarated. This is the pressure she craves, as her previous encounter with Lingbei High School had failed to ignite her interest. This is how a gun martial artist ought to train, breaking formations and vanquishing foes. Half an hour later, Lu Ningxi sits cross-legged, her martial aura nearly bursting forth. Chapter 47. Direct Admission on Friday. September 9, 2225. A few days have passed since the start of the school term. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking is urgent. Fang He opens his eyes. What madness are you up to so early, Aaron Yang? Lu Ningxi has broken through. Fanny Yang shouts from outside as Fang He opens the door. Rubbing his eyes, he exclaims, she broke through? Has she entered the Qi movement realm? Just as he finishes speaking, he senses something amiss. Why would Lu Ningxi be eager to break through to the Qi movement realm? What Qi movement realm? She has comprehended the martial momentum, Fanny Yang clarifies. Fang He suddenly awakens to the realization. It's been nearly a decade since a student from Jiangling High School comprehended martial momentum at the beginning of their senior year. Moreover, Jingwu has already extended an invitation to her. What? She is only in her 3rd year. Jingwu has a preparatory class that allows early entry into university studies. Is that so? Fang He reflects, realizing that Joey must have already posted an announcement in the class group. He immediately opens his communicator.as is well known. There are two class groups, one with teachers and one without. At that moment, Fang He opens the one with teachers. Upon opening, he sees a flurry of messages flashing before his eyes. So, everyone is awake? Huh. He then notices the pinned message at the top. Class teacher, Zhou Yi. Congratulations to our classes Lu Ningxi for gaining early admission to Kyoto Martial Arts University. Below, the early risers in the class are exchanging congratulations, which soon devolves into discussions about the admission criteria for Jingwu. At this moment, Fang He comprehends the basic requirements for admission to Jingwu. As the premier martial arts university in Xiagua, Jingwu's admissions are exceedingly stringent, accepting roughly 3,000 students each year, including the prodigies from the preparatory class. Based on past experiences, a minimum score of 740 out of 800 in the college entrance examination is typically necessary for admission. As for the preparatory class, it serves as Jingwu's method of securing talent in advance. Jingwu employs dedicated instructors to scout for prodigies across the nation. Once a talent is identified, with the individual's consent, they are invited to join Jingwu's preparatory class for study, effectively being granted early admission, automatically transitioning to university upon conclusion of the entrance exams. Getting admitted to Jingwu is relatively straightforward. One merely needs to impress the instructors. For instance, like Lu Ningxi, comprehending martial momentum before turning 18 qualifies one, as do others with exceptional talents. Our school is making waves again. She is the first student in years to gain early admission to Jingwu. Fang He muses. Isn't that the truth? I suddenly have a question. Will Lu Ningxi still take the college entrance exam? Of course not. She has already been admitted. Does that mean this year's top score will be up for grabs? Fannying snaps back to attention. With such a formidable figure as Lu Ningxi emerging, those overshadowed by her cannot help but feel enticed by the vacant throne of the top scorer. Indeed, by noon, the entire school is abuzz with news of Lu Ningxi's impending journey to Kyoto. Simultaneously, major media outlets are reporting, and much of Jiangling City is aware of the emergence of a super talent from Jiangling High School, surpassing even Zhou Chuyu, who is set to study at Jingwu. Tomorrow is the opening match of the elite competition. Should we go together? Fanny Yang inquires. Absolutely. We'll head straight there tomorrow morning. The next day, the two rise early and make their way to the Jiangling City Sports Center. With the rise of martial arts, the physical fitness of the populace has improved, leading to the gradual disappearance of some traditional sports. After all, a 100-meter dash would take mere seconds for an average body-refining martial artist, let alone for those in the Qi movement realm. How could one compete? Thus, contemporary athletic activities predominantly revolve around martial arts. And the Central Sports Complex is regularly open, featuring dedicated martial arts instructors offering public lessons. The aim is not necessarily to hunt down beasts, but at the very least, to enhance one's physical prowess. Occupying an area of 60 hectares, the venue is currently teeming with life, as representatives from various martial arts schools take their seats, and spectators filter in the center of the arena. Dozens of platforms, each measuring 100 × 100, are arranged. Shortly after Fang He and his companions settle in, a figure resembling a leader takes the stage for a brief address before announcing the commencement of the competition. Dispensing with unnecessary words, the rules are straightforward. All competitors will be randomly divided into 4 zones: A, B, C, and D. Each zone will yield 3 individuals to advance to the finals. As each martial arts school is allotted 4 participants. There will be no instances of competitors from the same school clashing in the same zone. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of drum signals the start of the competition. Contestants with their assigned numbers are already awaiting their turn at the corresponding platforms, each equipped with multiple cameras capturing the action in various sections of the audience. Massive screens will project what officials deem to be the most thrilling matches. Additionally, each spectator has a small screen before them, allowing them to select which platform match to watch. Of course, those seated closer can simply observe the matches directly. As Fang He scans the various platforms, he overhears conversations around him. Hey, isn't that Lei Xing from Jiangling No. 2 High School in Zone C, Platform 7? It truly is him, representing the King Kong Martial Arts School, right? Indeed. He's incredible, just bulldozed through and knocked his opponent off the platform. Truly deserving of being the best from Jiangling No. 2. It seems he has secured a spot in the finals. Fang He raises his gaze, and coincidentally, the match in their section is broadcasting the C-Zone competition, with Lei Xing's bout displayed on the large screen before them. A robust young man, standing at least 2 meters 2, grips a spear with pride, while his opponent has already been carried off for treatment. And in Zone A, Platform 8, that S. Tang Xiaosong, representing the Feiyu Martial Arts School. His speed is astonishing. His opponent didn't even have time to react before losing in Area A. The competition lacked a large screen for viewing, and Fong He had to rely on the replays from the already concluded arena matches. The young man named Tang Xiaosong, slender in build and wielding a short blade, swiftly transformed into a shadow after the match. His opponent clearly failed to react in time, managing only a feeble defense before succumbing to the speed and having the blade pressed against his throat. The murmurs among the bystanders, expressing admiration for Tang, never ceased, while Fong He was diligently searching for formidable opponents worthy of attention. Fanny Yang, self-appointed chief advisor of Fong He's coaching team, was also tirelessly gathering information. It is important to note that nearly 400 participants were competing, with 10 arenas per district and 10 individuals per arena. Each arena conducted a round-robin tournament, where winners earned 1 point and losers accrued none. Ultimately, the highest scorers would vie for 3 coveted spots in the finals against other champions from the same district. Chapter 48. The opening of the finals. Here is the information I compiled for you today. Take a look, Fanny Yang stated as he sent the data to Fong He's account. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the day's matches had concluded, and the previously somewhat renowned contestants had predictably secured consecutive victories. Fong He glanced through the materials. Hu Jimin, blood refinement stage, proficient in martial arts, specializes in defense. Tianzhan, blood refinement stage, proficient in martial arts, wields a Miao knife. Gao Xiaoyang, blood refinement stage, martial arts suspected to be perfect. Lei Xing, blood refinement stage. Tang Xiaosong, blood refinement stage. The information contained numerous details, including school year, realm, and weapons, and one must admit that Fanny Yang was indeed an excellent source of intelligence. However, this data only encompassed individuals who had already participated. It lacked information on those, like him, who had directly entered the finals. Current reports indicated that Wu Tong had received an invitation from the Aoshue Martial Arts Institute to proceed directly to the finals. As for the other two, one was Jiang Qingxian from the southern city and the other Lu Sun from the northern ridge. Rumors suggested that Jiang Qingxian had also achieved perfect martial arts, though he had no documented record of participation, leaving his status uncertain. Lu Sun, meanwhile, was reputed to be the second best from Northern Ridge. He had missed the recent conflict with Lu Ningxi, allegedly engrossed in training, and was rumored to be on the verge of attaining perfection in his martial skills. Fong He nodded in acknowledgement, noting that all those listed possessed a martial arts realm of blood refinement. Yet the extent of their mastery could not be discerned from mere appearances. Only through actual combat could the truth be revealed. As for martial skills, their levels were readily observable to the discerning eye. With your prowess, aside from those whose martial skills have reached perfection, no one stands a chance against you, Fanny Yang asserted confidently. All right, let us head back for now. We shall reconvene tomorrow, Fong He replied. In the days that followed, Fong He immersed himself in a cycle of study, training, and spectating. He also celebrated his 17th birthday, during which Luo Yi had yet to log into the virtual world, hastily sending him a birthday greeting before logging off. The next day marked the finals of the elite competition. How did he feel? Rising from his meditation, Fong He exhaled 2 words, very well. The time spent observing the matches had been immensely beneficial, and he was eager to clash with the talents from Jiangling. The following day, a long queue formed at the entrance of the Jiangling City Sports Center, filled with spectators preparing to enter. Media reporters milled about, interviewing what appeared to be notable attendees. The city of Jiangling had invested great effort in promoting this event, with no fees collected for normal matches and tickets available for free online on a first-come, first-served basis. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, martial arts had flourished, and under such promotion, the populace was naturally enthusiastic. Parents brought their younger children to witness the competition, while older youths gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to attend. As they queued, discussions echoed around them, with patrons rallying support for their favored contestants. However, discontent murmurs were also present. I simply don't understand how some could advance directly to the finals. Aren't all other contestants required to fight their way up? Our school's Kai Su is ranked 4th in their district. He was so close to making it to the finals. Your school has other contenders who could reach the finals, unlike ours, which has been entirely eliminated. The traditional top 3 schools are indeed impressive, securing a substantial portion of the top 16 slots. By today, everything will conclude, and we shall see who claims the championship. Hurry, It's our turn. Let us get our tickets checked." Two girls, upon reaching their turn in the queue, ceased their discussion and proceeded to enter. 18:30. The packed center, accommodating 300,000 spectators, was filled to capacity, leaving only a vast arena at its center. Cameras were positioned from all angles, including overhead, transmitting images directly to screens across the venue, while those unable to attend could watch the live broadcast online. Fang He glanced at his identifier, C01.AT that moment. The central display showcased the information of the competitors. Area A, Wutong A01 Northern Ridge High School, Aoshue Martial Arts Institute Tangshaosong, A16 Yunshan High School, Feiyu Martial Arts Institute Jinyi, A27 Jiangling High School, Beishan Martial Arts Institute Tianjin, A36 Southern City High School, Thunderbolt Martial Arts Institute Area B, Jiangqingxian, B01 Southern City High School, Thunderbolt Martial Arts Institute Hujimin, B11 Lingyao High School, Xingshan Martial Arts Institute Jiangqing, B17 Jiangling High School, Aoshue Martial Arts Institute Linyuan, B31 Yunjia High School, Longquan Martial Arts Institute Area C, Fang He, C01 Jiangling High School, Pinnacle Martial Arts Institute Leixing, C09 Jiangling Second High School, King Kong Martial Arts Institute Gao Shaoyang, C12 Shiba High School, Waman Martial Arts Institute Yangliang, C23 Northern Ridge High School, Chihua Martial Arts Institute Area D, Lu Sun, D01 Northern Ridge High School, Longquan Martial Arts Institute Hao Yiming, D33 Northern Ridge High School, Pinnacle Martial Arts Institute Li Lujiang, D57 Southern City High School, Dian Martial Arts Institute Rin Yun, D66 Jiangling High School, Purple Phoenix Martial Arts Institute. The matchup chart clearly displayed the schools and representing martial arts institutes of the competitors, revealing that Jiangling High School had 4 participants. Northern Ridge High School had 4, and Southern City High School had 3, collectively occupying nearly 3/4 of the final spots. Among the 16 competitors, 8 hailed from the 4 major martial arts institutes, while the remaining 8 also came from well-regarded martial arts schools within Jiangling. 2 hosts, 1 male and 1 female, took to the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain quiet. The competition is about to commence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your host, Chen Yongjin, and I will be the commentator for this event. Next to me is my partner, Xiaoying. Hello everyone, I'm your host, Xiaoying. It is my honor to commentate on the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Competition." The hosts appeared youthful, seemingly in their 30s. The male host radiated vitality, while the female host wore a sweet smile. They proceeded to introduce the event's guests, including the mayor of Jiangling City, Guo Junlong. In the prime viewing area stood a figure waving his hand, the director of the Jiangling City Law Enforcement Bureau, Su Jing, and the director of the Jiangling City Education Administration, Su Hui. In the audience, Fang He's family had all gathered, and Fanny Yang was present as well, having grown familiar with Fang He's roommates. "Why is it taking so long to start?" Nen Shui couldn't help but voice her impatience. Today was her son's competition day, and naturally, she wished to see Fang He in action. Observing the delay, she grew somewhat anxious. "Calm down. It's all part of the normal process. Being anxious won't change anything." Fang Shengyuan chuckled. "Besides, even when it starts, Fang He is in the latter half of the matches. He will have to wait a bit longer. Don't you want to see Xiao He compete?" Fang Shengyuan raised an eyebrow, questioning when he had ever expressed disinterest in watching his son. However, possessing a strong desire for self-preservation, he wisely refrained from arguing with his wife and instead donned a smile to placate Nen Shui. Beside them, Fang Xinwu and his wife merely smiled at the scene, choosing not to interject. "Auntie, we can first take a look at the event introduction. Martial artists fight swiftly, and it won't be long before it's Fang He's turn," Fanny Yang said with a comforting smile. "Little Yang certainly knows how to speak well." Nen Shui shot Fang Shengyuan a glare before turning to the charming young man, asking, "What do you think Xiao He's final ranking will be?" "Wasn't that exactly what I just said?" Fang Shengyuan pondered his life choices. Fanny Yang responded earnestly, "Based on strength, Fang He is firmly among the top 5, if no one else is concealing their capabilities. The only one who could potentially surpass Fang He is Wu Tong from Northern Ridge. Then does this mean Xiao He can take the stage to receive an award?" Nan Shui astutely distilled the essence of the conversation. Only one individual could triumph over Fang He. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that would be correct," he replied. Just as Nan Shui was about to inquire further, the hosts on stage concluded their introductions. the inaugural Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Competition officially commenced. Upon hearing this, the audience straightened in anticipation, poised to witness the matches. Chapter 49. The opening battle. The final structure of the elite competition was quite straightforward. Each district, A, B, C, and D, would face off in pairs to determine one victor, who would then compete against another winner to ultimately decide the champion. Simple and clear-cut, theoretically, only 4 matches were needed to crown a champion. Next, let us invite Wu Tong from the Aoshue Martial Arts Institute and Tian Zhan from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Institute to the stage. Qin Yongjin announced with vigor. Wu Tong, a senior this year, attends Northern Ridge High School and excels in the use of firearms. Tian Zhan, also in his final year, is a student at Chengnan High School. Adept in wielding the Miao knife. Xie Ying briefly introduces the circumstances of the two individuals. As the two hosts speak, Wu Tong and Tian Zhan ascend the stage, gazing at each other from several dozen meters apart. The seats of the 4 martial arts school masters in the audience are not far apart, with their respective students behind them. The master of the Aoshue Martial Arts School is an elderly man, arms crossed, wearing an expression of assured victory. Indeed, this is the case. Wu Tong's martial skills have reached perfection. Who among the few suspected of concealing their true prowess could possibly rival him? The master of the Leitang Martial Arts School is a burly man. His demeanor far from pleasant. It is a bitter blow for his own student to face a contender favored to win the championship in the first round. It is hardly surprising that his mood is grim. On stage, the hosts exit. Wu Tong slowly raises the spiral dragon spear before him, gripping it firmly with both hands. This time, he is determined to give it his all and win handsomely. His previous battle against Lu Ningxi in the virtual world had indeed dealt him a blow, leading to considerable gossip, but he has since moved past that. With the news of Lu Ningxi's direct admission to Jingwu circulating, no one mentions how he, Wu Tong, was easily defeated by the top student from Jiangling High School. After all, it is not that Wu Tong is lacking in strength. Rather, it is Lu Ningxi's extraordinary abilities that overshadow him. The upcoming elite competition presents a splendid opportunity. With Lu Ningxi absent, he intends to make his presence known. Wu Tong. With this thought, Wu Tong's gaze becomes increasingly resolute, awaiting the referee's announcement to commence the match. Tian Zhan similarly draws his Miao knife from his waist, gripping it with both hands. The blade alone measures approximately 5 feet in length. Combined with the hilt, it nearly matches his height when stood upright. The visual impact of such an exaggeratedly long knife in his hands is quite striking. Furthermore, Tian Zhan is remarkably handsome, with a chiseled face, deep-set eyes, and long hair styled to the side, creating an impressive appearance. As he prepares for battle, he elicits gasps of admiration from the young girls in the audience. Wow, Tian Zhan is so handsome. He must defeat Wu Tong. Indeed, Wu Tong has advanced directly to the finals. Perhaps his strength is not as formidable. Naturally, these comments come from the younger girls, while others are more eager to witness the forthcoming thrilling combat. Wu Tong, however, remains oblivious to the discussions, and even if he were to hear them, he would not concern himself. In martial arts, it is not about appearances but rather true strength that matters. The match begins. The referee announces the competition, composed entirely of martial artists at the Mingxiao realm or above, to prevent any irreversible situations from arising during combat. Wu Tong channels power into his legs and lunges forward. In response to Wu Tong's onslaught, Tian Zhan chooses to meet him head-on. He feels no pressure. On this stage, he simply wishes to showcase his full potential. With his left foot stepping forward, toes angled outward, he bends his knees and pivots to execute a diagonal slash. His knife is more agile than Wu Tong's spear. Should Wu Tong not evade, he would surely be struck first. Wu Tong indeed halts, refraining from advancing and sidesteps slightly to avoid the incoming strike. Tian Zhan, with his waist bent and both hands gripping the knife, flips the blade upward, aiming directly at Wu Tong's waist. Unperturbed, Wu Tong brings his spear down in a powerful arc from above, successfully blocking the rising knife. Splendid! Qin Yongjin cheers. The exchange between Wu Tong and Tian Zhan is exceptionally captivating, with slashes and evades, parries and thrusts, all showcasing their skills. Xie Ying offers commentary from the sidelines. The master of the Leitang Martial Arts School nods in approval, satisfied with Tian Zhan's performance. The audience erupts in applause. Some may not fully grasp the intricacies of the battle, but following the crowd's enthusiasm, they join in the cheers, fearing to appear lacking in discernment. After Wu Tong deflects the knife, he does not wait for Tianjin to strike again. He wields a spear, inherently possessing an advantage in distance. The longer the weapon, the stronger the strike. The glint of the Miao knife dances in the air, yet against Wu Tong's overwhelming force, it proves challenging to withstand. In merely 2 exchanges, Tianjin's hands are already bruised. Forcing him to grip the knife with only his right hand, Wu Tong, holding his spear aloft with one arm, positions the spear's tip at Tianjin's neck. The match concludes. Both are in the blood-tempering stage. Although Wu Tong has progressed further, his advancement has limits. The disparity in their capabilities stems primarily from the mastery of martial skills. Perfection outstrips mere proficiency by a considerable margin. Furthermore, following that battle, Wu Tong has diligently trained for an entire month, enhancing his martial prowess. While Tianjin's skills are commendable, he still has a way to go before reaching perfection. The first match concludes, with Wu Tong declared the victor. The referee announces the result of the initial bout. Wu Tong lowers his spear, acknowledging his opponent. This event is being live-streamed, not only visible in Jiangling City but also to audiences beyond. Representing Lingbei High School, Wu Tong is mindful of his public image. "I lost. You are indeed formidable." Tianjin is not one to shy away from defeat, especially as he had anticipated this outcome, harboring no resentment. "Xiaoyang, this Wu Tong must be the one you mentioned, the one that Xiao He cannot defeat." Although Nanshui has no significant accomplishments in martial arts, she can sense Wu Tong's prowess from the host's introductions and commentary. Indeed, in Jiangling City, the only one who could potentially surpass Wu Tong is Lu Ningxi, but he has already departed. Fanny Yang replies with a nod. After all, we are not competing for first place. As long as Xiao He is unharmed, that is sufficient. Nanshui takes a laid-back approach, prioritizing her son's safety. What martial artist escapes injury? A warrior must strive for greatness. One must have the courage to wield their sword against formidable foes. The elder speaks up at this moment. Nanshui refrains from contradicting her father-in-law, though it is clear she disagrees with his viewpoint. Fang Shenyuan attempts to mediate, but under his father's stern gaze, he retreats. Ultimately, it is Grandma who interjects to diffuse the tension. Ahem, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt. The second match is about to commence, Fanny Yang announces. Consequently, everyone redirects their attention to the stage, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating instantly. "We extend our heartfelt thanks to the 2 students for their remarkable performance just now," Chun Yongjin states as he takes the stage. "Next, we have a pair of competitors, Tang Xiaosong and Jin Yi." Xie Ying continues. Tang Xiaosong, a student at Yunshan High School, hails from Feiyu Martial Arts School, having left a profound impression with his exceptional agility since the preliminary rounds. Chun Yongjin introduces Tang Xiaosong. Jin Yi, a student at Jiangling High School, represents Beishan Martial Arts School, having triumphed over numerous opponents along the way. What sort of splendid display will these 2 competitors bring us next? Let us remain attentive. As the final words are spoken, the 2 leave the stage. Tang Xiaosong, with a swift motion, leaps onto the arena. Jin Yi ascends the steps calmly, positioning himself in the center of the stage, in the preliminary rounds. Tang Xiaosong had already made a lasting impression with his agility, often defeating his opponents before they could even catch a glimpse of him. Clad in black, his hood drawn low to obscure his expression, he wields a short blade. Jin Yi, a composed individual, is naturally reticent. Following a recent outdoor training experience, he has become even more taciturn. He shares a close bond with Yin Jindong, yet Yin Jindong remains forever in the wilderness. Jin Yi seeks strength, as Beishan Martial Arts School is backed by the formidable Beishan Pharmaceutical Alliance. He aims to achieve an impressive ranking in the elite competition, leading to their partnership. The match commences. The referee's voice shatters the somewhat quiet atmosphere of the arena. As expected, Tang Xiaosong launches his attack the moment the referee's words conclude. Jin Yi has naturally studied Tang Xiaosong's combat style. In the face of the thunderous onslaught, he slightly sinks his waist and wields his spear in a defensive manner. While others merely think of evading Tang Xiaosong's attacks, struggling to keep pace with his speed, Jin Yi opts for a different approach. He remains stationary and uses his spear as a shield. Though this can only block one side, even if Tang Xiaosong suddenly changes direction, Jin Yi can still follow within a limited range. Both are not particularly loquacious, leaving only the sounds of clashing metal reverberating in the arena. Both competitors are showcasing their signature skills. Tang Xiaosong excels in offense, while Jin Yi is proficient in defense. Chen Yongjin observes, encountering such a situation for the first time. This truly is a battle of contradictions. Who will ultimately prevail? Xie Xing follows suit. This match is destined to be a protracted struggle. In battles between martial artists of closely matched abilities, 5 minutes is generally sufficient. However, this contest has already endured for half an hour, with neither participant revealing any noteworthy exploits, leading several audience members to voice their discontent. How much longer must this drag on? It's hardly entertaining. Indeed, this round pales in comparison to the previous one. I hope the subsequent matches are not so dull. I could fall asleep, but of course, there are also knowledgeable spectators. Now it's a matter of who falters first and exposes a weakness. A war of attrition tests one's willpower. I have more faith in Tang Xiaosong. He possesses a clear mind. I believe Jian Yi can win. As the saying goes, a long defense will inevitably lead to a loss. Jian Yi ultimately cannot withstand the pressure, as Tang Xiaosong discovers an opening and breaches his defense. Jian Yi remains silent. His plan was to wait for a stalemate and seize the opportunity, but he inadvertently exposed a flaw, attributing it to his lack of refinement and training. In the audience, the representatives of Beishan Martial Arts School are not disheartened by Jian Ye's defeat. Having entered the martial arts scene relatively late, they are quite satisfied with their achievements. Thus, the host takes the stage to enliven the previously dull atmosphere. It is evident that the preceding match had dragged on a bit too long. The battles in Area A have concluded. Next up is the competition in Area B. Jiang Qingxian versus Lin Yuan. Hu Jimian versus Jiang Qing. In the first match, Jiang Qingxian effortlessly claimed victory without showcasing much of his prowess. Lin Yuan, a pride of Yunjia High School, represented a school of the third tier in Jiangling City, making it a remarkable achievement for a competitor from such an institution to reach the top 16. Faced with Jiang Chengshuan's formidable Xinhua Dax, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught, being thrown out of the arena in less than 3 moves. In the second battle, after a fierce contest, Hu Jimin emerged victorious through sheer grit. His strength was comparable to Jiang Qing's, but he held a significant advantage in defense, ultimately forcing Jiang Qing to concede by trading injuries. Jiang Qing, a student from the seed class of Jiangling High School, was from a different class and was not well acquainted with Fang He. She was a tenacious girl, holding on until the last moment, but ultimately faced a regrettable defeat. Ladies and gentlemen, after an intense series of contests, the qualifiers from the upper bracket have emerged: Wu Tong, Tang Xiaosong, Jiang Qingxian, and Hu Jimin. Congratulations to these 4 competitors. Xie Xing beamed with a radiant smile. After a brief intermission, the matches in the lower bracket will commence. In the audience, Nan Shui was visibly excited. After waiting all this time, Xiao He is finally going on stage. Fang Shengyuan took out the camera he had prepared in advance, eager to capture his son's heroic demeanor. His grandmother chimed in, "Shengyuan, make sure to film him well. Rest assured, I am the most professional amateur." Fang Shengyuan replied confidently. Fang Xinwu straightened himself. This was his first time witnessing his grandson in battle. Fanny Ying glanced at Fang He, who was preparing in the resting area, silently cheering him on. Meanwhile, Li Xinyuan and several classmates from Class 9 had also come to watch the match. Their seats were diagonally facing the arena, offering a good view, allowing them to see Fang He's profile from a distance. "Qian Hao, how could you not notice anything after sitting next to Fang He for so long?" Li Xinyuan inquired. Qian Hao, who had also joined them, responded, "Notice what? Didn't you see anything extraordinary about him?" Li Xinyuan added. She genuinely couldn't understand how Fang He had soared to such heights. While it was acceptable for him to advance to the seed class, his presence in the finals of the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Competition felt surreal. Class 9 had already produced a talented young lady like Luo Yi, and now another extraordinary talent from humble beginnings had emerged. Could it be that Class 9 was a place of fortune? The others leaned in, eager to hear Qian Hao's thoughts. "I don't know. He just seemed quite normal every day. Later on, I noticed he became a bit more outgoing. Then during martial arts class, he demonstrated his skills and defeated Tang Liang on the spot." "You all know what happened next." Qian Hao expressed his confusion. Li Xinyuan's friend interjected. "I heard they went on an outdoor training expedition during the summer. The seed class only selected 10 individuals, and Fang He was among them, ranking quite high. She was named Zhua Xian, tall and well-proportioned, with strikingly large eyes." The others nodded, having heard this rumor. The Peak Martial Arts Academy directly granted him a spot in the finals. They wondered if he could withstand the pressure. Some expressed concerns. As impressive as the tales were, they had yet to witness his prowess. You needn't worry. The Peak Martial Arts Academy chose him, which signifies his capability. Someone nearby remarked. All right, the match is about to begin, so let's not talk anymore, Li Xinyuan, who held some authority among her peers, declared, silencing the crowd. Not far from them, a middle-aged man and a young boy sat together. The boy's face still bore traces of youth, suggesting they were father and son. The man scrutinized a photo on the screen, feeling that a certain Fong he looked vaguely familiar. I remember now, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead, his voice loud enough to draw attention from nearby spectators. Dad, keep it down, the boy urged him. The man, realizing his oversight, smiled sheepishly at those around him and lowered his voice. I've seen that Fong He before. Really? Where did you see him? The boy asked. At worked, I mentioned I met a genius from Jiangling High School. Since he was from Jiangling, I took a closer look and chatted with him for quite a while. What a coincidence, the boy recalled, indeed remembering his father mentioning a genius during dinner that night, though at the time, he had only thought of him as an ordinary student from Jiangling High School. Given that he himself was a student of Lingbei High School and did not regard Jiangling as superior, they had even argued a bit, as he dismissed his father's praise. Little did they know, the person his father had encountered was none other than Fong He, a true genius, isn't that so? The father said excitedly, taking several photos of Fong He from the screen and sharing them in his private chat groups before resuming their conversation. Fong He. The boy muttered, his gaze fixed on Fong He's photo. While he held no particular opinion about Fong He, being from Lingbei High School, he couldn't help but view him with a hint of scrutiny. Chapter 51. Yang Liang. Fong He maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of his usual playful spirit, as he rested the sword Lin Yuan on his lap, feeling a surge of energy akin to a joyous cheer. Before the battle, he sought tranquility and focus. The matches in the lower bracket were about to commence. Chen Yongjin took to the stage. Now, please welcome Fong He from the Peak Martial Arts Academy and Yang Liang from the Qian Martial Arts Academy. Xie Xiying announced the competitors. Lu Qingying nudged her father. Fong He is going up. Indeed, Lu Zhuoran replied, eagerly anticipating Fong He's performance. A flash of intensity flickered in Fong He's eyes before returning to normal. He refrained from showcasing his agility, simply walking steadily onto the stage, sword in hand. Yang Liang, though not tall, had a robust build, wielding dual hammers as he sized up Fong He from across the arena. The two competitors hailed from Jiangling High School and Lingbei High School, marking the first encounter between these two institutions in the finals. Chen Yongjin, an avid internet user, made sure to emphasize their schools. Who will demonstrate superior skill? Let us await the outcome. With that, Xie Xiying and Chen Yongjin exited the stage. The referee approached to confirm both competitors were ready. Fong He remembered Yang Liang from a month prior when he had been swept aside by Lu Ningxi in an online challenge. It wasn't that Yang Liang was weak. Rather, Lu Ningxi was exceptionally strong in a matchup of equal physical capabilities. The disparity between a perfect peak skill and an expert-level skill was insurmountable, unless there were hidden techniques at play. Yang Liang was not particularly familiar with Fong He, as he did not recall any renowned figures from Jiangling High School. However, he would not underestimate any opponent. Being selected by the Peak Martial Arts Academy to enter the finals was a testament to Fong He's capabilities. Yang Liang understood that the host's words hinted at a rivalry, but he dismissed the notion. The contention between Jiangling High School and Lingbei High School was long-standing, and there was no need to dwell on it. He had no interest in verbal sparring. The truth would ultimately be revealed in the contest. The match commenced. Yang Liang charged forward with his dual hammers, resembling a rampaging armored bull. Fong He did not dare to be careless. Employing the Lingbo step to evade. The hammer, a weapon of the cold weapon era, could only be wielded by those of considerable strength. A direct hit could result in severe injury. Yang Liang's hammers were approximately 4 feet long, octagonal, and weighed 20 kilograms each, creating a thunderous sound as he swung them. His moves were straightforward: strikes, thrusts, blocks, cleaves, and pressure techniques. While Fong He adopted a strategy of retreating while countering, at present, it appeared that Yang Liang had the upper hand. Yet Fong He maintained his composure, executing a steady offense. Indeed, Fong He's footwork is quite remarkable. Yang Liang struggles to land an effective blow, the commentators noted. Fong He was oblivious to the external chatter. Moonlight flowing light. Swordlight cascaded down like the luminous rays of the moon. The essence of this move lay in its entanglement, proving highly effective against Yang Liang's brute force. As Yang Liang's aggression momentarily waned. He found Fang He's blade to be elusive, leaving him feeling powerful yet ineffective. Mount Tai presses down. Stubbornly, Yang Liang resolved to utilize even greater force to break through Fang He's defenses. A flicker of amusement crossed Fang He's eyes. Indeed, this opponent was rather single-minded. He was baiting Yang Liang into changing tactics, as only through alteration could vulnerabilities be exposed. Quarter moon break. The sword sliced through the air like an antelope's horn, targeting Yang Liang's wrist. Yang Liang, however, was no pushover. He maintained the trajectory of his right hammer while forcefully retracting his left hand. Fang He remained unfazed. His speed surpassed that of the hammer, especially as he initiated the attack. Although Yang Liang attempted to withdraw, the tip of Fang He's sword still grazed his wrist. With a thud, the octagonal hammer fell, and Yang Liang could no longer grip his weapon with his left hand, which began to swell visibly. Gritting his teeth, Yang Liang's right hammer continued its descent, but the impact was less fluid due to the injury to his left hand. With a swish, a hammer missed its mark. Fang He deftly maneuvered behind Yang Liang. That strike was quite ferocious. Had it connected, Fang He would have faced significant repercussions, Chun Yongjin remarked rapidly, his words flowing like a barrage of bullets from the stands. Lu Jueran observed the unfolding scene, unreservedly stating, "It's over." Lu Qingying nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Fang He's battles before, she understood that once he gained the upper hand, the outcome was all but sealed. Full moon slash. Behind Yang Liang stood Fang He, who struck down with his sword, landing a blow on his right shoulder. The moon shone brightly overhead. Yang Liang was sent flying, struggling several times yet failing to rise. Soon, staff members rushed to the stage, carrying him away for medical attention. That moment, a fervent applause erupted from the audience. This was the martial arts competition they had envisioned. "Did you capture it on video?" "Did you?" Nan Shui inquired anxiously. "Rest assured, it was all recorded," Fang Shengyuan assured as he checked the camera. "That's wonderful. My son is truly remarkable," Nan Shui declared proudly, though she could hardly discern the intricacies of the match. She could see her son effortlessly defeating his opponent. Indeed, the elder nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a confident uncle remarked, "I told you, I encountered a genius." The young man beside him nodded in acknowledgement. He recognized Yang Liang, a notable figure at Lingbei High School. Having witnessed Yang Liang guide their class, yet against Fang He seemed so clumsy, easily vanquished. In the audience, members of Class 9 were astonished. "How powerful!" someone exclaimed. After 3 days apart, one sees anew. "How long do you think the class leader can withstand Fang He?" Zhua Exine poked Li Xinyuan, whispering her question. Li Xinyuan held up one finger. 10 moves. Zhua Exine gasped. Li Xinyuan shook her head. "If Fang He goes all out, he won't even last one move." "Really?" Zhua Exine found it hard to comprehend, as she had only recently begun her martial arts training and could not grasp what had transpired in Fang He's display of skill. Li Xinyuan refrained from elaborating further, knowing that those who understood would, while those who did not, would find no clarity in her words. As she watched Fang He step down from the ring, she recalled her initial skepticism towards his affection for Luo Yi. Thankfully, she had refrained from mockery, or she would have become the female supporting character who faced humiliation in a novel. What an exhilarating match. The next pair of contestants, Lei Xing and Gao Xiaoyang, were called to the stage by the host. After a brief introduction, the subsequent matches unfolded rapidly, devoid of the drawn-out battles witnessed earlier, like that of Tang Xiaosong and Jin Yi. The contest between Lei Xing and Gao Xiaoyang did not devolve into the anticipated stalemate. Lei Xing, hailing from the King Kong Martial Arts School, possessed immense strength and formidable defense, which could have prolonged the match. However, Gao Xiaoyang, now in the finals, no longer held back, showcasing his impeccable marksmanship. Within 10 moves, he sent Lei Xing soaring. This display astonished everyone present. Who would have thought that ordinary students from Shiba High School and Wanmin Martial Arts School could produce such talent? Those knowledgeable in the field felt a pang of regret for Fang He, realizing he no longer had a chance to advance from group seed. Wu Tong nearly burst into laughter, initially irked by Fang He's effortless victory over Yang Liang. He now felt invigorated witnessing Gao Xiaoyang's prowess. There was no doubt now that Lingbei High School would gain recognition in this martial arts elite competition, and it would be Wu Tong who shone. As for his defeat at the hands of Lu Ningxi, who would remember that? Chapter 52. Li Yank. The matches in Group C concluded. The next bouts in Group D featured Lu Sun versus Rin Yun and Hao Yiming versus Li Lujiang. Lu Sun and Li Lujiang advanced. Comparatively, the matches lacked excitement, devoid of striking combat techniques or perfect martial arts displays. Although Rin Yun was defeated, she managed to draw out Lu Sun's true strength, just one step shy of attaining perfect martial arts technique. Hao Yiming showed slight improvement but remained no match for Li Lujiang, being sent flying after 50 exchanges. After the conclusion of Group D's matches, a half-time break ensued. The advancing competitors prepared for the upcoming bouts, while the injured received treatment and the unscathed focused on regaining their stamina at Ayan Daijing City. At Southern Martial Arts University, Li Yank strolled along the tree-lined path on campus, gazing skyward, lost in thought. Beep, 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 the communicator chimed. A mission has come in. The target is fleeing from the east. East University has been tracking them. Your cooperation is needed. The message was from her mentor. Credits. 2,000. Distribution details are up to you. When do we depart? The sooner, the better. The information has been sent to you. Please coordinate with the representatives from East University. Understood. She disconnected the communicator and opened the file. Kong Pong, 40 years old, former deputy director of the Eastern Casting Research Institute. Currently confirmed as a defector, late stage of Mingxiao realm, combat strength relatively weak. Ensure that research data remains confidential. His last known location was. After reviewing the details, she messaged the person responsible for the task from East University to confirm the meeting time. She opened her private group chat and sent a message. Mission alert. Support task, 2,000 total credits, divided based on contributions. The target is a defector researcher, late stage of Mingxiao realm. Those available, please respond with your numbers. Just 3 people. Everyone 1233. Mere seconds after sending the message, responses flooded into, we're all set. The first 3, message me privately, and let's gather our things and head out. Damn, just missed it, Zhao Yicheng. You really are fast, remarked someone who had barely been slower in responding. Ha ha ha, Zhao Yicheng seemed quite pleased. The others in the group expressed envy towards those who secured the task, well aware that working with Li Yank often meant easy credits. Yet, Li Yank paid no heed to their chatter. With a swift motion, she transformed into a gust of wind heading towards the dormitory area. After a brief intermission, it was now 1 in the afternoon. On the arena, Wu Tong faced off against Tang Xiaosong, with little suspense in the outcome. Although Tang Xiaosong was quick, Wu Tong matched his speed nearly equally, nullifying Tang Xiaosong's greatest advantage, leading to an inevitable conclusion. Wu Tong wins. Following this, the competition for the B group slots commenced. Jiang Qingxuan's true strength finally emerged. His martial arts were perfect. Hu Jimin attempted a gamble but, lacking the necessary strength, ultimately fell before Xian Hua's formidable axe. Halting at the quarterfinals, the forthcoming battle would feature Fang He against Gao Xiaoyang. Both contestants were invited to the stage. From the martial arts school seats, a burly man with a scar running down his brow boomed. It seems that peak martial arts school's luck has run dry this time. They can't even secure a spot in the top 4. Le Jouron's eyes twitched. He knew Fang He's chances of victory were slim. Yet he retorted, the match hasn't even begun. The outcome remains unknown. The peak martial arts school had previously clashed with the Longquan Martial Arts School upon their arrival in Jiangling City, and now, facing a formidable and unexpected opponent in the quarterfinals, the Longquan Martial Arts School was naturally overjoyed. Is there any suspense left? In my opinion, Wanmin Martial Arts School has the capability to nurture such exceptional disciples. The scarred man glanced toward the Wanmin Martial Arts School section. The master of Wanmin Martial Arts School, appearing like a frail scholar, remained silent, merely smiling faintly, unwilling to involve themselves in such disputes. You should first sort out your own affairs before meddling in others' matters. Le Jouron was no pushover either and boldly confronted the scarred man. The scarred man, Su Jinwei, was the master of Longquan Martial Arts School. Recently, a scandal had circulated in the circle, claiming Su Jinwei had several mistresses. While this might not have been a major issue, it was made worse by the fact that his rise to prominence was significantly aided by his wife's family. Somehow, his wife discovered this and caused a ruckus at his martial arts school. This gossip spread like wildfire. Within days, everyone in the circle was aware of it. Le Jouron's voice was not small, and everyone around heard him, sharing a laugh but stifling their amusement out of respect for Su Jinwei. Su Jinwei's expression darkened, but he chose not to respond. He understood Le Jouron's audacity to speak openly. Seeing Su Jinwei quiet down, Le Jouron leaned back, crossing his arms as he focused on the arena. At that moment, Fang He had stepped onto the stage, standing opposite Gao Xiaoyang. Gao Xiaoyang appeared somewhat excited and addressed Fang He. Fang He, Jiangling High School? Fang He took this as enthusiasm for the match and replied, yes. As their conversation continued, the host did not interrupt, knowing that more dialogue would make for a more engaging spectacle. This time, I will defeat you. Then Jiangling High School will be without a representative, won't it? Gao Xiaoyang sneered. Fang He sensed something amiss. This did not sound like a typical pre-match greeting. Jiangling High School is nothing special. Haha. At this point, Gao Xiaoyang revealed his true colors. 2 years prior, he had sought mentorship from the old principal of Jiangling High School but was rejected. Proud and headstrong, he had turned down offers from 2 other schools to attend a lesser-known institution. Determined to prove that the principal's decision was a mistake. Did someone from Jiangling High School wound your fragile ego? Fang He inquired with interest. Gao Xiaoyang's expression shifted. He had indeed faced setbacks. After his first year of high school, he had privately challenged Jiangling High School, where Lu Ningxi was still a student, with predictable results. Following that, he dedicated himself to training, yearning to surpass that individual to prove the principal wrong, only to later hear news of Lu Ningxi grasping the essence of spear techniques. This left him feeling powerless until he eventually learned of Lu Ningxi's departure from Jiangling City, which brought him some relief. It seemed there was indeed a grievance. It couldn't possibly be Lu Ningxi, could it? Observing the fluctuations in Gao Xiaoyang's gaze, Fang He realized he had likely hit the mark. I hope your prowess is half as commendable as your eloquence. Gao Xiaoyang's gaze sharpened, resolutely deciding to teach him a severe lesson shortly. You shall see. The exchange between the two on the arena was amplified by the loudspeakers, reaching the ears of every spectator present. Much to their delight, as they had not anticipated such an unexpected surprise. Xiaoyang, does this Gao Xiaoyang have a conflict with Fang He? Nan Shui, noticing Gao Xiaoyang's fierce expression, couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. To my knowledge, there shouldn't be any. Perhaps it is merely a grudge between schools. Fanny Yang was also uncertain about the underlying circumstances. Could there be any danger? Auntie, rest assured, the judges here are quite professional. There won't be any fatal risks, Fanny Yang reassured her. As the moment arrived, and the two on stage ceased their banter, the referee appropriately announced, the match begins. Chapter 53. Fang He soared. This was not Fang He's first encounter with a martial artist possessing perfect level skills. Compared to their initial clash, he felt considerably less pressure this time. Clang! Fang He raised his sword, blocking the spear with a precise lateral guard, narrowly avoiding the attack. He could even discern the dragon patterns on the spear. After 10 exchanges, Fang He had yet to reveal any signs of defeat. I once faced a gunman who exerted far more pressure on me than you do, Fang He remarked coldly at Gao Xiaoyang. Naturally, Gao Xiaoyang understood whom Fang He referred to. There was no one stronger with a gun among their peers in Jiangling City. He tightened his grip, the dragon spear bearing down on Lin Yuan as he gritted his teeth. Rest assured, you will experience that kind of pressure again shortly. Heh. Through their exchanges, Fang He sensed that Gao Xiaoyang had advanced further than himself in the blood-tempering stage and seemed to be on the verge of reaching a higher level. In terms of strength, he was superior, while his martial skills had only just grazed the threshold of perfection. Very strong, yet not overwhelming. Sliding backward, Fang He deftly countered, striking the spear's tip and disrupting Gao Xiaoyang's follow-up. Gao Xiaoyang's eyes darkened. It had been 12 exchanges, far exceeding his expectation of defeating Fang He within 5. This fellow reacts too swiftly. Lu Qingying observed Fang He's agile movements, a glimmer of amazement flashing in her eyes. The disparity in their mastery of martial techniques was evident, and Fang He's performance was nothing short of remarkable. The astonishment among the onlookers attested to the rarity of his skills. What a shame! Lu Qingying slightly shook her head. Despite his quick reflexes, Fang He was still pierced by a spear to his side. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, he had twisted his body to evade by a mere 3 inches. Yet his clothing was torn open, leaving a significant gash. Ignoring the injury, Fang He, with a hint of derision, remarked at the slightly vexed Gao Xiaoyang, after all this time, you've only managed to graze me. You truly are a perfect level master. Gao Xiaoyang refrained from retorting, merely shaking the spear and pressing on with his assault. It was already embarrassing enough that he hadn't subdued Fang He. Engaging in a war of words would only display his ineptitude. Now, the only path to redemption was to defeat Fang He. Enraged, Gao Xiaoyang made Fang He's defense increasingly arduous. Though Fang He bore numerous wounds, he appeared on the brink of defeat, yet he always managed to endure. Now do you comprehend the gap between perfect level and proficient level? Gao Xiaoyang taunted, observing Fang He's disheveled state. I thought you could crush me. It seems otherwise, Fang He replied, steadying his breath. Gao Xiaoyang sneered. Closing in to conclude the battle, Fang He was already at his wit's end and could not withstand him any longer. Xuanji spear. Rowing against the current, their figures intertwined once more, and Fang He, with a flick of his wrist, redirected the swordlight, stabbing from behind. This unexpected maneuver nearly caught Gao Xiaoyang off guard. At this moment, even the less discerning spectators began to realize that Gao Xiaoyang seemingly lacked the ability to dominate Fang He. More pressure. He needed more pressure. He was on the cusp of breaking through the glass ceiling. Just a little more pressure was all it would take. Gao Xiaoyang, is this all you can muster? Fang He let out a long howl, his tattered martial arts uniform failing to dampen his spirited demeanor. You are too arrogant. Gao Xiaoyang charged forward, his aura overwhelming. Fang He smirked. Who is the arrogant one? Without further dialogue, he drew his sword to meet the challenge. The bright moon hung high. The brilliant swordlight sliced through the air, leaving behind a shimmering arc, both ethereal and substantial. Clang! In a straightforward clash. Gao Xiaoyang stumbled back 3 steps, while Fang He retreated 6. What is the essence of perfect martial skills? Integration of techniques, a balance of strength and gentleness. Fang He's gaze was resolute and bright. Once steadied, he advanced once more. Perfect martial skills require not only technique but also conviction, confidence in oneself and faith in the path of martial arts. Round moon slash. Fang He's sword loomed larger in Gao Xiaoyang's sight. Hey! The front row spectators noticed Fang He's transformation. Gao Xiaoyang instantly seized the moment, gripping the tail of the dragon spear with both hands, stepping forward with his left foot, and launching an assault with his right. Sweeping through with his body and spear, a sweeping strike against 1,000 troops. One sword deflected the long spear, followed by another that swept across. Gao Xiaoyang staggered back, the sword's tip grazing past his ear. Apologies, but I have yet to feel your pressure, Fang He remarked cheerfully, having just broken through. If others still needed to scrutinize Fang He's martial skills for perfection, Gao Xiaoyang, being the one facing him directly, could ascertain. Fang He's martial skills had indeed reached perfection. This realization darkened his expression. Fewer grand proclamations, let actions speak truths. As you wish. Fang He, fresh into the realm of perfection, required a sparring partner. And he had one readily available without expense. See, this is what true talent looks like. Breaking through in battle, in the future, seek a partner of such excellence. Avoid those who live off others. Lu Zhuoran laughed heartily, his words carrying a veiled implication. All right, I have no interest in such leeches. Lu Qingying readily concurred. Su Jinwei, overhearing the banter of the father and daughter, felt veins throbbing on his forehead, the scars on his face beginning to twitch like an unsightly centipede. Although he was seething with rage, he could only suppress it. The evidence was before him, and any further words would only invite mockery. He merely huffed heavily, refusing to glance toward the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy, wishing to remain oblivious. Seeing Su Jinwei retreating like a turtle, Lu Zhuoran lost interest and shifted his gaze back to the stage. However, his mood was markedly different from before the match. Previously, proficient-level fighters could endure for some time. But now that both contestants were on the same level, defeat seemed implausible. Initially prepared to accept being merely an elite contender, it now appeared that even the championship was within reach. Group D lacked any perfect-level masters. On stage, Fang He had gained the upper hand, and Gao Xiaoyang finally understood Yang Liang's feelings. Being led around by the nose was indeed unpleasant. With relentless attacks pouring in, Gao Xiaoyang's wrists, pushed to their limits, could no longer withstand the strain, and the dragon spear slipped from his grasp. Lin Yuan halted before Gao Xiaoyang, and Fang He tilted his head, declaring, "My sword is mightier than my tongue. Do you understand now? Fang He wins." The referee ascended to announce the result. Gao Xiaoyang stood on the stage, head bowed, concealing his expression. He felt as though he had been stripped bare and left exposed. The piercing gazes from the audience slicing into him like blades, akin to a criminal facing public execution. All he desired was to flee. Fang He felt no sympathy. Gao Xiaoyang had shown none at the outset, coming with the intent to trample upon him and Jiangling High School's reputation. If one acts, one must bear the consequences. Without casting him another glance, he sheathed his sword and departed the stage. Tao Yunda, now promoted to principal of Jiangling High School, was also present, reflecting on Fang He's breakthrough to perfection under pressure with a sense of admiration. Initially pondering who would carry the banner for Jiangling High School following Lu Ningxi's departure, he now had his answer. Chapter 54. Before the finals, Kyoto Martial Arts University.ina training facility, dozens of young individuals were sweating profusely, either honing their bodies or sparring in pairs. What is Lu Ningxi doing all alone over there? Chen Junqi, having trained solo for a while, was about to find his partner to test his newly developed martial skill when he noticed her absence. Lu Ningxi did not look up, her eyes fixed on the screen in her hands. Watching a match. What match? Let me see. Chen Junqi plopped down beside her, on the screen. The image displayed a figure sheathing their sword and stepping off the stage. Wow, quite impressive, he remarked. Lu Ningxi remained silent. As the next match commenced, Chen Junqi also fell silent. The bout was decent, but to him, it was merely passable. After a few glances, he lost interest. You are watching a match of this caliber? This is a competition from my hometown. Lu Ningxi explained. I just glanced, and it seems neither of the competitors has even reached perfect level skills. Chen Junqi, a local to Kyoto, where the best training resources and instructors were available, noted that while perfect level skills were not ubiquitous, at least 30% of their high school graduates reached perfection before graduation. Both finalists are indeed at perfect level, Lu Ningxi clarified. Well, that's just how it is. Come on, I just developed a new martial skill. Practice with me, Chen Junqi eagerly urged, ready to test the power of his technique. Having arrived 2 days earlier than Lu Ningxi, he had been a prominent figure in his own school, having grasped the essence of martial arts at the tender age of 17. However, upon entering the preparatory camp of Kyoto Martial Arts University, he discovered that nearly everyone here surpassed him in skill. Undeterred, he vowed to stand out in the Kyoto Martial Arts Preparatory Camp. 2 days later, the newcomer Lu Ningxi was assigned by the instructor to partner with Chen Junqi, serving as each other's sparring partner. Wait a moment, I need to finish watching. My classmate is here. Upon hearing this, Chen Junqi finally understood why Lu Ningxi wanted to watch. All right, let's watch together. After all, one person couldn't practice alone, so they decided to observe together. Has Xiaoyang and Xiao He's strength surpassed their previous limits? Although Nan Shui couldn't discern Fang He's specific capabilities, she could certainly perceive the expressions of the prominent figures in the front row. Indeed, his martial skills have reached perfection. Currently, there are only 2 others of the same caliber on the competition stage, and both are in the upper bracket. Fanyang's tone conveyed both joy for his brother and a sense of schadenfreude regarding Wu Tong's impending confrontation with a formidable opponent. At that moment, the final qualifying spot was announced, with Lu Sun triumphing over Li Lujiang. After a fierce contest, the 4 contestants advancing to the semifinals were Wu Tong, Jiang Qingxian, Fang He, and Lu Sun. These 4 competitors hailed from the 4 major martial arts academies in Jiangling City, Aoshue, Leitang, Dingfeng, and Longquan. The 2 hosts on stage announced the names of the 4 along with their respective academies, eliciting joyful smiles from the academy heads seated below. They had come to compete precisely for this moment. Meanwhile, the principal of Lingbei High School was particularly gratified. 2 of the 4 finalists were from Lingbei, overshadowing Jiangling High School. As for Lu Ningxi going north to Jingwu without competing, that was inconsequential. What mattered were the current results. Fang He sat in the prime viewing area, observing the intense battle between Wu Tong and Jiang Qingxian. Now it was his turn to smile, although it was evident that Wu Tong had a deeper understanding of martial arts. Jiang Qingxian was not to be underestimated. Wu Tong was exerting himself. Each clash sent his blood surging. This battle was arguably the second longest, yet the audience found it utterly captivating, cheering with exhilaration. Bloodshed in all directions, Wu Tong unleashed his recently perfected martial technique, initially intending to keep it as his trump card, but it seemed he could no longer conceal it. Axe shakes the mountains. With a powerful downward chop, his momentum was formidable. In a direct confrontation, Jiang Qingxian feared no one. This is intriguing. It appears there are indeed some noteworthy individuals in your city, Lu Ningxi, Chen Junqi remarked after witnessing the spirited clash. After all, Jiangling City could not compete with the resources of Kyoto. To gain more advantages, one must strive and seize opportunities. Indeed, Lu Ningxi softly replied. Chen Junqi, having lived in Kyoto since childhood, found everything around him quite ordinary and was unaware of the conditions in other cities. It's time to determine the victor. With those words, Jiang Chengxuan's massive frame fell heavily outside the ring, producing a dull thud. Wu Tong took a breath, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had finally secured victory. Defeating Jiang Qingxian brought the championship tantalizingly close. As for Fang He, he had merely fortuitously broken through to the perfection level during the recent battle. While impressive, could he truly surpass Jiang Qingxian? Good. The principal of Lingbei High School applauded, and the surrounding higher-ups from Lingbei followed suit. Their thoughts mirrored Wu Tong's. Though Fang He's combat skills were remarkably high and experienced, he might surpass Wu Tong in the future. But that was a matter for another time. Go. Fang He. The cheers echoed faintly. Fang He turned around, but with so many people, he could not immediately locate the source of the voice, so he waved towards it. The voice came from Qian Hao's side, and at this moment, one spot in the finals had been decided, leaving the last spot to be contested between Fang He and Lu Sun. One was at the perfection level with astonishing combat skills, while the other was at the proficiency level. Fang He, victory. The referee announced the result of the match. Lu Zorwin was grinning broadly. He had initially held modest expectations, content with securing a top 4 finish. And now that they had reached the finals, he could not ask for more. Aunt Pong, please connect me to the live broadcast of the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Competition, Luo Yi urged, staring at the still blurry screen ahead. All right, Aunt Pong responded. Initially, the task assigned by the clan elder was quite demanding, requiring at least 6 hours to complete, yet unexpectedly, Luo Yi returned to her room in under 4 hours. Eager to watch the live broadcast. After a series of flickers, the image appeared, showing Fang He holding a sword, facing the warm smile of Wu Tong. Phew, I made it, Luo Yi sighed in relief. She had performed exceptionally well today to finish her tasks promptly. Although there would be a replay later, nothing compared to the thrill of a live broadcast. She was familiar with Wu Tong. Ever since Fang He mentioned the conflict in the virtual world, she had specifically researched Wu Tong's background and committed it to memory, pondering that she must leave her mark on that hypocritical face at the next opportunity. Go. Fang He. If you lose, I'll punch you when we meet again. Chapter 55. The champion. I never expected my final opponent would be you. Wu Tong appeared confident. Surprised? Somewhat, Wu Tong admitted. Perhaps there might be more surprises in store, such as me claiming the championship. You? The champion? Wu Tong was genuinely taken aback. Indeed, Fang He showed no hesitation in revealing his ambitions. Having come this far, to claim he did not wish to compete for the championship would be disingenuous. Are all of you from Jiangling High School so self-assured? Wu Tong chuckled. Not bad. After witnessing your battle in the virtual world, I genuinely have confidence, Fang He replied casually. Wu Tong could no longer maintain his smile, his lips twitching slightly. Then let us see if your sword can sustain that confidence. Fang He shrugged, falling silent as he awaited the match's commencement. The pre-match banter pleased the hosts, as the rivalry between Jiangling High School and Lingbei High School naturally generated discussion. The match begins. Wu Tong made his move, his entire being transforming into a spear that shot toward Fang He with incredible speed. Fang He's gaze shifted, sharp as a sword's edge, piercing through the heart. An invisible aura of sharpness radiating from him. Clang. Effortlessly parrying the strike, both retreated a few steps. How is this possible? You just reached the perfection level. How could you grasp the martial momentum so quickly? Wu Tong wore a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend how someone who had just attained the perfection level could suddenly understand the sword's intent. Fang He ignored him, letting the sword light cascade down, enveloping Wu Tong. Upon their next engagement, Wu Tong realized that this was not merely sword intent, but rather a manifestation of aura. Nonetheless, even this application of aura exerted sufficient pressure on him. Erasing his previous calm demeanor, as Fang He's aura erupted, Lu Zorwin sprang to his feet, eyes wide, fixated on the stage. He only slowly sat down after Fang He made another move. It was not sword intent. But achieving this level meant understanding sword intent was merely a matter of time. If we consider the initial 3 stages of martial skills, entry, proficiency, and perfection, as the application of force, then the subsequent stages of momentum and intent represent a comprehension of the spirit. Although Fang He had yet to grasp the sword intent, he could still combine the momentum with his own sharpness. A genius. A true genius, Lazorwin sighed. Fong He had undergone his breakthrough under the watchful eyes of everyone. All had witnessed it. Within just under an hour, he had independently comprehended and applied his skills, highlighting his astonishing aptitude. At that moment, individuals from other martial arts academies cast envious glances toward the Dingfeng Martial Arts Academy. What a treasure they had found. Clang! Under the tense gaze of the crowd, their weapons clashed once more. Fong He's sword light became increasingly refined and sharper. A gash appeared on Wu Tong's arm, though the sword had yet to be unsheathed. Its spiritual energy could still inflict harm. Wu Tong completely discarded any notion of underestimating his opponent and leaped up, driving down with the spear. Unwavering in battle, bloodshed in all directions, full moon slash, crescent moon break. The shadow of the spear and the brilliance of the sword intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges. Is this the finals? The intensity of their encounters seems to have escalated to another level. Fong He is incredible. He just broke through, right? The audience buzzed with excitement. On the other side, the Jiangling 9th Class Observation Group. Your deskmate is quite formidable. Did you know? Li Xinyuan asked Qian Hao, her eyes glued to the stage. Qian Hao gaped, utterly dumbfounded. How would I know? If Fong He defeats Wu Tong, would he not become the new champion of Jiangling City? Zhua Xian interjected. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, slowly processing the implication. If Fong He truly won, he might indeed become Jiangling City's top high school student. Although this was merely an elite competition among martial arts academies in Jiangling City and not an official inter-school confrontation, who could overlook that all the top talents from various schools were participating? Like the previously reserved Gao Xiaoyang, the formidable Lei Xing from Jiangling No. 2 Middle School, and the elusive Tang Xiaosong. All were contenders. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Wu Tong inwardly cursed. Fong He maintained his composure, unflustered, with everything well within his grasp. Xu Jing, who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? Jiangling City's mayor, Guo Junlong, inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Jing responded, I believe the ultimate victor will be Wu Tong. This battle has evolved into a test of endurance, and Wu Tong has progressed further in physical training. He should be able to last until the end. Guo Junlong remained non-committal and turned to Su Hui, asking, What about you? Su Hui replied without hesitation, Fong He, oh? Why? Guo Junlong expressed his interest. Su Hui maintained a calm demeanor, for he could not reveal that he was aware of the special training the old principal had arranged for Fong He prior to his departure into the wilderness. Fong He possessed exceptional combat talent, displaying a keen instinct for battle and an aptitude for identifying his opponent's weaknesses, as demonstrated in his previous confrontation with Gao Xiaoyang. Guo Junlong nodded, refraining from voicing his own opinion on stage. The tip of the sword collided with the barrel of the gun. Fong He, slightly inferior in strength, was pressured downwards. Observing this, Fong He chose not to resist further, but instead slid downwards, sweeping towards Wu Tong's lower region. Crack! Wu Tong reacted swiftly, using the tip of his gun to intercept Fong He's maneuver. A glimmer of realization flashed in Fong He's eyes. He had been outsmarted. What? Wu Tong was taken aback. The Lingbo step, flowing like clouds and water. The term flowing like clouds and water merely describes the clouds at the horizon moving as if they were adrift in water, swaying unsteadily. This technique, perfected to an art, could easily obscure one's line of sight. Coupled with the deliberate opening Fong He had just revealed, Wu Tong found himself unable to counter it, with a soft hum. The sword's tip trembled, hovering at Wu Tong's brow. Amidst the cacophony of the arena, Wu Tong could distinctly hear the gentle ringing of the sword. It was over. The match concluded. The referee announced the result. Boom! A cloud of smoke formed from dry ice erupted around the platform, and golden ribbons cascaded from the heavens. Boom! In the viewing area of the Martial Arts Hall, the delegation from the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy sprang up as if springs were installed beneath them. Raising their arms in jubilant cheers, Livuran's face was flushed with excitement as he embraced his disciples, subtly deflecting those who wished to approach and congratulate Lu Qingying. Champions. The competitors from the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy had clinched the championship. Henceforth, their status as outsiders would no longer be a shackle to their development. Boom. The audience erupted in cheers for the champions, with the loudest cheers coming from Fong He's family and the students from Jiangling Middle School who had come spontaneously to watch. My son is the champion! My son is the champion! Ninshui exclaimed, tugging at Fang Xingyuan's collar in exaggerated delight. Yes, 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 your son is the champion. Fang Xingyuan could only respond in agreement. In contrast, the old man's expression remained remarkably calm. However, the veins on his hands resting on his knees were prominently visible, betraying his inner turmoil. The grandmother smiled and said, "If you wish to laugh, then laugh." Fang Xinwu gazed with satisfaction at the figure on stage, one hand wielding a sword and the other raised in a victorious fist. I have questioned countless times whether my past decisions were right, but now I believe I know the answer. The grandmother gently placed her hand over the grandfather's hand. His hand no longer trembled. Chapter 56. Notification. In stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere surrounding them were the individuals from Lingbei Middle School, particularly the principal and the senior officials. They had not anticipated that the template for a heavenly beginning could evolve into this. Lingbei secured 2 spots in the top 8, 2 in the final 4. Yet the championship ultimately belonged to Jiangling. People would only remember the champion, never the runner-up, unless that runner-up was from Lingbei. The second place had almost become a psychological burden for the principal of Lingbei over the years. After finally witnessing Zhou Chuyu achieve the top score, and with Lu Ningxi from Jiangling Middle School leaving, he thought he saw a rise for Lingbei. Yet, who would have guessed that Jiangling would continue to flourish, giving rise to another Fang He? This filled his heart with bitterness, yet he still stood and clapped. Seeing the principal lead, the others followed suit. Rising to applaud it was indeed an exhilarating match, if one were to disregard the outcome. It was truly a captivating contest. Let us fight. Liu Ningxi switched off the live broadcast and strode towards a platform with his long spear in hand. Aren't you going to watch your classmate receive his award? Chen Junqi asked in surprise. What's so interesting about the award ceremony? Lu Ningxi retorted. Standing at the center of the stage, Lu Ningxi gazed into the distance. It seemed everyone was busy. This only added to the excitement. Miss, your classmate is quite impressive, Aunt Peng remarked while accompanying Luo Yi, having witnessed Fang He's crowning victory firsthand. She was astute enough to recognize Fang He's excellence, yet mere excellence was far from sufficient. Of course, he is my little brother, Luo Yi replied with a hint of pride. I naturally trust your judgment. Mississippi hearing this, Luo Yi shook her head, clearly pleased with the compliment. Fang He had become a sensation, the kind that ignited fervor. Initially, few recognized him on campus, with only classmates exchanging casual greetings. Now, as he walked down the street, shy female classmates frequently approached him for his contact information, and some even boldly confessed their feelings. After seeing Fang He dismiss yet another young admirer, Fanny Yang teased, "It seems our senior Fang He is quite popular, and no matter how popular I am, I can't compare to you, Aaron Young." Fang He replied without reservation. He was aware, not long ago, a junior had mustered the courage to ask Fanny Yang out, only to be met with a stern reprimand. At that time, Fanny Yang had said with a flirtatious smile, "Just in time. I need to test my recent training results. If you can last 10 minutes, we can go out together." That junior, a burly lad, mistook Fanny Yang's alluring demeanor for a tacit agreement and readily accepted. Thereafter, there was no further communication from him. Since then, no junior dared approach Fanny Yang again. As for the girls, who would stroll with a boy more attractive than themselves? Fang He, I think you've made significant progress lately. It is essential to solidify your foundation. How about we head to the training room this afternoon? Fanny Yang said, giving Fang He a serious look. Fang He's inner alarms rang loudly. No, I believe I am quite stable already. What a joke! Others might be unaware, but he certainly was not. Fanny Yang had a penchant for concealing his true strength. While everyone regarded him as Jiangling's top contender, in truth, Fanny Yang was the real deal. After the martial arts elite competition, the two had sparred privately, and despite Fang He utilizing all his skills, he still fell short against Fanny Yang. Fanny Yang's prowess was not far behind Lu Ningxi's pre-breakthrough capabilities. I still think it's insufficient. I've already reserved the training room, Fanny Yang said, tightening his grip around Fang He's neck and steering him toward the training room. Fang He relinquished his struggle, allowing Fanny Yang to lead him. Drawing curious glances from passing students, he wondered what gossip would circulate in the school tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. Their communicators chimed simultaneously. Exchanging glances, Fanny Yang released his hold, and they each took out their devices to check. An urgent notification from the school appeared before them. Notification. A fugitive has recently entered Jiangling City. All students are advised to ensure their safety. If you encounter the fugitive, Report to the Law Enforcement Bureau immediately and do not engage blindly. Photo, Kong Peng. Late stage of the Mingxiao realm, former deputy director of an Eastern Research Institute. How did this person infiltrate Jiangling City? Fang He mused, furrowing his brow. He understood how stringent the checks were for entering and exiting the city. One had to undergo inspection to gain entry. Fannying shook his head, indicating ignorance. The Law Enforcement Bureau and city guards would certainly have their hands full now. Who cares? He won't be able to enter the school anyway. If I see him outside, I'll report him immediately. I wouldn't charge in recklessly, Fang He asserted, confident in his own abilities. Despite appearing invincible within the body refinement realm, he knew he would be no match for someone a realm above him. Yes, for now, it's best to focus on our training. If we were in the Mingxiao realm, we would welcome him to seek us out and claim the bounty. Fanny Yang agreed with Fang He's approach. Indeed, the bounty is substantial. Just providing accurate information earns one a reward of 1 million blue star coins, and capturing him directly nets 10 million. Fang He exclaimed, Hey, wake up, don't daydream. With our current capabilities, we only serve to increase his bounty. Fanny Yang waved his hand in front of Fang He's face, dispelling his unrealistic fantasies. TCH, how boring. Can't one even dream? How much of the resources Uncle Lu provided last time do you have left? About a month's worth, Fang He calculated mentally before responding. 2 months had passed since the martial arts elite competition, and on the very day he claimed victory, Lu Zhuoran had delivered resources that far exceeded what had initially been promised. Fang He accepted all of it, understanding that rejecting someone's goodwill was a form of harm, and he genuinely needed the cultivation resources. He had confidently assured Lu Zhuoran that he would seek him out for assistance in the future. This delightfully surprised Lu Zhuoran, as providing additional resources was merely a means to cultivate a better relationship. According to their initial agreement, sticking to that arrangement was a transaction where both parties benefited, ensuring no one owed anything to the other. With the exchange of goodwill, future interactions would be more convenient. After all, investing in a talent on Blue Star was the most rewarding investment one could make. Now, your Mercury Blood Silver Marrow is nearing 13 times. Once you use up this batch of resources, you should reach 15 times. About that. The speed is too slow, Fang He remarked, having already approached the peak of blood refinement during the elite competition. Yet it took him 2 more months to reach 13 times. Enough. I'm only at 19 times. Fanny Yang rolled his eyes. In martial arts cultivation, the foundation is paramount, especially for those aspiring to break through their limits. This stage of blood refinement is particularly crucial. After the enhancement of the blood quenching, each doubling proves to be exceedingly arduous. It is truly remarkable that Fang He has managed to rise to this level despite having squandered a year. Yet, the urgency of time still weighs heavily upon him. With both hands clasped behind his head, Fang He executed a backbend, his feet firmly planted, his back straight, forming a perfect 90-degree angle with his legs. Observing Fang He as he bent backward, accompanied by the sound of his body stretching, which resembled the popping of roasted beans, he remarked, It is evident that you have been preparing in advance. I am merely stretching my body. Those with anxious hearts see dirt in everything. What did I say? You know in your heart. I do not understand. Chapter 57. Street Argument in Jiangling City, at the Eastern Gate entrance. A group of exceptionally charismatic young individuals awaited entry, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Kiki, the environment here in the south is indeed quite pleasant. This group subtly divided into 2 factions, one led by a girl dressed simply, with a frosty demeanor and a tall stature, while the other was led by a gentleman whose graceful demeanor and charming smile could warm the coldest of hearts. Call me Li Yang. I do not appreciate being addressed as Kiki by boys. Li Yang's tone was somewhat brusque. Luo Manlu paid no heed. Since their first encounter 2 months prior with the one dubbed the Flower of South University, he had unabashedly exhibited his admiration for her. Unfortunately, Li Yang showed little interest in this wealthy scion. Those trailing behind Li Yang chuckled at Luo Manlu's predicament, amidst the monotony of the past 2 months. This had provided them with some amusement. Meanwhile, those from East University appear to have a close rapport with Luo Manlu, with someone teasingly saying, Boss, it seems your charm has waned. Indeed, even the so-called heartthrob of East University encounters failure at times. I must promote this upon our return. I wonder how your admirers would react upon learning this. Luo Manlu feigned a strike, and the others responded in kind. Thankfully, being in a public place, their antics did not escalate excessively. The entry procedures proceeded swiftly, requiring mere authentication, with no entrance fee to be paid. "Let us find a place to settle," Li Yank suggested. "I have already booked a hotel before our arrival. The location is quite good and tranquil." "So let us head there," proposed Luo Manlu very well. Although Li Yank held no fondness for Luo Manlu, he had not committed any egregious acts, and it was unnecessary to reject his reasonable suggestion during their mission. "Do you not find this pursuit rather peculiar?" Upon determining their lodging, Luo Manlu stated earnestly, while maintaining a respectful distance from Li Yank. She nodded. Indeed, typically, a fugitive on the wanted list would trigger an alarm upon entering any city. "This marks our 7th city in pursuit. This task is not as simple as it appears. We shall do what we must." By this point, Li Yank had already sensed something amiss in this age of advanced technology. It is quite astonishing for a fugitive to escape from a heavily guarded city, let alone infiltrate several cities thereafter. Kong Pong strode confidently down the pedestrian street, surrounded by bustling crowds. Having been in Jiangling City for 2 days, not a single soul had recognized this wanted individual. His appearance had shifted from that of a refined gentleman to a robust man clad in casual attire, with a scar across his brow. He opted for a normal street look, believing that overly elaborate disguises would only draw attention. The identity he now assumed was genuine, as his contacts had provided him with detailed information. He simply needed to embody this role. As for the original owner of this identity, that was beyond his concern. It is worth noting that in his youth, he aspired to be an actor rather than a scientist, though that dream remained unfulfilled. Now, as he traversed the path of escape, the opportunity to fulfill his acting ambitions was somewhat gratifying. He felt quite at ease indeed. Yes, he was at ease, devoid of any anxiety typically associated with a fugitive. His defection had been premeditated, proceeding smoothly until the authorities reacted swiftly, catching him off guard. Otherwise, his journey could have been even more leisurely. With the halfway point behind him, he contemplated the prospect of crossing the border to genuinely join the organization and become part of its core. A flicker of anticipation shone in Kong Peng's eyes. "Su Jinwei, have you lost your mind? Not returning home for 2 days?" A thunderous yell shattered Kong Peng's reverie. Following the voice, he beheld a robust woman, hands on her hips, pointing directly at him. In an instant, Kong Peng recalled the character profile, swiftly matching the individual before him to the description. Hu Jing, Su Jinwei's original wife, known for her fiery temper. The couple had a son studying out of town, while Su Jinwei possessed modest assets in Jiangling City. Recently, tensions had escalated between them over an affair. When the assignment was handed to him, he was explicitly warned to avoid the original wife during his time in Jiangling City. His scalp tingled with apprehension, yet in that moment, Kong Peng's resolve solidified. This was a prime opportunity for self-challenge. As Hu Jing approached, Kong Peng quickly adopted a different demeanor, smiling ingratiatingly. "Wife, what brings you here? If I don't come to find you, are you expecting me to wait for you to come to me?" Hu Jing retorted loudly. They were now in a public street, and she showed no intention of sparing his dignity, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. While he relished the thrill of acting, the increasing crowd posed a risk. If someone recorded a video and it surfaced online, the consequences would be no laughing matter. "Let us discuss this at home," Kong Peng pleaded. "Discuss what at home? We shall talk right here. I thought you had been behaving, yet here you are, 2 days gone, not even at the dojo. Where have you been with that little flirt?" Hu Jing dismissed him nonchalantly. Curiosity is inherent to human nature, and it was evident that some bystanders were already filming. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Hu Jing also acknowledged the need to temper her outburst. Previously, they had been at the dojo, where no one dared to film. Now, in the bustling street, it was a different matter entirely. "Fine, we shall talk when we return," Hu Jing relented, turning to shout at the onlookers. "Stop filming. Haven't you ever seen a couple quarrel?" With that, she led the way, signaling for him to follow. Kong Peng trudged behind with a pained expression, feeling the weight of their audience's gaze. As night fell and the moonlight cast a hazy glow, the city shed its daytime clamor. "Fong He, doesn't that person look somewhat familiar?" Fanny Ying inquired, pulling Fong He, who had just finished a medicinal bath, to attention. "Who is it?" "Let me see." Fong He took the phone. The video displayed a scene from earlier in the day on the pedestrian street. Quite the local celebrity. That's the head of the Longquan Martial Arts Academy. Fong He recognized the man at once. Recalling his attendance at the elite competition 2 months prior, martial artists have exceptional memories, and he could still identify him after such time. Oh, now I remember. Haha, Fanny Yang exclaimed, suddenly recalling the individual, having only caught a glimpse of him during the event when the camera panned across the screen. Who would have thought that the imposing master of Longquan Martial Arts Academy would be afraid of his wife? Fang He chuckled. As if you have no fear of Luo Yi, Fanny Yang scoffed. No, that is respect. Sister Yi has always treated me kindly, Fang He stated, silently assessing the disparity in strength between himself and Luo Yi. Chapter 58. Kong Peng's appearance. Meanwhile, Kong Peng followed Hu Jing back to their residence. It was a villa located in the city center, its exterior a clear indication of its considerable value. Throughout the afternoon, Kong Peng incessantly apologized, fabricating a story to explain his 2-day disappearance, eventually calming Hu Jing's ire. As evening approached, Kong Peng found himself in a quandary. The dossier had not mentioned the intimate life of Su Jinwei and his wife. After much deliberation, he resolved to maintain a steady course. Taking a seat on the living room sofa, "Why are you still standing out there?" Hu Jing emerged from the bedroom, clad in silk pajamas, the hem swaying, revealing her toned thighs. Kong Peng swallowed hard, replying, "I'm coming in right away. When you come in, pour me a glass of water," she added before returning to the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. "Would you prefer it hot or cold?" "Warm," as he poured the water. Kong Peng's mind raced, pondering his next steps. Contacting his superiors was out of the question. They would be the ones reaching out to him. If he were to enter and continue the ruse, it could easily lead to exposure. At this juncture, he decided that the best course of action would be to take the initiative, eliminate the woman, then make a swift exit under the cover of night. With this thought, Kong Peng discreetly sprinkled poison into the cup. Preparedness is essential in the field. "Wife, the water is ready," Kong Peng announced as he entered the bedroom. "Why so slow?" Hu Jing lay on the bed, her arms crossed over her chest. "I was adjusting the temperature," he responded with a forced smile. Upon receiving the water cup, Hu Jing held it in her hands without drinking, merely gazing at Kong Peng. A sudden tension gripped Kong Peng's throat, and he managed a dry laugh, questioning, "Why are you staring at me? Aren't you thirsty? Why not drink?" The records indicated that Hu Jing had already reached the realm of Mingqiao, specifically the initial stage. Although he held an advantage in terms of realm, should a conflict arise, the commotion would be considerable. Hu Jing set down the cup, leaping off the bed in a sudden burst of energy, and hurled a punch directly at Kong Peng's face. The Earth's spirit energy in the air surged violently, coalescing around Hu Jing's fist, magnifying in Kong Peng's eyes. Bang! Caught off guard, Kong Peng was struck squarely on the face, sent crashing into the wall, which bore the brunt of the impact, resulting in a few fine cracks, yet it remained standing. As a researcher, he had not engaged in combat for far too long. Thus, he was utterly unprepared for the abrupt assault. Initially, Hu Jing was uncertain whether Kong Peng was an imposter, but now, having exchanged blows, her doubts were laid bare. Her husband was certainly not this weak, unable even to withstand a single punch from her. Kong Peng's mind went blank, but instinctively, he rolled and scrambled to evade the foot that Hu Jing aimed at him. "What are you doing?" He refrained from retaliating, still harboring a glimmer of hope. "Humph, who exactly are you? Impersonating Su Jinwei and attempting to deceive me into bed." Despite her words, Hu Jing did not pause in her onslaught, producing a pair of gilded hammers from seemingly nowhere to strike at Kong Peng. Glancing at Hu Jing's formidable physique and imposing aura, Kong Peng swallowed hard and continued to dodge. "Wife, I am Su Jinwei." Boom! The tiles shattered, sending dust billowing into the air. Fortunately, this was a villa district, a standalone property. Otherwise, the noise would have attracted the attention of the authorities long ago. Bah! You can't even distinguish between rooms in your own house. And that scoundrel Su Jinwei never asks whether I want my water hot or cold. Hu Jing extracted the gilded hammers embedded in the ground and relentlessly pursued Kong Peng. Regret washed over Kong Peng as he wished he could slap himself. His attempt to express concern had turned out to be utterly unnecessary. With matters having escalated to this point, regret was futile, and Kong Peng retrieved his personal 9-section whip. The whip was convenient for carrying, typically coiled around his waist, not easily noticeable, and could be swiftly deployed in combat. "You weakling, you play around quite a bit," Hu Jing scoffed. Indeed, while she was in the initial stage of Mingqiao, Her progress was the result of diligent training. Unlike Kong Pong, who had merely relied on medicinal pills to amass superficial strength, the whip, known for its flexibility and adaptability, appeared clumsy in Kong Peng's hands, lacking the finesse of a high school student. He was simply a waste of potential, boasting a high realm yet utterly inept. Hu Jing discerned Kong Peng's weaknesses with ease. Kong Peng understood that her words rang true. Had he possessed genuine martial talent, he would have pursued the martial path rather than enrolling in a technology university and becoming a researcher. Hammer that levels mountains. With a mighty swing, she sent a blow imbued with dense earth spirit energy crashing towards Kong Peng, while simultaneously pursuing him with one hand wielding the hammer. Thud! The hammer connected squarely with his chest, propelling Kong Peng through the window and into the garden. The disparity between his expectations and reality was staggering. Despite being in the same realm, and even slightly superior, he found himself utterly dominated by Hu Jing. The tremendous commotion had genuinely attracted the attention of nearby residents, who emerged to ascertain the cause of the uproar. Ignoring his injuries, Kong Peng clutched his chest and, before Hu Jing could pursue him outside, he leaped over the garden wall, hastily choosing a path to escape. Upon emerging, Hu Jing found that he had vanished, leaving behind only a pool of blood on the lawn. Within 3 minutes of Kong Peng's flight, the law enforcement agency's aerial vehicles had already hovered before the villa. Hu Jing had reported to the authorities while Kong Peng was busy pouring water, intending to apprehend him on the spot and hand him over to the enforcement agency, yet she had not anticipated his escape. The captain, with a square jaw, was flanked by 3 officers. Because the report had not indicated a violent incident, the response team was rather small. "Young lady, is it you who filed the report?" the captain inquired, maintaining a formal demeanor. "Yes," Hu Jing affirmed. "Please elaborate on the situation." Thus, Hu Jing recounted how she had captured Kong Peng on the street, taken him home, sensed something amiss, and ultimately attempted to subdue him. "Finally," she added, "Captain Chun, and my husband as well, could you please assist in locating him? He has not shown up for days, and with this imposter on the loose, something must have happened." Captain Chen nodded. "Rest assured, we will do our utmost to find your husband." He glanced at the 3 officers, who were busy taking statements from onlookers and collecting evidence, ensuring photographs were taken and blood samples gathered. While Hu Jing spoke, Captain Chun had already relayed the situation to the command center, initiating a manhunt for Kong Peng. After surveying the scene for any overlooked details, Captain Chen declared, "Dismissed." "Yes, assemble. Everyone in the temporary action group." Luo Manlu tagged everyone. With 8 individuals in total, Luo Manlu had rented an entire villa as their base. The group consisted of individuals recognized as elites in their respective universities, and upon receiving the directive, they swiftly donned their combat gear and gathered in the living room. They had just received news of a brawl in the Xiling district, with bloodstains left at the scene, confirmed to belong to Kong Peng. Luo Manlu stated succinctly. Hearing this, the group's eyes lit up. For the past 2 months, they had been trailing behind Kong Peng, never catching a glimpse of him, but now they had finally caught a lead. "Are we departing now?" Li Yank inquired. "Yes, we are leaving now," Luo Manlu replied, standing first and turning toward the door. The others promptly rose and followed suit without hesitation. Under the cover of night, 2 military aircraft soared toward the Xiling district. Chapter 59. Emptying one's mind. In the command center of the Xiling District Enforcement Agency, Captain Chun reiterated the intelligence while observing a group of youthful individuals before him. Confident and formidable, the 2 leaders exuded an aura that subtly hinted at danger. His superiors had not disclosed the background of these individuals, instructing him only to cooperate fully. "So you're saying that this individual impersonated Su Jinwei, was discovered by his wife, and a fight ensued, resulting in the blood samples you collected at the scene?" Luo Manlu queried. "Indeed," Captain Chun confirmed. "Who is Su Jinwei?" "The head of Longquan Martial Arts School. His father-in-law is a businessman in Jiangling City." "Have there been any sightings of Su Jinwei himself?" "We are currently investigating." After posing several more questions, Luo Manlu turned to Li Yank. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Li Yank shook her head. All her questions had been addressed. "Then let us commence the pursuit. We will split into pairs. We will handle the east and north directions, while you take care of the west and south." "Understood. The terrain maps have been sent to you, and the enforcement agency will have personnel in the vicinity. Signal us immediately if anything arises. Miao Hui, you and Xieching head west. Zhao Qingyi, you and I will head south." Li Yank assigned the tasks. Yes, the three responded in unison. Seeing that Li Yank had organized her team, Luo Manlu also turned to make his arrangements. Let's go. Kong Peng was severely injured, never anticipating encountering such a deranged woman. Now he had changed into a different outfit, yet his injuries remained all too evident. Although he carried high-quality healing medicine, recovery would take time. In the current city, where surveillance was ubiquitous, he dared not visit a hospital. Fearing his wounds would be reported to the enforcement agency, leading to his identification upon emergence. Damn it, why hasn't anyone contacted me? Are they truly leaving me to fend for myself? Kong Peng cursed inwardly, unwilling to believe that such a significant event could have gone unnoticed by his superiors. He needed to reach a new location, assuming a new identity, and escape the city at dawn. Should he be discovered again? No one would be able to save him. Indeed, just as Kong Peng paused to rest for less than 2 minutes, a message arrived on his communicator. Phew, thank goodness, I haven't been abandoned. Upon receiving the message, Kong Peng felt relieved. He understood the organization's operational style well enough to know that individuals deemed worthless would be discarded without hesitation. Thankfully, he still held some value. Steeling himself, he adjusted his expression and emerged nonchalantly from the shadows, making his way toward the designated location. Fortunately, it was not like ancient times, with no curfew. Otherwise, being out on the streets at this hour would have guaranteed his capture. Hey, Fang He, look, there's new information. Fanny Yang called out to Fang He. Having intended to sleep, Fang He turned back upon hearing this and took the phone. Latest news, a wanted fugitive has been sighted in the Xiling district. Nearby citizens are advised to exercise caution and report any suspected sightings to the enforcement agency. Note: Kong Peng has sustained severe chest injuries. Please be vigilant in identifying him. Isn't is Xiling district quite close to us? Fang He remarked after returning the phone. Indeed, it is. What are you planning? Fanny Yang rolled his eyes, knowing Fang He was getting restless. Severely injured. Huh? Aren't you tempted? That 1 million reward is quite the lure. Fang He replied, his eyes gleaming with greed. But a severely injured Mingqiao is still a Mingqiao. For us, still in the body refinement stage, approaching him is tantamount to delivering ourselves for slaughter. Fanny Yang attempted to dissuade Fang He from his unrealistic ambitions. However, there are no buts. Be good and go to sleep. Everything exists in dreams. Or shall we take a stroll outside? Fang He suggested. The school does not impose restrictions on leaving the dormitory at night, and one can even exit the campus, though it requires notifying their respective homeroom teachers, lest they face punishment if caught. Dio, you think your homeroom teacher would agree if you told them you wanted to leave the campus to apprehend a fugitive? Fanny Yang retorted with annoyance. No, they would not. Exactly. Then I shall wander around the school. Having said this, Fang He changed his clothes and stepped outside. This time, Fanny Yang did not stop him. After all, what could happen within the school? Ah, Teacher Li, still at school so late? The security guard at the gate opened a small door and addressed the newcomer. Haha, something went missing, so I came to look for it. If I can't find it, I might as well spend the night here. All right, if you need any assistance, just let me know. Sure. As he stepped into the campus, the streetlights flanking the main road illuminated the path. Following the map, he headed towards the faculty dormitory, encountering a few familiar students along the way, exchanging greetings. It felt wonderful. He couldn't help but reminisce about his campus life over 20 years ago. Back then, he was ambitious, brimming with lofty ideals, and there was a girl he fancied. Standing in front of the dormitory door, he shook his head, casting aside those unwarranted thoughts. Safety was still a concern. He needed to wait until he could escape the Summer Kingdom before considering himself safe. Upon entering, he found a single apartment, nearly 60 square meters, adequately furnished for solitary living. The school provided commendable benefits for its teachers. Stepping onto the balcony, he gazed at the school playground. Although it was already 11 o'clock, he could still see students jogging on the field. While the training room had professional treadmills available upon prior application, most preferred to gaze at the sky and relish the sensation of running freely in an open area. He noticed one particular student, not for their behavior, but for an unusual aura. It seemed reminiscent of the subjects he had once studied in his research institute. Fang He slowly swung his arms, eyes closed, allowing his mind to drift as he ran on the playground. Lately, he had felt somewhat restless. Despite his progress being relatively swift compared to those around him, it still felt insufficient. There's a saying that goes, The more one knows, the more one realizes their own limitations. This sentiment resonated with him. If he could access these resources, what about Luo Yi, who was far away in Fengquan? He had never met him and could hardly imagine his situation. Akin to an ancient farmer speculating about the emperor's life. Surely, the emperor must use a golden hoe for plowing. He had nearly exhausted the resources from the last allocation, leaving only enough for a month. What would happen after that? Of course, he could leverage Fanny Yang's connections to seek investment in himself. Perhaps Lu Zhuoran would consider it out of regard for Fanny Yang. However, this would mean not only risking his own connections, but also those of his friend. A course of action he was unwilling to take. Despite Fanny Yang's profound background, he had never once mentioned his family in their time of acquaintance, hinting at potential complications. Thus, he was left to rely solely on himself. Upon the announcement today, Fang He felt a pang of envy, even a rush of adrenaline. If he could indeed capture Kong Peng, the reward of 10 million blue star coins would sustain him in his cultivation for at least 3 months. He was acutely aware that this pursuit had nothing to do with him. Even a severely injured Mingxiao realm cultivator was beyond his reach. Yet, he couldn't help but mutter a few words of excitement before leaving the dormitory to run on the playground as a means of relaxation. He cherished this feeling, this sense of liberation amidst the expanse of the world. Now in December, although in the south, the night temperature hovered around 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. The crisp wind flowed through his nostrils into his lungs. Clearing his mind, with his eyes closed, he felt as though he could visualize the surroundings vividly in his mind. 3 meters to the left front, there's a small stone. To the right, there are 2 people, one tall and one short. On a bench beside the track, a man and a woman are seated. Chapter 60. An encounter. As Fang He opened his eyes, he saw the scene before him, identical to what he had envisioned with his eyes closed. What was going on? This touched upon his area of ignorance. Gradually coming to a halt, he pondered. The only explanation he could conceive was that his spiritual strength surpassed that of the average person. His previous encounter with the green-eyed toad in the sea of consciousness had allowed him to enter that realm ahead of time. Since then, he had indeed felt a greater mastery over his body, even managing to combine his aura and sharpness during the elite competition. Everything seemed to unfold effortlessly. After contemplating for a moment, without arriving at a clear conclusion, he decided it was a good thing. With this newfound ability, his chances of survival in the wild would undoubtedly increase, so he resolved to return to the dormitory for rest. The main road of the school had a streetlight approximately every 20 meters. Yet the path from the playground back to the dormitory only had one every 50 meters. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before Fang He, the dim light obscuring the figure's face. "Teacher Li?" Fang He asked uncertainly. "It's me. What brings you here?" Fang He inquired. "I saw you running from upstairs and came down to find you. I noticed something peculiar about your state." He was familiar with Fang He. After all, the champion of the martial arts elite competition had considerable prestige, and Fang He's photograph had still been displayed on the bulletin board upon entering the school. Nothing much. I was just reminiscing while running. So I might have seemed a bit different. Fang He did not disclose the truth, as he was not particularly close to this teacher Li, only acquainted. "Haha, may I conduct a check on you?" There was a hint of eagerness in his tone. "Teacher Li, it's getting late, and I need to return to rest. Goodbye." "Teacher Li." Fang He sensed something odd about this teacher Li. His voice seemed laced with an unusual tone. After speaking, he attempted to bypass him and head back to the dormitory. Wait a moment. Seeing Fang He's intention to leave, he hastily reached out his hand. Ouch! It appeared that this action had inadvertently strained his wound, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Fang He did not look back, shifting his steps to evade Teacher Li's outstretched hand. Turning around, he furrowed his brow at Teacher Li. "Teacher Li, are you injured?" "Haha, it's nothing serious. I had a little mishap during training yesterday." He suppressed the pain, trying to maintain a normal demeanor. "Oh, you should be careful. Internal injuries are no small matter. You ought to visit a hospital. If left untreated, it could lead to significant issues," Fang He advised kindly. "Thank you for your concern, Fang He." He took a few steps closer to Fang He. "It's only right." Fang He smiled and took a few steps back, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. By the way, teacher, I just called an ambulance. It should be arriving shortly." Without waiting for Teacher Li to respond, Fang He activated his light-footed technique and dashed away. There's something wrong with this Teacher Li. He might just be Kong Peng. When the latest notice was issued, it specifically mentioned that Kong Peng was adept at disguise and might impersonate a local citizen. However, the one detail he could not conceal was the severe internal injury sustained to his chest. Upon encountering Teacher Li, Fang He had sensed something was amiss. Firstly, they were not well acquainted. Why was he so keen on checking his condition? Secondly, Teacher Li had seemed perfectly fine yesterday, having met him without any internal injuries. Thirdly, the injury that Teacher Li had just indicated was precisely at the chest area. Considering all these coincidences, Fang He had already discreetly reported to the Enforcement Bureau instead of the hospital when he turned around. However, one thing puzzled him. With Kong Peng currently being hunted and having recently revealed his whereabouts, why would he emerge from hiding to seek him out? But now was not the time for curiosity. Maintaining distance for his own safety was paramount. Earlier in the dormitory, he had mentioned that capturing the severely injured Kong Peng would bring him fortune, but upon meeting the reality, his mind was clear. Discretion was the better part of valor. Even if he couldn't capture him himself, reporting a valuable lead would surely earn him a reward of 1,000,000 blue star coins. What? Kong Peng was both startled and furious, not expecting to be outsmarted by this brash youth once again. He was an associate director at a research institute, as well as a researcher, possessing an insatiable curiosity for the subject of his studies. Previously, he had delved into matters concerning the soul, making significant breakthroughs in that area. He had joined the organization early on, remaining an outer member until his research progressed sufficiently to warrant contact from the organization, promising him promotion to an inner member if he could smuggle his research materials across the border. After fleeing to the school, he had stumbled upon a student whose mere presence radiated familiar spiritual fluctuations, provoking his intrigue. Thus, he sought to approach him, ideally seizing the opportunity to abduct this student for his own ends. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that this student would be so vigilant as to claim he had called an ambulance. Regardless of its veracity, he could not take the risk. Little brat. Kong Peng cursed under his breath. Drawing out a 9-section whip, he aimed to eliminate this bothersome youth before making his escape. Whoosh! The whip, imbued with red spiritual energy, lashed towards Fang He. Fortunately, Fang He had anticipated the attack and managed to distance himself just in time. The whip grazing past his back. The fugitive Kong Peng has appeared. The fugitive Kong Peng has appeared. The fugitive Kong Peng has appeared. After narrowly escaping a calamity, Fang He sprinted towards the faculty duty room while shouting, "Damn it!" A missed strike left Kong Peng with no intention of pursuing. The earlier commotion had transformed the once tranquil campus into a bustling scene, and no time could be wasted. He swiftly turned and fled outside the school. Fang He kept a watchful eye on the movements behind him, and upon realizing that Kong Peng was not in pursuit, he felt reassured. It seemed that Kong Peng's injuries were indeed severe, to the extent that he could not confidently deal with a mere cultivator of the body refinement realm in a matter of seconds. The ancestral teachings resonated in his mind. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy halts, I disrupt. When the enemy tires, I strike. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. Fang He had committed these principles to memory and was resolved to put them into action. Due to his grave injuries, Kong Peng's speed was diminished. Fang He took a moment to gauge the distance and then deliberately fell behind. Should this man falter midway, succumbing to his wounds, he could seize the opportunity to deliver a final blow. Kong Peng, too, noticed Fang He trailing behind, but time was of the essence. The playground was situated at the heart of the school, and with his current pace, it would take him nearly 30 seconds to escape in any direction. Fang He had ventured out for a night run to unwind and carried no weapons. Thus, he utilized the resources at hand, grabbing a handful of earth from the ground, clenching it tightly in his hands, and then swinging his arm to hurl it at Kong Peng. Whether it hit was inconsequential. The crucial aspect was to slightly hinder Kong Peng's speed. The Mingqiao realm allows for a layer of spiritual protection to form on the body. Yet Kong Peng was unable to summon even that. He opted instead to withstand Fang He's earthen projectile with his body. As he drew closer, the silhouette of the surrounding wall became visible. Once he scaled that wall, he would change his attire and leave the city by dawn. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. When he returned, he would ensure that this little wretch met a grim fate. With a swift leap, Kong Peng brushed his toes against the wall, intent on using the leverage to vault over. Just as he was about to clear the top, a combat boot unexpectedly intersected his path. Thud! Kong Peng was sent hurtling back at a speed quicker than his ascent. Like a rolling gourd, he tumbled several times before falling still, leaving his fate uncertain. Chapter 61. Regret Fong. He looked up to see a girl clad in a blue combat uniform with a ponytail. Seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. "Boss, wait for me," her voice called out. Moments later, a boy also emerged atop the wall. "Too slow. You need to train harder," he quipped. "Huh? Boss, you can't compare me to you," the boy exclaimed with a grimace. The ponytailed girl shot him a glare, prompting him to fall silent. Fong He remained where he was, neither advancing nor retreating. An invisible current of air gently lowered the girl to the ground. The boy following suit as he leapt down from the wall. "I am Li Yank, responsible for tracking down Kong Peng. You are a student of this school, correct? Did you spot him?" she inquired. Fong He recalled the earlier scene where Kong Peng, poised to escape the school, had been thwarted by this seemingly serene girl with a single kick. "Yes, I am Fong He. I reported his presence to the Enforcement Bureau as soon as I discovered him." Li Yank pondered for a moment. "Do you know Professor Han Yi from Nanda?" I've encountered him in the wild," Fong He replied. A smile blossomed on Li Yank's face, reminiscent of a blooming lotus. "What a coincidence. I am also from Nanda, and Professor Han is my mentor." She recalled how, upon arriving in Jiangling City and reporting to her mentor, he had mentioned a prodigy at Jiangling High School who would certainly be admitted to Nanda, suggesting she take the opportunity to get to know him. She had not anticipated meeting him under such circumstances. "Senior, hello," Fong He beamed, climbing the social ladder with his charm. Li Yank nodded, accepting the title. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiqing looked on in astonishment, pondering where this boy had emerged from, suddenly establishing such a formidable connection. At that moment, personnel began arriving at the scene. Zhao Yiqing skillfully approached the duty teacher to converse. "Stop pretending to be dead. If you keep it up, you might as well embrace death," Li Yank spoke coldly as she approached the prostrate Kong Peng. Hearing her words, Kong Peng stirred, flipping over to gaze at Li Yank. "You must be students of the Martial Arts University, right?" Li Yank remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. Kong Peng continued, "This time, I've met my match. Spare my life, and I can offer you many spiritual points. Enough for your cultivation to reach the skyward realm." Having completed his discussion, Zhao Yiqing approached just in time to hear this, delivering a swift kick. "Pa! Don't be ridiculous." Kong Peng, having been knocked down, ignored Zhao Yiqing and turned back to Li Yank. He knew his hopes were slim, but even the faintest glimmer of hope warranted a try. If more people arrived, things would become more complicated. Once in a prison cell, he believed he would truly be at the mercy of fate. He had no faith that the organization would expend significant resources to save him. He could only rely on his own cunning for salvation. Li Yank's eyes brimmed with undisguised disdain. She abhorred traitors above all. Gazing into Kong Peng's hopeful eyes, she spoke deliberately. "Impossible. Trust me, you will pay for your actions." After a brief pause, she added, "It will be far more terrifying than you can imagine." Kong Peng's body trembled. He had heard some rumors. "Desperate," he pleaded. "In truth, the moment I stepped out of the research facility, I regretted it. But now there's no turning back. I truly have no choice." Li Yank shook her head, her voice soft yet firm. "You do not regret your actions. You regret not being more cautious while committing them, allowing others to discover you." In an instant, the flicker of hope in Kong Peng's eyes was extinguished. His body weakened, and he fell back. Just as he hit the ground, he sprang up again, charging towards Fong He. He had just heard Fong He refer to Li Yank as senior, suggesting a connection. Better to take a hostage, as it might afford him some hope. Fong He had been monitoring the situation and prepared to flee as Kong Peng lunged forward. A scoff escaped Li Yank's lips, as though she had anticipated this moment. Almost instantaneously, she extended a delicate hand, pressing down with a single palm. The surrounding wind and spiritual force coalesced into an invisible mountain that crushed down upon him. Having finally gathered a modicum of strength to escape, Kong Peng was brutally struck down in his already injured state. The blow left him gasping for air. The wind energy did not dissipate. It transformed into swirling gusts that coiled around his wrists and ankles, ensuring he could not harbor any further malicious intentions. Having completed her task, Li Yank appeared nonchalant, brushing off her hands as she awaited the arrival of others. "Boss, you won't kill him, will you? The higher-ups instructed us to capture him alive." He possesses many intriguing items, Zhao Yiqing whispered as he approached. Not at all. I know what I'm doing, Li Yank replied confidently. All right then. The sound of an aircraft slicing through the air grew closer. Li Yank, did you capture Kong Peng? Luo Manlu arrived with his team. Slightly delayed, Li Yank tilted her head, indicating the motionless Kong Peng, sprawled like a lifeless dog. Indeed, the flower of Nanda, exceptional strength, effortlessly apprehended the fugitive. Luo Manlu praised, that wasn't me. He was like this when I arrived. It was Fong He who captured Kong Peng. Li Yank gestured towards the still stunned Fong He, cough, cough. Zhao Yiqing struggled to regain his composure. Are you feeling unwell? Li Yank inquired with concern. Hearing her words of compassion, Zhao Yiqing waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, I'm fine. I was just lost in thought. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more thrilling. My goodness, I'm about to hand this kid an enormous achievement. Only the three of them were privy to the actual circumstances, along with one fugitive. As long as Li Yank stated that Kong Peng was already gravely injured and had been apprehended by this boy, it would be recognized that Fong He was the one who captured Kong Peng. Me? Fong He was taken aback, but he quickly composed himself into silence. Oh? Are high school students this capable now? Young man, how did you apprehend him? Luo Manlu inquired with interest, turning his attention to Fong He. Tonight, he disguised himself as a teacher from our school. After I discovered him, he fled, and I pursued him. Fortunately, he was already injured, or I would have been the one escaping, Fong He recounted honestly. This explanation seemed plausible, though the uncertainty lingered regarding the severity of Kong Peng's injuries that would allow a mere body refinement cultivator to subdue him. However, that was of little consequence now. I see. Luo Manlu nodded, not delving further into the details. Classmate, your assistance in capturing this fugitive will be rewarded shortly. Fong He's eyes sparkled with elation, turning 100. 000 into 1. 000. He would now have resources for cultivation over the coming months. By the way, I am Luo Manlu. What is your name? Luo Manlu inquired once more. Fong He. Fong He, Luo Manlu echoed, slightly furrowing his brow. What is the name of your school? Jiangling High School. Once Luo Manlu confirmed the name, a warm smile spread across his face. I am Luo Manlu, of the Luo family from Fengquan. Chapter 62. The dragon does not dwell with snakes. Fong He's pupils dilated. The Luo family from Fengquan? You hail from the Luo family? Excellent. It seems you should be aware of certain matters. Luo Manlu maintained his genial demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiqing stood dumbfounded, astonished by the lineage of this individual. Upon revealing his name, Li Yank recognized him, and now even Luo Manlu was acquainted with him. Indeed. Fong He responded, expressing his inability to decipher the intentions of this individual. Despite the outward smile, one could only speculate about the thoughts concealed beneath the surface. Shall we converse over there? All right, Fong He acquiesced, feeling no trepidation about Luo Manlu's potential actions in such a public setting. Wait, is there something that cannot be discussed here? Li Yank interjected, sensing an underlying complexity to the situation. Oh? You know Fong He as well? Luo Manlu inquired, his curiosity piqued. He is my junior, Li Yank replied, casting a glance at Fong He. A junior. If I recall correctly, there is no Fong He in the preparatory class at South University. Luo Manlu exhibited confidence in his memory, believing that he could recall any information with a mere glance. The list of preparatory students accepted by the five greats circulated among various universities, as those who distinguished themselves in the national competitions typically hailed from these classes. He happened to be responsible for intelligence gathering for the Eastern University Student Council. He has caught the attention of my mentor and has committed to applying to South University next year. So he is indeed my junior, Li Yank stated matter-of-factly. I see. Luo Manlu acknowledged. I believe Fong He is eager to have a chat with me. With that, he turned his gaze towards Fong He. Yes, senior, I do wish to inquire about a few matters. Fong He was indeed curious about the intentions of this individual. All right then, go ahead. If there's anything you cannot resolve, feel free to approach me. Li Yank said, no longer obstructing them and glancing at Luo Manlu. Observing the scene, Luo Manlu's expression sharpened slightly, yet his smile remained intact as he walked towards the grass, with Fong He trailing behind. Watching their figures retreat, Li Yank pondered the nature of their connection, considering that one was from the Eastern University while the other attended high school in the South. She had heard whispers of a recent prodigy emerging from the Luo family. Though not from the main line, but rather from a collateral branch. However, she had not delved deeply into the origins of this genius. Allow me to introduce myself, Luo Manlu, sophomore at the Oriental Martial Arts University. He stated upon halting. He refrained from mentioning any further titles, knowing Fang he would not comprehend them. His visit to Jiangling was, in fact, under the family's directive, to make time to meet someone. Initially, he had assumed it was a courtesy visit for an elder to an old friend, only to discover it was to meet an ordinary high school senior. It later transpired that this young man was somehow connected to the recently risen talent within the family. Although he was young, he had attended several family meetings and understood the family's regard for Luo Yi, whom they viewed as the hope for the Luo family's resurgence. In such circumstances, the Luo family would not tolerate any interference with Luo Yi's aspirations. It was not that they forbade her from seeking a partner, but rather that they would not permit a country bumpkin from a small town to become her companion. Fang He, Jiangling High School. Senior. Fang He mirrored Luo Manlu's introduction. You must have feelings for Luo Yi, Luo Manlu remarked, his smile fading, revealing a more straightforward demeanor. Indeed, Fang He replied without hesitation. How is Luo Yi faring? Despite hearing that she was doing well online and that those around her treated her kindly, he still sought confirmation. Luo Manlu was somewhat taken aback by Fang He's candor. In his experience, boys of this age often exhibited a degree of timidity, especially in the presence of a girl's family. She is doing quite well, receiving the best guidance and access to resources suited to her. Fang He nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence as he awaited further discourse. I had not intended to seek you out today. But given our fortuitous encounter, I might as well convey this. You two are not meant to be, so do not pursue her any further. That her sentiment? Does it matter? It does. Luo Manlu was slightly taller and sturdier than Fang He, and the light from a nearby street lamp was completely obscured by him, casting a shadow over Fang He. Enveloped in darkness, he stood juxtaposed to the brightness surrounding him, silently locking eyes with Luo Manlu. Ha! Luo Manlu chuckled lightly, disrupting the silence. This is the family's stance. Fang He visibly exhaled, his previously erect posture sagging slightly. I understand. Is that all? What do you wish me to say? You ought to possess self-awareness. Luo Yi represents the family's future, and you exist in entirely different realms. If you truly wish her well, you should take the initiative to step away. Heh. Luo Manlu had anticipated this attitude. Young boys often fancied themselves the protagonists of their own narratives, believing that with enough effort, they could ascend to the pinnacle of the world as depicted in stories. Dragons do not dwell with snakes. You, at present, lack the understanding that individuals from vastly disparate backgrounds cannot forge a conclusion together. A phoenix soaring in the heavens cannot perceive a sparrow, even if they both begin from humble origins. Luo Manlu spoke patiently, having been instructed by his ancestor, Luo Haiping, to refrain from employing coercive measures. Dear young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page for a continuation, as it only gets more thrilling. Fang He said nothing, merely listening. He recognized that any words he might utter would seem futile. Preferring silence. South University has taken a liking to you, yet you have not entered their preparatory class. With your current abilities, you would merely be an ordinary member should you enroll. The Luo family has a history of producing individuals who qualify for the 5 greats. Even among them, there are at least 80 who have succeeded, and it matters not if you are a student of South University or the top scholar of Jiangling City. It is insufficient. Do you understand? I understand. With that, Fang He stepped out of the shadows into the dim light, having gleaned what he needed to know. There was no further need for discussion. Luo Manlu watched him depart without attempting to stop him. He was uncertain about what exactly Fang He had comprehended, but he knew it was far from resignation. Interesting, he mused, his demeanor reverting to a warm smile as he made his way back. Upon Fang He's return, Li Yank refrained from inquiring about their conversation, believing that if he wished to share, he would do so, and if not, there was no need to pry. After Luo Manlu returned, he addressed everyone present. I just had a brief exchange with classmate Fang He, who bravely apprehended a fugitive at great personal risk and will receive a reward of 10 million yuan. As the leader of this operation, Luo Manlu set the tone, crediting Fang He for the accomplishment, while Li Yank had merely assisted. The others clapped in appreciation, acknowledging Fang He's efforts. Fang He managed a smile, acknowledging those around him. Senior, I must take my leave now. All right. After bidding farewell to his senior, Fang He stepped into the darkness, gradually fading from sight. Chapter 63. Fanny Ying's departure a week later. At the Luo family estate. Elder ancestor, the situation is as follows. Luo Manlu reported to Luo Cixing regarding his trip to the south. He was a direct descendant of Luo Cixing and the most outstanding heir of his generation. Does that young man truly lack self-awareness? Luo Cixing's expression remained neutral, revealing no trace of emotion. He certainly hoped Fong He would recognize his place and withdraw on his own accord. However, the virtual world was beyond the Luo family's oversight, and they could not indefinitely prevent Luo Yi from going online. Indeed, Luo Manlu responded respectfully, "If my elder brother forbids us from taking action, then we shall refrain from doing so." Luo Manlu remained silent. Aren't there a few youngsters clamoring to pursue Luo Yi? Inform them that there is a fellow in Jiangling who has been persistently pursuing her. What if Luo Yi finds out? Luo Manlu hesitated. Then why would you let Luo Yi find out? Understood. I will take care of it. Very well. The Law Enforcement Bureau was notably efficient. The day after Kong Pong was taken away, the 10 million had already been transferred to Fong He's account. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong He utilized the entirety of the funds to purchase cultivation resources. I say, you're really going all out, Fanny Yang remarked as he observed Fong He drenched in sweat. Over a month had passed since Fong He captured the fugitive, and now, with ample resources at his disposal, he began a rigorous training regimen without concern for expenses. Previously, he had to manage his resources meticulously, but now he used them freely without a second thought. This is merely normal cultivation, Fong He replied, focusing intently on his breathing as he engaged in body-strengthening exercises. Normal, you say? What triggered your encounter with Kong Peng that night? Fanny Yang asked, smirking. He was not naive. He recognized that Fong He's transformation was undoubtedly linked to that evening, and he found it hard to believe that a mere body refinement practitioner could apprehend an injured Mingqiao realm individual. Yet no matter how he probed, Fong He remained tight-lipped. It was merely good fortune that I stumbled upon Kong Peng when he was incapacitated. I seized the opportunity, and I figured that with the money, I should translate it into strength. After speaking, Fong He rose from his apparatus and approached the strength testing machine. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a series of rapid punches, complemented by side kicks and whip kicks. Numbers surged forth in rapid succession. Fanny Yang clicked his tongue in mild astonishment and remarked, "By the way, I'll be transferring schools next semester." What? Fong He halted, turning to face Fanny Yang. Why the surprise? Just continue your training, Fanny Yang replied nonchalantly with a grin. What prompted this sudden change? Cough. You know, my family situation might be a bit complicated, so I'll be returning home to attend school there and then apply to Eastern University, Fanny Yang explained succinctly. Oh, what's this? Are you reluctant to part with me? No, I was merely contemplating the future when there will be no more generous benefactor inviting me to dinner, huh? It seems you have made considerable progress in your training recently. Come, let us spar together. If we must, then let us. He also wishes to test his own abilities. Fanny Yang drew his sword and beckoned to Fong He. Fanny Yang departed, transferring schools before the semester concluded. Without allowing Fong He to see him off, simply uttering a farewell until university in the training room, Fong He suddenly opened his eyes, and in that instant, it seemed a flash of sword light pierced through. 17-fold. Fong He rose, clenched his fist, and felt the power coursing through him. Generally speaking, achieving such a multiplier after perfecting blood quenching indicates readiness to break into the spirit movement realm. Yet, for Fong He, this was far from sufficient. His goal was 30-fold, or even higher. To attain 30-fold, beyond talent, a vast array of resources was required. He sensed that his body had yet to reach saturation. Blood quenching could continue. But the remaining issue was that of resources. After capturing Kong Peng, half of the resources exchanged remained, but he estimated they would only suffice for 20-fold. Almost enough, but he needed to devise a way for the rest. On Blue Star, the greatest resources were not found in the vaults of various trading houses or the national treasury, but rather in the boundless wilderness. Whatever resources one needed, they could invariably be found in the wild, provided one had the fortune to survive. Grandfather Liu, are you available to talk? Fong He sent a message and awaited a reply. About 10 minutes later, Lu Shiren responded that he was indeed available. Soon after, a video call request came through, which Fong He accepted without hesitation. With a flourish, Lu Shiren appeared before Fong He in a holographic projection, revealing the rainforest and the toppled corpse of a great tiger behind him. Fong He, Long time no see. I heard you assisted the Law Enforcement Bureau in capturing a fugitive. Hello, Grandfather Liu. That was merely good fortune. The fugitive was severely injured, allowing me to seize the opportunity. Fang He replied politely. Luck is a part of strength. Otherwise, why were you the one to encounter him? Lu Shiren replied nonchalantly, for in his view, a cat that catches mice, be it a black cat or a white cat, is simply a good cat. Fang He chuckled shyly. He knew well that it was not merely luck, but rather the result of having someone powerful backing him, though such matters need not be publicly discussed. So, what brings you to me? Grandfather Liu, do you still remember the azure-eyed toad? Fang He resumed a serious demeanor and spoke softly. Lu Shiren frowned slightly. Of course I remember. I asked, there's some lingering danger? No. Recently, fragments of memories suddenly came to me. If I am not mistaken, the soul of the azure-eyed toad is now accessible to me, along with its memories, Fang He explained. Indeed, since Fang He learned to close his eyes and see, unfamiliar memories had gradually surfaced in his mind. They were merely images without sound, viewed from the perspective of the azure-eyed toad. The last image among these memories depicted the moment it was utterly slain by Fang He. Besides that, the most profound memories were from its growth into a great demon. In truth, the azure-eyed toad was not a powerful beast by lineage. It had merely evolved step by step from an ordinary creature. Its transformation into a great demon was entirely due to a fortuitous encounter during its youth, a blood orchid. During a hunt, it unwittingly attracted the attention of a hawk and, in a panic, fell into a hidden river cave. After drifting for a time, it finally crawled ashore in a valley. It was in this valley that it discovered the blood orchid. Instinctively, it consumed the flower, leading to a transformation of its bloodline, allowing it to grow until it became a demon comparable to the spirit flight realm. That valley eventually became its lair, and now, with the demise of the azure-eyed toad, it lay unclaimed. Fang He's goal was the blood orchid, a spiritual treasure capable of cleansing and refining the body. However, the wilderness was fraught with danger. A fact he keenly understood. Without a skilled protector, he would not dare venture alone into the wild. Thus he sought out Lu Shiren. Chapter 64. National competition. So, you wish for me to accompany you on this journey? Lu Shiren chuckled. Yes, indeed. Haha, do you know how much it costs for a spirit flight realm expert to intervene? I am aware. Fang He certainly understood, having prepared for this matter after accessing the azure-eyed toad's memories. He had considered hiring some powerful individuals to accompany him into the wilderness, but this idea was swiftly dismissed. The wilderness was perilous, and besides the beasts, humans posed a significant threat. Those hired warriors might very well eliminate their employer if they stumbled upon treasure. In cities, one must adhere to order, but in the desolate wild, the law of the jungle prevails. Of course, with modern technology, one could transmit images of danger back just before disaster struck, allowing law enforcement to pursue justice on behalf of the victim. However, those who frequently engaged in such risky ventures were highly skilled. They would ensure the employer could not react in time and would utilize specialized jamming devices, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to send out distress signals. Lastly, there was the issue of costs. Once a martial artist reached the enlightened aperture realm, transactions were no longer conducted using blue star currency but rather with spiritual points. Therefore, hiring warriors was out of the question. Reflecting on familiar experts, the only one who came to mind was Lu Shiren, which led to today's video call. Grandfather Liu, there are many other spiritual treasures in that valley, all yours. I only seek the blood orchid. Fang He candidly articulated his intentions. Ha, your determination is enough for me. Since you discovered the place, those treasures are naturally yours. I shall merely accompany you on your journey. Lu Shiren replied heartily, thank you. Grandfather Liu, Fang He's eyes sparkled with excitement. Prepare yourself. After the new year, we shall set out. Very well. This year, the new year arrived earlier than the last, falling in January. At home, Fang He informed his family about his imminent return to the wilderness during the winter break. Under the guidance of the old principal, his parents readily agreed, believing that their son had already trained in the wild twice with the company of experts, and that no issues would arise. Had they known the true dangers of the wilderness, they likely would have forbade Fang He from leaving the city, even with an expert's protection. Similarly, this year's celebrations allowed Fang He to reunite with his long-absent cousins at his grandparents' house. His cousin, Lin Zi, had successfully enrolled in the local prestigious high school. Although not in the elite class, she was well regarded by teachers and had hopes of entering the elite class next year. His cousin, Yang Jahan, was in his third year of university, having broken through to the enlightened aperture realm, though he was still struggling in the early stages and had a long journey ahead to reach the mid-stage. This made Fang He ponder the likes of Li Yank and Luo Manlu, who were even a year younger than Yang Jahan yet had effortlessly dispatched late-stage enlightened aperture realm foes 6 months prior. He wondered just how powerful they had become. With this comparison, Fang He felt an even greater yearning for the 5 greats. What? You've reached 18-fold after perfecting your blood-quenching? Yang Jahan exclaimed with wide eyes, incredulous as he gazed at his cousin. Indeed, Fang He nodded. Goodness, I only managed to break through after reaching 15-fold. Then why didn't you continue to refine for a while longer to strive for a higher breakthrough? Fang He queried, puzzled that it was pointless. For me, 16-fold and 15-fold are indistinguishable. If I persisted, I could not bear the cost of those resources. I eventually came to terms with it. Achieving a breakthrough is sufficient. I too wish to become a renowned hero, vanquishing the beasts, but that is beyond my reach, Yang Jahan replied, casting a sideways glance at Fang He. Realizing his oversight, Fang He understood that his cousin's situation was more representative of the norm. Most individuals, limited by their aptitude, might only achieve 13 or 14-fold in blood quenching before stagnating. To pursue higher levels of refinement would require an even greater investment of resources, which was beyond the means of an ordinary family. Oh, clap! Yang Jahan clapped Fang He on the shoulder, laughing heartily, but having you as a genius cousin is already something to boast about. After the winter break, I'll have to tell those fellows that my cousin is on track to enter the 5 greats. Who knows? We might even see you at the national competition. Yang Jahan had no doubt about Fang He's potential to enter the 5 greats, though he was unaware that Fang He had already been pre-accepted by Nanda. National competition? What is that? Fang He inquired curiously upon hearing this new term. It's an annual competition held between the major martial arts academies, featuring freshman participants. Based on the school's rankings, cultivation resources are distributed. Yang Jahan clarified. Why haven't we heard of this before? Fang He wondered, having lived long without encountering any news regarding the national competition. That's an internal event of the academies. It's quite intense. The atmosphere is rather intense, so it isn't publicized. However, we can view it within the martial arts university, Yang Jahan explained. Fang He understood. It seemed this competition would be rather brutal. After a moment, he asked, Brother Han, you've seen the martial arts elite competition held in Jiangling City. How would you compare the intensity of that event? Chuckle. Yang Jahan laughed. I mean, no disrespect to that elite competition, but compared to the national competition, it's like child's play. Not at all. I watched every match of Brother He's. They were quite fierce, and Brother He was incredibly impressive. After listening silently for a considerable duration, Lin Zi finally stepped forward to speak on behalf of Fang He. Zi, I too have witnessed Xiao He's competition. He is indeed remarkable. Mastering martial skills to perfection upon entering his 3rd year of high school is a rarity in our typical martial arts universities. Yang Jahan affirmed Fang He's prowess. After a brief pause, he continued, however, in their competitions, the weapons were not sharpened. Throughout the entire match, there were scarcely any injuries. I estimate that after being treated, they could be lively and sprightly within 10 minutes. But in the national competition, it is a matter of striking with force and drawing blood, with victory as the sole objective. Lin Zi gasped, her mouth agape. Having never ventured into the wilderness, she found it hard to fathom such a scene. Then, Hangu, why do they fight so fiercely? Is there animosity involved? Fang He naturally believed his cousin's words, yet he yearned to understand why the university competitions were so intense. Yang Jahan opened his mouth, seemingly about to elaborate, but hesitated, redirecting instead. You will understand once you enter university. Tisik, how stingy. Can't we know anything? Lin Zi expressed her dissatisfaction with her cousin's teasing. Fang He, however, felt no such annoyance. He recognized that every place had its own set of rules. If he wished to uncover these mysteries, he would have to wait until he entered university, where enlightenment would come. The national competition, as suggested by his cousin, would involve martial arts institutions from across the nation, presenting an opportunity to encounter numerous prodigies. Merely being the top student from Jiangling City would not suffice. Winning the national championship would certainly draw the attention of the Luo family. Fang He was filled with anticipation. Chapter 65. A return to the wilderness in the year 2226, on the 6th day of the first lunar month. Before the New Year festivities had concluded, Fang He had already shouldered his pack and embarked on his journey into the wilderness. Unlike his previous excursions, this time he was venturing alone and, of course, the principal was currently occupied with a station duty and could not personally escort Fang He. Thus, the responsibility of accompanying him to the outpost fell to He Xingqian, the former martial arts teacher of Class 9, with Lu Ningxi, Luo Yi, and Fanny Ying all having departed. This year's exchange competition relied solely on him. As they traveled, He Xingqian navigated the rugged terrain in a rugged SUV, all the while affirming to Fang He, this year's exchange competition champion will undoubtedly be from Jiangling High School. Fang He responded with unwavering confidence, yes, I am certain of it. He Xingqian was pleased with Fang He's response, but admonished, though you have defeated Wu Tong, it is said he has been in seclusion recently and has made considerable progress. Do not let your guard down. Indeed, I am aware, Fang He acknowledged, fully cognizant of Wu Tong's diligent training. Not only in Lingbei but also in Qingnan, others were eager to make their mark in this exchange competition. However, he too had not been idle during this time. If he were to face his 4-month-ago self, he could easily prevail within 5 moves. He Xingqian sighed inwardly. What was once a guaranteed win had evolved into a challenging situation. With the emergence of a prodigy like Lu Ningxi, alongside the rising stars Luo Yi, Fang He, and Fanny Yang, Jiangling High School seemed poised for success. Regrettably, before graduation, Luo Yi's talent was discovered by the main family, leading to her departure for training, while Lu Ningxi's mastery of spear techniques earned her a special invitation from Jingwuda. Ultimately, Fanny Yang too had to return to his family due to familial obligations, despite the school's attempts to retain him. Now, Jiangling was left with only Fang He, a solitary seedling. Although others were competent, they paled in comparison to him. It is essential to remember that the exchange competition evaluates not merely individual strength but the entire team. Even if Fang He could gain an advantage in individual and pair battles, that advantage would diminish considerably in a 5-person team fight. You need not bear too much pressure. Simply do your best, He Xingqian reassured, observing Fang He's serious demeanor. Understood, Teacher He. I am well aware of my responsibilities. After traveling approximately 300 kilometers from Jiangling City, Fang He finally arrived at the designated meeting point to find the old principal waiting. The vehicle did not enter the outpost. After ensuring Fang He's safe arrival, He Xingqian exchanged greetings with the old principal and returned to Jiangling. Grandpa Lu, it has been a while, Fang He exclaimed. Indeed, it has been too long. You have grown taller and sturdier, Lu Shuren remarked. Assessing Fang He's condition, he, I have been striving diligently. I intend to help Jiangling High School secure the championship in the exchange competition, Fang He declared. Ha ha ha, I look forward to witnessing it, Lu Shuren replied, pleased. Although he was stationed in the wilderness and unable to return home, and the exchange competition lacked formal broadcasts, he would not find it difficult to keep an eye on events. Just watch and see. Then let us set off now to procure that blood orchid. Huh? What do you mean by huh? We must act swiftly. I cannot be away for too long, Dado. Right, do you remember the route? Fang He meticulously recalled the path, comparing it with the surrounding environment, and affirmed, I remembered in Fengquan City. Within a lavish club, a gathering of young individuals took place, all of whom were offspring of prominent families in the city. As the capital of the eastern region, it was home to numerous families with intricate relationships woven throughout. What has Ming been up to lately? Inquired a fair-skinned youth. The boy referred to as Ming had a youthful visage, appearing more like their younger sibling than a peer. What else could I be doing? Just training at home. And you? The fair-skinned youth chuckled before continuing. I am still the same as before, but I recently heard some news. I wonder if you are aware. What news? Urged Lu Jiyuan. Do not keep us in suspense. Indeed, we are brothers. What can't be shared? The group chimed in. Lu Jiyuan, not one to prolong the suspense, divulged. You should all be aware that the Luo family has produced a prodigy. Of course, who wouldn't know? Yes, it's been the talk of the town. Indeed, my family patriarch even suggested I get closer to Luo Yi. Have you met Luo Yi? Of course not, that I hear she is exceptionally beautiful. How do you know? Just hearsay, he replied, as the group engaged in animated discussion. Ming remained silent, leisurely consuming his food while observing their commotion. Cough. We are all aware of our respective standings within our families. As oldly mentioned earlier, our elders have given some hints, haven't they? Lu Jiyuan interjected, capturing everyone's attention. What Lu Jiyuan stated was accurate. Their families were not weak in Fengquan City, each possessing at least one Dragon Gate-level martial artist. Or else they would not mingle in such circles. However, within each generation, a family could only have one heir, with the remaining descendants serving a supportive role. Although they possessed talent and held respectable status within their clans, none were the primary heirs. As their families wielded similar influence and their individual strengths were comparable, they naturally congregated, dining together, exchanging information, and engaging in mutual communication. Originally, their life plans were straightforward: to pursue studies at one of the 5 great universities, then serve in the military, gaining experience before returning to assist the family head. However, the sudden emergence of Luo had disrupted their plans. Such a prodigy, appearing unexpectedly and possessing striking beauty, had piqued the interest of both them and their families. The Luo family had made it clear that Luo would not marry outside her clan, necessitating the recruitment of a son-in-law, and naturally, the direct heirs could not marry into the Luo family, thus presenting an opportunity for them. At this moment, Lu Jiyuan, as the core of their group, brought up Luo, garnering several intrigued glances. 2 days ago, news from the Luo family indicated that someone from the small place where Luo hails has been persistently pursuing her. Due to her kind nature, she did not wish to appear as a bully, thus ignoring him, which is why the Luo family has not intervened. It is said that this fellow possesses considerable strength and potential for one of the 5 great universities. It remains to be seen who can suppress him, Lu Jiyuan conveyed. Oh? Someone dares to pursue Luo. Perhaps he seeks to climb the social ladder? Why hasn't the Luo family taken action? They should simply deal with this individual. Could it be that he has some powerful backing, and the Luo family finds it inconvenient to act, hoping we will take care of the matter instead? Indeed, we must be cautious not to end up with nothing while attracting trouble. And what do you intend to do? Just observe. I have no intention of getting involved. And you? I too shall simply watch. Ming regarded the others as they engaged in lively conversation. Chapter 66. The Blood Orchid. As for Grandpa Lu, they were merely 100 kilometers eastward. He navigated based on his recollections. At that moment, Lu Shiren was effortlessly carrying him through the air, and 3 hours had elapsed since their departure. With the speed of the Lingkong realm, even though they could not fly at full speed in the wilderness, 3 hours was ample time to cover a significant distance. Now, their current location is remarkably close to Yunming'ai in the memory of the Bai toad. It had once witnessed the colossal beasts churning in the depths of Yunming's, their sinuous bodies instilling a sense of trepidation that kept it at bay. The legends of the dragons in Yunming's are not mere fabrications. Xiaohe, we can no longer fly here. We must descend and approach that valley slowly. For Lu Shiren, flying at low altitude was not particularly daunting, but maintaining unwavering concentration in the depths of this wilderness was the true challenge, as there could be no moment of relaxation. It has been quite some time since that place was last visited. It's possible that other demonic beasts have taken residence there. He remarked. In He's recollection, the Bai toad had repelled numerous beasts that coveted that valley in the past. Indeed, if what you say is true, that area must be a treasure trove, and it is certain to be occupied by beasts. Lu Shiren concurred with He. So, Grandfather Lu, should we proceed under the cover of night? Or rest here for the time being? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shiren asked, Can you still hold on? He confidently patted his chest, declaring, No problem, I'm not tired. This was indeed the truth. After a whole day, it was nearly evening, and he had scarcely walked at all, either traveling by vehicle or being carried through the air. All right, then we shall head east for now and find a place to rest when we get closer. Once we locate the treasures, we shall return. Understood. I will follow your lead. The wilderness at night is far more perilous than during the day, with the sounds of beasts echoing in the darkness. Fortunately, their goal was modest, and thus they encountered no significant issues. The demonic beasts they came across were to be avoided whenever possible. If evasion proved impossible, they would be dealt with. It was a pity to leave behind the valuable materials from those beasts, which could not be carried and had to be discarded. In another 5 kilometers, we shall arrive. Look, He pointed to a stone wall ahead. This place appeared to be merely a stone wall, stretching endlessly, its length unknown. Who would have imagined that within it lay a hidden paradise? Can we find the entrance? The entrance is marked by 3 conspicuous large trees nearby. We should be able to spot them along this stone wall. The two did not approach directly, but instead circled the perimeter, soon discovering the 3 towering trees standing in a line before the stone wall. Now that we have found the place, let us rest first. We will explore inside at dawn. To err on the side of caution. The two, having traveled under the stars, did not venture recklessly into the valley, but instead sought a sheltered spot to rest outside. The following morning, Fang He and Lu Shiren entered through a crevice in the stone wall, a fissure that the Bai toad had discovered while searching for an exit, which had been gradually widened into an entrance. The cave was dark and damp, and after only a few steps, Fang He felt a sticky sensation enveloping him. He had not yet attained the Mingxiao realm to condense a protective spiritual garment like the old principle. After walking for about 20 minutes, they finally glimpsed light ahead. "Wait here for me. I will take a look," Lu Shiren instructed before proceeding alone. Fang He nodded in agreement. At this point, there was little for him to do. As his abilities held little significance in this environment, "Xiaoa, it's quite fortunate. There's no danger here. You may come over," Lu Shiren called out after confirming the absence of threats. "All right, I'm coming." Stepping out of the cave, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. The outside world was cloaked in ice and snow, yet the valley was a vibrant tableau of spring blossoms. Before them lay a vast expanse of flatland, surrounded by towering cliffs with a water pool nearby. This was the very spot the Bai toad had floated up to through the underground river. Shualon, Shualon, Fang He murmured. These demonic beasts possessed high intelligence and would not engage in reckless depletion of resources. Such spiritual herbs, once harvested, might regrow after several decades or even centuries. "Aha, I've found it." Following his memories, Fang He indeed discovered 3 Shualon flowers growing from the cliff face, their oval leaves edged with a wavy pattern. The Shualon flowers were about 30 meters above the ground, an altitude from which Fang He could easily harvest them without needing to trouble the old principal, who had gone elsewhere in search of spiritual herbs. Fang He retrieved his various tools, preparing for the careful harvesting of these precious herbs, as both the picking and preservation of such spiritual items were of utmost importance. Everything went smoothly. He ascended effortlessly, plucked the Shualon flowers without causing any rock slides, nor did he encounter the sort of perilous scenarios often depicted in novels, such as snakes appearing while harvesting herbs on steep cliffs. The principal had yet to return. So Fang He, wearing gloves, took a Shualon flower from the preservation box for closer inspection. Up close, the flower appeared as if it were a masterfully sculpted piece of art, glistening in the sunlight. With a faintly visible blood-red sap coursing within, the delicate fragrance wafted through the air, subtle yet invigorating, a marvelous find. This item had indeed been discovered in other places before, known for its remarkable effects on martial artists during their body refining stages. Yet it had never circulated in the market, having been preemptively collected by various prominent families and academies. Naturally, Fang He had not heard of this. The old principal had learned about it through inquiries after hearing Fang He's descriptions. The specifics of its effects were also unclear to the principal. Nonetheless, it was said that the old principal had garnered considerable attention while seeking information about this herb, prompting many to inquire if he had found the location where the Shualon flower grew. However, all such inquiries were deflected. The Shualon flower could be consumed directly, possessing mild medicinal properties that significantly aided blood refining. Sitting cross-legged, Fang He swallowed the flower whole. Only by utilizing such treasures on oneself could they truly be considered one's own. The Shualon flower was not large, approximately the size of an adult's half palm, making it more than sufficient to consume in one bite. Upon entering his mouth, it felt slightly cool, followed swiftly by a wave of warmth that coursed down his throat and spread throughout his body. This pleasurable sensation elicited an involuntary moan from Fang He, a feeling he had never experienced during his prior cultivation. He activated the Qiling Ju, combining its effects with the Shualon flower to refine his blood. If anyone could peer into Fang He's body at that moment, they would witness his cells undergoing continuous renewal, with droplets of blood becoming increasingly dense. Just as Fang He was immersed in his cultivation, ripples began to form in the water pool nearby. Chapter 67. The great serpent, your strength must have improved significantly, Lu Shiren remarked upon returning, observing Fang He's radiant demeanor. He, I've already refined my blood to 22 times. Fang He replied, gauging his newfound strength. This small Shualon flower had saved him at least 2 months of effort, and its greatest benefit lay not merely in enhancing his power, but in augmenting his endurance. If previously he could refine his blood to a maximum of around 25 times, now he could even envision the prospect of surpassing 30 times. Of course, reaching that level would require considerable time. With 2 more Shuilon flowers remaining, their efficacy would certainly diminish compared to the first, yet achieving around 28 times would still be a commendable outcome. Now that we have secured the items, let us return, Lu Shiren suggested cheerfully, clearly pleased with their smooth journey. Earlier, he had also gathered some rewards while sweeping through the valley. All right, let us go. Just as Fang He finished speaking, Lu Shiren sensed something amiss. Without time to elaborate, he swiftly seized Fang He and hurled him into a nearby thicket. The water pool surged as numerous aquatic demonic beasts surged forth onto the shore. Fang He crouched low, peering up to see creatures resembling small cars, lobsters and crabs leading the charge, followed closely by serpents as thick as a human waist, their sheer numbers inducing a chilling dread. Swoosh, Lu Shiren swung his hand, and darkness enveloped the area, causing the small demons to fall in droves, their skin turning black and their expressions twisted in agony. Hiss breaking the surface of the water, a giant serpent with a single horn emerged. Its lantern-sized eyes fixated on Lu Shiren, its exposed body already towering 3 to 4 stories high. Following the commands of the great serpent, the remaining shrimp and crab minions launched another assault on Lu Shiren. He found himself in a predicament. While these lesser demons posed little threat, the horned serpent was a formidable foe. Though escaping was not difficult for him, protecting Fang He complicated matters. Contemplating a strategy, he wielded a dagger, unleashing a fierce wave of blade energy that seemed to embody martial will. Hiss as Lu Shiren's minions fell like harvested wheat, the serpent's cries grew increasingly frantic. With a great splash, its entire form finally emerged from the depths, and Fang He's eyes widened in astonishment. Rather than a mere snake, it resembled a dragon, its belly swollen in preparation for transformation. The serpent's scales were jet black, intricately arranged like tiny plates, its tail coiled on the ground while the front half of its body arched high, its massive jaws unleashing a frigid orb of energy. Lu Shiren, unaccustomed to direct confrontations, was nonetheless quick, easily evading the icy breath. Although confident in his speed, he couldn't help but wonder why it felt so effortless. Regardless, he resolved to fight back. Fleeing would only provoke the demons to pursue him relentlessly. In the wilderness, surrounded by beasts, drawing attention from the dominant predators would spell disaster. By demonstrating his strength, he could make them understand that he was not to be trifled with, making any subsequent retreat more manageable. Ultimately, it all came down to strength. Shadow follow. Lu Shiren's body transformed into a swirling shadow, utilizing the darkness to swiftly approach the colossal serpent. With a swift hiss, the short blade found its way into the gaps between the scales of the great beast. In stark contrast to the serpent's immense size, the wound inflicted by the blade seemed trivial, hardly more than a mosquito's bite. Yet, the serpent let out a piercing wail. The high-pitched, shrill hiss reverberated painfully in Fang He's ears, causing them to almost bleed despite his hands being pressed firmly against them, unable to shield himself from the auditory assault. Lu Shiren remained unfazed, continuing his relentless assault. Ming Pei, Ming Sha, Ming Mia, the 4th-tier martial technique. The 3 strikes of the Underworld King. The most distinctive feature of dark spiritual energy is its corrosive nature. While the initial wound may be minor, the power that seeps deep into the bone marrow is as relentless as a maggot burrowing into flesh. The serpent, though slightly slow to react, was decisive. Realizing it could no longer shake off the creature clinging to it, it opted to encase itself in ice. A stream of blue, spiritual energy emanated from beneath its scales, swiftly enveloping its entire form, forming a layer of icy armor upon its surface. Humph! Lu Shiren let out a cold snort, having discerned that the serpent was not in its complete state. Thus, the plan required alteration. The possibility of hunting this great serpent was now on the table. There was no peace to speak of between humans and demon beasts. The fleeting tranquility was merely a fade masked by mutual impotence. Now that the opportunity to slay the serpent presented itself, it must not be squandered. Break the armor. Lu Shiren swung his blade once more, shattering the icy shell. The serpent's intelligence was not to be underestimated. It quickly devised an escape plan upon sensing danger, disregarding its minions, thinking to flee. The atmosphere had already escalated to this point. Escape was no longer an option. With his hands imbued with spiritual energy, he conjured two massive dark hands that grasped the serpent's tail, dragging it back. Grateful for the terrain, the surrounding rock walls muffled much of the noise, preventing a horde of beasts from being attracted. There was no escape for the serpent. A fleeting glimmer of regret flickered in its eyes. It should not have ventured out. Wounds appeared across its massive body, a network of fine bloodstains covering its expansive form. With its subordinate minions meeting a grim fate, crack! The corrosive dark energy left the serpent without even a chance for self-detonation, and it was thus that Lu Shuren severed its head with a decisive strike. The colossal body, having lost control, crashed heavily into the valley, while the severed head landed beside Fang He, blood gushing from the severed neck, pooling into rivulets that resembled small streams. Grandpa Lu, is it over? Incredible! Fang He scrambled to his feet and rushed to Lu Shuren's side. The battle concluded swiftly this time, lacking the chaotic clash of powerful adversaries that characterized the previous encounter. This serpent's strength is unusual. We should hasten our departure. Lu Shuren spoke, his tone laced with curiosity. After uttering this, he approached the serpent's carcass, intending to dissect it and gather materials, as the components harvested from a great demon beast could yield considerable merit within the military. Ah, no wonder. Lu Shuren paused his dissection. What is it? Fang He leaned in, peering curiously. His own abilities were insufficient to breach the serpent's scales even with the headmaster's weapon, so he stood by, observing Lu Shuren's actions. This great serpent is pregnant. See here? Lu Shuren stepped aside to let Fang He take a look. Indeed, Fang He immediately spotted 3 formed serpent eggs within the serpent's abdomen. Ha! Then we have preemptively eliminated potential future great demons. Fang He laughed heartily. In the realm of demon beasts, bloodlines held paramount importance. Should the parents be great demons, their offspring were likely to inherit their formidable prowess. Of course, the stronger the demon beast, the more arduous it was for them to conceive. These serpent eggs are valuable, possessing significant research merit. Lu Shuren expressed satisfaction, drawing the 3 eggs into his grasp with a swift motion. After another half-hour of preparations, Lu Shuren surveyed the area. Let us depart. This haul has proven substantial. Indeed, we owe it all to Grandpa Lu. Chapter 68. The rising wind deep within the vast expanse of Yuming Marsh lies what is known as a forbidden zone for humanity, where various aquatic demon beasts lurk in the shadows. Beneath the water's surface, a grand underwater palace has been constructed, housing demon beasts of at least great demon caliber. In the central hall of the palace, coiled within, is a petite dragon with 2 horns protruding from its forehead and 5 claws beneath its belly, exuding no discernible aura. Even its breath seemed to be suppressed. Suddenly, its tightly shut eyes burst open. In the dragon's human-like eyes, a fierce emotion known as rage manifested. Investigate. Who dares to slay my daughter? The voice reverberated through the waters, causing all encountered demon beasts to prostrate themselves. In the steep valley, the 5-clawed dragon hovered above, surveying the fallen demon corpses below, a profound silence enveloping the atmosphere, imbued with an eerie tension. None of the numerous demon beasts hovering behind it dared to utter a word. You claim that in this territory of yours, my daughter has been slain by a human, and you remain oblivious? The dragon's voice echoed throughout the valley. 2 great demons remained crouched, unable to articulate. The only sounds they could muster were pitiful whimpers. The dragon paid them no heed. From behind, a massive tortoise stepped forward, emanating an invisible aura that caused the 2 lesser demons to falter, their presence extinguished. Have you discovered anything? The dragon's tone was calm. My lord, we have ascertained it is indeed a human. We have traced the flying beasts within a 100-mile radius, and can confirm it was an old man and a young boy. The tortoise replied, lowering its head in deference. Send word to Yunming Marsh. Unleash the beast tide and lay waste to the city. The dragon's gaze was cold and indifferent. As you command. The multitude of beasts did not dare to refute. Responding in unison, those unable to speak in human tongue echoed with roars. The dragon exhaled a frigid breath, encasing the serpent's corpse in ice, which the tortoise then bore away. All other demon corpses were reduced to dust. Fang He had returned to Jiangling City for half a month, with less than 2 days remaining until the new semester commenced. The remaining 2 blood orchid flowers had been consumed, as anticipated. His blood refinement had reached a remarkable 25 times, aligning perfectly with his initial expectations. Drip, drip, drip. He glanced at the incoming message from Fanny Yang, who was already far to the east. Iron-blooded true man. You should be cautious. Someone is coming to Jiangling to trouble you. Disturbed. Why? Iron-blooded true man. A few young ones from the Fengquan generation are seeking you out. Disturbed. Me? For what reason? Luo Yi. Iron-blooded true man. Not too dim-witted. They learned that Luo Yi had dealings with someone here. Unfortunate for you, your name has surfaced. But worry not, they are coming alone. No elders involved. Disturbed. What are their backgrounds? What is their strength? Iron-blooded true man. Each family has experts at the Longmin realm. Their prowess is at least at the pinnacle of blood refinement, though specifics on how many times I cannot confirm. Their martial techniques are all at a perfect level. Disturbed. Then it's no issue. Let them come. Iron-blooded true man. So confident. Disturbed. My blood refinement has reached 25 times. Iron-blooded true man. What sort of elixir have you taken? So fast. Disturbed. I found a few blood orchids. Just a slight boost. Covers mouth with a smile. Iron-blooded true man. Smiling, smiling, smiling. 50 kilometers outside Yuming Marsh, a concealed observation post appeared as a small hill from the outside, primarily tasked with monitoring whether powerful demon beasts emerged from the marsh. That evening, after the 10 soldiers had their dinner, they busied themselves according to their shifts, with the newly enlisted soldier Xiao Hu and veteran De Zhuang on night duty. The two were stationed in the control room on the top floor. Fixated on the screens displaying various data, including fluctuations of spiritual energy, temperature, humidity, wind speed, and more. Brother Zhuang, does the current humidity seem a bit off to you? Xiao Hu noted an anomaly on the display. De Zhuang cast a glance, dismissing it. What could possibly be wrong? We're near Yuming Marsh. The aquatic beasts could easily cause a rise in humidity just by turning over. It's nothing at all. I see. Xiao Hu remained skeptical. Trust me, I've been stationed here for many years. De Zhuang thumped his chest proudly. Noticing Xiao Hu's silence, De Zhuang grew bored and initiated a conversation. What made you want to join the army? My martial talent is lacking, and my family's circumstances are ordinary, but I didn't want to give up on martial arts, so I came to the military. Xiao Hu's eyes sparkled with hope. He had heard that the military offered abundant opportunities, and as long as one performed well, they could earn merit to exchange for cultivation resources. De Zhuang understood. The military indeed provided a promising path, with many of average talent choosing to enlist immediately after high school. Undergoing training and assessments, you've come to the right place. As long as you do well, you won't lack for cultivation resources. De Zhuang clapped Xiao Hu on the shoulder. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared, and the previously stable display screen showcased a sudden spike in spiritual energy readings. Quick, signal the base. De Zhuang urged urgently. Oh, right. Xiao Hu, flustered, fumbled for the button to press. Hiss. Xiao Hu's movement halted abruptly, De Zhuang's mouth agape, speechless. All actions within the observation post froze, and in the next moment, a layer of frost emerged from their pores, instantly freezing them in mere seconds. The entire post transformed into an ice sculpture, which gradually sank into the snow, leaving no trace behind. A colossal python soared through the air, trailed by a multitude of demon beasts, not only aquatic but terrestrial as well, densely packed as far as the eye could see. What is happening? In less than half an hour, 8 observation posts have failed to report in. In the command post of the outpost, a stern middle-aged man clad in military uniform inquired. This moment, the atmosphere within the command room was chaotic. Just moments ago, the forward outpost had lost communication almost simultaneously. The protocol for field outposts mandated a report every 10 minutes, yet now 8 outposts had failed to report for over half an hour. The current situation remained unclear, and 10 elite teams had already been dispatched to investigate. Any developments would be reported immediately, replied a soldier resembling a clerk. What of the other outposts? The other outposts are functioning normally. Humph. Those beasts in Yunming's are restless again. Contact headquarters and report the situation here. Yes. The clerk proceeded to draft a document for higher authorities. Commander, the 9th outpost has just gone dark, but before losing contact, they transmitted a video, called out an operator from the front. Project the video onto the big screen. Yes. Chapter 69. The beast tide gathers a flurry of static flickered before the signal connected. The video displayed an unstable image, shaking erratically. This is a report from the command post. Outpost 23 is under attack and is on the brink of collapse. A quavering voice emerged from the video. Insects. So many insects. Activate defenses. It's too late. These insects can corrode the spiritual energy barrier. Deploy Fire God 3 and sweep them away. Streams of fire erupted, incinerating swathes of insects that fell to the ground. Charred, yet it was futile as more waves of insects continued to surge forth. The energy reserves of Fire God 3 were limited. Once depleted, soldiers in the body refinement and spirit movement realms would be utterly incapable of withstanding such a massive horde. The last image captured in the video was of the insect tide devouring everything, before the screen was engulfed in darkness. Silence enveloped the expansive command room, devoid of any sound. Commander, Outposts 26 and 27 have also gone dark. Commander, Outpost 18 has sent a video. They are currently in the process of retreating. The incoming intelligence shattered the silence. Notify all outposts to retreat. Those below the Enlightenment Realm should head southeast and establish a position 300 kilometers from Jiangling City to regroup. The remaining personnel will follow me. The middle-aged commander decisively issued the orders. Yes, he exited the operations room, with Lu Shuren closely behind. This outpost boasted 3 individuals at the Celestial Realm, sufficient for ordinary situations. Yet faced with the ferocious beast tide, there was no assurance of success. Judging by the videos received, at least 4 formidable beasts had already appeared, and it remained uncertain whether a Lord-level beast would manifest this time. In the headquarters of the Southern Military District, located in the city of Dingjiang, the meeting room was brightly lit despite the late hour. Let us review the messages coming from Jiangling City. The elder seated at the head of the table suggested. The display screens before the 10 or so individuals illuminated with news from the Jiangling outpost. Have you all finished? Share your thoughts. He prompted as the audience completed their review. This time, it feels like Yunming's is genuinely preparing for war. If they desire conflict, then let us engage. I believe we should deliberate further. Liang Pindong is currently active near Jiangling. We can send him to provide support. When has our Xia nation ever feared war? These brutes won't know fear until they are made to feel pain. But we cannot predict the casualties that may arise. If we do not strike now, the losses will only increase. Such a large-scale beast tide must surely be orchestrated by a Lord-level beast. Let us strike first and see what they intend. Could this beast tide be masterminded by that ancient flood dragon? Unlikely. He has not shown his face since being gravely wounded by the Ghost King over a century ago. Nonetheless, we should notify the Celestial Realm just in case and prepare accordingly. The elder observed the ensuing discussion among the attendees without interjecting. Half an hour later, the discussion subsided, and the group's eyes returned to the elder. Upon receiving the news, I have already informed Liang Pindong. He will intervene if a Lord-level beast appears. Given the current tense situation, each Celestial Realm individual has specific duties to uphold, particularly at the starry battlefield, making it difficult to reassign personnel. Therefore, we must avoid troubling the Celestial Realm unless absolutely necessary. All martial arts universities in the southern region should dispatch all second-year and above students to support Jiangling City. The garrison forces of the Southern Military District will retain only 1/3 of their strength. The remainder shall proceed to Jiangling to ensure that the beasts do not cross the blockade. Any objections should be raised now. No objections. No objections. Every individual present, even those previously cautious about engaging in warfare, voiced no dissent against the elder's directives. The middle-aged commander traversed the forest with his men, opting not to fly, as they were aware of the circumstances ahead. Their mission was not to engage in direct combat, but to ascertain the situation. This will suffice. Old Lu, Old Yang, let us each take a team and scout in different directions. We will reconvene here in 2 hours regardless of what we discover. The commander allocated tasks without contention. The 2 men took 5 individuals each and proceeded to scout in separate directions. It was winter, and the snow blanketed the forest thickly, the pale moonlight reflecting off the surface. Typically, the woods would be alive with activity at night. However, tonight the entire forest lay in eerie silence. Gradually, faint rustling sounds began to emerge. Lu Shuren gestured, and the others understood, quickly finding places to conceal themselves. A pack of one-horned snow wolves raced through the snow-covered ground. Numbering approximately 1,000, with the weakest among them already at the spirit movement realm. At the rear of the pack was the one-horned snow wolf king, who had previously encountered Lu Shuren. Lu Shuren had no intention of engaging them. Their mission was to gather intelligence and being ensnared at this moment would jeopardize not only the mission but their very lives. Dark spiritual energies silently enveloped the group, effectively concealing them from the keen noses of the wolves. The pack passed beneath the trees in an orderly fashion, with only the one-horned snow wolf king glancing curiously upwards as they passed, yet failing to detect anything amiss. The sight caused Lu Shuren's team members to break into a cold sweat. If they were to be trapped among the wolves, their chances of survival would be slim without the ability to fly. Utilizing Lu Shuren's dark spiritual energy, they continued westward, encountering several waves of beast hordes, swarming insects, giant pincers crabs, armored crocodiles, and water birds soaring through the air, beasts from either Yunming's or the surrounding mountains. Rough estimates indicated that, aside from the insect tide, they had encountered no less than tens of thousands of beasts. They transmitted the collected information back to headquarters. They prepared to turn back upon nearing Yunming's. Just then, a surge of energy rippled through the depths of Yunming as a beast leading the charge stepped forth, emanating an aura powerful enough to exert pressure on Lu Shuren and his companions from hundreds of kilometers away. Lu Shuren felt slightly better, but the others were beginning to struggle for breath under this overwhelming presence. Retreat! Lu Shuren managed to utter the command through gritted teeth before leading his team back to the rendezvous point without looking back. This was a grave matter. Only a Lord-level beast could induce such pressure from afar. It was entirely possible that a scene of a beast king assaulting the city was about to unfold. Should that occur, Jiangling City, being the closest to Yunming's, would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Humph! They run rather swiftly, remarked a massive python with twin horns, resembling the serpent that had been slain days prior. Beasts at the Lord level possessed the ability to probe souls, akin to humans achieving the Dragon Gate realm. While there remained instances of victories over stronger foes below the Dragon Gate realm, the disparity between the Dragon Gate realm and those beneath it was insurmountable. There could be no victories achieved through surpassing levels. The python's soul energy could evidently encompass a range of several hundred kilometers. However, just as it prepared to strike, the fleeing humans had already escaped from its grasp. Jiangling City, Chapter 70. War preparation. The situation was dire. Matters were worse than anticipated. Within the hastily established forward command post, the middle-aged commander, Old Yang, and Lu Shuren compared the intelligence they had gathered. Currently, we have identified over 20 formidable beasts, not to mention the Lord-level python encountered by Old Lu at the edge of Yuming. Old Yang, whose full name was Yang Bing, was an old hand in the military. Having recently rotated to the wild outpost in Jiangling City less than a year ago, and now faced with such a sudden crisis, he felt uncertain. We possess records of all Lord-level beasts in Yunming's. This must be the offspring of that ancient flood dragon, remarked Commander Zhong Linmao, who had long been responsible for the wild outpost in Jiangling and was well acquainted with the situation in Yunming's. Although Lu Shuren had not managed to record the data, he deduced based on the descriptions provided. What does higher command say? When will reinforcements arrive? Lu Shuren inquired, for their current manpower was insufficient to contend with the beast tide. The main forces will arrive shortly. We sent experts for immediate support, and students from the martial arts universities in the southern region will also come to assist. Zhong Linmao responded. That's good to hear. Who will notify Jiangling City? Yang Bing raised a crucial concern. The beast tide, particularly one of this magnitude, required public awareness. While they held confidence in their ability to fend off the tide, what if things went awry? This is Commander Gua Juanlong's responsibility. We must focus on our tasks, Zhong Linmao replied, prioritizing their objective to withstand the beast tide until reinforcements arrived in the dead of night. A piercing air raid siren echoed through the skies of Jiangling City. Countless individuals, lost in slumber, were abruptly roused, their memories failing to recall a similar occurrence. Upon activating their communicators, the harrowing truth became apparent. Beast tide. This term was foreign to many. The last beast tide had transpired in the year 2086. During the 62nd year of Qilin, when the western region faced a massive onslaught, led by two beast kings, resulting in the tragic loss of millions. Time's relentless passage erases many memories, and the once terrifying beast tide now resembled a tale from a storybook to the present generation, devoid of tangible experience. Yet, as the beast tide materialized, many remained bewildered, with some having never ventured beyond the city, unable to fathom the horror that lay ahead. Jiangling City entered a state of military readiness, urging all citizens to prepare for unforeseen emergencies. A message flashed on the citizens' communicators. In this era, every individual on Blue Star, from primary school to high school, underwent training for emergencies. Though much time had elapsed, fragments of knowledge lingered, and upon receiving the message, preparations commenced. All retired soldiers were instructed to report to their respective armories to collect equipment and stand ready to support the front lines. Another message reached the communicators of retired soldiers in Jiangling City. That moment, whether it be gray-haired elders or strong men with disabilities, all rummaged for their former military uniforms, donning them resolutely as they stepped out. Undeterred by their families' anxious gazes, "Old Nyo, why not tell the officer that we're injured, that we're unwell, and we shouldn't he go?" A woman pleaded with her husband, who was preparing to leave. "Nonsense. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. This is wartime. Jiangling City needs me. How can I be a coward? I faced the battle at Changyang Lake unscathed, let alone now." The one-armed giant glared at the woman, then adjusted his uniform with one hand, ready to depart. "Daddy!" A little girl rushed out from the bedroom, clinging to her mother's leg, gazing up at her father, poised to leave. "Ah, little fish, Daddy has some matters to attend to. You and Mommy stay safe at home, all right? I'll be back soon." Seeing his daughter, old Nyo felt his heart melt, squatting down to speak in a gruff voice. Then Daddy must return early. The daughter, understanding, did not protest against her father's departure. Old Nyo patted her head, exchanged a glance with his wife, and then turned to step out of the door. The woman lifted her daughter, watching her husband leave until he boarded the transport vehicle dispatched to collect them. Disappearing from sight, old Nyo did not look back. A good man must protect his home and country. The welfare of soldiers in Xia country had always been commendable, and should he tragically fall in battle, his wife and daughter would be well taken care of. "Dad, you're quite old now. Why not just stay behind? No one will blame you," a middle-aged man urged the elderly man, who was determined to report for duty. "You little rascal, how did I raise you? I am a soldier, move aside." Though aged, the elder's spirit remained undiminished, and with a slight push, he sent the middle-aged man away. "Mom, please persuade Dad." The middle-aged man turned to his mother for help. "Let him go. He can't sit still," the mother replied with a faint smile, offering no support to her son as plea. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, just wait for me to return," the elder exclaimed, his spirit high as he strode out. "Xiao Liang, I see so many transport vehicles outside heading to the armories. One less of you won't make a difference, you should just stay behind," an old lady remarked as she observed her son busily packing. The man referred to as Xiao Liang was already in his 50s, with strands of white hair beginning to show, yet he appeared quite spry. "Mom, that's not how it works. If you don't go and I don't go, who will?" he replied with a grin. "And why life matters, and so does everyone else's." "I understand. I'm just worried about you." "This is unprecedented," the old lady expressed her concern. "Oh, don't fret. Jiangling City is simply not accustomed to such events. We'll be well prepared. Perhaps I'll just make an appearance, and before I reach the front lines, I'll likely be sent back home," the man reassured his mother. "If that is the case, then good. Just be careful," the mother replied, watching her son, who had now opened the door to one. "You're on leave. You don't have to go," a young woman said anxiously, watching her boyfriend, who had just returned the day before, now donning his combat uniform once more. "Ha ha ha, all the retired soldiers are reporting. How could I, a serving soldier, not go?" The young man laughed. "But you haven't received any notification. The notification will come shortly. See, it's already here." Just as he spoke, the man's communicator vibrated, and after glancing at it, he showed the message to the woman. "Immediate end of leave. Report to the nearest armory." "Yes." The woman was left speechless, merely saying, "If it really comes to fighting, just keep your head down." "All right, don't worry. I value my life. I still have to come back and marry you." The man kissed the woman on the forehead, his face beaming with a radiant smile. "Then I'll wait for your return. Stay at home and wait patiently. Don't venture out. Follow the official instructions for action," he advised once more before joining the others heading to report. This series of scenes was merely a microcosm, as countless retired soldiers from Jiangling City boarded transport vehicles, heading to their respective armories to prepare for battle. Chapter 71. The third batch. Fang He. "Your grandfather is going to report to the armory," Fang Xinyuan said to Fang He, his tone somewhat urgent. With school still not in session, Fang He remained at home, where the entire family had gathered in the living room, awaiting news. At that moment, Fang Xingyuan received a message from his mother. Fang He was not surprised by his grandfather's decision to report at his age. He still wants to go. I just advised him against it. And he scolded me fiercely. Fang Xingyuan felt somewhat helpless. Why don't you say a few words to him? All right, I'll have a word. Fang He took the communicator. Little He, are you here to persuade me? The old man's voice came through the device. No. I just wanted to remind you to pay attention to your safety. Be careful on the battlefield. He had no intention of persuading his grandfather, knowing it would be futile, so he could only urge him to be cautious. Fang Xingyuan made a face, indicating that he had asked his son to dissuade his grandfather from going to the front lines. Yet here he was, advising him instead. Ha ha ha, good lad. You're indeed a descendant of the Fang family, unlike your father, who was always so wishy-washy. The old man's voice echoed in the living room. Fang Xingyuan's expression faltered. Even now, the old man couldn't resist mocking him. Is this situation very serious? Fang He inquired, uncertain of the specifics outside, hoping for news from his grandfather. I don't know, but it shouldn't be good. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a large-scale mobilization. Will reinforcements arrive? They will definitely come. Our Xia country will not stumble in the same place twice. The tragedy from over 100 years ago will not repeat. The old man's voice was resolute. All right, please take care, Grandpa. Little He, do you still remember the sword I gave you? I do. What is the name of that sword? Linyuan, do you know the meaning of this name? Linyuan Xianyu, Buru Tuayer Jiawang? No, it means I hope that in your future martial arts cultivation, you will tread carefully as if approaching the abyss, yet do not lose your sharpness. A warrior must forge ahead fearlessly. I will remember. Good, good, good. Little He, your path in martial arts lies beneath your own feet. With your talent, you will surely shine on the starry battlefield and elevate our national prestige. Before Fang He could say anything further, Fang Xinwu abruptly cut off the communication. The mention of the starry battlefield was unfamiliar to him, and regrettably, he had not been given the opportunity to inquire further. Why don't you persuade your grandfather? Fang Xingyuan finally dared to speak. You went to persuade him, and then what? Fang He shrugged. All right, now that Dad has made his decision, there is nothing we can do but wait for news. Nan Shui interjected. Let us not sleep tonight. We'll wait for the official notification. Fang Xingyuan could only nod in agreement. Beep, beep, beep. This time, it was Fang He's communicator. Fang He, hello, you will be part of the third batch of the reserve forces? Ready to await orders. Nan Shui took the communicator and, upon reading the message, couldn't he help but exclaim, what is going on? Why are even children being sent to the front lines? Mom, this is just preparation. It is not yet time for me to go, Fang He reassured her. The second batch of reserves has already left. Aren't you third batch about to follow? Nan Shui was not easily placated, her voice trembling with concern. Fang He, you must ask what the situation is. Fang Xingyuan was also anxious, realizing that among the men in the family, he was the only one without any news. Dad, Mom, this is all quite normal. Our martial arts training and resources are largely provided by the state, specifically to ensure we stand up in critical moments. Now that the beasts are causing a tide, if the city falls, we will suffer as well. It's better to fight on the front lines, Fang He explained. From the very first day they began their martial arts training, Jingyang had told them that Blue Star was not a peaceful realm, but rather one filled with blood and fire. The tranquility of life within the city was not a birthright, but a result of countless individuals silently contributing behind the scenes. Until now. Although the Blue Planet has formed an alliance, in some remote regions, the citizens of certain small nations still lead precarious lives. Such realities remain unknown to many people of the Xia Kingdom. As these dangers are kept at bay behind towering city walls, they do not dwell in an era of prosperity and happiness. Rather, they exist within the confines of the flourishing Xia Kingdom. The reason the nation expends such great effort to establish high schools and martial arts universities, promoting the practice of martial arts, is to enable more individuals to strive together for a better life. Now, the time has come for them to step forward. Upon activating the communicator, the group chat indeed erupted in fervor. They were conversing directly in the class group with the homeroom teacher present, not resorting to private chats. Has everyone received the message? Of course, how could anyone have missed it, huh? Finally, there's an opportunity to hunt demonic beasts. I've been looking forward to this day for ages. These comments clearly emanated from inexperienced novices, exhibiting no fear about becoming part of the third batch of combat-ready personnel, but rather displaying a hint of excitement. Demonic beasts are not easily dealt with. When truly confronted with them, many are unable to unleash their full potential. Indeed, and this time it's a beast tide. Individual strength will be insignificant. If we are to go to the battlefield, we must follow orders, right? Don't be overly optimistic. Look at the last group that followed the old principle into the wild. They didn't utter a word. Some students, with clearer heads, sought to temper the enthusiasm of their more fervent classmates. Didn't Zhuolin, Fanghe, Ren and Taoyi go out before? Let them share their experiences. When encountering demonic beasts in the wild, do not falter. Much of their power stems from their madness. Many suffer injuries on their first encounter simply because they were intimidated by the beast's desperate ferocity. Is there anything else we need to be mindful of? What was mentioned earlier is correct. We must obey orders and refrain from acting independently. Zhuolin and Ren address some inquiries, though Taoyi remained silent. Will there be casualties this time? This is war. Sacrifices are inevitable. The mention of death unsettled some. As in their world, the concepts of death and sacrifice felt all too distant. Your enthusiasm is commendable, but let us not become overly excited. You are merely the third batch of reserves. Your time has not yet come. Everyone, maintain open lines of communication. If the time comes when we are truly needed, we must assemble immediately. I will lead you to the front lines. Zhuang Wenchang appeared, first calming the students' anxious and excited hearts before outlining the forthcoming plans and deployments. Fanghe did not contribute much to the conversation, merely responding with an acknowledgement. All he could do now was rest well and be prepared for departure. Beep, beep, beep. Ironblood True Man. Has there been a beast tide in Jiangling City? Turning restlessly, yes. Ironblood True Man. What's the current situation? Turning restlessly. Everything is normal. We are on standby. Ironblood True Man. What do you mean? Turning restlessly. Our batch of senior students will serve as the 3rd combat-ready unit, prepared to support the front lines at any moment. Ironblood True Man. Is the situation that dire already? Turning restlessly. Don't worry too much. This is merely a preparation. I believe we will get through this. Ironblood True Man. Who's worried about you? I'm just afraid that when I see our old classmate Loy, I want to know how to explain where you've been. Turning restlessly. Ironblood True Man. Hey, don't die out there. Chapter 72. By handling at the Jiangling City Government Center, a brightly lit conference room housed a select few individuals, all wielding significant power within Jiangling City. Typically, these individuals possess exceptional skills in cultivating their inner energy, yet now they found themselves embroiled in a heated debate within the conference room. I disagree. I believe we should appropriately disclose some footage to let the public know what the situation outside is. Wouldn't that be too shocking? What shock? Isn't it much better than during the initial awakening? The situation on the starry battlefield is severe. It will eventually need to be disclosed. This battle can serve as a buffer. Is live streaming the battle really a good idea? I think we should begin with a limited public release. We shouldn't rush into it. What's the difference? Let everyone watch it. It's not the same. Some people are younger and might find it too stimulating. The topic under discussion in the conference room was whether to publicly broadcast the live scenes of confronting the beast tide. Currently, the overall situation on the Blue Planet is far from favorable. While conditions on the Blue Planet remain relatively stable, maintaining order against the demonic beasts, the outlook on the starry battlefield is far from optimistic. The higher-ups have already expressed intentions to officially disclose the situation beyond the Blue Planet, but this resolution is still under deliberation. The Xia Kingdom has not experienced large-scale warfare for nearly a century, and the vast majority of people have lost the concept of it. With Jiangling City facing a beast tide assault, some have suggested whether to publicly share the real videos of the wild battles to make the public aware of the harshness of the outside world, thus providing a buffer for future disclosures regarding the starry battlefield. Let us take it slow with this live broadcast. We'll start by opening it to all adults and also to the graduating senior class. Let us raise our hands to vote. Guo Junlong made the decision. Agree. 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 Disagree. All right, we'll proceed as I've said. I'll go make the request. Notice, a live broadcast of the wild battle will commence. Minors are prohibited from viewing. A message appeared on the communicators of all adults in Jiangling City. What does this mean? Fang Xingyuan asked, perplexed. It should allow us to directly understand the situation outside. Nan Shui replied. Let us open it and see. It's the perfect opportunity to grasp what's happening out there. Fangha found the live broadcast entry and clicked in. There were numerous angles available for viewing, including aerial and close-up shots. From the aerial perspective, one could see the convoy within the city continuously converging towards the front lines, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. Meanwhile, not 5 kilometers from the forward position, a multitude of demonic beasts had gathered. The drones did not approach, but even from a distance, their oppressive presence could be felt. Leading the formation of demonic beasts was a catfish demon, bearing the head of a fish and the body of a man. Wielding a trident, the command on the human side had already been taken over by Hanliang, the highest military commander of Jiangling City. Hanliang, a graduate of the Kyoto Martial Arts University, is one of the leading figures of the younger generation in the military. Are the Thunder God V and Fire God 4 in position? Hanliang inquired. Both are ready and can attack at any moment. The aide responded, remaining attentive to logistics and providing immediate updates. Commence indiscriminate fire coverage on the front. Understood. No one voiced objections to Hanliang's orders. Military commands are as unyielding as mountains, and they must be executed with unwavering resolve. Within 10 minutes of the order being issued, as the distant demonic beast horde continued to gather, torrents of lightning and fire erupted from the forward position, shooting towards the beasts 5 kilometers away. All major demons, raise your defenses. The catfish demon was the first to summon its spiritual energy to shield the horde behind it. Hiss, roar, gurgle, wow, howl, the major demons within the ranks took to the skies. Having brought most of their subordinates along for this beast tide, they could not afford to fall before even encountering humans. The catfish demon's small eyes brimmed with malice and fury. These detestable humans, had they not relied on technology, would have long since been overwhelmed. It recalled how, 200 years prior, it had been a mere catfish in a pond, lacking any awareness. At that time, it had lived for over a decade, aimlessly consuming small fish and shrimp until it grew larger and was recognized by those nearby as a water monster. Later, as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth revived, it began to cultivate and gained prowess. Joining the chaos with the demon horde, T vividly remembered following a giant crab, towering at Tinzhong, which rampaged unchecked until it was ultimately destroyed by a weapon known as a cannon. Consequently, it learned to conceal itself, lurking in the shadows during battles and scavenging after the fact. It cared not for fame, for a catfish was simply meant to be this way. Eventually, it encountered the great Jiao Jun, who promised to help conquer the vast Yunmengs, to which it agreed. Yunmengs had originally been ruled by 5 overlords. Now, there remained but one king. Now, the king commanded a city slaughter. Thus, it led the vanguard into battle. Just as they were assembling their forces, the cunning humans initiated their fire coverage. Had it been before the revival of spiritual energy, the humans' stick-like firearms would not have instilled any fear. However, in recent years, the crafty humans not only invented various new weapons, but also continuously improved them, inscribing formations and adding penetrating spiritual energy to these so-called guns and cannons. This compelled the demons to take them seriously. It had resolved that following this round of attacks, it would lead its army to trample these detestable humans. Hanliang marveled at the magnificent scene before him. Despite the major demons exerting their utmost efforts to defend, they could never fully account for the overwhelming assault. A multitude of monstrous beasts roared and howled amidst the flashes of lightning and fire, only to be reduced to mere ashes. Commander, our reserve resources are nearly depleted. The young commander's aide reminded him quietly, observing his youthful demeanor. Within the Blue Star Army, the military hierarchy consisted of positions such as squad leader, team captain, commander, grand commander, general, and marshal. Hanliang's remarkable ascent to the rank of commander before the age of 30 was a testament to his exceptional capabilities. He made a name for himself in the second year of interstellar warfare, earning the title of Marquis of Wuan after carving out a formidable reputation for the Xia Kingdom. Upon his return to Blue Star in his 4th year, he decimated the wilderness, achieving significant military exploits, and ultimately assumed the role of commander upon graduation, assigned to Jiangling for further training. Use them all. Do not hold back. The more we expend now, the fewer casualties we shall face later. Hanliang remarked, showing no concern for the resources consumed. Understood, the aide responded, turning to organize the tasks. Hanliang fixed his gaze upon the monstrous beast encampment in the distance, his eyes deep with contemplation. From the moment he first set foot in the wilderness, He understood that peaceful coexistence between humans and beasts was an impossibility. His philosophy regarding the treatment of these beasts could be summed up in one word: kill. He would kill until the beasts dared not encroach upon human territory, and the peace surrounding Jiangling City bore witness to his achievements. It would take at least 2 more hours for the reinforcements to arrive. And his immediate task was to hold back the tide of beasts for that duration at any cost. Chapter 73. The battle begins. These beasts seem rather unimpressive. They can only passively endure our assaults. Indeed, they are mere wild beasts, inferior to our intelligence. Jiangling is invincible. It appeared that this beast wave could be navigated with relative ease. This is just the beginning. We must not be complacent. Fang He opted for a vantage point that allowed him to survey the entire battlefield. At this moment, dense barrages of comments flooded the screen, obscuring the visuals. Fang He was compelled to switch to a mode that disabled comments. The commentary ranged widely, with the majority expressing optimism, treating the conflict with a sense of amusement. As though it were merely a routine drill, Fang He was not so optimistic. This was merely the beginning, and it would take time for the supporting forces to arrive. The seemingly endless barrage of artillery unleashed for half an hour was a relentless outpouring. Bai Hanliang silently calculated the remaining time in his mind. 3, 2, 1, stop. The timing was precisely as he had anticipated, yet it did not elicit any joy within him. With the artillery fire ceased, the time for brutal close combat had arrived. Unfortunately, there was no time to set traps. Otherwise, they could have decimated part of the beast horde. Bai Hanliang's eyes flickered with complexity at the thought of the brave souls who might perish here. But he quickly steeled himself, turning to exit the makeshift command center and stride toward the front lines. The military district of Jiangling was known as the Jiangling Army, divided into 4 segments: the Wilderness Garrison, the Patrol Army, the City Guard, and the Readiness Army. The Wilderness Garrison was tasked with monitoring abnormal occurrences in the wild. The Patrol Army hunted beasts encroaching upon the city. The City Guard primarily patrolled within the city. And the Readiness Army practiced constantly, readying themselves for combat, occasionally escorting intercity transports. Now, with only a small number of City Guard remaining in Jiangling, the remaining 13,612 troops were fully assembled. On the opposing side, after the previous artillery bombardment, an estimated 60 to 70,000 beasts remained, with more continuously arriving. Brothers, today's situation is dire. I need not elaborate further. Today, I, Bai Hanliang, stand with you all here. Wherever there is a city, there are people. Bai Hanliang stood aloft, his expression resolute, his voice imbued with spiritual energy resonating across the ranks. Wherever there is a city, there are people. The fervent roars from all directions surged forth, forming a wave of sound that crashed against the beast horde. Good Jiangling Army, charge forth without retreat. Charge forth without retreat. Charge forth without retreat. As the beast horde braved the artillery fire, just as they prepared to launch their assault, they were struck by the force of the collective roar, momentarily halting their movements. The catfish demon realized that the current situation could not persist, and it ascended into the air, dispersing its intangible spiritual energy to counteract the pressure from the Jiangling Army. Yunmeng's advance, crush them, raise the city. It bellowed. It is often said that when 10,000 men gather, there is no end in sight. When 100,000 gather, they can shake the very heavens. The beast tide charged forth with earth-shattering thuds. Not only the frontline warriors but even the citizens of Jiangling, watching from behind screens, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Those who had previously harbored optimistic sentiments were rendered speechless, their eyes glued to the screen. The frontline soldiers, stationed behind hastily constructed defenses, felt their throats tighten as they beheld the approaching horde. Each of them had hunted scores of beasts, and some had even participated in the encirclement of smaller packs. Yet facing this overwhelming tide of beasts was a first for them. Heavy weaponry had exhausted its energy reserves, but they still possessed light arms. As soldiers of the Xia Kingdom, they were not only adept in martial arts but also proficient in the use of firearms. Bang, bang, bang. Every bullet struck true against the beasts, yet some demons, with their tough hides, paid little heed even to the specially designed incendiary armor-piercing rounds. However, for some beasts, even if they could withstand the bullets, the immense kinetic energy imparted by the projectiles would momentarily halt their advance. In such a collective charge, any pause could prove fatal. The beasts behind would not halt their momentum, crashing into those that had faltered. Heedless and relentless, they too dared not pause, lest they become the ones trampled beneath. Indeed, all beasts that fell due to injuries or other reasons were mercilessly crushed into pulp by their companions behind them. The beast tide was boundless, even firing with closed eyes. As long as they did not shoot into the sky, they would never miss. No, even shooting into the sky would not go amiss. Suddenly, a flock of birds ascended. Flapping their wings as they approached, drones soared into the air to meet the avian adversaries. By Hanliang issued commands decisively, launch, from the rear lines. A dark mass of drones ascended to confront the bird swarm. They approached swiftly, and upon depleting their ammunition, they would self-destruct. Observing the aerial battle already in progress, By Hanliang ordered resolutely, proceed. The drones swiftly emptied their payloads, dazzling flames illuminating the darkened sky as if it were day. Once the two aerial forces clashed, the drones, programmed to self-destruct, began to explode one after another. Excellent, By Hanliang exclaimed, raising a fist in triumph as the fallen birds rained down. The defenses on the ground bore no comparison to those of the land beasts. And a single wave of self-detonation had eliminated thousands on the ground. The initial wave of beasts had already approached the defensive fortifications, braving a hail of gunfire, covering 5 kilometers, a distance but a fleeting moment for these agile creatures. Kill, my lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the excitement only grows. Kill, roar, hiss, form ranks, steady your footing, and create opportunities for our brothers behind. The shouts of men intertwined with the roars of beasts. Crafting a hauntingly beautiful symphony, By Hanliang remained motionless, biding his time, waiting for the beasts to make their move. Indeed, as the catfish demon observed the stalemate resulting from the beast horde's advance, it could no longer restrain itself. For the king was watching from behind. This could not continue. Ascend with me and launch a surprise attack on the human command post. The catfish demon commanded. Roar, hiss, howl. Behind it, numerous great demons eagerly roared in response. The catfish demon slowly ascended, flanked by over 20 formidable demons. By Hanliang, sensing the gathering momentum, though still not having reached the Dragon Gate realm, did not hesitate, immediately taking to the skies alongside his own forces. Poised in a standoff, By Hanliang, we of Yunmengs have already claimed Jiangling City. If you are wise, you should promptly flee with your comrades, the catfish demon called out from afar. And you, Catfish Yong, why do you venture ashore from Yunmengs? Do you not fear having your head severed for a soup? By Hanliang scoffed. Catfish Yong was the name of the catfish demon, and the two were old acquaintances. He relished the opportunity to exchange banter. Knowing that in terms of numbers, the beasts held the advantage. The longer this standoff lasted, the more favorable it would be for them. Your kind only excels in empty rhetoric, rather than honing your tongue. You should focus on your cultivation. A flicker of embarrassment and anger flashed in Catfish Yong's beady eyes. So, after 200 years of diligent training, you remain but a mere lord. By Hanliang burst into laughter. Allow me to teach you the importance of respecting the strong. Catfish Yong's eyes glinted with malice as he brandished a trident, summoning a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forth with a fierce howl, aimed directly at By Hanliang. Between the Dragon Gate realm and the Ascending realm lies an insurmountable chasm, one that even a genius like By Hanliang could not cross. Catfish Yong was confident he could slay him. A blue surge of spiritual energy arced across the sky like a meteor with a fiery tail, hurtling toward the human encampment. Yet at that moment, a flash of blade light streaked from the horizon. The trident, imbued with sweeping force, came to an abrupt halt mid-air. Its trailing flames extinguished. A long knife, entirely black with no blemish from blade to hilt, appeared abruptly, poised majestically in the air. The blade pointed toward the beasts, while the hilt faced the humans. Chapter 74. The great battle. The brutality of war exceeded all expectations, when the beast horde clashed against the human ranks amidst a storm of gunfire. The true combat began in a modest household of 3 within Jiangling City. Although the announcement had declared that minors were not permitted to watch, the mother, upon seeing that the initial scenes were not overly disturbing, acquiesced to her son's request to view the live broadcast. Indeed, the officials of Jiangling City are aware that such a situation may arise, yet they have chosen not to implement any measures. It is what it is. The family adjusted the live broadcast to a holographic mode, projecting it in their living room to watch the event together. Initially, they maintained a sense of optimism, believing that the beast tide was merely a minor inconvenience, and expressed great confidence in the Jiangling military. "Mom, I want to train hard and become a soldier in the future," the son declared, his eyes sparkling with dreams as he spoke to his mother. At just 13 years old, he was still learning theoretical concepts at school and undergoing basic training, yet had not yet formally begun martial arts cultivation. "All right, then you must study diligently. Which high school do you aspire to attend?" his mother asked with a smile. "Of course, Jiangling High School," he replied without hesitation. "Oh? Why Jiangling High School? We also have Lingbei High School and Chengnan High School," his father interjected. "Because Jiangling High School is the best. Fang He is from there, and I want to be like him." He vividly recalled Fang He's remarkable performance during the martial arts elite competition. Although last year's top scorer, Zhou Chuyu, was from Lingbei High School, he had not witnessed that event and thus preferred Jiangling High School. "Ambitious, are we? Then give it your all. Don't just talk the talk," his father encouraged. "All right, look, the beast horde is approaching," his mother warned. The holographic projection displayed the first beast charging into the front line, a massive crab, towering a full yard high and radiating golden light. Its enormous pincers gleamed ominously, sweeping through the ranks of soldiers with ease, sending them flying before capturing one in its grasp. "Old Zheng, brother Zheng." The others cried out in horror as they witnessed their comrade being ensnared, frantically firing their weapons in a futile attempt to save him. The bullets merely tickled the crab's tough exterior. Then, in full view of his comrades, the soldier was brutally cleaved in two, blood erupting and staining the crab, enhancing its ferocity. Yet, the soldier clung to life, summoning the last of his strength to reach for a flare grenade at his waist. "No!" a comrade shouted, having seen Old Zheng's desperate movements. Old Zheng remained oblivious, the excruciating pain rendering him almost insensate. His vision clouded in crimson, blood seeping from his mouth. Having grasped the grenade, Old Zheng acted without hesitation. Triggering the explosion, boom! The shockwave sent those nearby sprawling. When the dust settled, one of the crab's legs had been blown off, yet it seemed largely unaffected, its anger only intensifying at the minor injury inflicted by mere ants. The remaining 7 legs scuttled forward, pincers ready to rend the detestable humans to shreds. There was no time to mourn Old Zheng. The soldiers could only evade the rampaging crab. "Dodge, that beast is at the Mingxiao realm," someone exclaimed, having recognized the beast's formidable strength. The soldiers, whose abilities ranged from body refinement to spirit motion realms, stood no chance against the giant crab, just as it threatened to wreak havoc among their ranks. A flash of light surged from afar, speeding towards the creature, piercing its seemingly impenetrable shell, and continuing onward until it struck down over a dozen beasts. "Stay calm, maintain formation," a steady voice commanded. The soldiers understood that the sharpshooters from their ranks had engaged, targeting the most dangerous of beasts. Kill. With the crab dispatched, the morale of the soldiers surged, and they reformed to counterattack. This scene was captured by a drone hovering above, transmitting the footage back to Jiangling City, where countless citizens bore witness. When the family saw Old Zheng being captured, the mother could not help but gasp in shock. As the camera turned to capture his sacrifice, she dared not open her eyes until the scene shifted. Finally turning to her son and saying, "Xiaosong, go to your room. You shouldn't watch this." Unexpectedly, after an initial moment of panic, the son quickly regained his composure and insisted on watching the entirety of the broadcast. Hearing his mother's plea, he firmly replied, "No, I want to see. Listen, you're still too young for this." His mother's tone grew more forceful. "I don't care," the son retorted stubbornly. "If he wants to watch, let him." The father, who had remained silent since witnessing Old Zheng's demise, finally spoke. "But he is still so young. This isn't suitable for him. He doesn't understand why they are broadcasting this." The mother argued it's to make us aware of the dangers of the outside world and to ignite our fighting spirit, the father speculated. "But, no buts. Watch and see the heroes who sacrifice for us," he concluded, then turned to his son and asked, "Do you still wish to become a martial artist and join the army?" "Yes," the son answered resolutely. "Good. Then watch closely, Dad. Look at the sky." That fish demon threw a spear. But why did it suddenly stop in midair? Oh, another knife has appeared. Xiaoyong exclaimed, staring at the black blade suspended in the air, his already small eyes narrowing into slits. Liang Pingdong, it seems you still recognize me. I am quite curious, who gave you the audacity to come ashore and instigate a beast tide? The dark-hued hilt was gripped by a pale hand with pronounced knuckles, as the voice resonated. The figure gradually materialized as if it had always been present, only now coming into view. It was a youthful individual, with a somewhat sickly pallor, who pointed his sword directly at the beast horde. Exuding an air of arrogance, "Weren't you supposed to be in the west?" Xiaoyong queried, puzzled. In truth, both sides were well aware of each other's strong warriors. He had received word that Liang Pingdong had gone west to address the monkey disaster in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yet he had not anticipated his return at this moment. You call us beasts, yet you refuse to believe it. You couldn't even ascertain my whereabouts, yet you dare to attempt a surprise attack. Liang Pingdong retorted nonchalantly, confident in his superior strength over the catfish. Indeed, Xiaoyong was not wrong. Liang Pingdong had recently been in the west, assisting in suppressing the Highland monkey tribe. However, the situation there had progressed smoothly, allowing him to return earlier. Just as he was wandering nearby, he received orders and hastened over, fortunate to arrive in time. You humans are truly amusing. Knowingly leaping into a pit of fire, Xiaoyong disregarded Liang Pingdong's taunt. Summoning back his trident with a calm demeanor, "A pit of fire? Is that so?" Liang Pingdong replied, casting a sidelong glance. "What if I were to join the fray?" Suddenly, another voice emerged, causing Liang Pingdong's smirk to fade as he shifted from one-handed grip on his sword to a two-handed stance. Gazing intently into the void, "Guisho, I didn't expect you to emerge as well," Liang Pingdong's voice echoed, recognizing the voice of the formidable general from Yunming's. Confronted with such a seasoned and powerful lord-level beast, he adopted a more serious demeanor. He had rushed through, missing much news. He initially believed that Yunming's had merely sent a few insignificant creatures to their demise. He was taken aback to realize that even the formidable Xiaoyong was prepared to act. And now Guisho had also appeared. What exactly did the old Jiao from Yunming's intend? Surely, he wouldn't take to the shore himself for a mere skirmish. Clearing his mind of distractions, Liang Pingdong fixed his gaze ahead. I wonder if it will be enough now? Guisho's massive form loomed on the horizon, standing alongside Xiaoyong in opposition to Liang Pingdong. It seems you truly intend to engage in something grand this time. Liang Pingdong could already sense the pressure from the two powerful presences converging upon him, yet he remained unflustered. Facing these two, although victory was challenging, he believed he could maintain his position for the time being. "Heh, you will soon find out," Guisho replied, as the thorns and massive spikes on his back began to emit a yellowish glow. The waters around Xiaoyong surged ominously. Liang Pingdong understood that further dialogue was futile. Only battle remained, and any necessary words could be exchanged later. Desolation slash. He swung his arms, unleashing a violent arc of black blade energy. His spiritual power was not darkness, but rather an exceedingly rare essence of death. Or perhaps one might say, the energy of desolation. When he awakened his spiritual powers, he nearly fell victim to this violent energy. This was an extreme form of spiritual energy, fraught with danger during cultivation. A single misstep could lead to diminished prowess or even demise. Yet, through sheer willpower, he had triumphed over numerous challenges to reach this point. Those who wielded desolation energy found it difficult to shed its influence once they reached the Dragon Gate realm. Even when disengaging from battle, its essence would cling to them, tormenting them day by day. Yellow, blue, and black energies clashed in the air, with the black energy dissolving rapidly like ice meeting flame. However, as the black dissipated, the yellow and blue energies were also subjected to erosion. Observing this, Liang Pingdong followed up with another blade strike, nullifying the opposing force. Then, he enveloped the two beasts in an endless wave of blade intent, forcibly propelling them higher. The scope of battle at the Dragon Gate realm was vast. Not even those in the Spirit Motion realm could withstand it. Kill. The pinnacle of combatants had opened a separate battlefield, and it was time for the remainder to determine their fates. Holding his spear, Bai Hanliang led the others into the fray, unwavering in their advance. "Boss, the situation is dire." Zhao Yiqing wiped the blood from his face and called out to Li Yin, who floated effortlessly nearby, unblemished. During the festive season, they too enjoyed a holiday, but being from the southern region and hailing from the same city, they promptly rushed over upon receiving the news. Li Yang acknowledged with a slight nod, her hands conjuring a series of wind blades that she hurled towards the advancing beasts ahead. By the time they arrived, the skirmish had already intensified, and after a brief exchange with an officer, they seamlessly integrated into the front line. Half an hour had elapsed since they engaged in combat, relentlessly attacking. Their prowess in the Mingqiao realm rendered them particularly conspicuous in this area. Additionally, numerous students from martial arts universities had also arrived. And having heard of Li Yang's formidable reputation, they bore no grievances regarding her assumption of temporary command. A unicorn snow wolf breached their formation, unleashing icy beams from its horn. Mingqiao realm, someone shouted. I will handle this. You take care of other matters, Li Yang commanded, restraining Zhao Yicheng, who was eager to advance on the battlefield. It was not a matter of one-on-one dueling. While she trusted Zhao Yicheng could subdue the snow wolf, the collateral damage it might cause was uncertain. In battle, it was imperative to swiftly vanquish foes, exerting overwhelming force to conserve energy for aiding fellow comrades. All right, Zhao Yicheng replied without hesitation, turning to pounce upon an unknown armored beast. Li Yang held her hands aloft, a cerulean broadsword materializing in her grasp. As the sword manifested, the surrounding wind energy began to coalesce, tousling her hair backward. The unicorn snow wolf, sensing her presence, instinctively recognized her as the most perilous entity on the battlefield and bared its fangs, intent on eliminating her first. With an impassive expression, Li Yang regarded the approaching beast, gripping her sword firmly before executing a graceful downward strike. Extreme wind slash, she announced, unleashing her most potent third-tier martial technique. The invisible wind surged forth with her delicate motion. The snow wolf charged, driven by the promise of victory. Its leader had declared that if they triumphed in this battle, all humans in the city would belong to them. The thought of human warriors' bodies akin to elixirs made it salivate uncontrollably, especially as this girl appeared tender and delectable. Yet, to its bewilderment, it found itself moving in two directions at once. Time offered little respite for contemplation as it realized its balance was slipping. With a resounding crash, the 3-meter-tall, 5-meter-long wolf body fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Without a glance at the fallen creature, Li Yang hastened to another location. The previous strike had evidently drained her considerably. She now resorted to using ordinary wind blades to dispatch lesser foes. Senior, that appears to be Li Yang from Nandu University, exclaimed Kong Qingshuang as the team from Beihai Martial Arts University arrived. The two universities, both situated in the same city, were well acquainted, particularly with the girl who had shone brightly during the national competition. Yang Zhehan also recognized the girl who had played a pivotal role in numerous rescues. It was indeed her. He recalled how, during last year's national competition, this seemingly delicate girl had wielded a broadsword, overpowering the outstanding talents from various universities. While he was unsure of how other schools felt, Beihai Martial Arts University held her in the highest regard. Li Yang, the logistics officer sent me to report to you. Beihai Martial Arts University has dispatched 30 personnel, Yang Zhehan called out. Upon hearing his voice, Li Yang turned, her eyes gleaming with delight. Reinforcements had arrived. You will head southeast to block that breach, she instructed, referring to the gap created by a burrowing beast's incursion, which would take time to seal. Understood, Yang Zhehan affirmed, leading his team towards that positioned. At that moment, a thunderous roar emanated from the rear of the formation. The retired soldiers from Jiangling City have arrived. Ha ha, brothers, we are here, bellowed a one-armed giant. I'm coming for the boiled fish from Yunming's. An elder, witnessing the unfolding scenes, felt his blood surge with excitement. Ha ha, I'll be taking their heads for spicy fish head soup. A broth would be even better. Faced with the battlefield that resembled a meat grinder, the veterans displayed no fear, instead exuding a palpable enthusiasm for combat, declaring their intent to treat the aquatic beasts as mere seafood to be relished back home. Chapter 76. The arrival of reinforcements in the midst of a grueling battle. Nothing is more uplifting than the arrival of reinforcements. The morale of the soldiers visibly soared. Concurrently, the third batch of combat-ready personnel gathered in Jiangling City was prepared. Not only students from various high schools but also capable adults from diverse professions rushed to the scene, predominantly comprising masters and students from numerous martial arts schools. Half an hour prior, they had received word to assemble at the Central Sports Hall. Fang He surveyed the familiar faces around him. Students from Jiangling High School and others were present, especially from the three major high schools, totaling several thousand, all possessing strength at the refining organ stage or above. Some students from lesser schools lacked the requisite skills to contribute meaningfully and would only serve as a hindrance if they entered the fray prematurely. They organized themselves into formations by class and boarded the transport vehicles in succession. "Let us go," with a single command. The convoy carrying the third batch of reinforcements set off. The spacious vehicle comfortably accommodated over 40 individuals without feeling cramped. Those who had previously been vocal with bravado fell silent, having witnessed the brutal reality of war. "Do not worry. You will not be sent directly to the front lines," Zhuang Wenchang reassured them. The promise offered some comfort. After a moment, someone timidly inquired, "Teacher, are those beasts truly so ferocious? Haven't you already seen?" Zhuang Wenchang smiled that in truth, they had all watched various practical training videos featuring martial artists battling beasts in the wild. However, those videos focused on instruction, showcasing instructors effortlessly dispatching beasts with a single move, often repeating the action multiple times. Though the beasts were undeniably fierce, they posed little threat in the relaxed demeanor of the instructors. Thus, the students believed that facing the beasts would be manageable as long as they executed the techniques taught, confident that the beasts would unwittingly charge into their weapons, resulting in a successful hunt. Much like their instructors, sensing the need for a more serious tone, Zhuang Wenchang added, "Fang He, why don't you share some insights with your classmates?" Startled by the mention of his name, Fang He gathered his thoughts before speaking. "We have discussed the weaknesses of common beasts in our biology class, so everyone is likely aware that I believe that during our first encounter with a beast, the greatest challenge we face is overcoming our own fear. What was your experience like the first time you faced a beast?" A girl with freckles asked, "Why first time?" Fang He recalled his initial field experience, where he had little understanding of the outdoors, driven by a strong curiosity after his cousin's encouragement. Fortunately, that first expedition was far less perilous than the second. It involved a giant horned bull, equivalent to our refining organ strength, with vulnerabilities in its nose and eyes, knowledge that everyone possessed. However, facing it was an entirely different experience. His mind had gone blank, and the bull loomed like a small mountain, particularly intimidating as it charged. "To be honest, my legs trembled a bit at that moment," Fang He said, smiling to alleviate any pressure on his peers. Upon hearing Fang He's admission, the group erupted into laughter, realizing that even the formidable Fang He had been flustered during his first encounter with the beast. This realization eased their initial anxiety, as they had a living example before them. "Fang He, so you had already gone hunting for beasts before. No wonder you excelled during our outing," exclaimed Zhuo Lin with a loud voice, as he had been curious about Fang He's exceptional performance alongside Lu Ningxi and Fanny Yang. "Yes, during my sophomore winter break, I went to the wild with my cousin, who was accompanied by a teacher from their school, which gave me the courage to venture out," Fang He explained. How wonderful! Many admired Fang He, envious of his early exposure to outdoor training. "Let us have a friendly competition this time to see who can slay more beasts," Zhuo Lin proposed, raising his large blade in challenge. Fang He observed Zhuo Lin's spirited demeanor, recognizing that he had fully overcome the shadow of his lost arm. "All right, I won't hold back. Who said I wanted you to go easy on me? If I lose, I'll just train harder," Zhuo Lin retorted defiantly. "Enough of this. It's not your turn to take the lead. Follow instructions and don't stray from the plan," Zhuang Wenchang interjected. Following this exchange, the atmosphere in the vehicle lightened, with hushed discussions replacing the earlier tension. Each transport vehicle was accompanied by an instructor, all employing various methods to diffuse the anxiety among the recruits. The front line was merely 300 kilometers from the city. With the transport vehicles operating at full throttle, they would reach the battlefield in approximately 40 minutes. As they drew within 30 kilometers of the front line, the distant sounds of combat resonated, causing many to instinctively tighten their grips on their weapons. In the wilderness, even surrounded by classmates, nothing provides a sense of security quite like the weapon in hand. "We shall proceed first, you follow behind," came the directive. Several figures soared into the air, transforming into streaks of light that raced towards the battlefield above, leaving only a voice behind. Fang He caught sight of this scene, and faintly discerned the figures of Chief Su Jing from the Law Enforcement Bureau and Su Hui from the Education Department. "Yes, full speed ahead," commanded the leader of the convoy. "Look over there in the sky," the freckled girl in the carriage exclaimed, pointing outside. The others followed her gaze. A strikingly brilliant blue light emerged from the depths of the sky, lingering in the air rather than vanishing like before. Amidst the roiling clouds, a figure appeared, slightly disheveled, retreating briefly before plummeting, only to quickly halt its descent and ascend once more. "Jiao Jiang," Liang Pindong exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury. "Oh, you recognize me?" A mocking voice echoed from the horizon. "Yun Mengze, how bold!" Liang Pindong identified the assailant, Jiao Jiang, the most formidable offspring of the Lord of Yun Mengze, who had already attained the status of a Lord-level beast years ago. Although the attack was sudden, the terror of its strength was palpable. It seemed on the verge of ascending to the rank of Beast King. "We have always been bold. Did you only just realize this?" A colossal python, measuring over 100 meters in length, manifested in the sky, adorned with twin horns and surrounded by boundless mist. "Very well, it seems Yun Mengze truly wishes to be erased from the map," Liang Pindong remarked, clutching his chest, undeterred despite sustaining grave injuries. "Erased me, Yun Mengze? Such audacity. Is Zhang Qixian the one who instructed you to say this?" Another unfamiliar voice emerged. Before Liang Pindong could ponder the identity of the voice's owner, his body fell uncontrollably. Not just him. The battlefield below swiftly fragmented. After a prolonged struggle, both sides had sustained injuries and now gazed upwards towards the sky. Chapter 77. The Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord. Liang Pindong finally recalled the identity of the voice's owner, the Lord of Yun Mengze, the Dragon Lord. At this moment, he truly felt overwhelmed. The appearance of Jiao Jiang had already pushed him to his limits. Now, with the arrival of the Dragon Lord, he was utterly helpless. "The little one still remembers me." The voice carried a hint of curiosity. A black dragon, merely a meter long, seemed to teleport into the air. In terms of size, it was insignificant compared to the earlier python. Yet, when it appeared, the entire realm seemed to freeze. The three Lord-level beasts behind it fell silent, and the other great and lesser demons ceased their roars. The human camp also halted. When a being capable of dominating all emerged on the battlefield, many things lost their necessity. The Beast King, an existence that most would never encounter in their lifetime, had appeared. Liang Pindong attempted to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word. A formidable warrior in the Dragon Gate realm found himself devoid of the right to even speak before the Beast King. "Dragon Lord, after so many years apart, you come back only to bully the younger generation?" With the emergence of this voice, Liang Pindong realized he could once again control his body, but he chose to remain silent and quietly withdraw to the side. "Zhang Qixian, I thought you were dead since you haven't shown up for ages," the Dragon Lord remarked, unfazed by the familiar voice. "Since you are still alive, I must as well." A robust man, appearing to be in the prime of his life, strolled over as if on a leisurely walk, arriving in mere blinks. These two were old acquaintances. Zhang Qixian held dominion over the southern region, tasked primarily with monitoring the Dragon Lord of Yun Mengze, who had not made an appearance in nearly a century. "Heh, my demon race has long lifespans. I shall live well. Oh, I thought you had been frightened to death by the Phantom King," Zhang Qixian retorted nonchalantly. The Dragon Lord's expression shifted. Over a century prior, it had been filled with ambition, seeking to stir chaos in Yun Mengze. Yet, it had encountered Luo Duyo along the way, who, despite showing signs of age, had effortlessly subdued it, rendering it absent for a century. With the passage of a century, its strength had significantly increased, and with the Phantom King deceased, it now sought to make humanity pay a hefty price. "A century has passed. Where is the Phantom King?" "The Phantom King has always remained in our hearts," Zhang Qixian responded. "After today, you too will reside in my heart. I shall occasionally think of you." The Dragon Lord's tone turned increasingly frigid, its scales bristling as it prepared to strike. "Before you strike, wait a moment. I wish to know why you have initiated this beast tide." Zhang Qixian emanated radiant light, dispelling the Dragon Lord's oppressive aura. "Why? Do you not know that you killed my youngest daughter?" Upon mentioning this, the Dragon Lord's aura surged to another level. Its eyes blazed with fury, regardless of whether human or beast. Those of higher realms found it increasingly difficult to produce offspring. Originally, it had 3 sons, all born when it was still weak. The second and third had perished during early conquests, leaving only the eldest, Jiao Jiang, whom it had painstakingly nurtured to lord level. The serpent that perished in the valley was its youngest daughter, born after its ascension to Beast King, and it had doted on her immensely. It was utterly unexpected that the daughter, cherished since birth, would fall for a wild snake of unknown origin and become pregnant in a fit of rage. It sent people to eliminate that wild snake and subsequently confined its daughter before retreating into seclusion. However, as the daughter of the little princess of Yunmingze, she was determined to venture outside during its seclusion. Who would dare to stop her? Moreover, Zhao Jiang had tacitly permitted Zhao Yu's outing, allowing other demons to turn a blind eye. Initially, Zhao Jiang had sent someone to protect her from behind, but she soon discovered this and thought nothing would go awry, until her sister, harboring resentment towards their father, wished to go out for a change of scenery, leading to her younger sister's departure. The location of that valley was one the Dragon Lord had taken Zhao Yu to once during her youth. She had an excellent memory and memorized the position after just one visit. Later, the green-eyed toad occupied that valley, which the Dragon Lord had not paid much attention to, as a ruler of water beasts. What use was there in occupying such a small valley? Upon leaving Yunmingze, Zhao Yu sought to find peace in the valley, only to encounter Fang He and his companion, meeting her demise there. Your daughter? Is she not in Yunmingze? Zhang Qixin inquired, puzzled. Your people killed my daughter in a valley and took away her unborn child. The Dragon Lord's rage caused the surrounding water's spiritual energy to boil. Oh, is that so? Zhang Qixin's expression remained calm. The conflict between humans and beasts had been long-standing. It was not merely about the death of Zhao Yu. Even if Zhao Jiang were slain, so what? As long as one had the capability to slay Zhao Jiang, they could spare humanity. Little Master, this chapter has more to unfold. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. As for offering the Dragon Lord an explanation, that was entirely out of the question. Would he send his own people to appease a beast? Don't be ridiculous. It was already too much to commend them for their accomplishments. How could he possibly send them out? However, the unborn child that the Dragon Lord mentioned was indeed worthy of attention. After all, it bore the bloodline of the dragon and held immense research value. This matter needed to be addressed after the situation concluded, to ascertain who had taken the items. Zhang Qixin, your life is just enough to accompany my daughter in death. With that, it conjured a massive wave and surged forward. I eagerly await your fulfillment of that wish. Now aware of the circumstances, Zhang Qixin had no desire for further conversation. Radiant light enveloped him, illuminating the sky as if it were daytime. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. He would hold the Dragon Lord at bay until reinforcements arrived from other fronts. In the face of unavoidable circumstances, the Dragon Lord would naturally retreat. As the two formidable beings clashed, battles resumed below at other levels. Fang He and his companions looked skyward, unable to discern even a silhouette amidst the vast expanse. Yet, the discourse between the two top-tier powers echoed unabated throughout the realm. Was I truly the architect of this calamity? Fang He found himself in a daze. The entire city of Jiangling was on high alert, tens of thousands rushing to the battlefield, all because of the great serpent that Grandfather Lu had slain in pursuit of the blood orchid. The transport vehicles had reached the battlefield's edge, and the scene of combat was now visible. Initially calm, he now hesitated to step forward. He longed to confide in someone, but was at a loss for whom to approach. As Fanny Yang was not by his side. Fang He, why are you dazed? We're here. Get off the vehicle. We still need to see who can slay more beasts. Zhuo Lin clapped Fang He on the back. Awakened from his reverie, Fang He mechanically followed the main force, awaiting the assignment of tasks. Chapter 78. Quarrel before long. Fang He and his companions were assigned a task, transporting supplies, which was indeed a relatively safer endeavor. Fang He, look at that girl. She's so strong, and her companions appear quite young. They must be from the martial arts university. Zhuo Lin nudged Fang He with his elbow. Huh? Where? As Fang He regained his composure, he followed Zhuo Lin's gaze. With a remarkable memory, he spotted several familiar figures in that direction, including Li Yank and some individuals from their previous mission to capture a fugitive, as well as his cousin and companions from their first venture into the wild. All of them possessed strength at the Lingdong level or above, with Li Yank standing out particularly, as numerous ferocious beasts attempted to launch an assault, only to meet their demise due to the group's exquisite coordination. Boss, we have a batch of rookies arriving. Zhao Yicheng was the first to notice the newcomers, immediately recognizing them as a group lacking in battle experience. Indeed, Li Yank did not turn back, her hands busily eliminating the stray beasts that had breached their defenses. Logically, transporting supplies should have been the task of robots. However, due to the pressing nature of the conflict, all the robots had been repurposed into battering rams, laden with explosives, which they directed into the beast hordes to detonate, significantly hindering the advance of the creatures and providing some assistance to their defenses. "Hey, you all, bring the supplies over here," Zhao Yiqing called out. "Oh, right?" The scene before Zhuolin was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Yet he quickly adapted, pulling Fang He along to begin transporting the supplies. The battlefield provisions mainly consisted of 3 categories: ammunition, healing potions, and spare weapons. A small box weighed 100 kilograms, while a larger one tipped the scales at 1,000 kilograms. Fortunately, their lowest strength was at the refinement of organs level, making the task manageable. There was no moment of silence here. Shouts of anger, the sound of weapons slicing through flesh, and the roars of beasts echoed around them. Fang He tuned it all out, mechanically attending to his duties. How come they don't seem much older than us, yet they're so powerful? Is the martial arts university really that effective at honing individuals? Zhuolin queried while hauling supplies. Perhaps they have specialized training methods, Renyun chimed in. Fang He, what's wrong with you? You've been spaced out since we got off the vehicle, Zhuolin raised his voice, drawing the attention of those nearby. Just moments ago, he had appeared composed and in control, yet here on the battlefield, he seemed like a frightened shrimp. A voice drifted from the side. Tao Yi, what gives you the right to say that? Zhuolin instantly recognized the speaker and turned to glare. Tao Yi flinched at the anger in Zhuolin's gaze, but quickly stepped forward. Well, it's true. He acted so confident before, and now he looks completely dazed. She had long harbored disdain for Fang He, believing that while logic was necessary in novels and dramas, reality did not adhere to such constraints. During their last excursion into the wild, when they found themselves in peril, she had voiced complaints about the principal. Though Zhuolin was the only one to reprimand her at the time, everyone present had since distanced themselves from her upon returning to school. She had been adored since childhood, surrounded by praise, and had effortlessly gained admission to Jiangling High School. However, after that incident, the unspoken glances she received confirmed her suspicions, leading to a resentment toward the principal. Indeed, her ire was directed solely at him, as she believed that if he had not taken them into the wild, she would not have faced danger, and thus would not have made such comments. She had also heard whispers that the principal favored Fang He, which further fueled her disdain towards both him and the principal. This led to her recent jibe. Was this the person the principal had high hopes for? You think Fang He is afraid of this battlefield? Zhuolin bellowed. Just as Tao Yi was about to retort, a fire-wreathed monkey charged towards them. Being students from Jiangling High's elite class, they instantly recognized this as a blazing monkey, a creature of considerable strength equivalent to the Lingdong realm, and it was evident that this one was fully grown. Watch out. Although slightly out of sorts, Fang He's formidable spirit energy enabled him to detect the incoming threat first. With no time to ponder, he drew his sword, Lin Yuan, and faced the oncoming beast. In terms of raw power, he was the strongest present. While he could not halt the blazing monkey, he could at least delay it for a moment. With the blade already sharpened, it glimmered coldly under the moonlight. With a swift strike, Lin Yuan intercepted the monkey's path, landing a blow on its shoulder, slightly slowing its advance, though it failed to breach its defenses. As the distance closed, Fang He could feel the searing heat radiating from the creature. Even in the depths of winter, it felt unbearably hot. Die! Zhuolin raised his large blade and swung down at the moment the monkey was momentarily slowed. Clang! The blade struck the monkey's head, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against stone. Though it too failed to penetrate the defenses, their combined efforts managed to impede the blazing monkey's charge slightly. Whether human or beast, once one entered the Lingdong realm, they possessed a spirit energy seed within, and their already formidable bodies, refined through the body tempering stage, would undergo yet another round of spirit energy purification. Thus, battles across such vast differences in realm were exceedingly challenging. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang He stepped forward and aimed a thrust at the creature's snout. If he could not breach its exterior defenses, he would simply strike where he could. Zhuolin, seeing this, did not hold back either. Although his martial skills had yet to reach perfection and his blood tempering was only at 3 times, he still dared to swing his blade at the blazing monkey. The blazing monkey, now enraged, felt the sting from Fang He's thrust to its snout, albeit without inflicting significant harm. Zhuo Lin's blow merely glanced off its chest without any effect. Yet, how dare these two untrained humans attempt to obstruct it? It was unforgivable. With its fists igniting in flames, it resolved to deal with the sword-wielding youth first, as anticipated. Its fiery punches landed squarely on Fang He. Being a creature of the Lingdong realm, the blazing monkey excelled in speed, and at such close quarters, evasion was impossible. Fang He had only managed to land a hit on its snout due to its brief pause. Otherwise, striking its weak point while it was in rapid motion was nearly impossible. Fang He, Zhuo Lin shouted. Boom. Fang He was sent flying. The blazing monkey, propelled by its powerful legs, sought to pursue and annihilate the human. Yet, as Fang He regarded the charging beast, he felt no fear. Instead, a smile crept across his lips. Chapter 79. In battle Wind Blade, a refreshing breeze brushed against him. The transparent wind blade sliced effortlessly through the blazing monkey's body, transforming into a mere wisp of air by the time it reached Fang He, bringing with it a cool relief that alleviated the fiery sensation in his chest. Li Yang's wind blade arrived just in time, successfully dispatching the blazing monkey, hence the smile on Fang He's face. Glancing down at his chest, he noticed his combat uniform was torn, revealing his muscular torso. Fang He reacted swiftly. He had sensed the impending attack from the blazing monkey and had anticipated it. Unfortunately, while his mind kept pace with the monkey's movements, his body did not. He had only managed to slightly shift his body, yet still endured the brunt of the two punches. Thankfully, with his blood tempering at 25 times and his robust physique, coupled with the protection of his combat uniform, he should sustain no serious injuries. Combat uniforms were invaluable. In critical moments, they truly could save one's life. He wondered about the capabilities of higher-grade uniforms, which, like martial skills, were categorized from A to F, with A being the highest. The uniforms distributed for this mission were all E-grade, and having experienced their effectiveness firsthand, he was quite impressed. Are you all right? Li Yang's voice reached him. Her perception at the Mingqiao level was exceptionally keen. She had already heard Fang He's name during their earlier quarrel, yet had refrained from greeting him amidst the chaos of battle. At that moment, another blazing monkey surged through a different section of the defensive line, heading straight for Fang He. Fortunately, she had been entangled with a mountain turtle and could not break free. Had Fang He and his classmates not endured for those 2 seconds, allowing her the time to regroup, the blazing monkey would have stormed into the ranks of the rookies, leading to catastrophic casualties. For the others lacked Fang He's formidable resilience. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Fang He took a breath and stood up. What are you all waiting for? Go grab the healing supplies, Zhuo Lin shouted at the classmates still dazed nearby. Oh, right. At his command, those standing around snapped out of their stupor and began hastily searching for healing potions. Very well with that, Li Yang turned and floated away. Her strength dictated her movements. Kid, impressive. Zhao Yicheng, having learned about Fang He's plans to join Nandu after the college entrance examination, was now praising him after fending off another wave of attacks. Cousin, Yang Zhahan also recognized him. Fang He, Kong Qingshuang joined in the greetings. Others who were acquainted with Fang He also called out to him. Fang He reciprocated with greetings to his seniors, but this was not the time for pleasantries. They all returned to their posts to continue repelling the enemy. After this commotion, Fang He finally regained full awareness. This was a battlefield, not a playground, and everything could wait until after the fighting ceased. Fang He, this is cool jade ointment. It's excellent for treating your injuries. A girl approached him and spoke softly. After expressing his gratitude, Fang He accepted the ointment and began applying it. Now you all see, Fang He isn't afraid of this battlefield, Zhuo Lin declared, brandishing his large blade and standing tall as he addressed their classmates. No one responded. The earlier scene spoke volumes. When the explosive monkey broke through, only Fang He reacted swiftly enough to block its path. Among the crowd, apart from Fang He, only Zhuo Lin had the audacity to brandish a blade at it. To be frank, when a beast equivalent to the spirit movement realm charged forth, its ferocious aura truly frightened them. The growth environment of these beasts is no less perilous than that of humans. The wilderness is rife with lethal dangers, and surviving to adulthood is no easy feat. Each fully grown beast has endured countless battles. Such a presence is profoundly intimidating during combat. However, this was no justification for their passive observation. Why was it only Fang He and Zhuolin who dared to step forward, while the others cowered in shame at their timidity during a critical moment? They reflected on their earlier lack of judgment, almost succumbing to the foolish words of Tao Yi. Speaking of Tao Yi, the crowd began to search for her whereabouts, only to find her hiding behind a pile of supplies. Her reaction was notably quick. Faced with the disdainful gazes of her peers, her face flickered between hues of green and white, and no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, they were classmates, and some things remained unspoken, but she could feel the weight of their judgment. Her resentment towards Fang He peaked. If he was unafraid of the battlefield, why did he appear so detached and absent-minded? Fortunately, she retained enough composure not to confront him directly, merely huffing before turning her attention to organizing supplies. Disregarding the scrutinizing eyes around her, Fang He, too, chose to ignore her, deeming it beneath him. Observing this, the classmates redirected their attention back to Fang He. After a period of absence, he had grown considerably stronger, managing to withstand the explosive monkey for 2 seconds. Surprisingly, he seemed quite familiar with the students from the martial arts universities, who treated him with notable friendliness, leaving others curious about their connection. Fang He, you seem to know them quite well? Zhuolin inquired directly. He did not recognize which university those students hailed from, but he knew they were not to be taken lightly. The girl floating in midair, assisting everywhere, was undoubtedly an elite from one of the 5 greats. Yes, that over there is my cousin, along with his juniors. My first excursion into the wilderness was with them, Fang He explained succinctly, not concealing anything from Zhuolin. So that's how it is. All right, let's get to work. Suppressing the guilt within, Fang He sought to distract himself by contributing more. Come on, let us get to work. Don't just stand there. Zhuolin shouted. The overall caliber of Jiangling High School was commendably high. After the initial turbulence, everything returned to an orderly state. Liang Pindong felt distressed. Currently, the Longmin Realm battlefield was in a 3v3 state, with their high-end combat power fairly matched. The other 2 Longmin Realm warriors, like Zhang Qixian, had come to provide support. Ideally, a 3v3 should be evenly matched, but due to Liang Pindong's prior ambush by Jiajiang, he had sustained heavy injuries, making the fight particularly arduous. These beasts were exceptionally intelligent, targeting Liang Pindong relentlessly. This forced the other 2 to divide their focus to protect him, resulting in a severe disadvantage for the trio as their defeat became apparent. We cannot continue like this. We must devise a plan. Liang Pindong communicated with his comrades through soul power. Telepathy, a unique ability of Longmin Realm warriors who have comprehended soul power, is nearly impossible to intercept. What should we do? Responded a male voice. The reinforcements in the Longmin Realm comprised 1 male and 1 female, both renowned warriors from the southern regions. Let me take the hit. You 2 don't assist me. Concentrate your fire to eliminate Yin Yong. Before you arrived, I was already focusing on him in a 1-on-2 situation, and he has sustained significant injuries. Liang Pindong declared fiercely. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more so to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cultivated the desolation soul power. No, absolutely not. The proposal was immediately dismissed by the other 2. Given Liang Pindong's current state, enduring a strike from those 3 Lord-level beasts could very well lead to his demise. Stop talking. I'm confident I won't die. If this drags on, I might actually perish. Liang Pindong was resolute. While the 3 were embroiled in debate, a new surge of energy was detected above them. Chapter 80. Martial King by Hanliang was indeed worthy of being the martial peace prince who carved his way through the starry battlefield, maintaining composure amidst such chaotic circumstances. He had already slain 2 great beasts, and others had also achieved victories, but on the Ling Kong realm battlefield, the beasts still held the advantage. Both sides were reinforcing their ranks, and in such a scenario, the outcome hinged on whether any breakthroughs occurred on the higher battlefield. Otherwise, it would merely devolve into a test of endurance. Kill. Recalling his thoughts, pondering excessively was futile. Every beast slain was a small victory. A thunderous roar echoed across the tumultuous battlefield, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. What? The trio of Liang Pindong were the first to sense something amiss. It's the Mountain Lord. Indeed, you have arrived. A light chuckle floated down from the clouds. This voice provided a measure of comfort to the human faction. It seemed everything was under control. Stop pretending to be a sage here. The Mountain Lord was a colossal black tiger, adorned with a scar that ran vertically across its forehead. The failure to injure Zhang Qixian during the previous ambush seemed to have bruised its pride, prompting another attack. With a swat, Zhang Qixian's figure was obliterated. An illusion. Warriors adept in light power can effortlessly conjure multiple phantoms based on light. After an intense exchange, both Zhaojuan and Zhang Qixian appeared to have sustained no visible damage. Mountain Lord, why have you forsaken your dominion in the West Mountain to meddle here? Zhang Qixian inquired leisurely. The Mountain Lord, the Beast King of the West Mountain, ruled not just a single mountain, but an entire mountain range located at the southwestern junction. The Mountain Lord, as the Black Tiger referred to itself, had ascended to Beast King status decades ago, seizing control of the West Mountain. I am free to come and go as I please. Do I need your permission? The Mountain Lord seemed quite displeased with Zhang Qixian. Conversely, Zhaojuan remained silent. The Mountain Lord was both its reinforcements and its trump card. Yet, upon the Mountain Lord's arrival, Zhang Qixian displayed no signs of alarm. It is well known that in battle, if one reveals their trump card and the enemy does not flee, it is time for you to retreat. Zhaojuan had survived for so many years due to its caution, and it was beginning to consider fleeing. I spared you once, and I never anticipated you would become a true force. Zhang Qixian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly unperturbed by the impending onslaught of the two Beast Kings. Roar! I have come for revenge today. Zhang Qixian, prepare to meet your end. The Mountain Lord thundered, summoning countless blades of wind that surged forward. Years ago, when it was merely a great beast, it had encountered Zhang Qixian, who at that time had not yet reached the Tongtian realm, yet was more than capable of dealing with it. Had it not fled swiftly into the dense forest, its pelt would likely be adorning the main hall of the Southern Military District by now. The scar on its forehead was a reminder of that encounter, one it could have healed after ascending to Beast King, but chose not to. This was its humiliation, one that could only be cleansed with Zhang Qixian's blood. Thus, when Zhaojuan proposed to initiate a beast tide with the intent to massacre the city, it readily acquiesced. Seeing the Mountain Lord take action, Zhaojuan had no choice but to follow suit, albeit without exerting its full strength. Clouds of the dragon, winds of the tiger. The clash of the dragon and tiger intensified the ferocity of their assault. Zhang Qixian remained unmoved. Boom! A tremendous sound of explosion erupted as Zhang Qixian raised his hand to create a barrier. The aftermath of the battle at the Tongtian realm spread outward, capable of injuring even those at the Longmin realm. A massive, unadorned hand descended from the sky, devoid of any adornments, allowing one to see the crevices upon its palm with clarity. It descended upon the two Beast Kings with crushing force. Old Zhang, if I were to say I'm the one causing you trouble, just obliterate these two beasts without further ado. Why waste breath on them? A rough voice echoed. Subsequently, an imposing figure, nearly 3 meters tall and brimming with muscle, appeared beside Zhang Qixian. Li Chiwu. Aren't you stationed in the starry expanse? What brings you here? Zhaojuan exclaimed incredulously, spitting a mouthful of blood that was swiftly evaporated. Revealing the extent of its injuries, the Mountain Lord was equally in dire straits. Having charged in fiercely, it now found itself in a pitiful state, having lost an ear and half its tail. Where I go is none of your concern. Do I need to report to you two beasts? With that, Li Qiuwu stood firm, clapping his hands together, intent on crushing the two Beast Kings underfoot. Witnessing Li Qiuwu's attack, Zhaojuan did not hesitate to take flight, heading directly for Yunmeng's, abandoning its subordinates. It understood all too well the weight that Li Qiuwu's name carried. The Martial King, Li Qiuwu, an absolute powerhouse in the Tongtian realm, had long been absent from Blue Star, stationed deep in the cosmos to fend off foreign threats. Although the Mountain Lord occasionally struggled to grasp the situation, it recognized something was amiss upon witnessing Zhaojuan's hasty retreat and fled in the opposite direction. Huh? You run quite fast, Li Qiuwu scoffed. Transforming his palm into a fist, he unleashed a punch that shook the heavens. Why are you attacking me? The beast tide was initiated by Zhaojuan. The Mountain Lord protested bitterly. Bang! The fist caught up with the Mountain Lord, and the once formidable Beast King, now seemingly invincible, was sent sprawling through the air. Blood spilling into the expanse, before crashing violently into the throng of beasts below, leaving one to wonder how many beasts were slain by the impact. Just as I wanted a tiger skin carpet. Your pelt will suffice, plain and simple. As he spoke, Li Qiuwu delivered another punch, and the Mountain Lord, lying on the ground, was utterly defeated. Having exhaled its last breath, why, Lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling. At that moment, the Jiao Lord, hearing the commotion behind him, did not turn around but plunged into the Yunmengs. Never to resurface, Brother Qiuwu, your strength has indeed progressed, Zhang Qixin remarked, having remained a mere spectator since Li Qiuwu's arrival. Allowing him to act as he pleased at IT is hardly worth mentioning. Li Qiuwu waved his hand dismissively. After this, there should be no beast kings daring to recklessly unite and assault the cities of our Xia kingdom. Zhang Qixin scanned the battlefield and replied, "Humph, if it were up to me. We should simply eradicate this band of beasts altogether." Li Qiuwu snorted coldly. "We must still adhere to the rules. This time, they broke the code first. Thus we may slay one beast king, but we cannot annihilate them all." Though Zhang Qixin harbored a desire to eliminate these beast kings, he understood the necessity of restraint. "All right, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Upon finishing, Li Qiuwu casually grasped the corpse of the mountain lord. "You may go," Zhang Qixin nodded. Knowing it was now his responsibility to clean up the aftermath, Li Qiuwu vanished with the mountain lordess body. When Liang Pindong saw a new beast king emerge, his heart sank, realizing that a reversal of fortune was highly unlikely that day. Yet, this only strengthened his resolve to drag Nian Yong down with him. However, the subsequent developments took an unexpected turn as the king of warriors descended, sweeping away the two great beast kings like autumn winds scattering leaves. Had it not been for the swift retreat of the Jiao Lord, it would surely have met its end as well. Now, it was their turn to take action. In truth, the moment the Jiao Lord retreated, the three demons of Yunmengs had already sensed the impending danger and hastily withdrew. They understood the wisdom of preserving their strength for future battles. "Nian Yong, stay!" Liang Pindong exclaimed, excitement causing his eyes to redden. Ultimately, Nian Yong remained, along with Gue Shou. The three demons, intent only on escape, were unable to flee under the relentless pursuit of the trio, leaving only the Jiao Jiang to escape with a severed tail. "Pa, did they truly think me easy to bully?" Liang Pindong spat, having been regarded as a weak point by the three demons, which had severely frustrated him. "How are your injuries?" Zhang Qixin inquired as he landed beside the three. "Zhang Yuan," they replied respectfully, "I am fine. Merely minor wounds. A few days of rest will suffice." Liang Pindong smiled. "Well done. The rest is up to them to wrap up." Zhang Qixin observed Liang Pindong's pale complexion but refrained from further comment. He knew the boy was naturally pale, yet now he resembled a sheet of paper. However, since he wished to persevere, Zhang Qixin decided to let him be. In truth, once the higher battlefield's victory was declared, the fates of the other battlefields were no longer in doubt. Both great and lesser demons were in disarray, scattering in flight. A few great demons remained in the Lingkong realm, while the soldiers below, having confirmed the retreat of the beast tide, did not pursue but instead collapsed, leaning against the trenches and greedily inhaling the fresh air. The third wave of reinforcements, including Fang He, was faring better. Still able to stand. They had only been on the battlefield for a little over 20 minutes, moving supplies a few times before the battle ended so abruptly. Fang He was aware of Li Qiuwu's arrival. His resounding voice echoed across the heavens, making it impossible not to notice. However, when he strained his eyes to look up, he could only make out a vague silhouette. What he could see and know was that upon the appearance of the person named Li Qiuwu, he single-handedly subdued two demons, causing the Jiao Lord to flee in terror and leading to the immediate demise of the Mountain Lord. In the span of merely a minute, he arrived and departed just as swiftly, bringing an end to the conflict. Is this the realm of Tongtian? So formidable. Zhuo Lin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, quite powerful, Fang He murmured. He had witnessed the battles of the Lingkong realm firsthand, and the destructive force was truly inhuman. Yet compared to the realm of Longmen and Tongtian, it seemed rather ordinary. The might rests within oneself. One individual can determine the outcome of a war. Fang He, a cool voice called. "Senior sister," Fang He responded, then turned to follow the sound. At that moment, Li Yank was not soaring through the air but rather walking over calmly, accompanied by Zhao Yiqing. "How are you?" Li Yank inquired. She held high hopes for this yet-to-be-admitted junior. He was bold and tenacious, a promising prospect. "Me? I'm quite well, not injured at all," Fang He replied, forcing a smile, Li Yang frowned slightly. Follow me, at her words. Fang He had no choice but to follow her. For although he had yet to enroll, this senior sister had shown him ample consideration. All right, speak up. Why were you so distracted earlier? Don't tell me it was fear. You dared to cultivate your body and pursue the Mingqiao. Li Yang turned to face Fang He. Fang He opened his mouth, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Li Yang remained silent, simply gazing at him. After a few minutes of internal struggle, Fang He took a deep breath and recounted everything. He could not confide in his parents, nor could he share with classmates or teachers. After much contemplation, he concluded that this senior sister, already enrolled in a martial arts university and possessing a broader perspective, was the most suitable confidant. Li Yang, with her icy demeanor, patiently listened to Fang He's narrative without uttering a word. Is that all? Li Yang finally spoke, her tone firm. She failed to comprehend the nature of the problem. What is the issue? Li Yang inquired earnestly. This battle can be said to have been ignited because of me. Had I not asked the old principal to search for the blood orchid with me, he would not have killed Jiao Yu, which in turn would not have incited the Jiao Lord to launch a beast tide. What does that have to do with you? I ask you. Who did you kill? The Jiao Lord's daughter. Does she not possess exceptional talent, destined to break through to the Lord level in the future? Yes. Are humans and beast demons not enemies? Indeed. Then what wrong is there in you preemptively slaying a beast demon with immense potential? Moreover, she was pregnant. You extinguished the threat before it could even take root. You should be commended. Li Yang's words were resolute. But there are no buts. The Jiao Lord has been lying in wait for many years. Intending to test our strength, this incident is merely a catalyst. Without it, they would have amassed even greater strength before launching a beast tide. Initiating it now is, in fact, a fortuitous event. Li Yang interrupted Fang He, not allowing him to speak further. Yet this time, so many lives were sacrificed. Fang He murmured, "I in war. Is there no loss of life?" Li Yang's voice lowered. After a pause, she added, "I do not deny that a small number of individuals may blame you. But the vast majority will not. At the very least, those who stepped onto this battlefield will not." Fang He gazed at Li Yang, speechless. "Do you not believe me? Come with me." Li Yang returned to their previous location and took to the skies. "Partners, what are your thoughts on the hunting of Jiao Yu by humans? How much is that worth?" Zhao Yiqing interjected. "Can you stop thinking about money for once? Then what should I think about? This is a matter of great honor. Slaying the offspring of a beast king." Li Yang ignored the two. "This is so satisfying. The beast demons have killed so many of us. It's about time. I wonder who did it. I really want to meet them. If only I were the one who hunted Jiao Yu. How enviable." Various voices chimed in, yet none expressed that killing Jiao Yu was a mistake. As the crowd began to discuss animatedly, Li Yang gently descended beside Fang He, her gaze conveying a message. "What do you think? You see now, don't you?" Fang He understood the implication in her eyes. The conflict between humans and beast demons was always thus. In the future, more brutal adversaries awaited you. Li Yang spoke softly, observing her comrades in discussion. "Stronger enemies? Aside from beast demons, who else do we have as foes?" Fang He had long sensed that the enemies of Blue Star were not solely beast demons. Well, when you enter university, you'll understand. What you need to know now is that martial arts university is not merely an honor. It also carries a responsibility. Fang He nodded, acknowledging his understanding. It seemed this world held many secrets that were beyond his current grasp. Based on the behaviors of his grandfather, the old principal, and others, he could sense it. Although the situation on Blue Star appeared relatively stable, they always seemed to carry an air of urgency, and he could not fathom why. Moreover, his grandfather had mentioned the starry battlefield in a call before his departure, a term he had never encountered before. Could it be that the enemy lies among the stars? Chapter 82. Aftermath. The matters that followed the battle were of no concern to them. After a brief respite, they embarked on their journey back to the city. Although they did not directly partake in the war, their auxiliary role allowed them to glimpse a facet of the conflict and recognize its brutality. This experience was significant for them, the high school seniors on the cusp of their final examinations. "Little He has returned. How are your injuries?" Nan Shui inquired eagerly as she approached her son, who had just returned home. Ever since their son received news of his deployment, the couple had been glued to the live broadcast, searching for glimpses of him, and they indeed found him, thanks to Li Yang's outstanding performance, which garnered considerable screen time. Thus, they witnessed the horrifying scene of their son being launched into the air by the fearsome fists of the explosive monkey. At that moment, Nen Shui was so frightened that she nearly lost her breath. But fortunately, the crisis was averted soon after, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. It merely looks alarming. The medication in the army is quite effective, as you can see. Fang He promptly removed his outer garment, revealing his robust torso. Upon seeing this, Nan Shui noticed the faint red marks left behind, providing her with genuine reassurance. When you first arrived there, it seemed like you were having an argument. What was that about? Fang Xinyuan inquired at that moment. It was merely a trivial misunderstanding that arose during communication, but it has since been resolved. Fang He preferred not to discuss such matters at home. Oh, since you are all classmates, it's best to communicate amicably. After all, you'll need to support one another in the future. Through this incident, he had come to realize the kind of environment his son would face in the future. They could not assist him much. They could only hope that he would maintain good relations with his classmates, and that someone would extend a helping hand when he encountered difficulties. Just as Fang He was about to respond, his communicator chimed. It was a call from his grandfather. Xiao He, are you all right? The voice of Fang Xinwu conveyed a sense of weariness. I am fine. How about you? What could possibly be wrong with me? This time, I eliminated over 10 demon beasts. Had they not fled swiftly, I would have surely slain another 20. As long as you are well, it is impossible to eliminate all the demon beasts. Even if I cannot eliminate them all, I must try. All right, it is getting late. You should rest early. After hanging up, new messages arrived. Iron Blood True Man. How's it going? Still alive? Zhuan fan. Did you not witness my valiant figure in the live broadcast? Although this live broadcast was only accessible in Jiangling City, Fang He believed that many people from other regions were able to catch glimpses of it through various means. Clearly, Fanny Yang possessed such capabilities. Iron Blood True Man. I did not see it. All I caught was the sight of someone being knocked down by a monkey. Zhuan fan. Ha? Iron Blood True Man. Would you like to hear some news? Zhuan fan. Iron Blood True Man. Remember the trouble someone was supposed to bring to you in Fengquan? After this beast tide, some worthless individuals feel that Jiangling is unsafe and have decided not to come. Fang He paid little attention to such people. Those who feared coming after hearing about the beast tide were hardly formidable. Even if they did come, they would merely be a minor inconvenience. Easily dealt with, Zhuan fan, but there will still be some who plan to come, right? Iron Blood True Man. Clever. A few will still come, not many, perhaps 7 or 8 individuals. Among them, 3 require special attention. Lu Jiyuan, Feng Ming, and Yin Zixu. Zhuan fan. Are they strong? Iron Blood True Man. Very strong. Zhuan fan. How do they compare to you? Iron Blood True Man. Undoubtedly, I am stronger. Zhuan fan. Then it's nothing to worry about. Iron Blood True Man. Fang He closed the chat window. Beep, beep, beep. A long dormant profile picture sprang to life. Zai Shui Fang. Have you returned home? Zhuan fan. Yes, I'm doing well. Zai Shui Fang. Stop pretending. I saw everything. Zhuan fan. Did you see my dashing figure? Zai Shui Fang. I saw you being pressed to the ground and pummeled by a monkey. Zhuan fan. There was no pressing and pounding. It was clearly a tactical retreat after a fierce battle. Zai Shui Fang. Oh Zhuan fan. Don't doubt me. I am quite strong now. Zai Shui Fang. Ah, yes, I believe you. I hope that when we meet next time, you won't be knocked down by my 2 punches. I'm logging off now. With that, Luo Yi's profile faded away. Miss, your classmate possesses quite a bit of strength. Peng Rou stood beside her. Observing the screen that displayed footage of Fang, he proactively confronting an adult explosive monkey with his body refinement prowess. In the video, Fang He appeared somewhat dazed one moment. And the next, he drew his sword to confront the explosive monkey head-on. He charged forward without hesitation. Particularly when juxtaposed with the performance of those around him, he stood out remarkably in the brief 2 seconds of confrontation. His decisive actions and calm combat strategy were undeniably commendable. The corners of Luo Yi's mouth lifted slightly before quickly smoothing out. Of course, my classmate's strength cannot be lacking, but he still has a long way to go compared to me. Indeed, miss, you are the most outstanding talent of the Luo family in the past 20 years, destined to lead the family towards further advancements. Peng Rou echoed. subtly instilling the notion of leading the Luo family to glory in the future. Luo Yi's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She had never lived within the Luo family estate, nor had she ever aspired to lead them. Well, it's getting late. Time to rest. Luo Yi did not wish to prolong this topic. After a night passed, she yawned and declared her intent to rest. Having spent considerable time with Luo Yi, Peng Ro understood her thoughts to some extent. She sighed inwardly but maintained a neutral expression, merely smiling as she withdrew. In this modern society, where technology is advanced, much of the news becomes widespread within days. The beast tide that occurred in Jiangling City was reported nationwide the very next day, and the authorities did not attempt to stifle its dissemination. Rather, it seemed they even encouraged it. The following day, various posts and comments emerged on the largest exchange forum in the Xia Kingdom. One post, marked as hot by the administrators, read, "What are your thoughts on this beast tide?" The comments below were as follows. "So cool. I wish I could join this battle." Likes, 23.12 million. "Our warriors are truly brave. We salute them." Likes, 19.17 million. The Jiangling City officials responded very promptly. Thumbs up. Likes, 9.87 million. "I want to become a strong person who can determine the outcome of a war with one person." Likes, 8.99 million. Doesn't anyone think that the boy who could actively block an adult explosive monkey at the body refinement level is handsome? Likes, 120,000. Fong He scrolled through the comments and casually liked the one at the very bottom. In addition to these praises, there were also some voices of doubt. Why broadcast these images to the public? Likes, 323,000. Will this have an impact on children's growth? Likes, 119,000. Why did Jiangling City allow third-year students with potential for martial arts university to go to the battlefield? Likes, 1.368 million. What is the intention behind the officials' actions? Likes, 612,000. Naturally, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds can be found, especially in a populous nation like the Xia Kingdom with over 5 billion inhabitants. Under this post, there were also some thoughtless comments, but such remarks had already been overwhelmed by the majority of public opinion and need not be mentioned further. The authorities had not issued any statements regarding the matter. They neither released an announcement nor explained the purpose behind their actions. They simply allowed the discussions and speculations to unfold. However, these matters had little to do with Fong He. After a period of rest, the third-year students finally returned to school. Chapter 83. Transfer Student Jiangling High School. The first and second-year students had already commenced their studies, while the third-year students had their start delayed by a few days to allow those who participated in the beast tide additional time to recuperate. Although the third-year students had yet to arrive at school, discussions surrounding their involvement in the beast tide were abundant. The Jiangling City authorities restricted live broadcast access for first and second-year students. Yet once the broadcast commenced, how could they resist the temptation to watch? I envy those seniors who could participate in such a battle. You weren't saying that earlier. You were terrified when you first saw that scene. Nonsense. It was merely the first time witnessing such a sight. I was stunned. The boy who had been called out blushed. TSK, TSK, TSK. What do you mean by that? Should we head to the training ground to practice? Come on, who's afraid of whom? The two boys, amidst their banter, changed their destination to the martial arts teaching building. I declare Fong He is our school's heartthrob, but you previously said that Senior Lu Ningxi was the most handsome. Since Senior Lu has left, Senior Fong is now the heartthrob. The first girl to speak wore a look of certainty. No argument there. The video of Fong He confronting the explosive monkey was already extracted and made into a GIF, currently displayed on the campus forum. Of course, the GIF only captured the first 2 seconds. Fong He, with his backpack slung over one shoulder and dressed in a hoodie, strolled through the campus, listening to the discussions of his juniors. Unable to suppress a smile. Having undergone several outdoor battles, treasure hunts, and the beast tide, Fong He's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. He found himself regarding these juniors with a sense of protectiveness. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed a distinct change in his classmates after a few days apart. Their spirits seemed markedly elevated. Fong He, the boisterous voice of Zhuo Lin rang out. The classmates who had been engrossed in their studies glanced up momentarily, only to return to their work upon recognizing Zhuo Lin and Fong He. Zhuo Lin, Fong He replied. Since Fanny Yang's departure, he had become more familiar with Zhuo Lin. Have you heard? Zhuo Lin leaned in mysteriously, lowering his voice. Heard what? Fong He had spent the past few days at home, not venturing out, and was unaware of any news. I heard that our school will be receiving several transfer students. Oh, let them come. It's common for a few transfer students to arrive each year, Fang He replied, unfazed. Not like that. This time, they are third-year students. What would third-year students be coming for? Fang He was finally intrigued. Jiangling High School witnesses a steady influx of transfer students each year, which is hardly surprising. However, it is peculiar that these individuals typically transfer during their first or second year, while I have never heard of anyone transferring in their third year. Among the three premier high schools in Jiangling City, these institutions stand as the epitome of excellence. Each year, an overwhelming number of students aspire to enroll after the high school entrance examination. Yet the bar set for admission is exceedingly high, resulting in many being turned away. Nevertheless, numerous parents remain determined to see their children admitted to these prestigious schools, not only due to the exceptional faculty but also because of the enriching academic environment. Surrounded by outstanding peers, their children are likely to thrive in such a milieu. Consequently, transfer students emerge, officially referred to as borrowing students, who attend classes at a different school while ultimately returning to their original institution for the college entrance examination. Beyond the necessity of having a competitive entrance exam score, these students often possess certain connections. Otherwise, who would willingly attend their previous school when the opportunity to join a top-tier institution presents itself? Thus, Fang He finds it curious that, at this late stage in their third year, students would still choose to transfer, particularly into the elite class. Zhuolin then divulges another piece of information. Fang He glances at Zhuolin, pondering how this fellow, with his striking brows and bright eyes, has taken up the role of an informant. How did you come by this information? I visited the homeroom teacher today, and the office door was ajar. I overheard a conversation among several teachers, Zhuolin replies candidly. Any other news? None. All right then, I'll step outside for some fresh air. After setting his belongings down, Fang He exits the classroom and stands in the corridor, gazing out at the central square in front of the teaching building. From this vantage point, he can see the entire expanse of the square. Students from various grades are easily distinguishable. The first and second-year students don their uniforms, while third-year students are not bound by strict regulations and may wear their own attire or the school uniform. A chill winter breeze sweeps through, lifting his bangs as Fang He squints slightly. Savoring the moment, he relishes these quiet times, leaning against the railing of the corridor and observing the comings and goings of people below. His gaze possesses a certain energy. Fang He senses someone watching him. The instant their eyes lock, a powerful awareness stirs within him. Huh? He quickly pinpoints the source of the gaze. The boy clad in a black tracksuit, with bronze skin that radiates vitality, stands before him. His bright, piercing eyes shining with intensity, accompanied by another boy. The boy notices Fang He's gaze, flashes a dazzling smile revealing a row of pearly whites, and swiftly averts his eyes. In response, Fang He also looks away. Ruminating on the fact that he does not recognize this boy. Zisu, what's up? The other boy inquires. Nothing, let us go report to the homeroom teacher. Yin Zishu casually replies as he strides forward, prompting the other boy to hasten his pace. A quick glance upstairs reveals that Fang He is no longer by the railing, a subtle smile forming on his lips. Keen perception, quite interesting. Upon returning to the classroom, barely seated for a quarter of an hour, Fang He hears the footsteps of the class president, accompanied by two unfamiliar sets of footsteps. As expected, the class president pushes the door open and enters first, followed by the two boys he had seen earlier from above. Everyone, let us pause for a moment. We have two new transfer students joining our class. Once he has captured the attention of the entire class, he continues, now, you two, please introduce yourselves. Hello everyone, I am Yin Zishu, hailing from Fenghuan City. It is an honor to join this class, and I look forward to learning alongside you all. I kindly ask for your support. The bronze-skinned boy presents a standard smile, stepping forward to introduce himself. Fang He studies Yin Zishu for a moment, noting that after his introduction, he retreats to the back, his gaze avoiding Fang He as if their earlier eye contact had never occurred. Hello everyone, I am Wang Lu, also from Fenghuan City. In contrast, the other boy's introduction is rather straightforward, and after speaking, he too retreats to the back. Although the name Fenghuan City may seem somewhat unfamiliar to the students from the southern regions, a brief recollection reveals it to be a central city in the East Point. One cannot help but wonder why these two have ventured to this small southern city. Could it be that the educational standards in Jiangling surpass those of Fenghuan? Nonetheless, the students in the elite class merely harbor their curiosity internally while extending a warm welcome to the newcomers. Please, find a place to sit. The class president instructs them to arrange themselves, then adds, Fang He, please come with me. Someone is looking for you. All right. Fang He hesitates momentarily, pondering who might seek him out at this hour, but he doesn't linger on the thought as he promptly follows the class president out of the classroom. Chapter 84. Rejection. Soon enough, Fang He discovers who wishes to see him. It is Hani. Mr. Han, what brings you here? What, am I not welcome? Hani turns with a cheerful smile. Of course, you are welcome. Fang He replies earnestly. He feels immense gratitude towards Han Yi. Aside from the care shown by Li Yin, if it weren't for Han Yi's reminders, she likely wouldn't have been so attentive. All right, I'm not here to jest. I have some good news to share with you. What good news? After discussions at our school, it has been decided to admit you into the preparatory class. Han Yi beams with joy, having fought hard for this outcome, rushing to inform Fang He as soon as he received confirmation. Why? Since Lu Ningxi was admitted early, Fang He had conducted some research. The threshold for entering the preparatory class within the 5 grade is the comprehension of martial arts intent, and he has yet to grasp the sword intent. You have successfully resisted the soul invasion of a great demon, becoming the second individual to survive. Thus, you are certainly qualified for the preparatory class at South University, Hani remarks lightly. However, the proposal had undergone extensive discussion. While Fang He is indeed exceptional, he is primarily deemed a subject of research. The previous individual who withstood the soul invasion has since ascended to the status of a Dragon Gate realm existence. Thus, while Fang He is unique, he does not stand out significantly. Consequently, the South University administration believed it unnecessary to provide Fang He with special treatment, opting to follow standard procedures. Even if he were to be specially admitted, the preparatory class is filled with prodigies who have grasped martial arts intent. Entering would not necessarily benefit him. Nonetheless, the challenges present in the preparatory class come with ample resources, allowing for greater exposure and knowledge. Hence, Han Yi diligently advocated for this proposal, which ultimately received approval from the administration. However, Han Yi does not intend to divulge these details to Fang He. The mere fact that he can enter the preparatory class is already a boon. After Han Yi finishes speaking, he awaits Fang He's consent. But Fang He does not display the anticipated expression of joy at Mr. Han. I would prefer to complete the college entrance examination before enrolling at South University. After a moment of contemplation, Fang He speaks resolutely. May I inquire why? I promised the old principal that I would bring back the top score. Fang He provides a rationale. While this is certainly one reason, another lies in the arrival of the 2 transfer students today, Yin Zishu and Wang Lu. The moment they introduced themselves, Fang He comprehended their intentions. It would be rather dull to leave when guests have traveled such a distance. Furthermore, with only a few months remaining until the college entrance examination, it would be more prudent to wait until after the exams. Achieving top scores would also yield considerable rewards from the city. Very well, since you have your own plans, I respect your decision. Upon hearing Fang He's reasoning, Han Yi does not press further. Thank you, Mr. Han. No problem. I will be waiting for you at South University. Han Yi pats Fang He on the shoulder before departing. He has many tasks to attend to. What did the class president want with you? Upon returning to the classroom, Zhuo Lin leans in to inquire. Oh, a teacher from South University came to offer me a spot in the preparatory class, which I declined. Fang He replies casually. What? If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Zhuo Lin cannot fathom why someone would be recruited into the preparatory class at this juncture. Nor can he believe that anyone would reject an invitation from South University. Fang He shrugs. Believe what you will. During their recent outdoor training, Fang He's encounter with the soul invasion was classified, and they remain unaware of the details. They only know that Fang He was injured at the time but appeared lively and well the following day, leading them to assume he had not sustained serious harm. Casting another glance at the 2 transfer students seated silently, Fang He gathers his belongings, intending to return to his dormitory for a rest. As per tradition, on the first day of school, the morning is free, while martial arts classes commence in the afternoon. Should those 2 intend to stir up trouble, they might make their move during the martial arts class later. Nonetheless, Fang He has a general understanding of their abilities and remains unperturbed. He decides to take a nap first. Ever since Fanny Yang transferred, this dormitory has become Fang He's solitary abode, as the school has not assigned anyone else to share in the afternoon. At the martial arts classroom, Fang He opens the cabinet to retrieve Lin Yuan, a sword measuring 3 feet in length, adorned with intricate, regular black diamond patterns along the blade, emanating a chilling aura. The feel of a sharpened sword is entirely different from that of an unsharpened one. I shall have it reforged with the ice lotus jade given by second aunt when I reach university. Today, we have 2 new classmates in our class, so let us have them demonstrate in today's sparring session. Zhuang Wenchang, clad in a loose martial arts uniform, addresses the crowd seated below. Having just concluded their respective physical training, the participants, after regaining their strength, proceeded to the segment of practical martial arts combat. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Yin Zixu and Wang Lu, who were seated in the front row. The two exchanged a glance, and Wang Lu rose to inquire, "We are already acquainted and have sparred a few times. Upon arriving here, I was wondering if it would be permissible for us to engage with other classmates?" Without much contemplation, Zhuang Wenchang expressed his interest, asking, "Whom do you wish to spar with?" Having heard of Fang He's name prior to coming to Jiangling, Wang Lu expressed his desire to witness the prowess of the champion of the Jiangling elite competition firsthand. He unabashedly named Fang He as his opponent. A murmur of surprise rippled through the onlookers at Wang Lu's declaration, though Fang He remained unaffected, seemingly having anticipated this challenge. Is Wang Lu truly that formidable? To challenge the top student of our class right from the outset? Speculations arose about his motives. Perhaps he sought fame through a single decisive battle, or he might regard our top student as merely average, having come from a larger city. Yet, his intent to challenge Fang He promised an intriguing spectacle, and many were eager to discern the extent of Fang He's current abilities. What do you think Fang He will do? Naturally, he will accept the challenge. What other course of action is there? Ahem, quiet down. Zhuang Wenchang interrupted the chatter, turning his attention back to Fang He with a serious demeanor. Fang He, what is your perspective? Prior to class, he was only aware of the arrival of 2 transfer students, but it now appeared that there was a specific intent directed at Fang He. Slowly rising, Fang He grasped his weapon, Lin Yuan, and offered a smile. "I, too, am eager to ascertain the capabilities of those hailing from Fengquan City." This response did not surprise Zhuang Wenchang, who then called for the 2 students to take the stage and change their weapons. Both participants had sharpened their weapons, and to prevent any accidents, Zhuang Wenchang advised them to switch to dulled ones. "Teacher, our mastery of martial techniques has reached perfection. We can control our weapons with ease. So there is no need for a change," Wang Lu asserted, wielding a sword that was evidently of superior quality. His declaration drew the attention of many, as the term perfection suggested a skill level that met the entrance requirements of the 5 greats. The unexpected emergence of a martial artist boasting perfect mastery was indeed astonishing. Oh? And what is your view, Fang He? Zhuang Wenchang inquired again. Combatants must wield weapons. Otherwise, practicing with dulled ones lacks any sense of urgency. Would you not agree, Fang He? Wang Lu provoked. "I have no objections," Fang He replied, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Lu, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 85. Leisurely Wang Lu's demeanor was becoming increasingly intriguing. However, what baffled me was the extent of Wang Lu's hostility. At that moment, the others also began to perceive the peculiar atmosphere. Wang Lu was evidently well prepared, with Fang He as his explicit target. Having already demonstrated his mastery of perfect martial skills, one could only ponder what level of power Yin Zixu, who had yet to step forward, possessed. Truly, the champion of the elite competition was living up to his reputation. "You may not regard this title with much weight," Wang Lu remarked, fixating on Fang He, who had just taken to the stage. "You seem to know me," Fang He responded with a nonchalant demeanor, which caused Wang Lu to raise an eyebrow in confusion. "I do not know you." "Not knowing is no issue. You shall soon become acquainted." Wang Lu assumed his stance, sword in hand, poised to strike. Fang He scrutinized Wang Lu, noting his average height and appearance, which at first glance seemed unremarkable. Yet, the aura he exuded and the sword he wielded rendered him far from ordinary. With Lin Yuan in hand, glimmering with a chilling light, the match commenced. Spirit sword, phantom blade. Wang Lu launched into his signature move immediately. The sword danced like a serpent, conjuring illusions in the air. For novices, this technique could produce 3 phantoms, while masters could create up to 9. Yet, to Fang He's astonishment, there were a staggering 100 phantoms before him. Such a display could only be achieved by those who had attained perfect mastery of martial skills, with each illusion appearing entirely real, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Fang He's gaze sharpened. It seemed Wang Lu was indeed a practitioner of finesse. "Unfortunately, I, too, excel in technique," with a decisive step, He disregarded the approaching phantoms, aiming straight for the one true blade. Clang! Lin Yuan met Wang Lu's sword with precision. Impossible. How could you possibly locate my blade? Wang Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Fang He's reply was simply his sword. Spirit sword, phantom blade. Wang Lu persisted with the same technique, unwilling to concede that Fang He could discern his true sword in such a brief moment. Without exception, clang. The crisp sound of their blades colliding echoed once more. Wang Lu's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. How did you achieve this? Fang He merely cast a dispassionate glance his way. The strength of his soul force was tantamount to cheating in battles of equal rank. Moreover, Fang He could now utilize his soul force to perceive every minute change within a 30-meter radius, all etched in his memory. From the very instant Wang Lu initiated his assault, his vulnerabilities had become evident to Fang He, rendering him utterly exposed. Though Wang Lu's swordplay appeared dazzling, Fang He effortlessly discerned the core of his technique. All show and no substance. It's merely flashy, he mused. Is it possible that Fang He is simply too strong, and anyone stepping up might find themselves swiftly overwhelmed? At that moment, Wang Lu was oblivious to the discussion surrounding him. He was preoccupied with countering Fang He's relentless onslaught. However, Yan Zishu had heard the remarks and could not deny the validity of Fang He's prowess as the Jiangling elite competition champion. Had he been in Fang He's position, he, too, would have struggled to pinpoint Wang Lu's true blade so swiftly, opting instead for brute force to overwhelm. Observing Wang Lu, who was increasingly cornered in the arena, Yan Zishu recognized that defeat was inevitable. When a practitioner who relies on skill encounters one who excels in the same, the outcome is invariably predetermined. Fang He had thoroughly assessed Wang Lu's capabilities, fully refined blood energy. Approximately 23 times, with perfect mastery of swordplay, he was on the cusp of attaining the essence of sword intent. Alas, it was still insufficient. Mirage. This technique bore similarities to Wang Lu's. Both utilized the speed of their swordplay to create visual illusions, making it difficult to discern reality from deception. Wang Lu widened his eyes, straining to distinguish the genuine from the false, his hands gripping the sword hilt tightly, ready to strike upon discovering the true blade. Found it! Wang Lu's spirit surged, and without hesitation, he swung downward. Whoosh! The sword cleaved through the air, generating a gust of wind. How could this be? It was right there. Where had the true blade gone? Why did he not feel the impact? As the wind brushed past, Wang Lu finally realized that Fang He had already sheathed his sword and stood at ease. What are you doing? I have not yet lost. Actually, you are quite correct. Fang He replied. What? Once one achieves perfect mastery of martial skills, they can wield their weapon with effortless control. You rip! Before Wang Lu could finish his sentence, the sound of fabric tearing resonated. This was followed by 4 similar sounds. At that moment, everyone noticed the 5 gashes that had appeared on Wang Lu's martial arts attire. The seams at his elbows, wrists, and chest had all split, as the wounds gaped open. Wang Lu finally felt the sting of pain. Hiss apart from the laceration on his chest, blood oozed from the other 4 wounds, quickly staining his white martial arts uniform, reminiscent of plum blossoms blooming in the winter moonlight. Fang He wins. Zhuang Wenchang declared the obvious outcome. So impressive. That was spectacular. Someone nearby remarked. Did you comprehend it? Another questioned, of course not. Then why cheer? Precisely because I did not understand it. It was thrilling. If I could grasp it all, could it still be deemed exciting? I did glean a bit. Fang He's control over force was simply exquisite. He struck 5 times in an instant, yet managed to penetrate only 4 of Wang Lu's defenses, leaving one cut merely through fabric without harming the skin. Indeed, that level of control is exceptional. Wang Lu had claimed earlier that those with perfect mastery could wield their weapons freely. It seems he learned a valuable lesson today. A pure lesson indeed, utilizing swords with similar techniques and teaching both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Wang Lu felt faint, not from blood loss, but from the uncertainty of how to conclude this encounter. Teacher, I shall escort Wang Lu to the infirmary, Yan Zishu offered, rising to defuse the situation. Very well, be sure to tend to his wounds and allow him to rest adequately, Zhuang Wenchang consented. Yan Zishu promptly assisted the still-dazed Wang Lu down from the stage and exited the martial arts classroom. Class dismissed. Observing the animated discussions surrounding the recent battle, Zhuang Wenchang discerned that continuing with further martial arts contests would yield little in terms of effectiveness, and thus declared the end of class. Have you grasped the essence of sword intent? Zhuang Wenchang inquired quietly. The rapid conclusion of the previous battle had left him unable to discern much, prompting him to seek insight from the participant. Fang He slightly shook his head. Zhuang Wenchang's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he marveled. To dominate an opponent of equal rank without having comprehended sword intent was truly a mark of genius. How did you find yourself defeated? Yan Zishu had ceased to support Wang Lu. Walking alongside him now, I do not know, Wang Lu replied, his tone laden with hesitation. You do not know? In the audience. He could not see clearly. He believed that Wang Lu, who was in the thick of it, would comprehend the situation. Yet the outcome was unexpected. It appears that it is time to reach out to a few others. Chapter 86. The plan at Shuiyun Pavilion. In a private room, 8 young men were seated. As the last dish was served, one of them spoke up. All right, you may all leave now. The attendants, standing by, bowed and exited the room in an orderly fashion. How did it go? Have you clashed with Fang He? What is his strength? As soon as the attendants departed, someone eagerly inquired. They had received word prior to their arrival, an intriguing lead. I did not engage with Fang He. It was Wang Lu who fought him. Wang Lu, please share your thoughts, Yan Zishu replied, shaking his head and turning to Wang Liu. At that moment, Wang Lu had already changed his attire and applied some medicine. Sitting quietly to the side, silent. Under the curious gazes of the others, Wang Lu felt somewhat uncomfortable. Before their arrival, they had envisioned a simple plan. First, Yan Zishu and Wang Lu, both from the same school, would confront him to shatter his reputation as the top student of Jiangling High School. Then, others from different schools would undermine his confidence, much like during the first-year class assessment. Though they looked down upon Fang He, they were not reckless, given their family backgrounds. Thorough intelligence gathering was essential before taking action. Of course, they were also aware that the relationship between Fang He and Luo Yi was not as the Luo family had portrayed, Fang He relentlessly pursuing Luo Yi, but rather that they were childhood friends. Yet, did that matter? What mattered was the existence of Fang He, and their objective was to ensure he no longer had any ties with Luo Yi. According to the intelligence, Fang He had suffered a setback in his first year, which left him despondent, only to rise again. Thus, they planned to replicate that scenario and destroy his confidence once more. After such a blow, they believed he would be utterly defeated, incapable of rising again. This way, he would no longer pursue Luo Yi. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, many individuals had acquired formidable strength, leading to a significant potential for destruction. In moments of impulsiveness, the consequences could be beyond control. Therefore, the laws of Xia country were particularly stringent towards martial artists, forbidding any unwarranted harm to others. However, this only prohibited physical injury, allowing them to strike at the heart instead. Their strategy was sound, and their intelligence work was thorough. Unfortunately, sometimes the information they received was not entirely accurate. For instance, the first to engage, Wang Lu, ended up suffering misfortune. Fang He's confidence had not been shattered. Rather, it was Wang Lu who began to doubt himself. Wang Lu reflected on their encounter 2 hours prior, gradually articulating, from the clashes of our blades, I can roughly gauge Fang He's physical prowess at around 25 times the peak of blood refinement. His mastery of martial arts appears to be at a perfect level. As he spoke the latter part of his statement, his tone wavered with uncertainty. Through their exchanges, he could surmise Fang He's physical strength. Yet he felt less assured regarding his mastery of martial arts that truly achievable at a perfect level. You aren't even certain of his mastery? Someone exclaimed in surprise. They were aware that Yan Zishu and Wang Lu had initially found themselves at a disadvantage against Fang He, but they lacked the specifics. Well, I'm not sure if he has mastered the sword intent and is suppressing his strength while fighting me. I certainly did not sense any presence from him. Yet during our combat, he exerted total control over me. With that, Wang Lu felt no need for further concealment and recounted the details of their confrontation. Once he finished, a heavy silence enveloped the room. They were all suitors of Luo Yi, each with similar standings within their families, and they had anticipated that their visit to Jiangling would be a mere excursion, easily dealing with an inexperienced youth, only to find the situation far more complicated. They were aware of Wang Lu's strength, and among those present, only a few could confidently claim victory over him. With his defeat, the prospects for the others appeared grim. So you couldn't even withstand 3 of his moves? Someone broke the silence. Ahem, Lu Jiuan interrupted. Let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us discuss our next steps. His martial arts have reached a perfect level in less than 6 months. Even if he is a genius, it's improbable he could grasp sword intents so swiftly, so he should still be at a perfect level, someone analyzed. Indeed, another concurred. Wang Lu's defeat must have been due to Fang He's counter. As they are of the same martial type, making such an outcome plausible. That makes sense. How about Zishu test him again? Lu Jiuan suggested, turning to Yin Zishu. Sure, Yin Zishu replied readily, though inwardly he scoffed. Although they were a cohesive group, each harbored their own ambitions. Their collective goal aligned, and the obstacle before them was their mutual adversary. But what would happen once that obstacle was removed? After all, there was only one Luo Yi. Before coming to Jiangling, they had made a pact to focus solely on Fang He until he was dealt with. Furthermore, their choices regarding which school to attend were made individually. Wang Lu and Yin Zishu had naturally decided to strike first, opting for Jiangling High School. When Wang Lu faltered, the others exhibited far less concern than they outwardly showed. Perhaps they were secretly reveling in his downfall, one less competitor. Now, with Lu Jiuan encouraging him to test the waters, it was clear he harbored ulterior motives, intending for Yin Zishu to be the vanguard. Then let it be so. I trust Zishu will handle Fang He with ease. Lu Jiuan smirked. Ha, we all share the same goal. Once I succeed, the subsequent matters will fall to you. Yin Zishu replied with a smile. Naturally, come, let us toast together. Lu Jiuan raised his glass. Feng Ming, who had been silent since their arrival, also lifted his cup. The sound of clinking glasses resonated throughout the room. This affair now rests upon the 3 of you. As the gentle breeze swept through, the group dispersed, with Yin Zishu and Wang Lu returning together to Jiangling High School. Yin Zishu maintained a smile, appearing quite content. In truth, our visit to Jiangling was largely for show. The focus has always been on the 3 of you, Wang Lu remarked. Before their arrival, he had harbored dreams of eliminating Fang He and then competing amongst themselves. Though he knew his chances were slim, what if Luo Yi truly took a liking to him? People often cling to fantasies about the future until the dust settles. This group was both solid and loose. When outsiders attempted to approach Luo Yi, they would be rebuffed, yet when no outsiders were present, they would turn on each other. However, this no longer concerned Wang Lu. He had already been eliminated after his defeat by Fang He that afternoon. Chapter 87. Yin Zishu Dado? Just the 2 of us? Do not be so formal. Wang Lu understood the nature of Yin Zishu. Yin Zishu composed himself. Among our group, only you, Lu Jiuan, and Feng Ming stand a chance against him. You are giving up? What else can I do? Then will you remain here? Or of course, I will stay and observe. Though I am out of the game, I still wish to see how it concludes. Fang He felt a twinge of regret. He lamented the speed at which he had defeated Wang Lu, resulting in being pestered by Zhuolin. Fang He, let us have another match, Zhuolin exclaimed, springing to his feet as if rejuvenated, calling out to Fang He. Having barely rested for 5 minutes, he appeared to have been recharged. Aren't you done yet? Bro, big brother, I feel I'm on the verge of breaking through to perfect level. Zhuolin's face brimmed with anticipation. Fine, let us go again. 5 minutes later, Zhuolin lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Fighting you is exhilarating, indeed. Fang He was a competent sparring partner. His formidable spiritual strength enabling him to perfectly control his own power. In other words, he could provide his opponents with a maximized combat experience. So, did you break through? Fang He inquired. Not quite, Zhuolin replied, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. In a rush, take your time. For the next few days, refrain from training. Perhaps a relaxed mindset will yield results, Fang He suggested. All right, I'll heed your advice. By the way, are you aware of the upcoming exchange competition? Not really. The school is quite determined this time. They aim to secure the championship in the tri-school exchange competition. This is the first exchange competition since Principal Ma took office. Such determination is not surprising. Fang He nodded. It all hinges on you now. Regarding the selection of participants, the school will conduct another round of eliminations. Those 2 newcomers possess considerable strength, thus occupying 2 slots, which complicates the selection process. Zhuolin certainly wished to participate in the exchange competition. Had it not been for his severed arm, he would have secured a spot without question. However, after the injury, his strength was notably lacking compared to others in the same realm, especially with two formidable newcomers joining the fray. Hence, his eagerness to achieve a breakthrough in martial arts and attain perfect level. Do those two also wish to join the exchange competition? Zhuo Lin's words caught Fang He's attention. They haven't, he said, but since they come to our school, isn't it only natural for them to participate? Zhuo Lin's reasoning was simple. Regardless of past circumstances, being at Jiangling High School, those with strength would naturally fight for the school. This statement reminded Fang He that he had previously sensed something amiss. But only now did he contemplate where the issue lay. Fanny Yang's news indicated that 7 or 8 individuals had arrived, 3 of whom were particularly noteworthy. Yan Zixu and Wang Lu had made an appearance at Jiangling High School. What about the others? Lingbei and Chengnan, perhaps? Fang He muttered to himself. What do Lingbei and Chengnan have to do with them? Zhuo Lin, with keen ears, caught Fang He's murmured thoughts. It's nothing. I just feel that this exchange competition will be quite interesting. Fang He refrained from voicing his suspicions. With you and those 2 newcomers participating, the championship is already secured. How could it possibly be interesting? I don't know. We'll see when the time comes. I'm leaving now. With that, Fang He departed from the martial arts hall. Hey, I've rested enough. Shall we have another match? Zhuo Lin called out as he got up. You should rest for 2 days. Overexertion is counterproductive, came Fang He's distant reply. In the days that followed, life returned to a state of tranquility. The 2 newcomers did not stir up trouble. Apart from Wang Lu's challenge to Fang He on the first day, they behaved like any other students. Adhering to the daily routine, Fang He spent his days attending classes and cultivating, while Zhuo Lin willingly took on the role of a sparring partner, relishing the experience. Hard work eventually bore fruit. After a month into the new term, Zhuo Lin's martial skills reached perfection, further solidifying his resolve to train alongside Fang He. As the second semester of senior year commenced, Fang Xingyuan and Nan Shui noticeably grew anxious. Even though they understood that Fang He's grades were already commendable enough to secure admission into the 5 grades, Nan Shui could not help but ask Fang He if he needed a tutor for his academic subjects, only to be met with a bemused refusal from him. Meanwhile, the old man, rejuvenated since returning to the battlefield, now trained every morning, insisting on being perpetually prepared. He expressed no concern over his grandson's performance, merely advising him to do well and not bring shame to the Fang family. Cousins had also reached out, wishing him luck for the college entrance examination and hoping for a top scorer in the family. As for Fanny Yang, he had recently become quite enigmatic, claiming to be engaged in various rigorous training sessions and promising to astonish everyone when they next met. Luo Yi, on the other hand, remained unchanged, logging on infrequently and logging off shortly thereafter, rendering communication between Fang He and Luo Yi more akin to an exchange of letters, each leaving a message for the other. Time, indifferent to anyone's will, continued its eternal and unyielding passage. Classmates, as the college entrance examination approaches, you are surely aware of our tradition. There will be an exchange competition before the exams, announced Zhuang Wenchang with a cheerful demeanor. Having just finished their training, everyone understood that the time for the exchange competition had finally arrived. As per the usual protocol, students who had attained perfection in martial skills would automatically qualify, while the remaining slots would be filled based on merit. Zhuang Wenchang continued, this is only natural. Everyone desires to showcase their skills in the exchange competition, so let the strongest prevail. Fang He, Zhuo Lin, Yan Zixu, and Wang Lu, you 4 are directly selected to participate. Is there any objection? All 4 had achieved perfection in martial skills, including Yan Zixu, who had already demonstrated his superior prowess, thus there were no dissenting voices from the rest of the class. No objections. Fang He cast another glance at Yan Zixu. Could it be that this fellow truly intends to participate in the competition earnestly? Very well, those wishing to compete for the remaining spots may come to me to register. Selections will begin next week. With that, Zhuang Wenchang dismissed the class, and everyone dispersed. After class, Yan Zixu did not return to the dormitory but instead headed to the school gate alone, the entrance. A luxurious flying vehicle awaited, which took off smoothly as he boarded. Young master, the items have arrived. Inside the vehicle, a young man handed Yan Zixu a package. Does this item truly possess such formidable effects? Yan Zixu gazed at the package, his expression betraying a hint of intrigue. Seeing this, the young man hastily added, Young master, this can only be considered a semi-finished product. We have tested it, and it is currently unsuitable for martial artists. Very well, it's a shame. Kong Peng truly is a genius. Yin Zishu reluctantly relinquished his thoughts. Indeed, had he not defected, he might have had the opportunity to develop it, which would have been a groundbreaking achievement. The young man concurred. Chapter 88. Selection. Have you heard? Recently, several experts have emerged from Lingbei. How skilled are they? They are all martial artists who have reached perfection, and they are all transfer students. How do you know this? A friend from my middle school is in the elite class at Lingbei. He told me, hey, I've also heard that Chengnan has produced a few experts, also transfer students. Another boy chimed in. What on earth? Are martial artists who have achieved perfection in high school now so common that they appear in droves? His astonishment was understandable. In Xia country, if one could cultivate martial skills to perfection during high school, provided that their academic performance was not abysmal, they could easily gain admission to the 5 grades. Jiangling City is not a large metropolis, and each year, only a handful of students manage to enter the 5 grades, many of whom have not even reached perfection in their martial skills. Who knows? Perhaps Jiangling is a land of opportunity. Maybe we should pay a visit before the college entrance exams, someone joked. The group below whispered and gossiped about various rumors. Silence. The grade director has come to preside over the selection. This selection will not involve the entire grade. Only students who registered for the selection and those automatically qualified will be present in the martial arts hall. Registrants are not limited to the elite class. Those in ordinary classes with proficient martial skills may also participate. Yin Zishu sat in the audience, his gaze fixed on Fang He, attempting to discern any differences from his usual demeanor. After observing for a while without any clarity, he opened his communicator and sent a message. Upon receiving a positive response, he felt reassured. Fang He, meanwhile, felt a clarity in his mind, to the point of exhilaration. This sensation was rather unusual, given his level of control. Such a state should not arise. He promptly began an introspective examination, a testament to the power of his soul force, allowing him to effortlessly conduct a thorough self-assessment. Everything appears normal, aside from the heightened spirits. There are no issues. Yet, this normality itself seems quite abnormal. The sole deviation from his routine today was a trip to the school gate to collect a package, only for the courier to inform him that it was not his. Upon returning, he pondered if it was that courier. The package was tightly sealed, concealing even the face of the courier. If there was any difference, it was indeed this solitary anomaly. Fortunately, while his soul force was somewhat agitated, it remained within manageable bounds. Once the fluctuations subsided, it might even result in an increase. However, for an ordinary person, lacking his formidable soul force, the agitation could potentially lead to a state of stupor. This could be perilous. Yin Zishu, could it be you? Or Wang Lu? Or perhaps someone else? The answer remained elusive, but the immediate priority was to manage the turmoil of his soul force. As for the identity of the perpetrator, that would inevitably come to light. No need to rush. Very well, this selection concludes here. Our school will be represented by Fang He, Zhuo Lin, Yin Zishu, and Wang Lu, along with a total of 10 students competing. The grade director announced from the podium. Director, Yin Zishu raised his hand. What is it? It is thus. Since we represent Jiangling High School in this competition, our team should have a captain, right? Yin Zishu smiled brightly. Indeed, a captain is indeed necessary, especially for the final team battle where someone needs to lead. The grade director affirmed. Then, Director, I believe Fang He would make a very suitable captain. Zhuo Lin's loud voice interrupted Yin Zishu's sentence. Over this period, he had been sparring with Fang He and was well aware of his strength. Yin Zishu, undeterred by the interruption, replied with a beaming smile, Well, Zhuo, I am also quite interested in this captaincy. What shall we do? You two can compete. The stronger shall lead. Zhuo Lin did not consider Yin Zishu a match for Fang He. I have no objections. Yin Zishu's smile grew even brighter as he gazed at Fang He, who sat with his eyes closed. The grade director encouraged healthy competition among the students, adding, Since Yin Zishu has no objections, what about you, Fang He? Upon hearing the voice, Fang He slowly opened his eyes. The clarity within them flickered momentarily before becoming somewhat clouded. What? He spoke slowly. Seeing Fang He's sluggish demeanor, Yin Zishu felt a surge of delight. The team for the exchange competition requires a captain. Are you willing to face him in a match? The grade director reiterated. I am willing. Fang He replied, each word deliberate. What's wrong with you? Zhuo Lin whispered. Fang He, your condition seems off. Do you need to rest for a moment? The grade director inquired, observing Fang He's delayed reactions. No need. I'm fine. Yin Zishu was quite satisfied with Fang He's state. Intelligence reports indicated that Fang He's soul force appeared to be exceptional. And after using that item, he would not become a dullard, merely slow in his responses, making future training impossible. Then let S take the stage. Yin Zishu, agile as ever, appeared on the arena in the blink of an eye. Fang He did not showcase any flashy movements. Instead, he walked steadily onto the stage, maintaining a composed posture without any ostentation. Fang He, I can see that you are not in the best condition. Why not concede outright? Yin Zishu feigned concern for Fang He in the present moment. Fang He appears to Zishu Yin as a figure riddled with flaws, lacking in both poise and strength despite adopting a combat stance. There is no need. I can manage, he states, furrowing his brow. Out of respect for you, I shall also give my utmost effort. Zishu Yin draws his Tang Dao, his expression earnest. From below the stage, Zhuolin observes Zishu Yan's demeanor. Feeling an urge to imprint his fist upon that seemingly polite facade, which nonetheless unsettles him profoundly. Fang He refrains from elaborating further. In this contest, one must not intentionally cause severe injury. Be careful. Fang He, Zishu Yin cheerfully cautions, his hands moving without hesitation. Tio Zishu Yin's eyes. Fang He remains motionless until the blade approaches, prompting him to slowly raise his sword in a bid to block. The plan unfolds without a hitch. He is a meticulous individual, having been so throughout his life. Being born into the Yin family is his fortune, and even more fortunate is his commendable martial talent. Albeit overshadowed by that of his elder brother in a family that has persevered through generations, the guiding principle is not solely the primogeniture system, but rather the ascendance of the capable and the retreat of the weaker. Nonetheless, in a scenario where abilities are closely matched, the eldest son possesses an inherent advantage. Thus, he was indoctrinated from a young age to be a guardian of the family rather than its ruler. Yet, he rebels against this notion. Why should mere birth order dictate authority when abilities are nearly equal? His attempts at defiance resulted in the withdrawal of his training resources. Only upon pledging to uphold the family did he regain access to them. Since then, he has mastered the art of disguise, wearing a congenial facade towards everyone. He has not surrendered. He continually seeks opportunity, and the emergence of Luo Yi from the Luo family represents just such an opportunity. Chapter 89. Pitiful Clang. Zishu Yan's smile freezes upon his face. How is this possible? Fang He's seemingly effortless strike precisely deflects his blade. He must be using trickery. He muses, transforming his slash into a downward glide. However, while Fang He's sword appears soft and yielding, it adapts seamlessly to the trajectory of his knife. I cannot shake him off. It is common knowledge that Kong Peng's latest experimental drug has been deemed unsuitable for use. Yet he has heard of Kong Peng, a genius not in martial arts, but in pharmacological research. Since joining the research institute, Kong Peng has dedicated himself to studies concerning the soul, a field of paramount importance in Xia country, attracting significant investment annually. Should one decipher the means to cultivate or enhance soul power, the training of formidable individuals within Blue Star would become considerably easier. Previously, Kong Peng was merely a lowly researcher. But after inadvertently developing a semi-finished drug that could augment soul power, he swiftly ascended to the position of deputy director. The drug, upon testing, was found effective in boosting soul power, yet its side effects were severe. Initially, experiments were conducted on demonic beasts, resulting invariably in a temporary increase in soul power, followed by the obliteration of their intelligence. Subsequently, the inquiry turned to whether humans would yield different results, but the outcomes proved strikingly similar. Eventually, an expert from the transcendent realm of Xia personally examined the drug and concluded, while it does enhance soul power, it is ineffectual for those above the Void Sky realm and induces dementia in those below the Dragon Gate realm. Consequently, the drug became a worthless endeavor, tasteless when consumed, yet regrettable to discard. This led to the cessation of the experiment until substantial breakthroughs could be achieved. Following Kong Peng's defection with research data, a joint pursuit by Dong University and Nan University ensued, culminating in his capture. Although Kong Peng has departed, remnants of his semi-finished product linger, and various families, including the Yin family, have secured their share. Who wouldn't he desire a drug capable of enhancing soul power? Despite its toxicity, what if one were to successfully develop a variant devoid of harm to humans? The authorities remain silent, content to let each family pursue their own research, as a successful outcome would benefit Xia country. After several months of investigation, families discovered that the substance was exceedingly challenging to study, leading to a temporary halt in research. As the legitimate second son of the Yin family, Zishu Yin was well versed in the family's research and had the authority to utilize the substance. Upon witnessing Fang He's effortless victory over Wang Lu, his inherently cautious nature prompted him to refrain from immediate confrontation. Opting instead to bide his time, he recalled a particular drug within the family that, after extensive study, had been reduced to a colorless, odorless powder. Following his application and subsequent approval, he successfully obtained the drug, choosing to deploy it today to triumph over Fang He before the watchful eyes of many. Such a tactic is undeniably dishonorable. Yet, who would know? All that would be seen is Fang He's public defeat on the stage, leading to a psychological collapse and the downfall of a once promising talent. Luo, you would come to realize that the one she favored is merely a fragile being incapable of enduring even the slightest setback. Meanwhile, he, Zishu Yin, would emerge as her true ideal match. As for whether his triumph over Fang He would become a thorn in Luo Yi's heart. How could the exalted scion of the Luo family suffer over such a person? The fleeting novelty of youth, once gone, leaves no trace behind. Ultimately, he would win her heart and savor her affection. The script is flawless, is it not? Yet, why is it that Fang He, who should be ensnared in turmoil of the soul, manages to parry his two strikes? Though Fang He's movements are languid, he adeptly neutralizes Zishu Yin's assaults. If 2 strikes fail, then 3. If 3 fail, then 10. Zishu Yin cannot fathom that Fang He could withstand his onslaught. Meteoric flash. The blade arcs through the air like a comet, its speed akin to lightning as it aims directly for Fang He's visage. Fang He refrains from employing the Lingbo step, instead merely tapping the ground with his toes, sidestepping the incoming strike. The blade grazes Fang He's form, narrowly evading the attack. This exchange incites a wave of tension among the observing students below. Employing a slow approach to counter the rapid, Fang He, having avoided Zishu Yin's strike, finds himself in a position to retaliate from below. At this moment, his sword seems to align perfectly, once again blocking the attack. Zishu Yin's astonishment is palpable. Following this thwarted attempt, he tries several angles, thrusts, sweeps, jabs, cuts, pushes, stirs, and collapses, none of which succeed against Fang He's methodical and seemingly coincidental defenses. After 10 exchanges, Zishu Yin ceases his offensive, his expression grave as he scrutinizes the evidently flawed Fang He. You seem rather astonished? Fang He finally speaks, his tone still measured. Zishu Yin, caught off guard by the unexpected query, quickly regains composure and offers a smile. Indeed, I am somewhat surprised. I did not anticipate that you could withstand my assaults despite your sluggish movements. Fang He's gaze remains vacant, or rather, are you not surprised, but disappointed? Observing Fang He's hollow stare, Zishu Yin feels a sting of ridicule. He realizes that Fang He is merely feigning vulnerability, unaffected by the drug's influence. Yet, he replies, how could that be? The stronger you are, the greater our school's chances of winning the exchange competition. Fang He shakes his head, his eyes suddenly sharp and lucid. Does this not tire you? As he speaks, Fang He takes the initiative, unleashing a wave of sword energy towards Zishu Yin. Am I fatigued? Not at all. Zishu Yin matches Fang He's pace, successfully blocking the strike. Maintaining such a facade daily must be exhausting. With no return strike, Fang He delivers a diagonal slash. I am not pretending. I have always possessed this nature. Zishu Yin's countenance exhibits the archetypal smile once more, raising both hands to block Fang He's downward strike. Oh, I misspoke. You are not merely tired, but rather pitiable. Fang He also grips his sword firmly, pressing down with determination, his gaze fixed on Zishu Yin, revealing a glimmer of compassion. Pitiable? Who is the one to be pitied here? I am a scion of the Yin family. How could I be pitiful? The smile that had graced Zishu Yin's face finally falters. Lies cannot inflict harm. It is the truth that cuts deep, Fang He articulates, striking a chord with Zishu Yin's inner turmoil. But whether one is pitiable, you know in your heart. With a swift retreat, Fang He thrusts his sword anew. Ha, ha, ha. I have never worried about resources. You could never comprehend such feelings. Zishu Yin does not attempt to block this time, instead launching his own strike to exchange injury for injury. I truly cannot understand. Nor do I wish to, Fang He declares with conviction. I only wish to be myself, to be my true self. Upon uttering these words, Fang He's eyes blaze with fervor, and his spirit surges as he steps forward, intent on engaging Zishu Yin in a battle to the bitter end. Chapter 90. Victory in the End. Zishu Yin's blade fails to reach Fang He, while Fang He's sword finds its mark upon Zishu Yin's shoulder blade. How did you achieve this? Zishu Yin queries through gritted teeth, glancing at the sword embedded in his shoulder. You cannot fathom, Fang He responds, withdrawing his sword, which draws forth a cascade of crimson. The sensation of the blade's withdrawal elicits a muffled groan from Zishu Yin. Reverse slash, Zishu Yin swings his blade once more. This time, Fang He's movements are no longer languid. He strikes first. With a sweeping motion, he delivers another blow, moonlight flow. The wound on Zishu Yin's shoulder ultimately affects his counterattack speed. And in a moment of haste, he fails to fully block. The moonlit shadow grazes Zishu Yin's chest, leaving a trail of blood. Perhaps due to their prior encounters with the beast tide, the spectators find such intensity of combat to be quite commonplace. How is this possible? How can he be so swift? Fang He provides no respite for contemplation, launching yet another strike. Though injured, Zishu Yin's instincts remain sharp, and he struggles to defend against the oncoming assault. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with the glint of swords and the flash of blades, rendering the spectators unable to discern the weapons in play. All that could be heard was the clash of steel against steel. Did you see it clearly? One individual asked, eyes fixated on the stage. No. Did you? I did not either. Then what are you watching? You wouldn't understand. I am absorbing their essence. The competition was overseen by the grade director, who, in that fleeting moment, seemed to sense the presence of sword energy, only for it to vanish before he could fully grasp it. At that moment, he was entirely focused, ready to intervene at the first sign of danger that could cause serious injury. Shattered stars, Yin Zishu struck with his blade, and what appeared to be remnants of stars flickered in the air. An anomaly only achievable through master-level swordsmanship. The sound of piercing filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. Fang He was struck, yet he felt no sensation of flesh being pierced. It was but an illusion. Yin Zishu, it seems your prowess is rather limited, came Fang He's voice from behind him. Yin Zishu's expression twisted. Whether from the pain of his wounds or from rage, it was unclear. In a swift motion, he spun like a top, wielding his blade in a sweeping arc, sending countless star-like remnants scattering, the fierce wind from his strikes causing even the onlookers below to wince in pain. Fang He's gaze was sharp. In a flash, he darted forth, his steps light as he navigated through the remnants of stars. Despite Yin Zishu's fury, his technique remained unfaltering. The blade lights transformed into celestial remnants, moving in a seemingly erratic dance, without a discernible rhythm. Yet, Fang He's formidable spiritual power revealed an absolute advantage, allowing him to perceive every nuance within a radius of 40 meters, leaving no trace of blade light upon him. His range of spiritual power had expanded. As he flickered closer to Yin Zishu once more, he pondered, how can this be? Such mastery of movement? Zhuolin was taken aback, his wide eyes fixed on Fang He. Having practiced footwork himself, he recognized that his talent lay elsewhere. Thus, he deemed it a better use of time to hone his blade skills rather than his steps. Witnessing Fang He glide effortlessly through the onslaught of blade light rekindled his desire to refine his own footwork. Observing Fang He's performance, he doubted anyone of equal rank could even brush against Fang He's attire. Zhuang Wenchang maintained his smile. This lad had grown stronger. Indeed, our chances have increased at this tri-school exchange competition. He Xingqian concurred, having witnessed the duel from the stands. Yin Zishu is commendable as well, Zhuang Wenchang continued. He Xingqian remained noncommittal, having no prior experience with Yin Zishu and thus felt no connection. His support firmly behind Fang He. At this point, the outcome was clear, with the blade poised at Yin Zishu's throat, rendering him immobile. My brother also wields a blade. Yet you fall far short. Fang He's words pierced like a dagger to Yin Zishu's heart. Fang He wins, the grade director quickly declared. Fang He exhibited no further emotion as he descended the platform and returned to his seat. Have you had another breakthrough? Zhuolin exclaimed, still exhilarated from the battle. His composure had been disrupted. Defeating him was no challenge, just a minor advancement. Fang He replied casually. Zhuolin scoffed. That's easy for you to say. Yin Zishu, dejected, left the stage, oblivious to his still bleeding wounds.